Chapter 1, No More Being a Lickspittle. Lin Chuan, what are you yelling about? Zhang Yan snapped impatiently at me. I know it was your birthday yesterday, but I told you I didn't have time. I confronted her, asking if she had gone out with Zhao Jun, but she turned the tables on me. How do you know I went out with Zhao Jun? Have you been following me? So what if I even checked into a hotel with him? We're just friends. Don't you think you're overstepping? Listening to her words, my face turned ashen, and for a moment, I couldn't find the words to refute her. Yes, it had always been me groveling after her. When she had her period, I bought her brown sugar water. When she caught a cold, I skipped class to take care of her. When she got caught in the rain, no matter where I was, I'd rush to bring her an umbrella without delay. On her birthdays, I bought her gifts and prepared surprises. Yet she never once mentioned becoming my girlfriend. Since we were just friends, I truly had no right to interfere with her life. Even if she went to a hotel with some rich kid she'd just met, it was none of my business. The saddest part of being a simp is that you can't even justify your jealousy. Hell, you don't even have the right to be jealous. The moment I became a simp, I had already lost my dignity. Suddenly, I felt utterly pathetic. I swallowed back all those affectionate, resentful, and accusatory words, because with every extra word I spoke in that moment, I only sank deeper into misery. I took a deep breath and said, "You're right, we're just friends, and I have no right to interfere with your business. Oh wait, actually, I don't even think we should remain friends. From now on, if I ever entertain even the slightest thought about you again, I'll be a dog." Zhang Yan frowned and said, "Lin Chuan, what's gotten into you? We can still be friends, isn't it fine as it was before?" I sneered. It had always been me trying to please her unilaterally. She never had to lift a finger, just enjoyed everything. Of course it felt fine to her. Now she's going to hotels with some rich second-generation guy, and still expects me to keep fawning over her? How shameless can she be? At that moment, I suddenly let go. I realized the girl I'd been chasing for 3 years was completely rotten. Maybe she'd always been like this, I was just blind to it and only now seeing clearly. I took one last glance at Zhang Yan. Though I initially wanted to kindly warn her that rich second-generation Zhao Jun wasn't a good guy, I reconsidered and decided against it. Without saying anything, I turned and walked away. Zhang Yan called out to me twice, but I ignored her. At that moment, her roommate Lu Ting curled her lip and remarked, "Lin Chuan actually dares to act all high and mighty now? How could he even compare to Zhao Jun? Zhao Jun drives a BMW 7 Series, what does this poor country bumpkin have to compete with that? Honestly, he's just throwing a tantrum to get your attention. I refuse to believe he'd actually leave you. Just wait, within a few days, he'll come crawling back to lick your boots." Zhang Yan seemed unfazed as she said, "Damn Lin Chuan," taking the milk tea he brought back with him. "Whatever, I don't want it anymore. I've got a shopping date with Zhao Jun anyway." Lu Ting nodded eagerly. Exactly, Zhao Jun is the one who matters. I strolled along the campus path, feeling the gentle breeze, and for some reason, I felt an unexpected lightness, as if the shackles on my body had been unlocked. It was then I realized that even before Zhao Jun appeared, my efforts to please had been painful. In such a wonderful college life, there were so many better things to do. Even if I didn't pursue romance, it wouldn't kill me. Why resort to groveling? From now on, I swore never to be a simp again. Even if it meant staying single for life, I would never stoop to that level. Just as I made this vow, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind. The ultimate simp system has detected a suitable host. Binding complete. Then suddenly, a semi-transparent screen materialized right before my eyes. It showed a total of 100 trillion simp funds available, with the first installment being 1 million. There was also Main Quest 1, spend the first installment of Simp funds within a single day to increase favorability by 50 points with a beauty rated 8 or above. The reward for completion would be 100,000 yuan plus 1 lottery draw, while failure would result in freezing all remaining Simp funds. I froze for a few seconds, then got furious. Damn it, I just decided to quit being a simp. What the hell is this ultimate simp system trying to pull? With 100 trillion, which is countless times richer than the world's wealthiest person, couldn't you use it for anything else? You'd rather spend it all on simping? Only succeeding in simping gives you a pitiful fraction back as a reward, but failure locks away all the remaining funds? I felt like the heavens were mocking me. I had no intention of becoming a simp again, let alone spending 100 trillion on simping just to end up with measly rewards. However, it soon occurred to me, could I embezzle the simp money? I scrutinized the rules twice more, and my eyes lit up. The task was to spend the first batch of simp money within a single day and achieve a 50-point increase in affection from a beauty rated 8 or above. But there was no explicit rule stating the money had to be spent on the beauty. In other words, as long as the affection score rose sufficiently, the mission would be accomplished, which meant the leftover simp money could legally be pocketed. I think I found a loophole, and my heart races. Without realizing it, I've walked to the door when I decide to test it out first. Using the first installment of my simp allowance, I buy a pack of gum. The moment I finish paying, the system alerts, warning, you've spent 12 yuan without gaining even a sliver of affection points. Please adjust your simp strategy. For example, meticulously preparing expensive birthday gifts for the beauty, laying out a rose-filled path beneath her window. Hearing this warning, my confidence actually grew. It was just a warning, with no punishment mentioned if the task failed, implying there might be room for me to pocket the goods. I used the simp money to buy myself an ice cream, a bottle of cola, a pack of chips. The system warnings kept blaring, but I secretly reveled in it. This feeling of embezzling simp money was downright exhilarating. I wasn't satisfied yet, so I called a ride to the nearby shopping mall and headed to the third-floor clothing section to buy some clothes. In the past, I would always save money to buy clothes and skincare products for Zhang Yan, but now it's time to splurge some of that simp money on myself. I walked into an Armani store, which I wouldn't have dared to dream of entering before, and bought an outfit recommended by the sales assistant. I had always thought Armani clothes cost thousands upon thousands, but it wasn't as outrageous as I imagined. The whole set only came to a little over 10,000 yuan. But once I slipped them on, my image and demeanor instantly leveled up. Truly, clothes make the man. Just then, the system notification sounded, Yi Meisheng, favorability +5. The screen then displayed Yi Meisheng's info, name, Yi Meisheng, age, 22, appearance, 8.3, height, 168 cm, weight, 52 kilograms, favorability, -105. I froze. What's going on here? Isn't Yi Meisheng the department belle of the design department at Zhanghai University's College of Arts? How did her favorability suddenly increase towards me? I glanced around and noticed Yi Meisheng with another girl not far away, apparently also shopping. They were whispering to each other occasionally, their gaze lingering on me. Chapter 2. Why did the favorability points rise so randomly? I wasn't mistaken, those two girls were indeed looking at me. The short-haired girl, Wei Shuefen, exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that Lin Chuan from our school? He can actually afford our money. I have to say, you look quite handsome in this outfit." Yi Meisheng, the strikingly beautiful department belle from the design school, asked flirtatiously, "Who is Lin Chuan? Is he from our design department at the School of Art?" Wei Shuefen shook her head. "No, I think he's from the automation department. He famously pursued Zhang Yan, the campus belle from information management, in such a dramatic way that everyone knows about it. Haven't you heard?" Yi Meisheng suddenly understood. "Oh, it's him. But he seems different from what I've heard. The rumors portrayed me as a poor loser, timid and submissive, only capable of groveling. But now, with my decent height and looks, dressed in Armani, my outfit quite stylish, and especially with this carefree, unrestrained aura about me, there's not a trace of that timid demeanor." Though I couldn't hear their conversation, I was already thrilled beyond words. Yi Meisheng was the campus belle of the design department at Zhanghai University's College of Arts. How did her favorability rating unexpectedly rise for me? Could it be because I bought this Armani outfit and look more handsome now? Or perhaps because having the means to purchase Armani makes me seem less like a loser? Could it really be as the saying goes, money is for women to see, not for women to spend? I had already paid and was about to leave, but witnessing this situation, I paused again and said to the sales assistant, "These are quite nice. Pick out 2 more sets in different styles for me, and throw in 2 sets of underwear too." The waiter's professional smile had now blossomed into genuine delight, and the quality of service had noticeably improved. Wei Shuefen exclaimed in surprise, "Buying 2 more sets? That rich? Rumor has it he's from the countryside and his family is quite poor. Was the information fake?" Yi Meisheng was also astonished, even developing a hint of curiosity toward me. Just then, the system notification sounded again, Yi Meisheng, favorability +2. I was ecstatic inside. The favorability points had increased so effortlessly again. I discovered a flaw in the system and never imagined gaining favorability could be this easy. I hadn't heard the system's constant warning alarms for a while now, which meant even the system judged I was completing the mission properly. This loophole was absolutely fantastic. If played right, I could pocket all those billions in simping money for myself. As I pondered whether this indirectly revealed that Yi Meisheng was somewhat materialistic, given how many guys pursued her, yet she only got close to the wealthy ones. Though this senior was quite shrewd about maintaining good relationships while keeping them all at a certain distance, even managing to get those guys to defend her, I swiped my card and bought 2 more Armani outfits. Carrying the shopping bags, I walked out of the boutique and brushed past Yi Meisheng and Wei Shuefen. Our eyes met briefly. I nodded politely, and they returned the gesture. My demeanor was calm, as if they were just 2 ordinary seniors. After all, I had already decided to stop simping. What did it matter facing any beautiful woman now? We're all just people, no one is inherently superior. With this shift in mindset, I found myself standing taller with newfound confidence. My composed demeanor brought a momentary flicker of admiration to Yi Meisheng and Wei Shuefen's faces. Many boys would grow nervous around Yi Meisheng, some becoming fidgety, others restless, some even stuttering when they spoke, while others strained to maintain a facade of calm. Yet I remained perfectly at ease, my relaxed manner clearly not an act. In my eyes, she was just an ordinary senior. At that moment, the system notified me, Yi Meisheng's favorability +3. Yi Meisheng suddenly spoke, "Junior Lin Chuan, are you here for a big shopping spree? That outfit suits you very well. I paused and replied, I don't know much about fashion, so I just went with big brands and let the store staff pick for me. If I have your approval, senior, then I'm relieved. I plan to buy some shoes, watches, and the like. Do you have any recommendations, senior? Senior, your outfit is the epitome of fashion sense, comfort, and vibe. If I could learn even a tenth of your style, I'd probably be set for life. Flattery is out of the question, but tossing out a few compliments costs nothing, especially when dealing with someone who's equally pleasant. Mutual praise keeps everyone happy. Yi Meisheng smiled and said, you certainly have a way with compliments, Junior. But I do have some expertise in fashion. After all, I plan to pursue it professionally. So, tell me, what's your budget? I'd say around 500,000, I replied. I didn't push the budget to a full million, better to keep some reserves in case the money runs out before the favorability reaches 50. Yi Meisheng and Wei Shuefen's expressions changed, looking even more surprised. A clothing budget of around 500,000 yuan, what kind of fortune must he have? However, their favorability didn't increase, indicating Yi Meisheng wasn't entirely convinced, as it was possible I was just boasting. Yi Meisheng smiled and said, since we're already shopping, why don't we go together? I can give you some advice and test out my fashion expertise on you. I nodded cheerfully, sure, thank you, senior. Shopping together was even better. I could keep spending money in front of her. The three of us started shopping together. At the LV store, Yi Meisheng picked out a belt for me priced at 4,800 yuan, and I bought it without even blinking. At the Ferragamo store, she picked out a pair of sneakers priced at 7,300 for me, and I bought them without hesitation. At the Rolex store, the salesperson mentioned that most models required pre-order, with only a few available in stock, and even those came with the condition of purchasing 2 Tudor watches priced over 10,000 each before they'd sell. Yi Meisheng selected a Date model, priced at 528,200, and again, I bought it outright. As we continued shopping, the looks of astonishment on Yi Meisheng and Wei Shuefen's faces grew increasingly pronounced. By the time I bought the Rolex, they harbored not the slightest doubt about my financial strength. After all, generally speaking, someone who can afford a 500,000 watch is significantly wealthier than someone who can afford a 500,000 car. People tend to splurge more freely on cars, whereas watches are luxuries reserved for those with ample disposable income, hence the saying, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. At this point, the system notified me, Yi Meisheng's favorability plus 5. In total, her favorability had risen by 15 points. Without spending a single cent on her, task 1 was already nearly 1/3 complete. It truly goes to show, money isn't for spending on women, it's for letting them see it. As I strolled around, I suddenly heard a voice that was both familiar and strange. Junji, this LV bag is so beautiful. Familiar because I'd heard this voice countless times, strange because this was the first time I'd heard such a tone. Then came a male voice, Yen, I've been spending too much lately. My dad's restricting my expenses, so let's not buy it today. Wait 2 months until he lifts the restriction, and I'll definitely get it for you. Following the sound, I looked over and sure enough, it was Zhang Yan and Zhao Jun. My face instantly darkened with disgust. What awful luck. Zhang Yan noticed me at that moment and immediately frowned, as if deliberately distancing herself from me now that Zhao Jun was present. Lin Chuan, why are you following me? Didn't we agree to just be friends? What's with you following me? I scoffed. Who do you think you are that I'd follow you? Did your family build this mall? Are you the only one who shops here? Zhang Yan thought I was just being stubborn, and Zhao Jun was about to mock me too. But right at that moment, Yi Meisheng and Wei Shuefen walked over to my side. Zhang Yan was stunned for a moment. Wasn't this Yi Meisheng, the renowned beauty of the design department and the dream girl of countless male students? How could she possibly be out shopping with me? Zhao Jun also looked surprised. He wasn't a student at Shanghai University and only knew about me, the hopeless admirer, because of Zhang Yan. He didn't recognize Yi Meisheng or know she was the department's belle. But anyone with eyes could see how gorgeous and elegant she was. How could a loser like me end up strolling around with such a beauty? Yi Meisheng lowered her voice and asked Wei Shuefen, is that the same Zhang Yan whom Lin Chuan pursued for 3 years? Wei Shuefen replied, yes, but it seems Lin Chuan has finally come to his senses and stopped simping for her. Zhang Yan still seemed unaware that Lin Chuan was wealthy. Yi Meisheng, for whatever reason, lightly looped her arm through mine and said, let's go browse over there, Junior. The movements weren't overly intimate, maintaining physical distance, yet there was an indescribable tenderness between us. I was startled for a moment, but quickly realized Yi Meisheng probably didn't have romantic intentions toward me. After all, the favorability meter wasn't high. Her action seemed deliberately aimed at giving me face in front of Zhang Yan. I must say, the gesture made me feel genuinely at ease. I nodded and said, let's go. There's a hair salon over there. Would you two senior sisters like to get a facial? Since you helped me with styling today, it's my treat as a thank you. I'm not planning to be a simp anymore, but that doesn't mean I have to become a cheapskate. Yi Meisheng helped me with my outfit for free and just saved face for me. Showing some gratitude is perfectly fine. Besides, I could use a haircut and maybe a facial to improve my skin. My features are definitely handsome, but my face lacks brightness because I don't take care of it. I used to save all my money for Zhang Yan, letting myself look scruffy while she stayed flawless. Now I understand it's more important to invest in myself. Alright then, we won't stand on ceremony with you. Having witnessed my financial capability, Yi Meisheng and Wei Shuefen didn't hold back. Zhang Yan and Zhao Jun stood frozen, watching our departing figures. It was then that Zhang Yan noticed my complete wardrobe transformation, now dressed head to toe in designer labels. My entire aura elevated 2 notches instantly. And was that a Rolex watch on my wrist? Had I been accompanied by some middle-aged woman, she would have surely assumed I'd taken up prostitution. But since it was Yi Meisheng beside me, such suspicions were impossible. So how could I possibly afford all these luxury brands? The combined worth must have been 5 or 600,000, right? That Lin Chuan, isn't he just some poor kid from the countryside? Zhao Jun also sounded uncertain. A poor guy who could go shopping with a beauty like Yi Meisheng and casually drop 500,000 to 600,000 renminbi on outfits? That's what he told me. His monthly living expenses are only around 1,000 to 2,000 renminbi. No way, I need to check this out. Zhang Yan suddenly felt inexplicably uneasy. Even though she only saw him as a disposable fish in her pond, she couldn't stand the thought of this fish swimming off with another woman. Especially since, for some unknown reason, this fish suddenly seemed to have money. Zhang Yan followed after him, and curious, Zhao Jun tagged along. They saw me paying at the beauty salon, buying Yi Meisheng and Wei Shuefen a 1,280 renminbi La Mer skincare package. The so-called package was nothing more than a little dab of La Mer cream, toner, cleanser, and a massage. Hell, I even bought one for myself. Actually, I could afford someone more expensive, but she's not my girlfriend. This 1,000 yuan gift is more than generous. Zhang Yan was stunned. I casually paid as if money meant nothing to her. It became even clearer, my Rolex watch was genuine. Had I really become rich? The system then notified Zhang Yan. Favorability +5. Name, Zhang Yan. Age, 21. Appearance, 8 out of 10. Height, 164 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Affection level, 4.9. While preparing to get a haircut followed by a facial, the notification tone left me utterly stunned. Oh wonderful, back when I was groveling for your attention and you couldn't be bothered, after 3 years of effort, the affection level was a pitiful 4. Now that I'm the one who can't be bothered, your affection level suddenly jumps by 5? Chapter 4, Better to improve yourself than be a bootlicker. I couldn't help but inwardly rant, so it's not just me who's acting pathetic, women are the same. Perhaps being pathetic is just human nature. Right now, Zhang Yan's favorability rating holds no appeal for me whatsoever. But since the affection level rises without me having to fawn over her, treating her as a tool to complete missions isn't a bad idea after all. Wearing my Rolex watch, I even took Yi Meisheng and her best friend for a 1,280 yuan spa treatment. When Zhang Yan saw this, she viewed me in a new light, with a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Some people are just like that, always thinking the world should revolve around them. She already has Zhao Jun, yet still wants to enjoy my kindness. When I spend money on other girls, she actually feels uneasy. Brother Jun, I want to get a beauty treatment too, Zhang Yan said, unwilling to be outdone by Yi Meisheng. Wanting to reclaim her sense of superiority from Zhao Jun, competition was one of her defining traits. Zhao Jun frowned imperceptibly, then smiled and said, sure, the beauty salon next door seems pretty good too. They entered the adjacent salon, where Zhao Jun purchased a package worth over 1,000 yuan, finally bringing a smile to Zhang Yan's face. Following recommendations from Yi Meisheng and the barber, I spent 2,000 yuan on an American-style prickly perm. Surprisingly, the hairstyle suited me exceptionally well, instantly boosting my looks by quite a margin. It seems the importance of hairstyle even surpasses outfit choices. Afterward, Yi Meisheng, Wei Shuefen, and I got facial treatments together. The whole package took 2 hours. Yi Meisheng and Wei Shuefen are usually diligent with skincare, so they didn't show obvious changes afterward. But my face transformed dramatically, dirt, oil, dead skin, blackheads, all gone. With added hydration, my previously dry and dehydrated skin became refined and radiant. With improved styling, hairstyle, and complexion, my looks reached their peak. Already decent looking, I instantly became downright handsome. Both Yi Meisheng and Wei Shuefen couldn't help stealing extra glances at me. That's when I heard the prompt in my mind, Yi Meisheng, favorability +5. At that moment, Zhang Yan and Zhao Jun happened to emerge from next door. Zhang Yan tilted her chin up slightly, as if showing off to me, so what if you bought a beauty package? Zhao Jun could buy me one too. But when she glanced at me, she momentarily faltered, probably thinking, how could I look this handsome? Truth be told, she had noticed before that I wasn't bad looking, otherwise, I wouldn't even have qualified as her admirer. She just never expected that with a little effort, I could look this good. My looks had always been overshadowed by my haphazard outfits and unkempt hairstyle. Of course, she had no idea that I'd previously saved all my money to spend on her, even skimping on living expenses. How could I have had extra cash to groom myself? Just then, a notification popped up in my mind, Zhang Yan, favorability +5. Zhao Jun noticed my demeanor and glimpsed the expression on Zhang Yan's face as she looked at me, furrowing his brows slightly. Hearing the favorability prompt, I was quite satisfied. I roughly understood now that increases in favorability largely stem from self-improvement. For example, spending money lets people see my purchasing power, while outfits, hairstyles, and skincare boost my appearance. Even if I disregard personal sentiments and focus solely on favorability, it's better to improve myself rather than simping. And when personal feelings are factored in, the difference is even starker. One person grovels for favorability, while the other earns it standing tall. With that in mind, I decided to push further. It's almost 7, you must be hungry by now. I've heard Qianqiao's seafood banquet upstairs is excellent. Shall we go for dinner? I suggested. Yi Meishing said, Ocean Tide House Banquet? That's easily 1 to 2,000 per person. How about we switch to another place, you treat for the beauty treatments, and we'll cover the meal. I chuckled. Let's stick with this one. Today's still on me. I've been craving this place for ages. I hear their food is phenomenal. Their mini lobsters and red-spotted grouper are supposedly out of this world. In the past, being a simp meant buying women whatever they wanted. Now, whatever I fancy, I indulge in it myself. If I want seafood, I'll take them along. They're like accessories or plus ones, joining me in the feast. This way, not only do I have beautiful company, but I also get to flaunt my means in front of them, earning their admiration. Yi Meisheng and Wei Shuefen didn't refuse anymore. I escorted them to the 4th floor Ocean Tide House and ordered dishes like red-spotted grouper, Australian lobster, and golden abalone. While the restaurant's minimum was 1,900 per head, my orders likely exceeded 3,000 per person. Zhang Yan spotted me bringing Yi Meisheng into the Qianqiao family banquet from afar, and her competitive spirit flared up again. Junji, let's eat at Qianqiao family banquet too, shall we? Zhao Jun's frown deepened this time. Yan, do we really have to compete with Lin Chuan over everything? His money didn't grow on trees, after all. What? Can't you even match up to Lin Chuan? I broke up with him for you, Zhang Yan cooed petulantly, a coquettish pout tinged with petulance. Alright, Qianqiao family banquet it is. Unable to withstand her persistence, Zhao Jun reluctantly agreed, though he'd already started calculating in his head how much this outing would cost him. I had a wonderful time at this meal. The premium seafood at the high-end restaurant was truly delicious, and Yi Meisheng and Wei Shuefen also enjoyed themselves thoroughly. When it came time to pay, I did so with effortless ease, dropping 10,000 yuan as casually as if it were a mere 100. This lavish indulgence left both Yi Meisheng and Wei Shuefen slightly intoxicated. A prompt flashed in my mind. Yi Meisheng, favorability +5. We continued our shopping afterward. At a bicycle shop, without a second thought, I purchased a Trek Madun SLR9P1, a carbon fiber, wireless electronic shifting, competition-grade aero road bike in striking Axstone Gold/Black, priced at 133,706 yuan. Not stopping there, I went all out and bought the highest-end helmet, cycling outfit, bike computer, and a complete set of gear, totaling around 60 to 70,000 yuan. Considering outdoor activities, I also picked up 2 sets of Arc'teryx mountaineering jackets at 17,000 yuan per set. Yi Meisheng and Wei Shuefen watched me splurge money wildly, their astonishment growing even deeper. A prompt appeared in their minds. Yi Meisheng, favorability +3. Not far away, Zhang Yan was stunned by this scene. If she had doubted before whether I might be wealthy, this practically confirmed it. A prompt flashed in her mind. Zhang Yan, favorability +5. Seeing me now, handsome, carefree, and loaded, Zhang Yan began to waver. I was much better looking than Zhao Jun, and the attentive care I'd shown her in the past was something he could never match. My only shortcoming used to be being poor, but now even that was gone. Besides, ever since Zhao Jun got together with her, he didn't seem as devoted as before. He used to buy gifts generously, but now he was always making excuses, like today, when he couldn't even bring himself to buy her that bag. If it were me, I'd definitely buy it as long as I had the money. Brain prompt, Zhang Yan, favorability +10. Noticing Zhang Yan glancing at me, Zhao Jun said with a dark expression, Yan, it's getting late. Let's go to the private cinema. Zhang Yan replied, Brother Jun, I'm tired today. I don't want to watch a movie, I'd rather go back to campus. What's your problem? After spending a whole day out on my dime, you're just going back by yourself? Zhao Jun frowned. Zhang Yan hadn't expected Zhao Jun to say something like that. While hanging out had implied certain intentions, his tone felt somewhat insulting. Still, she wasn't sure exactly how deep my pockets were and didn't want to offend Zhao Jun, so she could only placate him. Brother Jun, I really am exhausted today. Alright, go back by yourself then. Zhao Jun tossed out the words and walked away without looking back. Zhang Yan stood frozen in place. Accustomed to my complete obedience, she suddenly felt wronged. Chapter 5, Sure I'm rich, but why should I spend on you? While I was still waiting for my bike to be assembled, a couple approached. Meisheng, Shuefen, are you done shopping? We've finished our movie, shall we head back together? Sure, we were just about to leave. Yi Meisheng and Wei Shuefen responded warmly. Then Yi Meishing turned to me and said, Lin Chuan, Jr., we'll be going now. You should head back early too. Add me on WeChat so we can stay in touch. My birthday party is in a couple of days, come join if you have time. If the guys at Shanghai University saw this scene, they'd be green with envy. Yi Meishing actually took the initiative to add me on WeChat and even invited me to her birthday party. I remained casual, accepting the request and simply saying, sure, if I'm free, I'll definitely come. Yi Meisheng, Wei Shuefen, and the couple then left together. The girl in the couple couldn't resist glancing back at me with gossipy curiosity and asking, who's that guy? He's so cute. I opened the system panel to check the status of the affection levels. Yi Meisheng's affection had increased by 28, while Zhang Yan's had risen by 25, bringing the total to 53. Yet the mission still didn't show as complete. I was puzzled, where was the problem? After carefully reviewing the rules again, I understood. Main Mission 1, spend all the initial simp money within a day and increase a beauty rated 8+ by 50 favorability points. Turns out this mission requires completing not just the latter part but the first half as well. I have to spend the entire million to complete the task. When I checked the amount, despite splurging wildly all day, I'd only spent 810,734 so far, leaving 189,266 unspent. So while waiting for the bicycle to be assembled, I continued shopping to burn through the remaining cash. But I hadn't gone far when Zhang Yan's voice called out from behind, Lin Chuan, wait for me. I froze for a moment. This woman still hasn't left? Wasn't she with Zhao Jun? Where has Zhao Jun disappeared to? I couldn't be bothered with her and kept walking. Zhang Yan quickly stepped forward to block my path and asked, Lin Chuan, are you angry with me? Why were you out shopping with Yi Meishing today? What's your relationship with her? I didn't hide my displeasure and snapped back, none of your damn business. Zhang Yan put on a pitiful act and said, Lin Chuan, you've changed. You weren't like this before. I nodded and replied, yes, I have changed. I've grown a brain. Zhang Yan continued, I know it hurt you when I chose to spend time with Zhao Jun instead of celebrating your birthday with you, but don't you think it was also unfair that you kept your wealth a secret from me all this time? You never bought me any Gucci, LV, or Prada gifts before, and I never really complained, did I? Yes, I went on dates with Zhao Jun, but didn't you go shopping with Yi Meishing too? Besides, today I even turned down Zhao Jun's invitation to a private cinema for your sake. Why don't we both take a step back, forgive each other, and start fresh like before? As long as you treat me as well as you used to, I'll seriously consider becoming your girlfriend again. I was practically laughing from anger. Mutual forgiveness? What exactly did I do that requires her forgiveness? I bought her so many gifts while she never got me anything, and now I'm supposed to feel grateful she doesn't look down on me? The way she despises the poor and fawns on the rich was somehow dressed up in such a refined and elegant manner when she spoke. As for why she and Zhao Jun didn't go to that private cinema, I couldn't care less. What's more, I'm still expected to treat her as well as before, yet even after all this we're not officially in a relationship, just considering it? Zhang Yan's attitude at this moment makes me sick to my stomach. I don't understand how I could have been so blind before. It's like my heart was smeared with lard, I just couldn't see through her. I said bluntly, we have no relationship to speak of, so there's nothing to forgive. With that, I walked away. Zhang Yan froze. She couldn't believe that even after she'd shown vulnerability and offered him a chance, I'd still act this way. She was struggling to accept how much I'd changed, just as I stepped into a Gucci store. Zhang Yan's eyes lit up, thinking I was going to buy her a gift. She must have assumed my harsh words were just empty threats, that deep down I still cared. With this thought, she followed me inside. The dazzling array of handbags in the store made Zhang Yan's eyes sparkle. Since Zhao Jun hadn't bought her anything today, she'd already felt like something was missing. She browsed around and quickly selected a small Ophidia shoulder bag priced at 13,900. She walked over, linked her arm with mine, and wheedled, Lin Chuan, I know you still care about me deep down. Just buy me this bag, and we can make up. I was stunned. Was this woman out of her mind? Hadn't I made it clear we were through? What was she doing here? Truth be told, this coquettish act from her was something I'd never experienced before. In the past, I would have been overjoyed, ready to give her the world, but now, all I felt was disgust. She had just been on a date with another man, nearly gone to a private cinema with him, and now she expected me to buy her a bag? I pulled my hand out and pointed at a men's backpack priced over 18,000, saying, wrap this one up for me. I was here to spend on myself, not to buy Zhang Yan a gift. I already had a bicycle, cycling gear, and a windbreaker, now all I needed was a backpack. Only then did Zhang Yan realize she had misunderstood, her expression turning ugly. You're buying an 18,000 yuan bag for yourself but won't even spend 13,000 on me? I replied, what's the problem with that? Why do you just assume I'm supposed to buy you gifts? Even expect what I buy for you to be more expensive than what I buy for myself? What exactly is our relationship? After sleeping with another man, you come to me asking for gifts? Have you no shame at all? You. Zhang Yan's face flushed crimson, yet she couldn't muster a single word of rebuttal. Noticing the strange looks from the shop assistant nearby only deepened her humiliation. Lin Chuan, how dare you treat me like this? I'll never speak to you again. With those words, Zhang Yan turned and fled in a flurry of steps. System notification, Zhang Yan's favorability -2. I froze momentarily, so caught up in the moment that I hadn't considered the favorability drop. But even after confronting her like that, the favorability only dropped by 2? No big deal, the total increase is still 51. To avoid the favorability dropping below 50 and failing the mission, I quickly splurged, buying a $20,000 plus triple-fold Huawei phone, a $10,000 plus Apple iPad, a $50,000 plus Alienware laptop, along with skincare products, sportswear, sneakers, and more. System warnings kept blaring, but I completely ignored them. This dumbass system keeps sucking up. I've already over-delivered on the task. The leftover money can be spent however the hell I want. Soon, I had completely spent the entire 1 million simp money, and the system notification chimed. Congratulations on completing main quest 1. You have earned 100,000 yuan plus 1 lottery draw opportunity. Chapter 6, The Lottery and the Second Batch of Simp Money. I opened the system to check the rewards. 100,000 yuan had already been transferred to my bank card. I planned to save it properly and use the embezzled simp money for spending. There was also 1 lottery chance left. I clicked the lottery button, and the wheel spun, flashing past various prizes one by one. I stared intently at the wheel and noticed prizes like skill books, mind-reading charms, precognition charms, beauty-enhancing pills, and body-refining pills. My heart raced uncontrollably. Could there really be so many extraordinary items? However, when the wheel stopped, it landed on the 5 attribute points square. I was a little disappointed, but attribute points didn't seem too bad either. I opened the system to check my current stats. Constitution, 11. Strength, 9. Agility, 11. Spirit, 12. After some consideration, I allocated 2 attribute points to Constitution. After all, physical health comes first. The remaining 3 points were distributed evenly between Strength, Agility, and Spirit. I felt inexplicably refreshed and lighter, though the changes weren't dramatically noticeable. 5 attribute points might still be too few to make a significant difference. But if I keep completing missions and drawing rewards, couldn't I potentially become superhuman? My heart swelled with anticipation. At this moment, the system tasks refreshed. Second Stalker Fund, 10 million. Main Task 2, spend the Second Stalker Fund within 3 days, gaining a 100-point favorability increase from a beauty rated above 8 points. Completion reward, 200,000 plus 2 lottery draws. Failure penalty, freeze all remaining simp funds. Seeing the second installment of simp funds reach 10 million, my eyes practically sparkled. But since it was already late, I didn't rush to complete the mission. Instead, I bought a heap of barbecue to bring back to campus. The moment I entered the dorm, my 3 roommates were utterly shocked. Damn, Lao-san, did you strike gold? Exclaimed the eldest, Shirley. That outfit you're wearing, is that Armani? Second brother Zhang Yingjie said, what hairstyle is this? Way too flashy. Never noticed before how handsome you are. Fourth brother's son Baoruwei chimed in, damn handsome. Current third brother's so dazzling even I have to steer clear of his glow. I told a white lie, saying our family got several million in demolition compensation. I wasn't wearing my Rolex, that would have been too ridiculous. With just a few million from demolition, no one would buy a $50,000 watch. Our 3 roommates went crazy with envy, scarcely believing such fortune could happen to someone they lived with. Zhang Yingjie said, third brother, now that you've got money, Zhang Yan will probably look at you in a new light. I waved my hand dismissively, that's all in the past. I'm done chasing after her. Zhang Yan or whatever, she's got nothing to do with me anymore. Better to hang out with you guys than chase some girl. Come on, I bought kebabs and beer for everyone. With that, I slapped a big bag of foil-wrapped skewers onto the table, and my 3 roommates instantly cheered. All 3 roommates are good guys and have treated me before, so treating them to a big meal isn't a big deal. Besides, if you make money and don't share a bit, they might get jealous, that's just human nature. At times like these, treating everyone to a big meal can solve the problem. If you're willing to occasionally pick up the tab, your roommates will be more than happy to see you strike it rich. Right then, I received a message from Zhang Yan, Lin Chuan, I'm giving you one more chance. Apologize for what happened this evening, and I'll forgive you. Without replying, I deleted Zhang Yan directly. In the girls' dormitory, Zhang Yan was waiting haughtily for my apology, but it never came. Lu Ting said incredulously by her side, Yan, you're not joking, are you? Are you saying Lin Chuan spent at least several $100,000 today? Armani clothes, Trek bicycle, Rolex watch, Gucci backpack? Zhang Yan nodded, yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Turns out his whole story about being a poor kid from the countryside was a lie. Only today did I realize how handsome he looks when dressed up. Lu Ting thought for a moment and shook her head. I think it's a bit strange. Lin Chuan's admission records clearly show he's from a rural background. If he really had money, How could he have been scrimping and saving for 3 years? I suspect he just somehow came into unexpected wealth recently. Zhang Yan was momentarily stunned before suddenly understanding. Now that you mention it, that explains everything. I always thought his appearance, demeanor, and manners were exactly like someone from the countryside. Those things can't be faked. Most likely, he came into a windfall recently. Chapter 7, Buying Luxury Cars as Casually as Groceries. Lu Ting remarked, if he's spending so recklessly after getting a windfall, won't he be broke again soon? Another chimed in, probably traumatized by poverty, sudden wealth triggers revenge spending. Or maybe he's just impulsive, willing to pay any price to show off in front of you. Someone else added, that's why they say when your vision doesn't match your wealth, the money inevitably finds ways to flow back into society. Lin Xuan is just a nouveau riche, no match for the wealthy young master Zhao Jun with his profound family legacy. Then someone added, as for senior Yi Meisheng, the school forum posted this afternoon that she went shopping at the mall. Lin Xuan probably went later and just happened to run into her. Zhang Yan nodded and said, no wonder. I was thinking how senior Yi Meisheng could possibly go shopping with Lin Xuan. Today, he was putting on airs in front of me and almost fooled me. She carefully recalled, Yi Meisheng took my arm, appearing intimate but actually keeping a distance. Probably not close at all, just putting on a show for her to see. At this moment, her roommate Huang Xiangping couldn't help but interject. There's something I think I should tell you. My boyfriend is a graduating senior who's starting a business, and he has some business dealings with Zhao Jun. It feels like he might not be as wealthy as he appears. I've also heard some private matters about him, and the rumors aren't great. Lu Ting said dismissively, Zhao Jun is a rich second generation, how could he possibly lack money? I think you're just jealous. Huang Xiangping was furious. My relationship with my boyfriend is just fine, why would I be jealous? It's just that Zhang Yan met Zhao Jun at my boyfriend's birthday party, which I also attended, so I felt it was my responsibility to give her a heads up. That's all I have to say, what you choose to do is your own business. Zhang Yan didn't take it seriously either, agreeing with Lu Ting that Huang Xiangping was just jealous, especially since her own boyfriend wasn't wealthy. Zhao Jun was a rich second generation, he drove luxury cars, lived in mansions, and came from a deeply rooted wealthy family. How could he possibly run out of money? Zhang Yan thought to herself, oh no, I promised to go to the private cinema with brother Jun today but didn't show up. He must be upset now. As for Lin Xuan, he probably just stumbled upon some unexpected fortune. How foolish of me to offend brother Jun for his sake. Moreover, Lin Xuan even gave me an attitude today. Whether it was a ploy or not, I'm furious. Even if he comes crawling back to me, I'll make sure to ignore him for a while before giving him the time of day. With that thought, she quickly sent a WeChat message to Zhao Jun, oblivious to the fact that I had already deleted her from my contacts. The next day, Sunday, taking advantage of the holiday, I planned to continue my scheme of secretly pocketing the Simp fund and focused my attention on the top 5 department flowers. Zhang Yan, the department belle, wasn't someone I felt like actively trying to impress, so I skipped her without hesitation. Yi Meisheng's affection points could still be increased, but I noticed yesterday that the higher they go, the harder they become to raise. This makes perfect sense. When someone has low expectations of you, even slight improvements can boost their affection, but when someone already thinks well of you, further improvement becomes much more difficult. So I decided to put Yi Meisheng's affection on hold for now, just like setting aside tough exam questions to focus on the easier ones first, namely, the other 3 department flowers. After some deliberation, I chose Qin Bingqing, the finance department's flower, as my next target. Her family owns a small 4S dealership nearby, and I happen to be planning to buy a luxury car to elevate my image. I dressed in an Armani suit, slung a Gucci backpack over my shoulder, and rode my Trek bicycle straight to Qin Bingqing's family dealership. At the Yufeng Mercedes-Benz 4S store, Qin Bingqing was instructing the staff to handle some matters. Her fair and delicate skin resembled porcelain, and in her gaze, one could see both the gentle charm of a southern belle and the clarity of a martial heroine. Tsutsue, her roommate with average looks but exquisite dressing style, was pulling her hand and saying, Bingqing, let's go have some fun. Look, there's barely any customers in the store, you don't need to be here. Qin Bingqing smiled helplessly and replied, we've just opened, of course there aren't many people. Wait until I finish arranging things, then I'll go with you. Right then, the female staff suddenly let out exclamations before a group of them swarmed towards the entrance to enthusiastically greet a customer. Welcome. Qin Bingqing and Tsutsue were both taken aback. Although store assistant training emphasized being welcoming, this level of enthusiasm clearly exceeded standard protocols. They glanced over and immediately understood why. The person walking in me stood around 1.8 meters tall with a well-proportioned physique. Dressed impeccably in Armani with a stylish American crew cut, I radiated sunshine handsomeness. My strikingly clean, angular features were particularly pleasing to the eye. I also wore a Rolex watch, carried a Gucci backpack, and had parked a Trek bicycle outside, all unmistakable markers of a high-value potential customer. Tsutsue felt a flicker of recognition but couldn't believe it. Him? Wait, how could it possibly be him? Qin Bingqing frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Who is or isn't him? Have you met this guy before? Sutsuetsue said, I've never seen him in person, but I've seen his photos many times. He made a big scene chasing Zhang Yan, the department beauty from the information management department, and got dragged on the school forums countless times. The photos on the forum made him look plain, with unconfident eyes, and I heard he was really clingy, always timid and submissive. But look at him now, practically a tall, rich, and handsome guy, worlds apart from the rumors, so I didn't even dare recognize him. Xin Bingqing suddenly understood. So it's him. Seems like the rumors weren't entirely accurate. Xin Bingqing's gaze returned to me. I stood tall, radiant, clean-cut, handsome, with an easygoing demeanor, nothing at all like the supposedly pathetic loser from the stories. At that moment, I heard the system notification in my mind. Xin Bingqing's favorability towards me had increased by 5. Xin Bingqing walked up and asked me, Lin Chuan classmate, may I ask which car you'd like to buy? Seeing the boss's daughter approach and even address me as handsome classmate, the other female sales staff naturally didn't dare to disturbance anymore and reluctantly walked away, though their gazes kept frequently lingering on me. I glanced around and said, which model is more imposing and preferably off-road capable? Xin Bingqing asked, what's your budget? I replied, no specific budget, just looking for one with good performance and strong power. Xin Bingqing's heart stirred as she said, then I recommend the 2025 latest model Mercedes-Benz G63. This car has a domineering appearance, powerful off-road capabilities, robust performance, and a luxurious interior. Though there might have been drawbacks like uncomfortable seats giving some people backaches in the past, these have all been improved in the latest version. This car is fully loaded with top-tier features in every aspect. However, the price isn't cheap. The on-the-road cost lands around 3.7 million. If you're interested, you can test drive it first. With that, she led me to a Mercedes-Benz G63, though she didn't immediately open the door, likely fearing I'd find it too expensive. I remained composed, feeling a slight stir of excitement as I eyed the domineering beast before me. Alright, let's test it first. Only then did Xin Bingqing open the door and invite me for a spin. During the test drive, I completely fell in love with this model. It was undeniably commanding and fiercely powerful. I made the decision on the spot, done deal. I'll take this one. Xin Bingqing was utterly stunned. What? Are you buying a car or grocery shopping? This isn't 370 yuan, it's 3.7 million. I said, what are you waiting for? Sign the contract. Looking dazed, Xin Bingqing asked me, may I ask if you'll be taking a loan or paying in full? Financially constrained customers benefit from loans, while those with ample funds usually prefer full payment. For me, there wasn't even a need to consider. Full payment was the only option. After all, I was secretly pocketing the Simp money and converting it into my own assets. Why would I need a loan? After some brief bargaining, we settled on a total price of 3.7 million, and I paid the full amount in under 10 seconds. Only when she saw the money in her account did Xin Bingqing believe this wasn't a dream. Xin Bingqing couldn't help but sigh. The rumors weren't just inaccurate, they were downright absurd. If I'm a loser, then practically everyone at this school is one too, she thought. After all, some people would hesitate even if they could afford a luxury car, nitpicking or making endless demands just to haggle over the price. But I shop for them as casually as buying groceries. Now that's what real wealth looks like. Just then, the system notification chimed again. Xin Bingqing's favorability toward me had increased by another 5 points. Chapter 8, a joyride to boost favorability. The saleswomen at the 4S store were stunned when they saw Lin Chuan pay the full amount for a luxury car worth 3.7 million yuan effortlessly. Sutsuetsue was also shocked and whispered, wait, is selling cars always this easy? How about I join your store as a salesperson? The commission alone would make me rich, wouldn't it? Xin Bingqing retorted impatiently, what are you thinking? Normally, it's not that simple. Especially with luxury cars. You could work tirelessly pitching to 100 people and still not sell a single one. Some might even be rude to you and make you feel awful. Someone as decisive as Lin Chuan, I've never seen anything like it in all these years. Sutsuetsue said, so that's how it is. Clearly, this classmate Lin Chuan must be incredibly wealthy. Those rumors about him being a broke loser are way off the mark, huh? Xin Bingqing said, nobody clarified the rumors spreading for 3 years. I guess no one knew he had money. Either he was pretending to be poor all along, or he recently came into a windfall. Sutsuetsue was astonished, pretending to be poor for 3 years? What a strange habit. As for a windfall, the only things that come to mind are demolition compensation or lottery winnings. But even with those, people usually aren't extravagant enough to casually buy a luxury car worth 3.7 million. Xin Bingqing, I was just talking off the top of my head. Let's not casually gossip or jump to conclusions about others. Then, in less than half a day, Xin Bingqing officially handled all the procedures, car inspection, insurance, temporary license plates so smoothly that Lin Chuan was able to drive his new car away by noon. Xin Bingqing said, the official license plate should be ready in a few days. Let's exchange WeChat to stay in touch later. After adding each other on WeChat, Lin Chuan asked, the trunk of the Mercedes G63 is quite spacious. It should fit a bicycle, right? Qin Bingqing replied, if you fold down the last row of seats, it can easily fit inside. She personally helped, and a male clerk from the store, who was quite observant, also came over to assist. They quickly got the bicycle loaded into place. Lin Chuan asked again, I haven't driven since getting my license. I'm a bit nervous about driving for the first time. Do you offer accompanying services? I'm willing to pay for a staff member to come with me. I'm not going far, just to China World Mall. China World Mall was the largest shopping center nearby, far more luxurious than the one they visited yesterday, with countless times more luxury brand stores, perfect for Lin Chuan to show what he was made of. Hearing Lin Chuan's words, the female staff member's eyes lit up, and Qin Bingqing and Su Tsuetsue exchanged a glance. Su Tsuetsue nudged Qin Bingqing's arm and whispered, we were planning to go out anyway, why don't we go to China World Mall too? We could go with him. Su Tsuetsue had evidently taken a bit of interest in this classmate Lin Chuan, and she also wanted to take a ride in that Mercedes-Benz G63. Despite her roommate Qin Bingqing's family owning a 4S dealership, which might suggest frequent access to a G63, she had only ever sat in one at the shop, never actually driven it on the road. After all, Bingqing's family entered the car dealership business relatively late, missing the golden era of 4S shops. They hadn't made much money, and with the current market downturn and spending cuts, things weren't great. The car she drove herself was nowhere near as luxurious. Plus, the dealership's cars couldn't just be taken out for a spin, mileage would depreciate their resale value. Qin Bingqing shot Lin Chuan a thoughtful glance, equally intrigued. We don't offer that service, they all have shifts to work. But I'll be done soon anyway, and I was planning to head to China World Mall for some shopping. Of course, my roommate Tsuetsue will be coming too. That's not a problem, right? Lin Chuan couldn't wait for this opportunity and nodded, of course, the more the merrier. Having another beauty accompany us will make us even more eye-catching. Su Tsuetsue felt secretly delighted when Lin Chuan referred to her as a beauty too. Unfortunately, her appearance score hadn't reached 8 points, so the system didn't even register her approval rating. But Lin Chuan's approach wasn't entirely useless. As the saying goes, to win over a beauty, you must first win over her best friend. A few kind words from the best friend can significantly help boost the approval rating. Qin Bingqing quickly arranged matters and took the passenger seat in the Mercedes-Benz G63, while Su Tsuetsue sat in the back. Qin Bingqing said, don't be nervous, just treat it like practice. If you're not skilled yet, driving slowly is fine. To be honest, as a novice on the road, Lin Chuan was still somewhat nervous. But with a beauty by his side and driving a Mercedes G63, he inexplicably mustered some courage. He didn't pretend to be a show-off by deliberately flaunting his driving skills. Instead, he was careful and steady, driving quite slowly. Only after gaining some familiarity along the way did he gradually pick up speed. A driver behind him got a little annoyed at how slow his car was moving, but upon closer inspection, his temper instantly cooled. That was a Mercedes-Benz G63, one accidental scrape would bankrupt him. After driving for a while, Lin Chuan asked, you're not in a hurry, right? Qin Bingqing replied, no rush, take your time. Lin Chuan suddenly turned onto a riverside path, leaving both Qin Bingqing and Su Tsuetsue momentarily stunned and puzzled. Lin Chuan said, this riverside path also leads to the International Trade Mall, it's just a bit of a detour. The scenery and fresh air along the way are unmatched by the main road. As they spoke, the car turned onto the riverside path. Sure enough, a gentle breeze blew, willow branches swayed along the shore, and catkins danced in the air. The vast river stretched before them, unobstructed, with seagulls and waterfowl playing on its surface. Both Qin Bingqing and Su Tsuetsue instantly felt their moods lift, silently giving Lin Chuan points for this thoughtful little detail. Qin Bingqing, favorability +5. Lin Chuan was taken aback, he hadn't specifically chosen this path for Qin Bingqing. Even if he were alone, he would have taken the same route. Having Qin Bingqing along simply added the joy of sharing the experience with a companion. He hadn't expected this to earn him +5 affection points. Apparently, men shouldn't simp, not just with money, but with actions either. Don't treat dates as about fulfilling a woman's demands and endlessly accommodating her. Instead, treat them as going out to have fun, do whatever seems most enjoyable. As long as basic manners and respect are maintained, that's enough. Of course, looks and capabilities, these hard requirements, are also quite important. Without looks or skills, there might not even be a beginning. Qin Bingqing might never have gotten into your car in the first place. 30 or 40 minutes later, they arrived at the Guamao shopping mall, drove into the underground parking lot, and parked relatively smoothly. After going upstairs, they began strolling around together. Lin Chuan's principle remained the same, when you've just met someone, don't casually give gifts. It's like hanging out with classmates, just focus on having a good time together. At most, he might buy them a cup of bubble tea when getting one for himself. Of course, showing off by spending the simp's money was still necessary, that was the whole purpose of bringing them to the China World Mall. But Lin Chuan wasn't in a hurry. He didn't want to appear too deliberate, and strolling around with beautiful women was rather leisurely and enjoyable in itself. After wandering for a while, a voice suddenly called out from behind, "Bing Chang?" Turning around, they saw a young man and a woman approaching. The young man couldn't hide his delight at seeing Qin Bingqing, but the moment he noticed Lin Chuan beside her, his expression darkened. He clearly lacked subtlety, making no effort to conceal his hostility. Chapter 9 Money is a man's courage. Qin Bingqing smiled at the sight of the man and woman. Xingyao sis, you're out shopping too? However, Lu Xingye's gaze at Lin Chuan was filled with hostility and belligerence, which she naturally noticed as well. She offered Lin Chuan an apologetic smile. Yet Lin Chuan remained perfectly composed, showing not the slightest concern. Instead, he responded with a faint smile, poised, considerate, and steady. Qin Bingqing blinked, thinking to herself how emotionally stable this guy was. Qin Bingqing, favorability +4. Lin Chuan naturally remained composed. After all, he had just met Qin Bingqing. The current him wouldn't impulsively strut like a peacock or nurture inappropriate possessiveness. Getting along with Qin Bingqing was quite pleasant. He could even secretly pocket the simp money to boost favorability points. As for other things, he simply didn't care. Lu Xingyao also noticed her younger brother Lu Xingye's expression and tugged at his sleeve to get his attention. Then he said, "Yeah, just killing some time and strolling around. You guys shopping too? Who's this?" Lu Xingyao glanced at Lin Chuan. This question was clearly asked on behalf of her younger brother. She knew all too well that he had a crush on Qin Bingqing. Qin Bingqing introduced, "This is my university classmate Lin Chuan. He came to buy a car from my family's dealership today. Since he's a new driver still getting the hang of it, we accompanied him on the drive. We were planning to do some shopping anyway, so we came to the International Trade Mall together." Hearing this, Lu Xingye visibly relaxed. Lu Xingyao said, "So that's how it is. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? We were just about to eat, why don't you join us?" Lu Xingye eagerly chimed in, "Yeah, there's a really good Western restaurant upstairs. I mentioned treating you to a meal last time, but you've been too busy recently. This happens to be a perfect opportunity." As he spoke these words, Lu Xingye deliberately shot Lin Chuan a defiant glance, like a male dog marking its territory. Qin Bingqing noticed Lu Xingye's gaze toward Lin Chuan and politely declined, saying, "Thank you, but I came with classmates, it's not very convenient. Maybe next time." In truth, she was quite familiar with Lu Xingye and Lu Xingye. After all, both families ran car dealerships, and their parents frequently interacted, so they had crossed paths many times over the years. But she didn't have much in common with Lu Xingye, and what bothered her even more was how he displayed such intense jealousy and possessiveness when there wasn't even any real relationship between them, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Now, once again coming with Lin Chuan, Lu Xingye harbored such intense hostility toward him that it seemed going to this dinner would require leaving Lin Chuan behind. Even if Lu Xingye reluctantly included Lin Chuan, it might still lead to an unpleasant situation. Lu Xingye was rejected, instantly stiffening with a darkened expression. Lu Xingyao, however, immediately sensed Qin Bingqing's hesitation and said, "What's the big deal? Of course, we should invite Lin Chuan to join us." "Lin Chuan, don't stand on ceremony. If you're Bingqing's classmate, then you're our Xingye's classmate too." Lu Xingyao's tone and approach were clearly far more skillful than Lu Xingye's. It appeared both grand and intimate, drawing Lu Xingye closer to Qin Bingqing while making Lin Chuan seem like an outsider, as if Lu Xingye and Qin Bingqing were part of the same circle. Hearing his sister say this, Lu Xingye realized his earlier behavior had been petty. Suppressing his displeasure, he forced a generous tone, "Indeed, let's eat together. Since you're Bingqing's classmate, you're naturally my classmate too." With both Lu Xingye and Lu Xingye insisting, Qin Bingqing could hardly refuse any longer. She glanced at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan remained casual, "Thanks. Next time, it'll be my treat." He didn't give Lu Xingye's hostility the slightest consideration, remaining utterly composed. Once upstairs at the Western restaurant, Lu Xingye ordered numerous expensive dishes, partly to show off in front of Qin Bingqing, and partly to gain an upper hand over Lin Chuan. Of course he recognized Lin Chuan's Armani suit and had just overheard Qin Bingqing mentioning Lin Chuan's car purchase. But none of this made him think Lin Chuan could possibly compare to himself. Armani was impressive to the poor, but he knew it wasn't that special. Especially the discount items, just 2,000 or 3,000 could get you a full set. As for the car, it was probably just a Mercedes-Benz A-Class worth a little over 100,000. He hoped that after Lin Chuan saw the gap between them, he would feel ashamed, become uneasy, and eventually back down. In fact, he had tried this tactic before with great success. Once, a poor boy at a high-end Western restaurant grew visibly uncomfortable after seeing the prices of each dish on the menu. Then, unable to use the knife and fork properly, he cut the steak into huge, unrefined chunks. He didn't know how to call the waiter for wine, attempted to open and pour it himself, and ended up making a complete fool of himself when he couldn't even manage that. From then on, that pauper seemed to shrink in stature whenever he saw her, consumed by shame, and never again dared to approach Qin Bingqing. Lu Xingye, as he had before, began observing Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan could afford Armani and a car, hardly a pauper, but it soon became apparent that he wasn't a regular at high-end Western restaurants. Though he could manage a knife and fork, he clearly wasn't adept drinking his soup to the last drop and even lifting the bowl to finish it. He also seemed unfamiliar with caviar, watching how Qin Bingqing ate before clumsily imitating her. So Lu Xingye surmised that Lin Xuan's financial resources were indeed rather limited, just as he had suspected. But the problem was, even so, not a trace of awkwardness could be seen on Lin Xuan. He appeared completely unbothered by how expensive the meal was, carrying himself with casual ease as if dining at a roadside stall. This irked Lu Xingye immensely, giving him the frustrating sense of having flaunted his superiority to the wrong audience, like playing the lute to a cow. Little did he know, Lin Xuan's attitude was simply, "I'll eat however I please." Learning table manners was just basic courtesy, and truth be told, this Western cuisine paled in comparison to Chinese fare. Lu Xingye was also observing Lin Xuan for her brother at this moment, but what she saw was completely different from her brother's perspective. Perhaps Lin Xuan truly lacked experience in Western restaurants, but he showed not the slightest trace of nervousness that wasn't feigned. He didn't even blink when seeing caviar priced over 2,000 yuan. Looking at his attire again, it was Armani, and she could tell the whole outfit likely cost over 10,000. What truly astonished her was the half-glimpsed watch beneath his sleeve during meal movements. It appeared to be a Rolex, though she couldn't determine its exact value without getting a clear look. Any Rolex would certainly be quite impressive. It can only be said that Lu Xingye's discernment far surpasses Lu Xingye's. She saw it clearly. Lin Xuan was utterly composed at that moment, not a trace of fear in his heart. Money is a man's courage, and Lin Xuan was now brimming with it. Though the meal was expensive, he could casually afford countless more. In fact, he could even buy the entire restaurant. Even if this meal was on Lu Xingye, there wasn't the slightest need to mind his demeanor. After all, settling the bill was something I could do effortlessly at any time. This is the benefit of not being a simp and pocketing the simp money. Otherwise, you'd have to spend it on women, remain meek and submissive, and struggle to build confidence like before. Lu Xingye couldn't help but ask, "Lin Xuan, what car did you buy from Bingqing family's 4S dealership? My family runs a dealership too. Next time you're interested, you can come to me." Lin Xuan replied, "Just a regular commuter car. I'm not planning on buying another anytime soon." Su Tsuetsue, who was eating beef at the time, nearly spat it out. "A 3.7 million yuan Mercedes-Benz G63? You call that a commuter car?" Hearing the words commuter car, Lu Xingye's lips curled slightly. Lu Xingye, however, remained unconvinced and instead grew even more wary, because Lin Xuan exuded an aura of composure from head to toe. She tugged at Lu Xingye's sleeve, signaling with her eyes for her younger brother to tone down his expression. But Lu Xingye misinterpreted her meaning, thinking she was telling him not to rely on his status to bully others. Chapter 10, If I stay low-key, do you really think you can compare? Lu Xingye misunderstood Lu Xingye's silent cue, failing to realize that she wasn't telling him to avoid throwing his weight around, but rather warning him that the guy opposite them wasn't as simple as he appeared. And this time, his sense of superiority got the better of him. He simply couldn't resist showing off. Still in college, so a commuter car is fine. As for my ride, it's just worth a little over 800,000. Lin Xuan had only meant to stay humble, never expecting Lu Xingye to actually start flaunting. He chose not to engage. Lu Xingye continued, "But ultimately, a real man needs a luxury car to save face. What line of work are you planning after graduation? Why not come to my family's company? I can get you a position. Work hard for a few years, and you might just afford a high-end car." With a strange expression, Lin Xuan replied, "No need for your concern. I plan to start my own business." Su Tsuetsue and Qin Bingqing also looked strange, both feeling awkward for Lu Xingye. After all, the car Lin Xuan drove was the 2025 latest edition Mercedes-Benz G63 worth 3.7 million yuan. However, since Lu Xingye had already boasted, it was too late to remind him now. Pointing it out wouldn't just be a reminder, it would be a slap in his face. Su Tsuetsue leaned closer to Qin Bingqing and whispered, "Bingqing, don't you think Lu Xingye seems uptight and pretentious? Compared to him, I prefer Lin Xuan's relaxed vibe." The goodwill Lin Xuan had earned from complimenting her earlier now came in handy. Of course, what she said was true. Being around Lu Xingye always felt tense, while being with Lin Xuan came naturally. "Don't comment so casually, just eat your steak." Qin Bingqing thought it was inappropriate to make such remarks when someone was treating them to a meal. Lu Xingye wanted to say more, but Lu Xingye interrupted him. "Meals should be enjoyed happily, why talk business? You're still students, you should cherish this time." Then she shot Lu Xingye a meaningful look. Though he still didn't quite grasp his sister's intention, he obediently kept quiet this time. After finishing the Western meal, Lu Xingye called the waiter over to pay the bill. During the process, he glanced at Lin Xuan and couldn't help but purse his lips when he saw that Lin Xuan hadn't even budged from his seat. He generously settled the bill and deliberately repeated the price of 5,888 yuan while speaking to the waiter. Unfortunately, no one seemed to pay any attention to his show-off act. As they walked out of the restaurant, Lin Chuan said, "Xingyao, there's a really nice SPA place upstairs. Would you, Bingchang, and Sui like to give it a try? I also want to check it out, but going alone as a guy feels a bit awkward. How about you all accompany me?" Lu Xingyao was momentarily stunned, realizing Lin Chuan was returning the favor for this meal. The SPA shop upstairs was extremely high-end, using top-tier products like massage creams, facial cleansing gels, and perfumes. Even their cheapest package cost over 1,000, equivalent to this meal he had just treated them to. That SPA shop is quite expensive, this doesn't seem appropriate. Qin Bingqing also realized now that Lin Chuan wanted to return the hospitality. Lin Chuan chuckled, "It's not that expensive, nothing inappropriate about it. It would be worse if you didn't come and I went alone." Qin Bingqing pondered for a moment, then nodded with a smile. "Then we won't stand on ceremony with you. Xingyao, let's go together." Lu Xingyao hesitated for a moment, not actually wanting to cooperate with Lin Chuan, but refusing now would seem rather petty, so she nodded with a smile and said, "Well, thank you then. What about you, wanna come along?" Lin Chuan turned to Lu Xingye and asked, "I won't go. What kind of man gets a SPA treatment anyway?" Lu Xingye scoffed. Lin Chuan had only asked casually, secretly hoping he wouldn't go. Seeing his refusal, he nodded in satisfaction. Lin Chuan took the three women upstairs to the spa, though of course they were separated during their respective massages. It was a high-end establishment where treatments took time, which spelled misery for poor Lu Xingye waiting outside. 2 full hours crawled by, each minute stretching Lu Xingye's patience thinner until agitation buzzed beneath his skin. Recalling Lin Chuan's smile upon hearing he wouldn't be going, it dawned on him, could that guy have planned this on purpose? Lu Xingye burned with frustration yet could do nothing about it. After what felt like ages waiting for them to emerge, while the girls looked radiant was one thing, but even Lin Chuan appeared exceptionally refreshed and even more handsome. By comparison, he himself looked utterly drained. The growing imbalance in Lu Xingye's heart left him stewing in pent-up annoyance with no outlet. Only upon seeing her brother's state did Lu Xingyao realize he'd waited outside instead of getting the spa treatment. With a resigned sigh, she lowered her voice to explain, "Xingye, this was his way of reciprocating. Shows he's not the type to freeload, and his means run deeper than they appear." Lu Xingye scoffed, "Just a spa treatment, can he possibly return the favor?" Lu Xingyao said, "The meal we treated him to cost 5,800, and his share was barely over 1,000. The cheapest package here starts at over 1,000. So he can absolutely return the favor. Besides, the set meal he arranged for us was top tier, not some budget option." He carried himself with such ease and distinction. "Don't be so quick to show off, it'll come across as tasteless. Bingqing isn't someone who's never seen the world, you'll just leave a bad impression." Lu Xingye still listened to his sister more often than not, but he remained unconvinced deep down. Just then, Lin Chuan walked up to the front desk to settle the bill. The receptionist smiled warmly and said respectfully, "Sir, for deluxe premium packages, the back massage uses an exclusive massage cream only available at Guerlain Spas. The scent ceremony features the imperial perfume developed by Guerlain in 1853, facial cleansing employs the Orchidea Imperiale cleansing gel, followed by hydration with the Orchidea Imperiale essence water and intensive serum. Each package is 10,000, totaling 40,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Su Tsuetsui and Qin Bingqing, who were touching their freshly softened skin marveling at the remarkable effects, immediately widened their eyes in disbelief. "How much? 10,000 per person?" Su Tsuetsui exclaimed excitedly, "Oh my god, it's so expensive. 10,000? Isn't this the kind of spa package only celebrities can afford? I never thought one day I could experience it too. No wonder the effect is so amazing. I won't even wash my face or shower when I get home tonight." The treatments celebrities get might be even more expensive, but Su Tsuetsui just wasn't aware of it. Qin Bingqing was also somewhat astonished as she touched her face that felt more delicate than usual. She made up her mind too, no face washing tonight. Qin Bingqing, favorability +3. Lu Xingye was also taken aback. She had initially felt this package seemed quite high-end, but she never imagined it would be the most luxurious package, one she'd never even performed before. Although her family was relatively well off, slightly better off than Qin Bingqing's, they had entered the forest store business quite late and hadn't made big money. A 10,000 yuan spa treatment was simply something she couldn't justify spending on. After all, skincare is a long-term investment. No matter how much money you dump into it at once, the effects are limited. Wash it off with water in a couple of days, and it's money down the drain. Lu Xingye, who had just been inwardly resentful, was now completely stunned. The meal he had treated everyone to, for 5 people combined, had only cost 5,888. The spa Lin Chuan treated them to cost 10,000 per person? This wasn't just returning the favor, it had blown past any reasonable standard by a mile. This completely overturned his understanding. Before this, he had no idea a spa could even cost this much. But what shocked him even more was that Lin Chuan didn't even bat an eye when scanning the QR code to pay 40,000 yuan. It was as casual as paying 10 bucks. At this moment, Lu Xingye instead looked like a country bumpkin. Chapter 11. What does domination mean? After leaving the spa, they went shopping together. Qin Bingqing, Su Tsuetsue, and Lu Xingye were all in high spirits, having just experienced such an exclusive spa treatment with remarkable effects. Lin Chuan felt his skin had improved, and his mood was quite pleasant. A man's skin is pretty important too. When girls say they like clean, sunny boys, they mean handsome ones with fair and flawless skin, not just those who scrub clean in the shower and aren't dirty. The only one unhappy was Lu Xingye. The package Lin Chuan bought completely outshone his own. He wanted to see regret on Lin Chuan's face, but Lin Chuan was totally at ease, as if spending 40 grand was no big deal. Feeling this couldn't go on, Lu Xingye was desperate to reclaim his lost prestige. After browsing for a while, he noticed Qin Bingqing and Su Tsuetsue staring at a bracelet for quite some time, seemingly quite taken with it. His eyes lit up, and he stepped forward to buy it outright. Bingqing, this bracelet is for you. He had expected Qin Bingqing to be delighted, but to his surprise, she looked visibly embarrassed. It wasn't like she was completely immune to material things, that would be impossible. But her family was comfortably well off, and she didn't lack for such a bracelet. She had no relationship with Lu Xingye whatsoever, so accepting a bracelet as a gift wouldn't be appropriate. Seeing the awkward tension, Lu Xingye's face instantly turned crimson. Fortunately, Lu Xingye stepped in to mediate. Bingqing, this is Xingye's heartfelt gesture, you should just accept it. It's not an expensive gift anyway, and considering how close our families are, there's no need to overthink it. Not wanting to embarrass Lu Xingye further, Qin Bingqing finally accepted it. Lu Xingye breathed a sigh of relief. Though there were some hiccups, Qin Bingqing had at least accepted the gift. Glancing at Lin Chuan and noticing he hadn't presented any gifts, Lu Xingye immediately felt he had gained the upper hand again. However, he soon realized the outcome wasn't what he'd imagined. Qin Bingqing was still far more natural and friendly with Lin Chuan, treating him merely with polite courtesy. An imbalance grew in Lu Xingye's heart. Why should this be? After walking around for a while, they arrived at a Hasselblad camera store. Lin Chuan walked in, with Qin Bingqing and Su Tsuetsue following behind. Welcome to Hasselblad camera store, the clerk greeted warmly. Lin Chuan's current attire made it unnecessary for the staff to rely on professional courtesy. Any merchant wanting to do business would instinctively treat him with deference. I'm a beginner. Could you introduce your cameras to me? Lin Chuan didn't pretend to know everything and spoke honestly. The clerk enthusiastically explained, this is the Hasselblad X2D100C, renowned for its exceptional image quality and advanced technical specifications. One of its core highlights is the 100-megapixel back-illuminated medium format sensor, capable of delivering 16-bit color depth and 15 stops of dynamic range, ensuring exquisite image detail and true-to-life color reproduction. How much is it? Lin Chuan asked. The price ranges from 54,900 to 111,299 yuan depending on the configuration, the clerk replied. Lin Chuan, do you have anything better, or which is the best model you have here? The clerk said, the best would undoubtedly be the Hasselblad H6D 400 CMS, with a resolution of up to 400 megapixels, renowned for its exceptional imaging quality and innovative photography technology. However, the price is naturally the highest too, at 380,000 yuan. Lin Chuan nodded with satisfaction. I'll take this one. Lin Chuan then scanned the QR code to pay, completing the transaction in less than 10 minutes. Just like that, this 380,000 yuan camera was purchased. Qin Bingqing and Su Tsuetsue were momentarily stunned by this sight, though having witnessed Lin Chuan casually buying a 3.7 million yuan Mercedes G63 earlier, they already knew he was extraordinary. This time they were only slightly surprised that a camera could cost 380,000 yuan. Lu Xingye, however, was completely stunned. She had previously sensed Lin Chuan's uniqueness, but at this moment realized she had still underestimated him. Lu Xingye stood dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. A 380,000 yuan camera, and Lin Chuan just casually bought it like that? Wasn't this equivalent to holding a Mercedes-Benz E-Class or a BMW 5 Series in your hands? His family was slightly better off than Qin Bingqing's, somewhat wealthy. While 380,000 yuan wasn't completely unaffordable, if he spent that much on a camera, his father would break his legs. His own car was worth just over 800,000 yuan, meaning that person's single camera amounted to half the value of his luxury vehicle. Doesn't that mean the other party's capability is most likely stronger than his own? No wonder he didn't hesitate to spend 40,000 on hosting dinner. It turns out that amount truly means nothing to him? Recalling how he had flaunted superiority earlier, uttering condescending words and even suggesting Lin Chuan come work at his family's 4S dealership after graduation, Lu Xingye couldn't help but blush with embarrassment. At this moment, Lu Xingye couldn't resist asking, Bingqing, what car did Lin Chuan buy from your 4S dealership? Qin Bingqing glanced at Lu Xingye before truthfully replying, the the fully loaded 2025 Mercedes-Benz G63. Lu Xingyao froze for a moment, just as expected. Meanwhile, Lu Xingye was stunned once again. The 2025 fully equipped Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG had an on-road price of around 3.7 million yuan. What the hell kind of daily driver is that? At this moment, Lu Xingye grew even more embarrassed, wishing he could crawl into a hole. He also realized he'd been completely outclassed. While mortified, he secretly seethed with resentment, convinced that Lin Chuan had done this deliberately to humiliate him. But the matter didn't end there. Lin Chuan immediately turned and entered the Patek Philippe watch store. Lu Xingye's pupils constricted. Could this Lin Chuan really afford a Patek Philippe watch after just spending 400,000? Good afternoon, welcome to Patek Philippe, the clerk greeted politely as Lin Chuan entered. However, when inquiring about styles, he was told everything required advance orders. Lin Chuan flashed his Rolex watch worth over 500,000, and the clerk's smile became slightly less professional, though only a tad more enthusiastic. After all, a Rolex hardly compares to a Patek Philippe. Lu Xingyao took a clear look at the watch on Lin Chuan's wrist and thought, sure enough, it really was a Rolex, and a $500,000 yuan one at that. Lu Xingye, meanwhile, felt his pupils contract slightly, stunned once again. After some back and forth with the clerk, Lin Chuan finally got them to bring out an in-stock Patek Philippe rose gold timepiece, with a staggering price tag of 2,058,000 yuan. Once Lin Chuan verified that the price was correct and the watch was genuine, he decided to take it without hesitation. Paying the full 2,058,000 yuan was as casual to him as spending 200 yuan. He took off the Rolex from his wrist, slipped it into his pocket, and then put on the Patek Philippe watch, instantly radiating even more imposing extravagance. Both Qin Bingcheng and Su Tsuetsue were utterly stunned. This was even more astonishing than spending over 3 million on a car. As the saying goes, rich people are more willing to splurge on cars, but luxury watches require even greater disposable wealth. The poor dabble in cars, the wealthy play with watches, a truth as old as time. Lu Xingye was even more dumbfounded. It seemed now that Lin Chuan was not just extraordinary but downright unfathomable. As for Lu Xingye, he was completely petrified. The scene before him shattered his heart, mercilessly trampling his former sense of superiority into the ground and grinding it to dust. Chapter 12: A complete and utter loss. If the 380,000 yuan Hasselblad camera and the 3.7 million yuan Mercedes-Benz G63 were already beyond Lu Xingye's purchasing power, then the 500,000 yuan Rolex and the 2 million yuan Patek Philippe were simply on a whole different level he couldn't even begin to comprehend. Lu Xingye stood there completely speechless, his face turning ashen with distress. Seeing her brother's expression, Lu Xingye sighed helplessly, at a complete loss for how to comfort him. Su Tsuetsue couldn't help exclaiming, oh my god, he bought a 2 million yuan Patek Philippe as casually as I'd buy a roadside bracelet. Just how rich is he? The gap between people is truly unbelievable. Qin Bingqing replied, I was shocked too. My father knows some wealthy people, but even they have to think carefully before buying watches worth millions. I've never seen someone make such a purchase so casually before. Su Tsuetsue winked mischievously, handsome and loaded, you should snap him up fast. Having a boyfriend like that would make you the envy of everyone when you go out. Lin Chuan once again benefited from Su Tsuetsue's praise. Qin Bingqing rolled her eyes, you're always teasing me. If that's what you think, why don't you go try winning him over yourself? Su Tsuetsue sighed helplessly, I wish I could, but with my rather plain looks, I don't stand a chance. I know my limits, but if you succeeded, I'd bask in your glory too. Whenever we go out together in the future, I could hold my head high. Qin Bingqing said, we've only just met him, stop talking nonsense. If someone overhears, how embarrassing would that be? That's what she said, but Qin Bingqing was genuinely feeling a flutter in her heart. He was her age, tall and handsome, young and wealthy, with a calm and composed personality. Moreover, unlike Lu Xingye who enjoys showing off, he remains so composed and unruffled. Like a young noble from a wealthy family, such spending is simply part of his everyday life. Qin Bingqing, favorability +7. Of course, she had no idea that Lin Chuan was not only far from being a wealthy nobleman, but could even be called nothing more than a nouveau riche. However, Lin Chuan's mindset was completely different from that of a nouveau riche. His current spending was actually converting the simp money into personal assets. In other words, he was making a profit. With such a mindset, there was naturally no air of nouveau riche, only ease and relaxation, as casual as a wealthy young gentleman. Lin Chuan then bought some expensive clothes and bags, but found that Qin Bingqing's favorability rating wasn't increasing. So he decided to leave. It was time to switch targets. As the saying goes, put the difficult problems aside for now and tackle the easier ones first, that's the safe approach. Besides, when it comes to dating, sometimes you have to know when to walk away while the atmosphere is still good. With that, Lin Chuan promptly took his leave. Unexpectedly, without Lin Chuan as her shield, Qin Bingqing seemed even more reluctant to stay with Lu Xingye and immediately announced her departure as well, heading downstairs with Lin Chuan. Lu Xingye waited until they had left before turning to look at the sullen Lu Xingye. You're far too impatient. The moment you thought they weren't up to scratch, you wanted to put them down. I was giving you signals non-stop. Why couldn't you see them? From the very beginning, I could tell he wasn't as simple as he seemed. And yet when you saw his skills, you just sulked. How can you expect to win Qin Bingqing's respect with that kind of attitude? Lu Xingye was indignant. It's not that I couldn't hold my temper, it's just that the guy had more money. That's all there was to it. I gave Bingqing gifts worth thousands, and he didn't give her anything. And yet, Qin Bingqing still treated him better. I can only say Qin Bingqing is quite the gold digger. Maybe I overestimated her. Lu Xingye shook her head. She took a delicate gift box from her bag and opened it. Inside was a necklace, worth perhaps thousands, no less valuable than the bracelet he'd given. Lu Xingye sighed and said, Bingqing gave it to me just now. Probably didn't want to owe you, but also didn't want to give anything back in person and give you the wrong idea. So she made your gift into a thank you for me. Lu Xingye froze for a moment, opening his mouth but unable to find words. Yet this outcome was clearly not what he'd hoped for. Lu Xingye said, when giving gifts to girls, I categorize it simply into two types. One is when both parties already have mutual affection, gifts express love and deepen feelings. The other is when there's no prior connection, relying purely on gifts and money to impress. Between you and Bingqing, you obviously don't fall into the first category. She didn't even want to accept it at the time, just felt awkward. And as for the second approach, is this little gift enough? Maybe for some impoverished gold digger who's never seen the world. But even if the Bing family isn't quite as well off as ours, the gap isn't that wide. A gift worth mere thousands wouldn't impress her. Her monthly allowance alone exceeds that amount. Her father gifts her birthday presents starting at tens of thousands. So your gift-giving can't even compare to Lin Xuan not giving gifts but showcasing his formidable strengths. Just seeing his capabilities is enough to make a girl's heart flutter, because she can imagine the substantial material foundation she'd have by being with him. To say Bingqing is materialistic, does this world have anyone who not caring about material things at all? I know Bingqing, and she's actually quite decent. If you don't meet her standards, she simply won't see you as a potential partner. But she won't look down on you for it. She just wants to find a strong man, or rather, a prince-like man. Handsome and wealthy are both must-haves. It's not just about material strength, you also need mental fortitude. Revealing your needs too early only makes you appear weak. When she's around you, it'll just be awkward. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan is composed and calm. In Bingqing's eyes, he might even be someone she admires. Lu Xingye felt his sister made some valid points, but he refused to admit it. Later, hearing Lin Xuan only irritated him further. He had no patience left to listen. Meanwhile, Qin Bingqing said apologetically as she walked downstairs, sorry, I didn't expect to run into Lu Xingye here, nor that he'd hold such a grudge against you, and I feel bad you had to pay for the spa treatment. Lin Xuan suddenly looked enlightened. Grudge? So that's why. He kept staring at me, I thought he was gay or something. Qin Bingqing and Su Tsuetsue were momentarily stunned by this ridiculous remark, then burst out laughing. Lin Xuan clearly didn't take Lu Xingye seriously at all, even diffusing the tension with a joke. This kind of generosity and free-spiritedness made him all the more likable, handsome, wealthy, and with a great personality to boot. Qin Bingqing, affection +2. As the elevator approached the first floor, Lin Xuan said, where are you headed? Let me give you a ride. Qin Bingqing smiled and said, didn't you have something to attend to? You go ahead with your work. We can just take a taxi back to school. Oh, by the way, there's a car exhibition in a couple of days featuring many luxury cars, including limited editions. Our family's 4S store will also be participating. Would you be interested in going? If so, I can reserve a ticket for you. Lin Xuan's interest was instantly piqued. Of course, I'm interested. I'd appreciate it if you could save me a ticket. Sure, Qin Bingqing agreed promptly. A moment later, the ride-hailing car arrived. Qin Bingqing and Su Tsuetsue got into the car, and only then did Lin Xuan return to the parking garage to drive his own vehicle. He didn't return to school, but went to find his next target. Chapter 13, Who does he think he is to cut in line? Lin Xuan's next target was Ling Wusa, the campus belle of the dance department at the College of Arts. Being the campus belle had its perks, status updates would frequently appear on the school forum. Zhanghai University had a particularly gossipy bunch of students. Through the school forum, Lin Xuan learned that Ling Wusa had gone to the beach today. Zhanghai University is located in a coastal city, just a few kilometers from the sea. Lin Xuan drove and arrived quickly. After parking the car, he strolled along the scenic seaside, his gaze sweeping across the beach as he leisurely searched. His mood was completely relaxed. Finding Ling Wusa would be nice, but if not, he could just enjoy himself by the sea. But the department belle stood out too conspicuously even in a crowd. It didn't take him long to spot her at a glance. Ling Wusa was lying on the beach sunbathing with a few other girls. The sunlight today wasn't too intense, gentle and warm. In her swimsuit, the curves of her figure could only be described as flawless. If Yimei was enchantingly alluring, and Qin Bingqing was radiantly beautiful, then Ling Wusa was nothing short of dashing, a true sporty beauty. She wasn't the frail, delicate type. In fact, she even had a hint of toned abs, with sculpted shoulders creating a perfect right angle. Her physique was nothing less than exquisitely proportionate. Ling Wusa. There were several other girls around her with decent figures, but in her presence, they instantly became mere green leaves. Not far away, a group of boys kept glancing in Ling Wusa's direction, yet not a single one dared to approach and strike up a conversation. Wang Chenyang sighed and said, I noticed her great figure when I saw Ling Wusa dancing before, but seeing her in a swimsuit made me realize it's not just good, it's extraordinary. Turns out she's not only slim but also quite voluptuous. Lu Junhui added, exactly. Plus, she's stunningly beautiful and effortlessly cool. Rumor has it even quite a few girls have a crush on her. Zhang Yuan said, actually, my favorite type is slightly chubby, but I have to admit she's really charming this way too. Wang Chenyang said, we'll be riding jet skis in pairs later. Do you think I should invite her to ride with me? If I do you think she'd say yes? Lu Junhui scoffed, as if you'd dare. Zhang Yuan said, if you actually do it, I'll treat you to a feast. What's there to be afraid of? Fortune favors the bold. Wang Chenyang took a deep breath and mustered his courage to head that way. But halfway there, he abruptly turned a corner, as if just out for a casual stroll, then slunk back in defeat. Lu Junhui and Zhang Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. However, after mocking the situation, Zhang Yuan also gave a self-deprecating chuckle, because truth be told, he didn't dare either. He was just as timid. Another girl might not have been so timid, but Ling Wusa's aura truly was overwhelming. Lu Junhui, meanwhile, was thoroughly enjoying the chance to mock, since he had a girlfriend, the fair-skinned one standing to Ling Wusa's left, not that he'd dare entertain any thoughts about Ling Wusa. At that moment, a young man wearing swim trunks with an American crew cut walked straight up to Ling Wusa and said naturally, hello, Ling Wusa, I'm also a student at Zhanghai University. I came here alone to play but I'm not very good at jet skiing. I heard you're quite skilled, could you teach me later? Wang Chenyang, Lu Junhui, and Zhang Yuan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What the hell? Who do you think you are? Even though we know how to ride jet skis, we wouldn't dare ask her to teach us. How dare you, a complete novice, ask Ling Wusa for lessons? Wang Chenyang and Zhang Yuan immediately tensed up, terrified that Ling Wusa might agree. It didn't matter that they couldn't ride the same speedboat as Ling Wusa as long as Ling Wusa was sharing a boat with the girls. But if Ling Wusa ended up riding with another guy, they'd rather die than endure that. Wang Chenyang, wait, he kinda looks familiar. Zhang Yuan remarked, didn't he say he also attends our Zhanghai University? Maybe we've seen him around campus, but how shameless of him to ask Ling Wusa to teach him. Though given Ling Wusa's personality, she'd definitely refuse. Even so, they still feared. After all, that guy was quite handsome, what if Ling Wusa said yes? Fortunately, their worries didn't materialize. Ling Wusa glanced at Lin Xuan and replied with a smile, there's a coach, just let them teach you. Besides, many people are riding jet skis today, you'd need to book in advance. We've been waiting in line for a while and still haven't gotten our turn. You'd have to go and reserve first. A few nearby girls glanced at Lin Xuan, whispering and giggling among themselves. It wasn't every day that a guy had the courage to approach Ling Wusa like this. Right then, a system notification chimed in Lin Xuan's mind. Ling Wusa, favorability +5. Name, Ling Wusa. Age, 21. Appearance score, 8.4. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Favorability toward current host identity, 0.5. Favorability toward host Lin Xuan identity, -25. Note, when she learns your true identity, these two favorability scores will merge. Lin Xuan froze, what kind of situation was this? After pondering for a couple of seconds, it finally dawned on him. Ling Wusa must have heard the rumors about him being a simp, which is why her favorability toward his Lin Xuan identity had plummeted to a pitiful -25. However, it was clear she didn't recognize him now, treating him merely as an unfamiliar classmate. Thus, the favorability had split into two separate values. Only when she discovered his true identity would the two ratings merge. Lin Xuan didn't mind, as long as it increased her favorability, that was enough. The rise in favorability also indicated that although she had politely declined, she wasn't actually adverse to this encounter. Lin Xuan asked, do we need a reservation? The staff seem pretty easygoing, maybe if we talk to them, we could get priority. Seeing Lin Xuan's confident demeanor, Ling Wusa couldn't help but show interest. If you can get us priority, then I'll teach you, she said. Deal. Lin Xuan nodded and headed toward the jet ski rental area. But instead of talking to the owner by the shore, he walked straight into a jet ski shop. As soon as Lin Xuan left, the girls started whispering among themselves. That guy is so handsome, and really bold too. Totally. I noticed Wang Chenyang and Zhang Yuan wanted to ride with Wu Sa on the jet ski for ages, but they hesitated and couldn't bring themselves to ask. Wang Chenyang even walked over once but went back looking embarrassed. We had to pretend not to notice to save him the awkwardness. He looks kind of familiar. Do any of you know him? I also feel like I've seen him before, but can't recall where. Probably someone from our school must have met somewhere. Not long after, Lin Chuan appeared by the shore, waving toward them and shouting, "The boss really is nice." After just a short talk, he let us skip the line. Ling Wusa and the others froze in disbelief. That couldn't be possible, could it? Fueled by curiosity, they ran over. Wang Chenyang, Lu Junhui, and Zhang Yuan weren't convinced either, tagging along behind them. Then they saw a staff member hand Lin Chuan a brand new jet ski, saying respectfully, "Boss, here's your jet ski. Feel free to come find me if you have any problems." Ling Wusa and the others were stunned as they looked at this jet ski. Not only did he get priority, but this one was way too good. It wasn't just new, it was luxurious. Compared to other jet skis, it was like the difference between an ordinary commuter car and a luxury vehicle. Ling Wusa even recognized it. This was a GTX 300, starting at 216,800 yuan. These weren't usually rented to tourists because they were too expensive, it just wasn't cost-effective. Chapter 14, The Rich Get to Enjoy the World First. Ling Wusa looked at Lin Chuan in surprise and asked, "From what I know, they usually don't rent out GTX 300s around here. This one is brand new. How did you convince the boss to give you this one?" Lin Chuan smiled and said, "Never mind how, but I did it. So, as promised, will you teach me now?" Ling Wusa nodded briskly. "Sure, I keep my word. But aren't you afraid of being laughed at for being taught by a girl?" Lin Chuan said, "Will I lose a piece of flesh if others laugh at me? Besides, women also have areas where they excel over men. Is it really shameful to learn humbly from a woman?" Ling Wusa smiled slightly, like 100 flowers blooming. Ling Wusa, favorability +5. Ling Wusa promptly got on the jet ski and tilted her chin at Lin Chuan. "Hop on. I'll take you for a couple of laps first. Once you're a bit more familiar with how it works, you can ride in front." Lin Chuan unceremoniously took his seat and naturally wrapped his arm around Ling Wusa's waist. Of course, he remained proper, simply holding her without any wandering hands. Ling Wusa tensed slightly when his arm encircled her waist, but seeing that Lin Chuan didn't make any improper moves, she chose not to comment. She started the jet ski, zooming off with a whoosh. Her skills were evidently excellent as she cut across the water, leaving a trail of spray in their wake. Wang Chenyang and Zhang Yuan's eyes were practically turning red at the sight. Not only did Ling Wusa actually teach him, but the shameless guy even had the audacity to wrap his arm around her waist, and Ling Wusa didn't say a word, letting him keep it there. Regret and fury gnawed at them. Had they known, they would have stepped up and struck a conversation. After all, they were in the same department as Ling Wusa. Maybe if they had, it would be their arm around her waist right now. They couldn't stand it. The frustration was eating them alive. What they couldn't understand was why this guy could cut in line. Just as they were about to ask, another tourist questioned the staff, "Aren't we next in line? How come someone's cutting ahead of us? That luxury jet ski he's got, we want one like that too." The staff member calmly explained, "He's not cutting in line. That jet ski isn't rented, it's his own purchase." The protesting tourist's eyes widened instantly, his anger vanishing like mist. Damn, if it's his personal property, the guy can ride however he pleases. No way, you can actually buy a jet ski just by coming here? Holy crap, how rich must someone be? Wang Chenyang, Zhang Yuan, Lu Junhui, and the others immediately widened their eyes upon hearing this. Damn, buying one? As far as they knew, a jet ski costs at least tens of thousands, if not 100 grand. Come here for a fun trip and end up buying a jet ski? They couldn't resist pulling out their phones to search online. When they saw the price of this particular brand and model, their confusion only deepened. Not 100,000, but over 210,000. Holy shit, so he's actually loaded. I thought brave people get to enjoy the world first, turns out it's rich people who enjoy the world first, Wang Chenyang said bitterly, suddenly feeling a pang of resentment toward the wealthy. Zhang Yuan also felt a mix of envy and resentment. I wondered how he could just cut in line, it didn't make sense. Who would have thought he'd just buy an entire car, and almost the most expensive one at that? That's just downright arrogant. Does money really make you that untouchable? The girls were also thrilled beyond words. Holy crap. Buying a jet ski outright is just dripping with riches. If we get closer with him, we could probably ride it whenever we come here without waiting. And it's the top luxury model, way better than those rental pieces. Who is this guy? I've never heard of him before. By now, Ling Wusa had already taken Lin Chuan for 2 laps across the sea. To be honest, holding onto a beauty's waist while racing across the waves with the ocean wind in his face, this feeling was truly exhilarating. And what's more, this jet ski would still be his after they were done playing with it. He sighed again, thinking that embezzling the simp money was indeed the right path. Whether simping would eventually lead to having it all, he didn't know, but embezzling simp money would grant him everything he wanted immediately. Ling Wusa taught Lin Chuan the methods and techniques of riding a jet ski while steering, and once he had a decent grasp, she let him sit in front while she took the seat behind. Lin Xuan tried it out and found it wasn't too difficult as long as he didn't go too fast. Having a motorcycle background certainly helped. After getting comfortable with a couple of laps, he started picking up speed. After all, a jet ski naturally feels more exhilarating when ridden faster. Ling Wusa asked, "How long did you rent this jet ski for? Can you extend the rental time? That way you can enjoy it more. My classmates are still waiting, we can't just hog all the fun for ourselves." Lin Xuan said, "Rented for a long time, you could say permanently." Permanently? Ling Wusa was momentarily stunned before realizing, "You bought this jet ski?" It suddenly clicked for her. No wonder he got priority, no wonder he could rent a brand new GTX 300, he bought it. Who just straight up buys a jet ski for a beach trip? What kind of person does that? Ling Wusa shot Lin Xuan a glare. "So this is what you call an easygoing boss? Of course they'd be nice when you're buying a luxury speedboat. You totally fooled me, making me think you had some special way to get priority treatment. If it's your boat, then play as long as you want. Can my roommate have a go later?" Lin Xuan replied, "Of course. Aren't your friends also my friends? After we're done, they can play however they like." Ling Wusa, favorability plus 10. Handsome, wealthy, carefree, easygoing and approachable, rich but without any vulgar nouveau shares, more like an elegant young master from an affluent family. This was Ling Wusa's current impression of Lin Xuan. Then the two of them took turns riding it, having an absolute blast. Ling Wusa had always rented jet skis before, having to return them after a short while. This was the first time she could enjoy herself so thoroughly. They played for a solid hour before letting Ling Wusa's female classmates have a go. The girls even cancelled their previously booked jet ski rentals. After all, rental units couldn't compare to this luxurious watercraft. Of course, the girls rode more cautiously. Though they had their fun, they didn't dare bump or scratch it. A jet ski worth over 210,000 yuan was something they couldn't afford to damage. Fortunately, being on the open sea made collisions less likely. After the girls had enjoyed their share, Lin Xuan generously passed the jet ski to a few male classmates, Wang Chenyang, Zhang Yuan, and Lu Junhui, who didn't hesitate to take advantage of the free ride. Why pass up such an opportunity? Just as they were having the time of their lives, they spotted Lin Xuan and Ling Wusa lying side by side on the beach, sunbathing with chilled fruit juice in hand, chatting and laughing. Wang Chenyang and Zhang Yuan suddenly felt their luxurious motorboat wasn't all that exciting anymore. Had this guy deliberately used the motorboat to ditch them? But to ditch them with a motorboat worth over 200,000, what else could they even say? Chapter 15, Is a rich person's sincerity the ultimate move? After playing for a while longer, the girls grew tired and returned to the beach to lie down and soak up the sun. They were all curious about Lin Xuan, stealing glances at him while chatting. The boys weren't tired yet, but not wanting the girls to crowd around Lin Xuan, they stopped playing and returned to the beach as well. "Which department are you from? You seem familiar, but I can't quite place you," Li Yue asked. Ling Wusa looked at Lin Xuan with some curiosity. She had thought he looked vaguely familiar before, but never asked about it. "My name is Lin Xuan, from the automation department," Lin Xuan answered truthfully. "If I look familiar, perhaps we've met somewhere before." The group paused for a moment. His name sounded strangely familiar too. Just then, Wang Chenyang suddenly exclaimed, "Lin Xuan? That love-struck fool who chased after Zhang Yan, the Department Bell of Information Management, for 3 whole years?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wang Chenyang realized it was inappropriate to speak that way in front of others. Though he was extremely irritated seeing Lin Xuan riding the same jet ski as Ling Wusa with his arms wrapped around her waist, Lin Xuan hadn't actually done anything malicious to him. Moreover, Lin had just let him ride the 200,000 yuan jet ski for a while. The others immediately understood everything upon hearing Wang Chenyang's remark. So it's him. No wonder he looked familiar. No wonder he looked familiar yet hard to place. After all, his current appearance was worlds apart from the loser image described in rumors. Even now that he recognized him, it was still difficult to reconcile the two identities. Ling Wusa, favorability fusion-2510. Lin Xuan's heart leaped with joy. The favorability had finally fused. By his calculation, that was a full 35-point increase in favorability. But looking at the current favorability level, I can't help feeling a bit shortchanged. Originally, when she treated me as a stranger, the favorability had already risen to 20 points. After merging, it dropped to 10, proving that my former simp identity did deduct points. Still, not bad overall, Lin Xuan thought. A total increase of 35 favorability points, more than Zhang Yan, Yi Meixing, or Qin Bingqing. Guess starting from rock bottom has its advantages. Seeing that everyone still seemed doubtful about his identity, Lin Xuan readily admitted, "That's right, I'm that very Lin Xuan you've all heard about, the infamous simp." No matter how embarrassing his past identity might be, it was still part of who he was, something he couldn't escape. Rather than conceal it, he might as well own up to it unpretentiously. Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment. They had assumed Lin Chuan wouldn't dare to admit it and would try to argue or embellish the facts, especially since he had just established his billionaire persona. No one expected him to confess so readily. Li Yue asked curiously, "You're really different from the rumors. Are you still pursuing Zhang Yan?" As for how Lin Chuan went from being a penniless loser to a wealthy man now, that was something too awkward to ask outright. Lin Chuan shook his head and said, "That's all in the past now, no use dwelling on it. I came to the beach to clear my mind, thought about riding a jet ski but didn't know how. Then I spotted Ling Wusa here and remembered the forums raving about her jet ski skills, so I came to ask for advice." She neither lamented her own tragic past, nor did she attack Zhang Yan, nor did she show off anything for the sake of saving face. Just a passing mention, lightly brushing over the past. She also explained the situation today. It wasn't about finding someone new to chat with after a breakup, but just wanting to relax and learn jet skiing, which was why she'd approached Ling Wusa. A flash of admiration crossed Ling Wusa's eyes. Ling Wusa, favorability +5. Li Yue laughed heartily. "Someone you chased for 3 years and still couldn't get over should have been let go long ago. I think Lin Chuan is not only handsome but also wealthy. He definitely won't lack girlfriends in the future." The other girls quickly agreed, showering him with praise without hesitation. Partly because they genuinely thought so, and partly because they had just enjoyed a free ride on Lin Chuan's jet ski. After all, courtesy calls for reciprocity. Wang Chenyang, Zhang Yuan, and Lu Junhui were somewhat taken aback. Instead of losing points after admitting his identity, Lin Chuan somehow became even more popular among the girls. Is sincerity really the ultimate weapon? Or perhaps it's only the sincerity of the wealthy that truly counts? Lin Chuan smoothly changed the subject. "Let's not ruin the mood with such talk. Do you have any fun activities to recommend?" Ling Wusa replied, "We originally wanted to rent a sailboat, but the prices are outrageous, 2 to 3,000 an hour. And you have to book in advance because they're always fully booked. The world is full of wealthy people driving up the prices." Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. "Sailing sounds fantastic. That boat rental guy seems really easygoing too. I'll go ask if he can give us priority." With that, he walked toward the sailboats. The group suddenly felt this scene seemed oddly familiar, as if they'd just witnessed it moments ago. Li Yue gasped, "Wait, the sailboats are all reserved. Nobody gets priority. Don't tell me he's planning to buy one again? There's literally a sailboat dealership right on this beach. If you've got the money, you can actually buy one on the spot." Ling Wusa said, "This sailboat shop is quite famous. They even have imported sailboats. But the price of sailboats can't even be compared to motorboats. Unless it's that single-person mini sailboat, larger ones easily cost hundreds of thousands. And he just barely learned to operate a motorboat. There's no way he could handle that single-person mini sailboat. Do you really think it's reasonable for someone to buy a sailboat worth hundreds of thousands just for vacation?" Li Yue replied, "It's not reasonable, but buying a motorboat worth over 200,000 for vacation isn't reasonable either." They all thought buying a sailboat just for fun was utterly absurd, but since Lin Chuan had recently done something similarly outrageous, they genuinely worried he might pull such a stunt again. Feeling uneasy, they hurried to the sailboat shop. The moment they arrived, they overheard the owner explaining to Lin Chuan, "This Hansa 458 was reserved by a client who paid a deposit. It was shipped from abroad, installed, and fully configured, but he suddenly cancelled due to business troubles. It's practically brand new, never sailed. All the documentation is available for review. If you're interested, it's yours for 2 million. The original buyer's deposit can partially offset the tax, so you'd only need to pay 30%. Lin Chuan said, "Looks good. Let's check the paperwork first. If everything's in order, we'll take this one." Everyone's jaws practically hit the floor hearing this. He was seriously planning to buy a sailboat. And not just one worth a few $100,000, but 2 million. Plus, imported boats carry tariffs, along with VAT and consumption tax, pushing taxes as high as 37%. Even if the dealer knocked it down to 30%, that's still 600 grand. All told, it adds up to 2.6 million. Seriously, when normal people come to the beach for fun, who doesn't just rent a sailboat? Even if you insist on buying, couldn't you get a smaller, cheaper one? You actually bought a massive 14.4 meter long, 4.38 meter wide sailing yacht, and a luxurious Hansa brand one at that. Ling Wusa said, "No, we were just talking. There's no need to buy such an expensive sailboat just for a bit of fun." Lin Chuan replied, "It's not just for a one-time thing. We can use it often in the future. Owning one is better than renting. I've heard about this model before, it's quite good. If we ordered a new one, we'd have to wait months." After finishing his words, Lin Chuan checked the paperwork. The boat was indeed nearly new and came with all the proper documentation, so he proceeded with the payment. He paid over 2 million as casually as buying a bottle of mineral water. Ling Wusa, Li Yue, Wang Chenyang, Zhang Yuan, Lu Junhui, and others were utterly stunned. Since when did the wealthy spend money like this? Chapter 16, Stable Emotions, Ready to Talk. After Lin Chuan made the payment, the transfer was completed swiftly. The Hans 458, worth 2 million, was now his. Get on board. What are you all standing there for? Lin Chuan stood on the deck, waving at Ling Wusa and the others. Ling Wusa and the group were still in a daze, stepping onto the deck as if in a dream. Before them lay the luxurious Hans 458, resembling a yacht straight out of a movie. They had fantasized countless times about someday riding such a magnificent yacht, and now, suddenly, their dream had come true. Ling Wusa examined the ship with sparkling eyes. She loved sports, including all kinds of outdoor activities, so she adored off-road vehicles, yachts, cruise ships, sailboats, and more. As for this kind of sailboat capable of circumnavigating the globe, she simply couldn't resist it. Classmate Ling Wusa, do you know how to sail a monohull? After everyone boarded, Lin Chuan scratched his head hesitantly. The Hans 458 was a monohull sailboat, somewhat comparable to an off-road vehicle, more challenging to operate and far more extreme. Most skilled sailors preferred monohulls. The earliest sailboats were single-hulled, catamarans came later, designed by architects for better handling and comfort. So when faced with this single-hulled sailboat, Lin Chuan had a problem. He only knew the basics and had never actually sailed one before. Ling Wusa, who had been admiring the sailboat, couldn't help rolling her eyes at this. You bought it without even knowing how to sail? I don't know how now, Lin Chuan replied, but isn't that what you're here for? Besides, it's just a matter of learning. I'll pick it up eventually. Ling Wusa felt both eager and hesitant. I've sailed single-handed dinghies before, but just small ones, never anything of this size. And technically speaking, you need a license for this. Lin Chuan replied, the principle's the same, isn't it? At worst, we'll just sail slower. The wind isn't strong today, no need to be so nervous. As for licenses, no one's going to check if we're just playing around by the shore. Unable to resist any longer, Ling Wusa began to take the helm. First, he used the motor to reach more open waters, then adjusted the course to sail into the wind before raising the mainsail and the jib. Lin Chuan helped throughout the process, both to ease Ling Wusa's nerves and to learn the ropes himself. It turned out the operation wasn't actually difficult, mostly electric-powered, with even the sail raising being almost fully automated. Once the sails were up, the wind caught them, and the entire ship began sailing downwind without consuming a single drop of fuel or watt of electricity. Li Yue, Wang Chenyang, Zhang Yuan, Lu Junhui, and the others couldn't help but cheer with excitement. Lin Chuan laughed and said, impressive, as expected of the gorgeous Ling. Ling Wusa shot Lin Chuan a glare and said, your flattery sounds rather insincere. Thanks for helping out, though. By now, she had let go of the weight in her heart, though her hands still gripped the ship's wool tightly, not daring to relax too much. Naturally, besides the tension, there was mostly excitement. Operating a Hans 458 out to sea, it was like watching a dream come to life. Out of the corner of her eye, Ling Wusa glanced at Lin Chuan, who was leaning casually against the railing, utterly carefree and unrestrained. The breeze tousled his hair, revealing his handsome features. His own ship handed the helm to him without contention. At the same time, standing quietly by his side, putting his mind at ease. Ling Wusa, favorability +5. Ling Wusa, inexperienced in steering, dared not sail too far on her maiden voyage. After cruising a while with the wind, she began turning around only to face a problem. Turning meant sailing against the wind. Many people aren't aware that sailboats can actually sail into the wind, not directly head-on, of course, but at an angle of about 40 degrees. So if you want to turn back, you need to zigzag. The difficulty level naturally increases significantly, and Ling Wusa grew tense the moment she tried to turn the boat around. Her nervousness led to mistakes, and just as a strong gust of wind hit, she became completely flustered. She loved outdoor activities and was far more skilled than most women. In fact, many men couldn't match her either. But it's only natural for girls to be a bit more timid by nature. Getting flustered during their first attempt is completely understandable. Actually, this was exactly the kind of situation where you really needed someone experienced by your side. Li Yue, Wang Chenyang, Zhang Yuan, and Lu Junhui grew extremely tense as they saw the ship begin to tilt, and even started shouting misguided orders in panic. Lin Chuan still leaned lazily against the railing, utterly unfazed as he said, no need to panic. Single-masted sailboats can actually tilt quite a bit, and we're close enough to the shore that even if we capsize, people on the beach would spot us and send help. Honestly, we could even swim to shore ourselves if we had to. It's really no big deal. Everyone fell silent at these words. Were we really worried about safety? At this speed, even if we capsized, nothing serious would happen. We could easily swim back to shore from such a short distance. But the real issue was, this was a brand new luxury yacht worth 2.6 million. If it flipped, just imagine the financial loss. Even though it wasn't our boat, we were already heartbroken over the thought. But this was Lin Chuan's own yacht. How could he remain so utterly unfazed? Yet Lin Chuan truly wasn't worried. Over the past 2 days, his mindset had undergone a fundamental transformation. He deeply realized that composed men are the most attractive. Of course, there's a prerequisite: having enough leverage. As long as the favorability meter fills up enough, the next round of Simp funding will unlock. Judging by the pattern, the next amount might be 100 million, so losing a mere 2 million isn't really a big deal. Listening to Lin Chuan's calm and collected voice, Ling Wusa did feel considerably steadier. After a series of maneuvers, he finally managed to stabilize the boat. Li Yue, Wang Chenyang, Zhang Yuan, Lu Junhui, and the others could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Take a rest, I'll handle it. Lin Chuan noticed Ling Wusa had calmed down but still seemed somewhat shaken. But didn't you say you couldn't? Ling Wusa asked. I've basically learned by watching you operate it just now. Lin Chuan smiled and took the helm. Then Ling Wusa realized he truly had learned. Actually, steering wasn't particularly difficult in these conditions without rough winds or waves. Lin Chuan already had experience riding motorcycles and driving cars, so his operational skills were quite good to begin with. After completing the first task and adding a few attribute points, both his mental and physical abilities improved. Though it wasn't noticeable in daily life, his handling became even more effortless. On top of that, his calm mindset and complete lack of nervousness made it natural for him to pick things up quickly. Color me impressed, Lin Chuan. Ling Wusa teased him back just as he had earlier teased her, though she genuinely admired his learning ability. Is it true that men have a natural advantage in this area? I'm considered quite skilled among women, yet I still can't compare. And his emotional stability is remarkable. When we nearly capsized earlier, most men would have panicked instantly, maybe even started cursing, yet he remained as steady as Mount Tai, even thoughtfully comforting me. Ling Wusa, favorability plus 10. The other girls were also whispering among themselves. Wow, Lin Chuan is so emotionally stable. Super emotionally stable. I'd love to date him. Dream on. Only someone like Wusa could match him. Side characters like us only get paired with other side characters. To be honest, emotional stability is really important. My boyfriend Junhui is quite emotionally stable, but compared to Lin Chuan just now, he's still far behind. That level of stability is practically dream level. Chapter 17. Not everyone will put up with you. The sun set, and the sky grew dark. Moreover, dark clouds gathered, as if it was about to rain. Lin Chuan, Ling Wusa, and the others ended today's outing, with Lin Chuan docking the jet ski and sailboat at the berth. Of course, the berthing fee was unavoidable. He thought to himself that once he had more money, he would buy a house by the sea. It would be close to the university, and he could enjoy jet skiing and sailing any time. That would be simply perfect. Do you have a ride? I drove here. Want to carpool back to campus? Lin Chuan asked. Ling Wusa hesitated for a moment before replying, no, your car can't fit all of us, right? We'll take the university shuttle. Drive safely. There are so many of them, one car definitely can't fit everyone. And since they came together, having some ride in Lin Chuan's car while others take different vehicles seems a bit awkward. Since there's a school bus available anyway, it's more appropriate for everyone to take the school bus back together. Lin Chuan was just asking casually without pressing the matter, and naturally said, let's exchange WeChat contacts and hang out together next time. Next weekend we might be going to the hot spring resort. We'll definitely call you to come along if we do. Ling Wusa naturally took out his phone and added Lin Chuan on WeChat. This made Wang Chenyang and Zhang Yuan green with envy, though they couldn't help but admit it was deserved. After spending this afternoon together, they'd come to think Lin Chuan was genuinely decent. Not just wealthy, but with a good personality too. Even as the boat nearly capsized, he remained composed and unruffled, a demeanor worthy of a lifetime of emulation. After parting ways, Lin Chuan strolled leisurely toward the garage, casually glancing at the system panel. Today, Xin Bingqing's favorability had risen by 31 points, while Ling Wusa, starting from a lower baseline, had gained an impressive 55 points. Combined, they totaled 86, marking surprisingly swift progress. At this rate, Task 2 should be completed ahead of schedule in less than 3 days. Adjusting his Patek Philippe and settling into the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, he drove back to campus in high spirits. But barely a mile out, the system alert chimed, Zhang Yan, favorability plus 5. Lin Chuan froze for a moment. What was going on? He wasn't sure whether Zhang Yan had remembered him or just spotted him somewhere. Lin Chuan shrugged and decided not to dwell on it. He wasn't keen on actively trying to win Zhang Yan's favor, but if it came for free, well, why not take it? What Lin Chuan didn't notice was that, on the second floor of the seaside restaurant nearby, Zhang Yan and Zhao Jun were dining by the window. Zhang Yan had originally come out today to appease Zhao Jun. After all, she'd stood him up yesterday by not going to the hotel with him. But today after going out, she noticed Zhao Jun was even more stingy than yesterday. He practically just wanted to grab a quick meal and then head straight to a hotel to book a room, which made her extremely uncomfortable. As a result, she grew somewhat absent-minded and gazed at the seaside scenery. Just then, she inadvertently spotted a luxury car directly below, stopped at a red light. Looking closer, she was shocked to recognize the driver. It was Lin Chuan. Taking a closer look at that luxury car, it turned out to be a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Then shifting my gaze to Lin Chuan's wrist, the watch he was wearing didn't seem to be the same Rolex from yesterday. Taking out my phone and zooming in with the camera, I was shocked to discover it was actually the legendary Patek Philippe. Zhang Yan was stunned. Shouldn't Lin Chuan have just come into some minor windfall? Yesterday wasn't that just reckless spending to make himself feel better, or going all out to show off in front of me? How could he afford to buy both a Mercedes-Benz G-Class and a Patek Philippe today? Could it be that Lin Xuan didn't just stumble upon a windfall, but actually became a wealthy man? And so, Zhang Yan's favorability towards him rose by a fresh and lively 5 points, all without Lin Xuan even noticing her presence. Following Zhang Yan's gaze, Zhao Jun also spotted Lin Xuan. His expression grew even more astonished, because unlike Zhang Yan, he knew his cars. That wasn't just any ordinary Mercedes-Benz G-Class, it was the latest 2025 Mercedes-AMG G63 model, worth at least over 3 million. That Patek Philippe probably costs around 2 million. A shadow flickered across Zhao Jun's face as he glanced at Zhang Yan. Wiping his mouth, he asked, "Had enough? Let's go if you're done." "Where to?" Zhang Yan asked absent-mindedly. Zhao Jun's indifference, contrasted with Lin Xuan's Mercedes G-Wagon and Patek Philippe, was making her waver again. "To the hotel, where else?" Zhao Jun replied matter-of-factly. Zhang Yan boarded Zhao Jun's car reluctantly, feeling somewhat displeased. She put on a sour face, hoping Zhao Jun would comfort her, only to realize he completely ignored her expression. This made Zhang Yan even more upset. She took out her phone to search online and discovered Zhao Jun's BMW was only worth around 700,000 to 800,000 yuan, while a Mercedes-Benz G-Class cost at least over $1 million. "So you're saying Lin Xuan's car is actually a higher-tier model than this?" At this moment, she couldn't help recalling what her roommate Huang Shangping had said, how Huang's boyfriend had discovered Zhao Jun wasn't as wealthy as everyone assumed. She'd initially dismissed it as jealous gossip, but comparing their rides and Zhao's increasingly stingy behavior lately, she began wondering if there might be truth to it. With these thoughts swirling, Zhang Yan grew visibly displeased. "Junji," she said petulantly, "I don't want to go to the hotel today. Let's just head back to campus." With a screech, Zhao Jun suddenly slammed on the brakes and roared, "What the hell do you mean by this? Are you messing with me?" The abrupt stop threw Zhang Yan forward violently, the seatbelt digging painfully into her chest. Zhao Jun's explosive shouting made her ears ring. Yesterday when Lin Xuan had spoken with some urgency, she'd accused him of shouting at her, but now she truly understood what real shouting sounded like. Zhang Yan was somewhat frightened by Zhao Jun's fierce and menacing attitude, feeling like she suddenly didn't recognize him anymore. At first, he had been so gentle, elegant, witty, and generous, but ever since winning her over, he seemed to grow increasingly stingy and impatient. Still, overall, he had remained polite. This ferocious demeanor was something she was seeing for the first time. Hastily, Zhang Yan explained, "Jun, I'm not playing you. See, I even went shopping with you today." Zhao Jun cursed angrily. "Why the hell didn't you say you wouldn't book a room earlier? What's the point of me coming out with you? You stood me up for 2 days straight after spending my money. Do you have any professional integrity at all? If you're not going to a hotel with me today, then get the fuck out of my life from now on." Zhang Yan stood frozen in shock, never expecting Zhao Jun to say such things. She'd been dutifully accompanying him throughout their date earlier that day. To make up for standing him up yesterday, she'd even gone out of her way to please him today. It was only after noticing how stingy Zhao Jun was being that she stopped trying so hard. And just because she wouldn't go to a hotel with him, he'd curse at her like this? At this moment, she recalled her roommate Huang Shangping's words again. "To judge whether someone is sincere, see if they only want to take you to a hotel room." Zhao Jun's words, wasn't this practically spelling it out? It was almost as if he was outright saying he only saw her as someone for sale. Actually, Zhao Jun had said something similar in the heat of the moment yesterday, though not as bluntly. Later, Zhang Yan had even defended him in her mind, thinking it was just anger talking. But now it was clear, this was his real opinion all along. "Zhao Jun, you've gone too far. How could you say such a thing? In your eyes, am I just some kind of prostitute?" Zhang Yan's chest heaved with anger as she shouted. At this moment, she couldn't help but recall Lin Xuan's kindness once more. If it were Lin Xuan, he would never get angry just because she refused to go to a hotel room with him. In fact, he had been good to her for 3 whole years, and she'd never once given herself to him. Yet he remained happy just being with her. "Zhang Yan, affection +3. Zhao Jun sneered and said bluntly, what else? You're only into me because I'm a rich kid, aren't you? Spending my money just to sleep with me, doesn't that make you a gold digger? Now you want to act all virtuous after being a whore? And with zero professionalism too, taking the money without delivering the goods. Seeing Lin Xuan's got money now, you want to crawl back to him, is that it? I don't mind you running back to him, but at least finish these 2 days you've been paid for, no?" Zhang Yan trembled with rage, tears of grievance streaming down her face. Chapter 18, Zhang Yan's bitter regret. Furious and humiliated, Zhang Yan wiped her tears and said between sobs, "Zhao Jun, you bastard, we're done. Fine, let's break up. I've pretty much had enough fun anyway. College girls are just a novelty, honestly, not even as good as nightclub girls. Why are you still in my car? Get the hell out. Did you really think I'd drive you back to school after breaking up?" Zhao Jun sneered. Zhang Yan was furious at the first part of his words, but the second half left her in disbelief. This is the middle of the road, it's hard to get a taxi here, and it's about to rain. You want me to get out now? Or what? Expect me to treat you nice after we've broken up? Get lost. Oh, and give back the necklace and bracelet I gave you. As he spoke, Zhao Jun reached straight for the jewelry. Fuming, Zhang Yan shielded the necklace and bracelet. How can you be like this? You can't just take back gifts you've given. Lin Xuan didn't have much money back then, but he never asked for the presents he gave me. That's his stupidity, not mine. Did you think everyone would indulge you? Zhao Jun forcefully pried Zhang Yan's hands away and yanked off the necklace and bracelet. He used so much strength that Zhang Yan shrieked in pain, her long hair getting completely tangled in the struggle. Zhao Jun, you bastard. You absolute bastard. Whether from pain or humiliation, Zhang Yan burst into heartbroken sobs. Yet Zhao Jun showed not an ounce of chivalry, shoving Zhang Yan out the door as he opened it. Get lost, you worthless bitch. With that, he drove off in a huff. Zhang Yan stood on the street, her hair in disarray, suddenly feeling utterly helpless. Since childhood, her parents had doted on her, treating her like the apple of their eye. For 3 years in university, Lin Xuan had pampered and indulged her like she was the most precious thing in his hands. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? She crouched down, buried her face in her knees, and began to sob uncontrollably. But heaven didn't give her enough time to cry properly. The rain started pouring down without warning. Zhang Yan took out her phone to book a ride, but the app showed few available vehicles in this area and a long waiting time. Zhang Yan finally couldn't hold back any longer and opened Lin Xuan's WeChat to send a voice call. At this moment, memories of Lin Xuan's past kindness flooded her heart like tidal waves. Thinking that when Lin Xuan comes to pick her up in that brand new Mercedes-Benz G-Class, she must throw herself into his arms and have a good cry. Then make up with him and ignore that jerk Zhao Jun. But the message notification popped up, you and this user are not friends. Zhang Yan froze on the spot. Did Lin Xuan really delete her? Zhang Yan panicked. Could it be that when he said they wouldn't even be friends anymore, it wasn't just empty words and anger, but that he truly meant to cut her off? Thinking of Lin Xuan's past kindness towards her, she couldn't bear it. The tears in her eyes became uncontrollable, cascading down like a broken dam. Unable to reach Lin Xuan, she had no choice but to take shelter under a nearby tree while waiting for the taxi. The rain poured harder, and soon she was soaked to the bone. After about 5 minutes, the ride-hailing car finally arrived. Seeing her drenched as she got in, the driver frowned and handed her a blanket. Instead of telling her not to wet the seat, he responded with emotional intelligence. Wipe yourself dry, little girl, don't catch a cold. What are you crying about? A breakup? Your boyfriend is truly heartless. Even if it's a breakup, he shouldn't have left you out in this heavy rain. At this remark, Zhang Yan burst into even more pitiful sobs. The driver couldn't be bothered to argue further and focused on driving. Upon arriving at Zhanghai University, Zhang Yan had no choice but to make a dash through the rain back to her dorm. Right then, she couldn't help but recall the countless times in the past when she'd forgotten her umbrella, how Lin Xuan, no matter where he was, would always bring one to her. Zhang Yan, favorability +3. Zhang Yan ran back to the dorm, and her roommates, including Lu Ting, were shocked by her appearance. Lu Ting hurried over to show concern. Yan, what happened to you? Weren't you on a date with Zhao Jun? Zhang Yan burst into tears. Zhao Jun is a complete jerk. He left me stranded in the pouring rain. How could he do such a thing? That's too much, Lu Ting said angrily, wrapping a towel around Zhang Yan. The other two roommates exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. To be honest, they had their own reservations about Zhang Yan's character. Lin Xuan treated her so well, everyone could see it. If she wasn't interested in him, she should have made it clear long ago instead of stringing him along. And yet, she kept him hanging for a full 3 years. If you were just a slow burn kind of person, that'd be one thing, but you go out to a party, meet some rich kid, and end up in a hotel room within days. But seeing her like this now, Huang Xiangping felt a twinge of sympathy. Hesitating for a moment, she said, I mentioned yesterday that my boyfriend noticed Zhao Jun might not be as wealthy as he appears. Upon further digging, we learned he barely qualifies as a second-generation rich kid. His family just owns a small construction company. They did make some money in the past, and by ordinary standards, they were considered wealthy. But compared to true elite families, they were worlds apart. In recent years, as anyone familiar with the real estate market knows, their company has long been struggling to stay afloat. Moreover, he's just the son of a third wife, so he doesn't have much inheritance rights. His monthly expenses are strictly controlled. His watches and clothes might even be fakes because of limited funds. Anyway, with his rich second-generation status propping him up, most people would assume they're real. The cars he drives actually all belong to the family company. Company car purchases help with tax deductions. For instance, if profits are particularly high one year and taxes would be steep, buying luxury vehicles can be written off as fixed assets. If the company ever faced cash flow problems, those cars could be sold off at any moment. So he doesn't even have much control over his own rides. Plus, he frequents nightclubs, where girls dreaming of marrying into wealth throw themselves at him because of his rich air title. To him, women are probably just playthings. Jiang Yan was stunned by these words, and many things suddenly made sense. No wonder Zhao Jun had been so impatient and stingy lately. He was probably afraid of being exposed. His financial situation couldn't possibly sustain buying gifts continuously. And no wonder he'd lost even more patience after seeing Lin Xuan's Mercedes G-Class and Patek Philippe today. After all, that level of wealth had completely overshadowed him. Lu Ting immediately flew into a rage. Why didn't you say something earlier? Watching Yen jump into this pit of fire. Huang Xiangping was fuming. No, I've been advising against rushing from the very beginning. Just yesterday I warned her not to get too deep before understanding Zhao Jun's true character. It was you who kept praising him after accepting his gifts, and now you're blaming me? Lu Ting countered. Well, it's all your fault anyway. It's because your boyfriend introduced Zhao Jun to Yen Yen. Huang Xiangping couldn't take it anymore. Will you stop twisting the facts? Was Zhao Jun introduced by my boyfriend? That gathering was something you insisted on attending. That's why I took you there. My boyfriend even specifically reminded us, we students are more naive. We need to be more cautious around people from the working world. Sun Xiahe chimed in support. Xiangping's boyfriend never introduced Zhao Jun. It was you who initiated contact with him. Zhang Yan listened to their quarrel, recalling how foolishly she had abandoned Lin Xuan for Zhao Jun, only to now have Lin Xuan delete her from his contacts. Overcome with self-pity, she suddenly burst into loud sobs. Chapter 19, Every Villain Meets His Match. Lu Ting hugged Zhang Yan and comforted her, saying, it's alright. Let's never mind that fake rich second-generation Zhao Jun again. Who knew Lin Xuan would actually come into some unexpected money? Sometimes misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. Just as Zhang Yan was about to mention how Lin Xuan had deleted her, her WeChat suddenly pinged with a new message. She eagerly grabbed her phone, hoping it was Lin Xuan who had messaged. To her surprise, it was actually Zhao Jun. Choosing to answer, Lu Ting was about to help curse him out when Zhao Jun said, Zhang Yan, I forgot to mention, transfer all the money I sent you back to me immediately. Lu Ting froze for a second before snapping, asking for gifts back from your girlfriend? I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Why should she return it? Keep dreaming. If you can't afford it, stop pretending to be a rich second gen. What a pathetic loser. Zhao Jun across from her had been speaking in a much calmer tone before, but hearing this, he instantly flared up. Lu Ting, what the hell does this have to do with you? Say one more word, and I'll kill you. The ferocity in his voice startled Lu Ting, and for once, the usually quick-witted girl didn't dare say another word. Only then did she realize how different people in society could be. Zhao Jun continued, Zhang Yan, either pay me back quietly, or I'll sue you. Once word gets around your entire school, not only will you have to repay the money, but your reputation will be ruined too. Zhang Yan retorted, I'm not paying. Why should I? You slept with me, and now you want the money back? That was a gift from you, and suing me won't do any good. Zhao Jun sneered, take a closer look at the transfers I sent you. None of them were romantic amounts like 520 or 1314. They were all round numbers, 100, 1000, 2000, and so on. Who said they were gifts? They were loans. If I take you to court, I'll win easily. Zhang Yan was stunned. She flipped through the transfer records and realized that Zhao Jun's transfers were indeed all in whole numbers. Zhao Jun said, that's all I have to say. Pay me back quickly, and we can both save face. I can't be bothered to sue. After hanging up, Zhang Yan still couldn't accept it. In her mind, money transferred by a man was never meant to be returned. Lu Ting said, don't be scared by him. This was his gift to you, and there's no reason to return it. Huang Xiangping, standing nearby, kindly reminded her, if it's a holiday gift like 520 or 1314, you really don't need to return it. But if it's not one of these special numbers, and there's no note saying I love you or happy birthday or similar, then it's hard to say. If it's judged as a loan, you might indeed have to pay it back. Zhang Yan carefully checked the notes and found there really weren't any like I love you or happy birthday messages that would signify a romantic gift. Some had no notes, and others even said, this is the money you asked for. At the time, she had simply accepted the transfers without thinking much about it. She hadn't expected there to be such a trick involved. Zhang Yan's face turned deathly pale. It turned out Zhao Jun had planned from the very beginning to take the money back. It was all calculated from start to finish. And here she was, foolishly thinking she was about to transform into a phoenix soaring from a branch. Zhang Yan carefully calculated Zhao Jun's transfers, over 30,000 yuan in total. Coming from an average family, this was no small sum for her. Nearly all the money had been spent on skincare products, clothes, manicures, and the like. Now, even if she wanted to return it, she couldn't. At this moment, she thought of Lin Xuan again and pulled up the records of his red envelopes and transfers, all amounts like 520 and 1314, numbers with special meanings. The notes were all filled with happy birthday, today's little happiness is filled with love on your birthday, A bridge of magpies carries a wisp of affection, spending this Qixi festival with you in blissful times. Zhang Yan couldn't help but recall everything Lin Xuan had done for her on each holiday, finding the most beautiful spot to watch the sunrise with her, handwriting love letters folded into countless origami cranes, planning romantic trips, taking her on seaside bike rides. Only when contrasted like this did she realize who truly loved her. Zhang Yan's tears burst forth once more. Zhang Yan, affection +9. Lu Ting turned to look at Sun Xiahe and asked, Xiahe, don't you know someone from the law department? Could you help ask whether Zhao Jun's transfer really has to be paid back? Though Sun Xiahe strongly disliked them, they were still roommates after all, so she decided to help ask anyway. Senior, there's something I'd like to ask. My roommate received a transfer from her boyfriend, and after they broke up, Sun Xiahe explained the situation in detail to the law department senior. After reading it, the senior's tone sounded incredulous. Not leaving a note is understandable, but writing, this is the money you asked for, is this how couples behave? I've seen people preparing safeguards during a relationship, but someone this scheming is genuinely a first. What kind of judgment does your friend have to not see through someone like this? Sun Xiahe hesitated to comment and asked, so is this money definitely required to be repaid? Could we win if it goes to court? The law student replied, it absolutely must be repaid. There's an 80 to 90% chance you'd lose in court. First of all, since it wasn't transfers with special amounts like 520 or 1314, there's already risk of losing. Add to that how damning that message, here's the money you asked for is. But it's good to recognize his true colors early, after all, it was his money to begin with, so just return it. Just don't associate with that kind of person anymore, or you'll lose both your dignity and money. Sun Xiahe said, she's already checked into hotels with him several times. It's safe to say she's already lost both. The law school senior was left speechless, this was just too stupid. If it had been cleverly disguised, then being tricked would have been understandable. But with such obvious loopholes in the transfer and still falling for it so easily, it could only be said that this junior sister had truly been sheltered too well all her life. After getting the full story, Sun Xiahe sighed helplessly. The senior said chances of winning a lawsuit are slim, this money will have to be repaid. Zhang Yan sobbed, what should I do then? I've already spent all the money. Lu Ting quickly comforted her, don't cry, Yan Yan. If Zhao Jun wants his money back, just return it. You still have Lin Xuan, he should have money to cover it. Though we don't know exactly how much he made from that windfall, buying a Rolex means 30,000 yuan must be nothing to him. Huang Xianping couldn't stand it anymore. No way, isn't Lin Xuan utterly shameless to take this kind of money? Lu Ting was about to say something when Zhang Yan burst into tears with a sob. Lin Xuan deleted me. He's ignoring me now. Lu Ting froze for a moment. How could it be possible that Lin Xuan, who'd always bent over backward for Zhang Yan, actually deleted her? Putting an arm around Zhang Yan to comfort her, Lu Ting said, he must just be acting out of spite. He'll add you back later, he loves you so much. If you just show a little weakness, he'll definitely come back to you. Zhang Yan cried even harder, I showed weakness, I sent him so many verification messages, but he ignored them all. Huang Xianping and Sun Xiahe exchanged glances, never imagining that Lin Xuan, who had always obeyed Zhang Yan's every whim, would actually delete her. This boy who loved her to his bones was finally pushed away by her own doing. If Zhang Yan had been wronged by Zhao Jun, they might have felt some sympathy, but hearing she'd been deleted by Lin Xuan, they didn't feel an ounce of pity. All they could think was, she deserved it. Chapter 20 Forgot to delete your dumb ass too. Seeing Zhang Yan crying so heartbrokenly, Lu Ting said angrily, how could Lin Xuan be like this? Didn't he promise to always treat you well before? Now that you're in trouble, he won't even stand up for you. She opened Lin Xuan's WeChat and saw he hadn't deleted her. Looks like he didn't delete me. I'll ask him about it. So Lu Ting messaged Lin Xuan, I need to talk to you. Yan Yan broke up with Zhao Jun, and now he's demanding she return over 30,000 yuan in transfers. She doesn't have the money. How about you cover this for her? After this whole thing, she'll realize you're the better man. If you pay this for her, she'll definitely become your girlfriend. After a moment, Lin Xuan replied, none of my damn business. You want me to pay the bill for someone else's hookup hotel? Lu Ting said, don't put it like that. 30,000 is nothing for you now. After this, Yan Yan will surely love you even more. In a way, it's not a bad thing. Wouldn't it be great if you two could get along lovingly from now on? And how could you delete Yan Yan? She's really heartbroken over this. Lin Xuan said, if 30,000 is peanuts, then handle it yourself. Let me say it again, Zhang Yan and I are done. Don't come to me with rubbish like this in the future. My mistake wasn't just deleting Zhang Yan, I forgot to delete your dumbass too. How dare you talk like that? Where are your manners? Just because you have a little money now doesn't mean you can look down on everyone. Before Lu Ting could send this, a notification popped up. You are not friends with this user. Lu Ting fumed angrily. He blocked me too. How could he do this? It's just 30,000 yuan, it's nothing to him. He's got money now but he's turned stingy. Hearing this, Wang Xiangping and Sun Xiahe nearby couldn't help rolling their eyes. So what if he has money? Why should he give you 30,000? But that Lin Chu guy has finally come to his senses now. The old him would have happily handed it over without hesitation. Zhang Yan started sobbing again. How could he be like this? He wasn't like this before. Huang Xiangping couldn't help but retort. He pursued you for 3 whole years, that's deep devotion. Then you turn around and shack up with some fake rich kid. What more do you want from him? If you rejected him after 3 years of chasing, did you expect him to just wait around forever? Now you're in debt to that poser and come running to Lin Chuan. How do you think he sees you? Honestly, either ask your parents for help or earn the money yourself to pay it back. That might give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Maybe then Lin Chuan would look at you differently. Zhang Yan said, I know I messed up, but can't I change? He doesn't have a girlfriend now, so wouldn't being with me fulfill his 3-year longing? 30,000 is peanuts to him anyway. If he helps me repay it, I swear I'll treat him right. Lu Ting chimed in, exactly. The man can afford a Rolex, what's 30 grand to him? Back when he was poor, of course Yan Yan wouldn't give him the time of day. Now that he's got some money, if he treats her well, doesn't that make her his girlfriend? Huang Xiangping felt they were speaking entirely different languages. The warped values and logic of Zhang Yan and Lu Ting were simply beyond reason. She couldn't be bothered to argue further. At this moment, Zhang Yan said leisurely, the Rolex watch is already yesterday's news. Today I saw him driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and he was wearing a Patek Philippe watch. What? Lu Ting gasped in shock and said, so it's not just some small windfall? He's actually become rich now? That's great news, Yan Yan. In that case, losing Zhao Jun isn't something to regret at all. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class is even better than Zhao Jun's car. And as for the Patek Philippe watch, that's even more unbelievable. I've heard Patek Philippe is the Rolls-Royce of the watch world. Which model of Patek Philippe was he wearing, and how much did it cost? I'm not an expert, so I'm not sure, Zhang Yan replied, taking out her phone to search. First, she searched for the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and quickly found the Mercedes-Benz G500. After all, this is the model people usually refer to when they talk about the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. However, after comparing the regular edition, special edition, and collector's edition, none of the designs seemed to match. Scrolling down, she suddenly spotted the 2025 latest model of the Mercedes-Benz G63. Taking a closer look, wasn't this exactly the model Lin Chuan was driving? Lin Chuan's Mercedes is this very model, Zhang Yan said while glancing at the price listed below. Then, she was stunned. Although prices may vary slightly depending on location and configuration, it cost at least over 3 million yuan. She had severely underestimated it before. Lu Ting exclaimed in shock, over 3 million? Oh my god. That's not just better than Zhao Jun's car, it's several tiers above. Zhang Yan was equally incredulous, standing dumbfounded for quite a while before snapping out of it. She began searching for watches online. As someone who had always adored luxury goods, she'd done some research on timepieces. Having noticed the watch on Lin Chuan's wrist today, she memorized its style and quickly found it through an online comparison. Patek Philippe Rose Gold, priced at a staggering 2,058,000. Zhang Yan gasped in amazement. Although this Patek Philippe watch was priced lower than the Mercedes G63, anyone with basic knowledge would understand that it's even more luxurious. After all, luxury cars serve practical purposes, while watches are purely decorative. The saying goes, poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. It makes perfect sense. Zhang Yan, favorability plus 10. Lu Ting was also utterly astonished. A single watch costing over 2 million, just how wealthy is Lin Chuan now? If he had just come into a small windfall, he wouldn't be spending like this 2 days in a row. Wait, is he really from the countryside? Could it be that all these years, he was actually pretending to be poor? Lu Ting was the type to scorn the poor and fawn over the rich. The moment she realized Lin Chuan was genuinely wealthy, her attitude toward him completely shifted. I can't figure it out anymore, but one thing's for sure, Lin Chuan is really rich now. No, I need to make up with him as soon as possible. Zhang Yan, at this moment, couldn't care less about maintaining her pride. Zhang Yan searched for a while and found a group chat Lin Chuan was still in. Back then, Lin Chuan had joined all her group chats just to fawn over her, so even if she wanted to remove him, it would take more than a moment to clear them all. She had Lin Chuan and said she wanted to meet and talk things out, but the next second, Lin Chuan left the group. Huang Xiangping and Sun Xiahe listened to their conversation and couldn't help but exchange glances. Neither could believe how wealthy Lin Chuan had become. A car worth over 3 million, a watch worth over 2 million, this level of extravagance was beyond their wildest imaginations. In other words, Zhang Yan abandoned such a handsome, devoted, affectionate, and wealthy suitor for a fake rich kid. She was hell-bent on marrying into money, never realizing that both wealth and love were right beside her all along, only to be discarded by her own hands. What bitter irony indeed. Now she knows regret, but Lin Chuan has completely given up on her. He left the group chat immediately after being mentioned, showing just how much he wants nothing to do with her now. As the saying goes, Huang Xiangping and Sun Xiahe didn't feel an ounce of sympathy for her, only that she deserved it. Chapter 21, Times Have Changed. At dinner time, Lin Chuan went to the cafeteria with his roommates. He wouldn't disdain the cafeteria just because he had a bit more money now. He believed there were two types of wealthy people, those who looked down on the poor and those who could embrace people from all walks of life. In the past, he had always despised the former. So even if he ended up embezzling a fortune from his admirers in the future, he wanted to be the latter kind of rich person. On campus, he also avoided wearing expensive watches. Such ostentation would only create distance between him and his classmates. Shirley was playing on his phone while waiting in line when he suddenly remarked, "Old 3, Zhang Yan is looking for you in the group chat. Not only did you ignore her, but you straight up left the group? After chasing Zhang Yan for so many years, it finally seems like your efforts are paying off. Why are you playing hard to get now?" Zhang Yingji and Sun Baowei also looked at Lin Chuan with puzzled expressions. Lin Chuan replied, "Didn't I already say it? From now on, she and I have nothing to do with each other." Zhang Yingji said, "When you said that before, I thought it was because you got rejected and had to give up. But looking at how things are now, Zhang Yan clearly has feelings for you. Are you really just going to stay indifferent?" Lin Chuan said, "Forget about her having feelings for me. Even if she turned around and chased after me, I wouldn't look back." "Keep bragging," Shirley, Zhang Yingjie, and Sun Baowei all scoffed. "After pursuing her for 3 years, how could you just give up like that? Besides, Zhang Yan really is beautiful, no man could easily resist her." Lin Chuan couldn't be bothered to explain. He opened the system panel. His stats hadn't changed much, nothing worth looking at. The main thing was to check the favorability levels. Yi Meixing's favorability, 18. Xin Bingqing's favorability, 031. Ling Wusa's favorability, -2530. Zhang Yan's favorability, 2757. Today, Yi Meixing's favorability didn't budge. Xin Bingqing's rose by 31, while Ling Wusa's jumped by 55. I originally thought it'd take until tomorrow at the earliest for favorability to reach 100. I never expected Zhang Yan's favorability to actually increase by 30 points. Although I don't want to pay her any attention, the free boost in goodwill still feels pretty satisfying. Lu Ting messaged me on WeChat saying Zhang Yan broke up with Zhao Jun and even demanded the transferred money back. She probably remembered my good points because of this. Ha, serves her right. With this, today's total favorability increase reaches 116 points. As long as I spend the remaining 1 million, I can complete the second mission. However, Lin Chuan noticed a problem. Yesterday's favorability points increased by 51. Logically speaking, it was 1 point more than the 50 required by the mission, yet that extra point wasn't added to mission 2. So this means every time the mission refreshes, any previously accumulated extra favorability points get reset? If that's the case, wouldn't today's 16 surplus points all be wasted? I might have gone a bit overboard today, Lin Chuan thought to himself. On the way, Lu Ting, Zhang Yan, Huang Xiangping, and Sun Xiahe were jogging toward the cafeteria. Lu Ting seemed even more anxious than Zhang Yan as she walked, saying, "Yan, hurry up. I just heard from classmates that Lin Chuan went to the cafeteria. I'm sure he's just being stubborn and doesn't really not love you anymore. How could someone as gorgeous as you ever truly slip his mind? Just stand in front of him, he might not even need an apology before his heart betrays him." Zhang Yan added, "Yeah, he spent 3 years fantasizing about me being his girlfriend. Now that I'm finally agreeing, there's no way he'd refuse." Huang Xiangping and Sun Xiahe exchanged subtle eye rolls but couldn't be bothered to argue. They had originally intended to go for dinner anyway, might as well enjoy some juicy drama on the side. Entering the cafeteria, it didn't take long to spot Lin Chuan lining up with his roommate to get food. His 180 cm plus frame and full-body designer outfits made him stand out like a sore thumb. Seeing Lin Chuan's current appearance, Lu Ting, Huang Xiangping, and Sun Xiahe were all momentarily stunned. Though his facial features remained largely unchanged, his attire, hairstyle, complexion, and aura were worlds apart. Truly, after 3 days apart, one should view a man with new eyes. Just as Zhang Yan was about to approach, a captivatingly graceful figure paused beside Lin Chuan while carrying her meal tray to the seating area. She flashed him a radiant smile in greeting. Zhang Yan was stunned for a moment. Wasn't that Ji Meisheng, the most beautiful girl in the design department? Why did she instinctively smile at Lin Chuan when she saw him? Yesterday, when Yi Meisheng was with Zhang Yan at the mall, wasn't it just a chance encounter? Wasn't her linking arms with Lin Chuan just an act meant for Zhang Yan to see? But now it seems they're actually quite close. Lu Ting, Huang Xiangping, and Sun Xiahe were also taken aback. Yi Meisheng had always been gentle with everyone, so her smiling at a classmate shouldn't be unusual. Yet Lin Chuan's smile to her was noticeably much sweeter. At this moment, Lin Chuan had also gotten his food and was heading to the dining table. Just as Zhang Yan was about to compose herself and step forward, she spotted yet another strikingly beautiful figure passing by. She had clearly finished eating and was preparing to leave. Upon seeing Lin Chuan, she too waved and flashed him a radiant smile. Zhang Yan was dumbfounded once more. Wasn't that Qin Bingqing, the belle of the finance department? How does she know Lin Xuan, and why is she smiling at him too? Lu Ting, Huang Xiangping, and Sun Xiaohe were stunned once again. Since when did Lin Xuan become such a ladies' man? But the astonishing spectacle didn't end there. As soon as Lin Xuan had barely taken his seat, a cool, chic girl at a nearby table waved in their direction. When Lin Xuan noticed, she flashed him a bright smile. The other girls at her table also gave him friendly waves. Zhang Yan, Lu Ting, Huang Xiangping, and Sun Xiaohe were already staring wide-eyed with astonishment. Wasn't that Ling Wusa, the belle of the dance department? That ultra-cool girl knows Lin Xuan too? Huang Xiangping found it hard to believe. Wait, what's going on here? Yi Meisheng, Qin Bingqing, and Ling Wusa, they all know Lin Xuan? Sun Xiaohe remarked. It's more than just knowing him. They're clearly on very good terms. They wouldn't smile like that for just any guy. Lu Ting grew somewhat impatient. No, how come he's suddenly so popular with women? Zhang Yan was even more anxious, her heart beginning to panic. She'd always assumed Lin Xuan only had eyes for her, that with her looks, of course he should be doting on her. Yet now Lin Xuan actually knew Yi Meisheng, Qin Bingqing, and Ling Wusa, and their relationship seemed so close. These three matched her in both beauty and poise. If one of them started dating him, wouldn't that mean she'd be out of the game? Watching Zhang Yan's flustered expression, Sun Xiaohe and Huang Xiangping couldn't help feeling smug. She didn't appreciate being treated like a queen before, and now regrets it, doesn't she? Meanwhile, Shirlei, Zhang Yingjie, and Sun Baowei sitting next to Lin Xuan were all frozen like stone statues. Yi Meisheng, Qin Bingqing, and Ling Wusa greeted them one by one, their bright smiles dazzling like flowers. The impact was simply overwhelming. Shirlei mumbled dazedly, am I dreaming? Yi Meisheng, Qin Bingqing, and Ling Wusa are all waving at us? Zhang Yingjie corrected, they weren't greeting us, they were greeting third brother. Seriously, when did you get to know the three campus belles so well? How did your charm with women suddenly improve so much? Sun Baowei exclaimed in amazement, this is unreal. The three goddesses we could never normally approach are now each taking the initiative to greet us. Now I believe it, third brother, you probably really don't care about Zhang Yan anymore. After all, these three campus belles are even more beautiful than her. Lin Xuan said, it's just a greeting, is it really that big of a deal? Shirlei, Zhang Yingjie, and Sun Baowei were so irritated by Lin Xuan's humble brag that they felt like punching him. That was actually the three department beauties taking the initiative to greet him, and with such sweet smiles too. They'd clearly picked their favorite dishes, but couldn't bring themselves to take a single bite right now. Back when Lin Xuan was being bullied by Zhang Yan, they'd felt nothing but sympathy for him. But now, pure envy and resentment. It's a mix of fear that your bro is struggling, fear that your bro rides a Bentley, and even greater fear that he rolls up with three of them. Chapter 22, Strangers from Now On. By now, Zhang Yan was completely panicked. Zhao Jun's true colors had shattered her dreams of marrying into wealth. At this moment, she discovered that Lin Xuan, who was once dirt poor, had suddenly become wealthy. Just as she turned to seek out Lin Xuan again, she found he had actually deleted her from his contacts. She had initially assumed that with their 3-year relationship behind them, winning him back wouldn't be difficult, but reality proved otherwise. To her surprise, he was actually on good terms with Yi Meisheng, Qin Bingqing, and Ling Wusa. A strong sense of crisis made her somewhat flustered. Lin Xuan used to be easily controlled, but now he seemed slipping through her fingers. Zhang Yan eagerly walked over and sat across from Lin Xuan, gazing at him with tearful, pitiful eyes. This was her ultimate move. The old Lin Xuan would have immediately panicked and tried every way to comfort her. Lin Xuan, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have left you alone on your birthday. I'm apologizing, okay? Please don't be angry with me anymore. Let's make up. Didn't you always want me to be your girlfriend? Now I am. Zhang Yan pleaded with a pouting, aggrieved tone. Shirlei, Zhang Yingjie, and Sun Baowei were dumbfounded once again at the sight. Holy crap, so Lin Xuan wasn't just boasting? Zhang Yan is actually chasing him instead? Damn, just damn. They tactfully picked up their trays and moved to another table. But just after taking 2 steps, they heard Lin Xuan say from behind, I'm not angry with you anymore. What relationship do we even have to be angry about? And there's no need to be my girlfriend either, we're just regular classmates. Shirlei, Zhang Yingjie, and Sun Baowei murmured awesome in their hearts once again. Lin Xuan had truly come into his own now. Yet even Yi Meisheng, Qin Bingqing, and Ling Wusa stood on good terms with him, so it was only natural that he rose to the occasion. If it were me, I'd swagger down the street. Zhang Yan sobbed, you say you're not upset, but clearly you still are. I've already admitted my mistake, won't you forgive me? You used to cheer me up when I was unhappy before. Now I don't have a boyfriend, and you don't have a girlfriend either. Nothing has changed. Can we go back to how we used to be? I'll treat you well as your girlfriend from now on. Wouldn't it be great for us to be loving and affectionate? Had she not said these words, it would have been better. Upon hearing them, Lin Chuan felt a surge of irritation as memories of past grievances surfaced. To be honest, Zhang Yan's reversal in pleading with him couldn't possibly leave him completely unaffected. After all, this was a girl he had pursued for 3 years and once imagined spending his life with. But when she effortlessly gave herself to the rich second-generation heir, it filled him with disgust. Everything he once admired about her now seemed repulsive. How could he possibly return to that, now that he'd sobered up? Can a rotten fruit ever become fresh again? Moreover, Zhang Yan's character is already crystal clear. Even if I were to forgive past grievances and reconcile with her, if I were to suddenly become poor in the future, or even just face a slight financial shortage, or if someone wealthier appeared, she would undoubtedly turn her back on me. Though she now puts on an act of repentance, it's entirely built upon seeing that I have money. A leopard can't change its spots, her true nature remains unchanged. Whether it's holding grudges about the past or considering the future, there's no possibility of us getting back together. Lin Chuan took a deep breath and spoke with utmost seriousness. Zhang Yan, I don't know if my previous compliance gave you some mistaken impression that I'm just speaking in anger now. Let me make this very clear. I'm not saying these words lightly. There is absolutely no possibility between us anymore. We can't even be friends. From now on, we're strangers. Looking at Lin Chuan's extremely serious expression, Zhang Yan froze. At this moment, she truly realized that she wasn't about to lose Lin Chuan, she had already lost him long ago in reality. Perhaps she had lost him from the very day she chose to accompany Zhao Jun instead of him. All the kindness Lin Chuan had shown her before now welled up in her heart again, making her feel an ache of pain. People often only recall the goodness of the past when they've lost it. Zhang Yan, at this very moment, epitomized this all-too-human flaw. Zhang Yan, favorability +5. This time, Zhang Yan didn't burst into loud sobs, but she couldn't stop the tears from streaming down her face. Lu Ting stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Zhang Yan, and demanded, Lin Chuan, how could you be like this? Yan Yan has already admitted her mistake and is crying so hard, how can you bear it? Is your heart made of iron? Lin Chuan glanced at Lu Ting, too lazy to argue with the woman. Back when Zhang Yan had kept him hanging, she had definitely played her part in it. Lin Chuan had no sympathy for Zhang Yan, nor would he soften his heart just because she was crying in anguish. He picked up his tray and walked away without a second glance. Zhang Yan remained in her seat, continuously sobbing. Watching her cry as if her heart were being torn apart, Huang Shangping and Sun Sha couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy at that moment, but they still thought she deserved it. Lin Chuan absolutely shouldn't reconcile with her, she needed to learn this lesson. If someone like her could still end up with a boyfriend who's handsome, wealthy, and deeply devoted, then where on earth is justice? As Lin Chuan walked out of the canteen, he glanced at the newly increased 5-point boost in favorability and couldn't help but feel speechless. Today's favorability points grew to 121, such a waste since it's way over the limit. I thought rejecting Zhang Yan would make her favorability drop, but unexpectedly, it went up instead. Back when I fawned over her endlessly, the favorability barely budged, but now that I reject her, it rises. Just as expected, Zhang Yan is trash to the core. And sure enough, sucking up gets you nowhere. The more you lick, the less you get. If trying to please her, gaining favorability might not be easy, but now there's no need to try, there's already too much favorability to handle. Either quickly spend the remaining 1 million to complete main mission 2 ASAP, or find a way to lower the favorability first before spending it. Of course, reducing favorability shouldn't cause any serious backlash. It'd be counterproductive if it affects future favorability growth. The best approach would be finding a way to drop it temporarily, then quickly regain it. Lin Chuan thought about it for a while but came up with no good solution. Just then, a WeChat message notification chimed. Opening it, he saw a message from Yi Meishing. Jr., I'm having a birthday party the day after tomorrow at 6 p.m. Private room 006 in Qingxiang Pavilion. If you're free, you must come. Lin Chuan's heart fluttered as he recalled her mentioning it casually when they parted yesterday. He had thought it was just politeness, never expecting she'd invite him again. After some consideration, Lin Chuan replied, sure, I'll definitely be there. Chapter 23, The Fishing Pond of a High-Level Green Tea, Girl. The day after tomorrow is Tuesday, and Lin Chuan attends classes as usual. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Chuan heads to Qingxiang Pavilion. Qingxiang Pavilion isn't far from the school entrance, so he walks there directly without driving. This is a restaurant with classic antique decor, arranged with exquisite elegance. As soon as he stepped through the entrance, a waitstaff warmly greeted him. The attendant then guided him to private room 006. Upon entering the room, he saw balloons hung on the walls, fresh flowers arranged by the windows, and the words Happy Birthday prominently displayed. Clearly, the private room had been transformed into a themed celebration. When they noticed someone entering, his chatting and laughing classmates all turned to look. Several girls' eyes lit up at his appearance and attire, with some whispering among themselves. Most of those present were Yi Meishing's classmates from the same department, seniors in their 4th year. As for him, a junior in his 3rd year, everyone clearly felt somewhat unfamiliar. Junior Lin Xuan, you've come. Wei Shuefen greeted warmly. The beauty treatment and gourmet meal Lin Xuan had treated her to the day before yesterday clearly had an effect. Which department is this junior from, Shuefen? Aren't you going to introduce us? A short-haired girl asked with a teasing smile. He's an automation major, a junior, Wei Shuefen briefly introduced, since she didn't know much about Lin Xuan anyway. Nice to meet you, junior. The senior students greeted him warmly. Hello, seniors, Lin Xuan replied politely as well. Wei Shuefen explained, Meisheng will be here soon, let's have some fun first. Lin Xuan wasn't in any hurry, remaining completely at ease. Even though he didn't know anyone present, he felt perfectly content sitting to the side eating fruit. Before long, the door opened. Yi Meisheng entered in an elegant, well-fitted black gown, accompanied by a young man with slicked-back hair who held the door open for her with gentlemanly manners. My apologies for keeping everyone waiting, Yi Meisheng said regretfully, her warm smile like spring breeze on one's face. Yi Meisheng acted like a hostess, greeting everyone one by one. Lin Xuan observed silently for a while and noticed at least 3 young men gazing at Yi Meisheng with burning intensity. However, they seemed quite harmonious among themselves, presenting at least no visible conflicts on the surface. Seeing this, Lin Xuan couldn't help but feel profound admiration. Having experienced Zhang Yan, he had developed some ability to recognize a certain type of manipulative woman. His intuition told him Yi Meisheng was essentially no different from Zhang Yan. Yet her methods proved far more sophisticated. She actually managed to gather several suitors together without causing any conflicts among them. They even seemed to deliberately act courteously toward each other, as if competing for her favor. Junior Lin Xuan, you're here too, Yi Meisheng said upon seeing him, her face instantly blooming into a radiant smile. Truly the mark of a high-class green tea expert, never overlooking or neglecting a single admirer. Lin Xuan nodded with a smile. How could I refuse such a warm invitation from my senior? Happy birthday, may you grow more beautiful with each passing year. Ha, I'll take your kind words to heart, Yi Meisheng laughed in reply. The eyes of several young men who clearly had feelings for Yi Meisheng instantly flashed with wariness. They gave Lin Xuan a lingering glance but quickly composed themselves, turning their efforts to shower Yi Meisheng with even more attentiveness. Lin Xuan, however, did not fawn over them. Instead, he leisurely ate his fruit like a spectator, quietly observing everything unfolding before him. He had long decided not to be a sycophant, so naturally, he wouldn't fawn over Yi Meisheng. His goal was clear, to pocket the sycophant funds and raise her favorability. If Yi Meisheng stopped showing any increase in favorability, he would simply move on to someone else. He recalled a saying, men don't actually dislike green tea, referring to seemingly innocent but manipulative women. Yet in his view, this statement was both right and wrong. Right you are. If a man isn't genuinely smitten with a green tea girl but merely appreciates her on a surface level, then indeed, she's not so dislikable. So beautiful, so gentle, and so considerate, how wonderful. Just like that day when Zhang Yan was present, Yi Meisheng lightly hooked her arm around mine. With that simple gesture, she saved me face. Such thoughtfulness is something most girls couldn't manage. But if a man falls for this green tea and even develops possessiveness, then seeing her get close to another man will bring unbearable agony. You won't resist the suspicion, could they be together? And this torment will persist relentlessly. The birthday celebration officially began with dinner, singing the birthday song, and cutting the cake. The whole group of admirers got along exceptionally well. Then came the gift-giving segment. Several guys had prepared thoughtful presents, though none were particularly expensive, except for one who offered a rather pricey necklace, which Yi Meisheng declined. With a smile, Yi Meisheng said, this gift is too valuable, it's just not appropriate. As I mentioned, I only accept small tokens. Lin Xuan observed everything and silently applauded. No wonder she could keep so many fish swimming peacefully in the same pond. This one move alone would take Zhang Yan a year to master. If she accepted this gift, other boys would become jealous and might even think Yi Meisheng is not a decent person. They'd either confront her openly or simply give up on her. But seeing her uphold principles so firmly, refusing even expensive gifts, they'd instead feel she's truly virtuous and worthy of proper courtship. She clearly understands this trivial gift isn't worth compromising for. Her ambition and vision are simply beyond Zhang Yan's league. But in Lin Xuan's view, a truly good girl wouldn't constantly maintain so many suitors around her. A good girl would certainly have many admirers, but she would reject them rather than keep them all hanging. Of course, his current goal of casting a wide net to fish for goodwill marks him as no prize either. So he wouldn't criticize Yi Meisheng or anything, just keeping it clear in his mind was enough. Lin Xuan also gave Yi Meisheng a gift, just some random calligraphy painting bought off the street. Yi Meisheng showed not the slightest disdain, on the contrary, she smiled very gently. Thank you, Junior Lin Xuan. I really like this gift. I'll hang it by my bed later to cultivate my spirit. Lin Xuan couldn't help but sigh again at her brilliance. The affectionate look in her eyes almost made it seem like she had feelings for him. Yet, when he checked the favorability meter, not a single point had changed. Her smile alone was enough to make some innocent hearts falter. At the same time, it stirred waves of emotion in the hearts of other suitors who witnessed it. Yet if you were to question her, she would surely say they were just classmates, which in fact was the truth. They truly were nothing more than classmates. The gathering thus continued harmoniously with Yi Meishing at its center, until after the cake was shared. Then, a young man in a sleek suit walked in. The moment he entered, he strode straight toward Yi Meishing with 2 glasses of wine. "Happy birthday, Miss Yi. A toast to you." "Thank you for your wishes," Yi Meishing replied, taking the glass and lightly sipping. "And thank you, Manager Wang, for the discount today. Don't mention it. Come again next time, and I'll give you another deal. Cheers, finish this glass." Manager Wang spoke while lifting his wine glass, urging Yi Meishing to bottom it up, his other hand already reaching for her waist. Yi Meishing's expression darkened as she dodged away. With so many suitors watching, how could she possibly let someone take advantage? Moreover, this Manager Wang wasn't even qualified to enter Yi Meishing's dating pool. He was merely a restaurant manager with limited prospects, average-looking with somewhat creepy facial expressions to boot. Moreover, Yi Meishing understood clearly that men who frequented nightclubs and indulged in the social scene too much had long since discarded genuine emotions. Expecting them to be as obedient and submissive as her male classmates was simply impossible. Several male students grew furious when they saw Manager Wang shamelessly trying to take advantage of their goddess earlier. Chapter 24, Come here for a moment. Xu Xiaoyu, the guy with the slick back hair, shoved Manager Wang away in anger, yelling, "You bastard, who said you could lay a hand on her?" Manager Wang got pushed so suddenly that his drink spilled all over him. Fuming with rage, he snapped, "You've been eyeing me seductively for ages, yet here you pretend to be all innocent, take my perks and think you can just walk away? You bunch of clueless brats, getting strung along yet still treating her like some goddess." Manager Wang, being a seasoned player in the social game, could tell at a glance they were being strung along. Xu Xiaoyu wasn't having any of it. Grabbing Manager Wang by the sleeve, he demanded, "Apologize. Apologize to Meishing right now." Manager Wang shoved Xu Xiaoyu away with a slap. "Stop fucking apologizing to me. Now that you've taken my benefits, you'd better pay up. Either sit next to me and have a few drinks, or forget about any discounts. Pay the full price right now and get the hell out." "We booked the set meal for 2.5 hours, Xu Xiaoyu said with a darkened expression. The cake had just been cut and not even eaten yet. How could they swallow this indignation of being kicked out? "It was that woman enticing me with her eyes. That's why I gave extra discount. The regular package is posted on the wall, only 2 hours. There's no 2.5-hour package for you too. Go ahead and sue me if you dare." Manager Wang said shamelessly, "Do you have any idea who I am? Are you really sure you want to cross me?" Xu Xiaoyu said coldly, his voice seething with anger. Manager Wang sneered, "I can tell you've got some money on you, but so what? At best, you probably come from a middle-class family with no real influence behind you. What, still wet behind the ears and trying to scare me?" Yu Feng, strong and sturdy, stepped close to Manager Wang and threatened, "You looking for a beating, aren't you?" Manager Wang took a step forward, leaning in with his face, "Go on, hit me. I swear I won't fight back. I'll just lie down, and by tomorrow, I'll be driving a new car. If I refuse to settle, you'll end up with a police record. See if that's worth it for you." Zhao Mashwan adjusted his glasses and said, "I'm the vice president of the student union at Zhanghai University. Do you believe that with just one word from me, your shop won't see another customer from our school?" Manager Wang sneered, "Oh, I'm so scared. Just a vice chairman, there are several of them. One of the vice chairmen even owes me a favor. With just one word from you, you can make the whole school stop coming here? Who are you trying to fool, dumbass? And don't forget," she flirted first, "if this gets reported to your school, see who suffers more. Alright, time's up. You can get out now, or I'll call security. Of course, you could always order another meal package. Actually, this isn't such a big deal. Whether we leave now or order another package, it doesn't really matter. But being kicked out like this, it's really hard to swallow this insult. Ordering another set meal feels frustrating, it just lets Manager Wang profit even more." In front of the goddess, Xu Xiaoyu, Yu Feng, and Zhao Mashwan would never willingly lose face. Right now, they stand united against a common enemy, discussing countermeasures together. They're itching to pour all their connections, intelligence, and knowledge into this moment just to make a good impression. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, sat in the corner acting indifferent, even pulling out his phone to message someone, though it was unclear who. This situation was quite clear. First of all, this Manager Wan was definitely not a good guy. Just one glance from someone, and you're forcing them to drink with you? Of course, Yi Meishing wasn't a saint either. Her gaze was far too misleading, the kind of peach blossom eyes you hear about in legends, making every glance look full of affection. And when it came to using her beauty to secure small advantages, she had surely done it more than a few times. It didn't quite amount to selling one's charms, most people wouldn't dare harbor such delusions, yet she never imagined Manager Wang would make such a big deal out of it. Thus, in Lin Xuan's view, this was simply a case of dog-eat-dog infighting. With Xu Xiaoyu, Yu Feng, and Zhao Mashwan already fawning over her, he saw no point in joining the fray. Getting into a fight over Yi Meisheng would be both humiliating and utterly worthless. Of course, this presented a perfect opportunity to pocket those simp funds and boost affection points. As Lin Chuan tapped away on his phone, he was making his preparations. Yi Meisheng felt slightly reassured when she saw Chu Xiaoyu, Yu Feng, and Zhao Maoxuan stepping up for her. However, her spirit sank again as she realized they were incapable of handling the situation. Their abilities were simply too limited. At that moment, she glanced at Lin Chuan and frowned at the sight of him sitting there engrossed in his phone, completely indifferent. She thought to herself, seems like I overestimated him yesterday. Who would have thought he'd be so unreliable when it really matters? Yi Meisheng, favorability -10. Lin Chuan was stunned, slightly surprised. The favorability had just dropped so crisply. It was like searching for iron shoes to no avail, only to get them without any effort. Currently, she probably suspects his abilities, hence the favorability drop, so, making it rise back up later should be easy. Thus, Lin Chuan maintained an air of detachment, even lounging half asleep on the sofa to watch the show unfold. After a while, Yi Meisheng, favorability -10. Total favorability growth is down to just 101 points, it can't drop any further. Lin Chuan knew it was time to take action. The first thing he needed to do immediately was spend the remaining 1 million without delay. He'd already made his selections beforehand, now all that remained was to pay online. In an instant, 1 million yuan was spent. During this spending process, the system's warning alarm kept sounding again, making Lin Chuan inwardly curse, what a clueless, dumbass system. Not only did I complete main quest 2, but the remaining money was mine to spend however I pleased anyway. Moreover, the money I'm spending now is actually laying the groundwork for main quest 3. When the remaining 1 million was completely spent, the system chime rang out. Congratulations on completing main quest 2. You've earned 200,000 yuan plus 2 lottery draws. There were more urgent matters at hand, so Lin Chuan temporarily set aside the lottery draw for now. When it came to lottery draws, of course, one should wait until they had free time, wash their hands clean, and then take their time with it. At that moment, the system task refreshed. The third installment of the Simp money, 100 million. Main mission 3, spend the third batch of Simp money within 7 days and achieve a 200-point increase in affection from a beauty rated 8 or above. Completion reward, 300,000 plus 3 lottery draws. Failure penalty, freeze all remaining Simp money. As I expected, the third phase is indeed 100 million. Good, it's time to proceed with the third phase of embezzling the Simp money. Lin Chuan pondered for a moment, then suddenly waved toward Manager Wang. His tone was flat yet brooked no refusal. Come here for a moment. He was wearing long sleeves, so the Patek Philippe had been concealed until now. Not deliberately concealed, just not deliberately revealed. He thought that constantly raising his hand to show off his watch was extremely tacky. A brief reveal when needed was more than enough. Manager Wang was about to retort upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, but his sharp eyes caught sight of the Patek Philippe watch on Lin Chuan's wrist. He recognized it as a model worth over 2 million. He immediately gasped in surprise, shocked, then took in Lin Chuan's composed demeanor and refined attire. A nervous hesitation crept into his mind. He might be arrogant, but he knew how to adjust his attitude based on who he was dealing with. Someone like Xu Xiaoyu probably isn't afraid at all. He's likely just from a middle-class family. His family might have some money, but there's no real financial influence to speak of. But someone wearing a 2 million yuan Patek Philippe is a different story. That kind of wealth and power isn't something you'd want to mess with. Manager Wang didn't dare take any risks. He quickly cooled down, walked over, and put on an ingratiating smile. I didn't notice you earlier. My eyes failed to recognize greatness. Let me punish myself with a drink first. Sir, may I ask what you need? The other students turned their heads in surprise at the sound. Yi Meisheng's beautiful eyes also glanced over. Chapter 25, awe the entire venue. Manager Wang's reaction astonished everyone present. After all, when Xu Xiaoyu tried to pressure him with wealth and influence, Yu Feng attempted coercion through physical force, and Zhao Maoxuan leveraged his position as student council vice president, Manager Wang had remained completely unfazed by all such tactics. Yet with just one word from Lin Chuan, Manager Wang obediently walked over, even displaying a somewhat deferential attitude. Xu Xiaoyu, Yu Feng, and Zhao Maoxuan, who had been discussing countermeasures, all turned to look at Lin Chuan in surprise. They couldn't quite understand why his words carried such weight. Yu Feng, what's this junior's background? That bastard actually seems a bit intimidated by him. Zhao Maoxuan, his demeanor does seem extraordinary. It was only then that Xu Xiaoyu noticed the Patek Philippe watch on Lin Chuan's wrist, and his heart skipped a beat in shock. Xu Xiaoyu said in a deep voice, just look at the watch on his wrist and you'll understand. That Patek Philippe costs over 2 million. Yu Feng and Zhao Maoxuan gasped sharply upon hearing this. A watch worth over 2 million, holy crap. They had only seen such things on television before. Even among the wealthy people they knew, no one could afford a watch costing more than 2 million. Take Xu Xiaoyu for example, his family is considered wealthy with total assets unknown but certainly exceeding 10 million yuan. The car his family drives costs over $1,000,000 yuan. Yet even spending $1,000,000 on a watch would be beyond Chu Xiaoyu's means. As for a watch worth over $2,000,000? Forget about it, that's unimaginable. Generally speaking, only those with net worth in the tens of millions can afford a watch costing $2,000,000. Who is this junior Lin Chuan? Why does manager Wang seem a bit in awe of him? The girls were also whispering among themselves, looking at Lin Chuan with full curiosity. I'm not too sure either, I only met him the day before yesterday. I heard he'd been simping for Zhang Yan, the belle of the information management department, for 3 years without success. But when I saw him the other day, he seemed completely different from the rumors, both wealthy and charismatic. Now looking at him again, his charisma feels even more pronounced. Wei Shuefen's eyes sparkled with admiration. When a girl faces trouble and gets bullied, other guys want to help but can't resolve it. Then he just waves his hand and instantly commands the room. That kind of aura is seriously cool. Yi Meishing's gaze naturally settled on Lin Chuan as well, and she immediately recognized the Patek Philippe on his wrist, at least 2 tiers above a Rolex in prestige. The commanding presence that subdued manager Wang in a single sentence formed a stark contrast to Chu Xiaoyu, Yu Feng, and Zhao Mashuan. It turns out he wasn't incompetent, nor was his earlier stillness due to timidity. Did he simply consider these matters too childish to bother with initially? Only when Chu Xiaoyu, Yu Feng, and Zhao Mashuan proved utterly incapable did he finally step in to take control? A peculiar light flashed in Yi Meishing's eyes. Yi Meishing, affection plus 20. Lin Chuan paused momentarily upon hearing the system notification. He had anticipated that her affection would rebound easily, but even he was startled by how swiftly it happened. That delayed shot just now was pure genius. I'm truly the perfect point control player. Lin Chuan leaned back on the sofa and asked, I ordered some fine wines that are on their way here. If you kick us out now and the delivery gets lost, are you going to compensate? Listening to Lin Chuan's calm yet condescending tone, manager Wang felt another wave of shock in his heart. Anyone who could afford a 2,000,000 yuan watch probably ordered extraordinary wine. It could easily be worth tens of thousands. He certainly couldn't afford to compensate for that. But Yi Meishing and the others had offended him, and he had just made some harsh remarks. Although he was somewhat intimidated by Lin Chuan's presence, he wasn't entirely convinced of Lin Chuan's actual capabilities yet. So, completely backing down didn't sit well with him. After a moment's thought, he said, of course, I wouldn't dream of asking you to leave. The others can go, and I'll personally attend to you. Lin Chuan, sensing his hesitation, replied, how about this, let's wait until my wine arrives. Besides, I've already contacted your boss, so there's no need for you to trouble yourself. Manager Wang was stunned by this revelation, his expression fluctuating between unease and uncertainty, leaving him momentarily unsure of what to do next. Their boss has been very busy lately and doesn't quite believe Lin Chuan could summon him. Just as the stalemate persisted, suddenly a young man in a sleek suit arrived at the doorstep and asked respectfully, may I ask who Mr. Lin is? Your wine has arrived. Here, Lin Chuan replied. Though he had ordered online, he had chosen a nearby winery, which explained the swift delivery. The young man carried the package to Lin Chuan. Mr. Lin, this is the 80-year-old Maotai you ordered. Please inspect it. Hearing this, manager Wang gasped in shock. Chu Xiaoyu, Zhao Mashuan, and Wei Shuefen were equally astonished. Yu Feng asked with partial understanding, I know Maotai is expensive and that the vintage matters, but I've never heard of an 80-year-old one before. How much would that cost? 260,000, Chu Xiaoyu said solemnly. $2600,000? For one bottle? Yu Feng was dumbfounded. His family was actually quite well off, and due to his excellent athletic achievements, he had won substantial prize money. Compared to ordinary people, he was already quite liberal with his spending. But a bottle of wine costing 260,000 yuan, it just goes to show how poverty limits one's imagination. Even hearing it on TV seemed outrageous, let alone witnessing it right before my eyes. A junior actually bought it. A bottle of wine costing 260,000 is just too extravagant, and this junior actually bought one. The girls' gazes toward Lin Chuan were filled with even more admiration. At that moment, another woman in a professional suit walked to the door and asked, excuse me, which one of you is Mr. Lin? Right here, Lin Chuan said. The woman in professional attire approached and said respectfully, Mr. Lin, hello. This is the Romani Conti you ordered. Manager Wang, Chu Xiaoyu, and the others gasped sharply once more. At this moment, Yu Feng felt like a complete country bumpkin, but he couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, I think I've heard of Romani Conti wine before. How much does a bottle cost? 280,000, Chu Xiaoyu said. Yu Feng was stunned. After a long silence, only 2 words slipped from his lips, holy shit. But that wasn't all. People kept arriving, first with a 1945 Mouton Rothschild worth 200,000, then a Louis XIII Black Pearl Cognac priced at 250,000. Every person on the scene gaped, their jaws hanging open for good. When all the wines arrived, they were somewhat hesitant to move, afraid of accidentally knocking them over as they looked at the dangerously expensive bottles covering the floor. Even bundled up, the fear lingered. Knocking over any single bottle would be akin to toppling half a small town's house. Yufeng swallowed hard before saying, I did the math with a calculator, it totals over 1 million. Manager Wang's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Ordering 1 million yuan's worth of wine for a birthday? How extravagant was that? His earlier assumption that it might cost tens of thousands now seemed incredibly short-sighted. At this moment, all hesitation vanished as he said, Mr. Lin, I was blind to your stature and disturbed you and your friends earlier. Please forgive my ignorance. Stay as long as you wish, I won't intrude further. Just let me know if you need anything. Watching Manager Wang's groveling demeanor, all their classmates present felt a deep sense of vindication. Chu Xiaoyu, Yufeng, and Zhao Mashuan felt a sense of vindication, yet they simultaneously realized they had lost. Yi Meisheng gazed at Lin Xuan, her eyes shimmering with even greater brilliance now. The tenderness in her gaze seemed ready to melt Lin Xuan entirely. Yi Meisheng, favorability plus 10. Chapter 26. The vast gap between people. Lin Xuan looked at Manager Wang with a faint smile. Not kicking us out anymore? Mr. Lin, you must be joking, I never intended to kick you out from the start. Though, I must admit, I did offend your classmates earlier, and for that, I apologize, Manager Wang said, tactfully stepping toward Yi Meisheng, Chu Xiaoyu, Yufeng, Zhao Mashuan, and the others. He bowed slightly and said, Dear classmates, my earlier behavior was unacceptable. My apologies, sincerely. Yi Meisheng, Chu Xiaoyu, Yufeng, Zhao Mashuan, and the others watched him with quiet satisfaction, unable to suppress a smirk at the sight. Chu Xiaoyu said, There's no need to apologize to us, just apologize to Meisheng properly. And best not to pull such overbearing stunts in the future, or you'll get what's coming to you sooner or later. Yes, absolutely right, Manager Wang muttered inwardly. If it weren't for this tycoon's face, who'd even bother with you, acting all high and mighty in front of me? But none of it showed on his face. He even bowed to Yi Meisheng again. I was blind to your worth earlier, miss. Please don't hold it against a petty man like me. The promised discount still stands, of course. Yi Meisheng merely gave a curt nod, not even glancing at Manager Wang. Her gaze remained fixed on Lin Xuan. Manager Wang, seeing that the group didn't seem inclined to press the matter further, returned to Lin Xuan to apologize once more before wisely and sheepishly making his exit. Junior Lin Xuan, just how wealthy are you? Buying wine worth over 1 million, that's way too extravagant. Wei Shuefen asked, voicing the question on everyone's mind. I might not be as wealthy as you imagine. I just spent all my savings, Lin Xuan replied with a laugh. This wasn't entirely inaccurate, he had indeed spent the remainder of his second batch of lapdog money. However, the third installment of the Simp money has arrived, 100 million. Junior, you sure know how to joke. This is just your pocket money, right? Of course, no one believed it. Who would spend all their savings on alcohol? Judging by his nonchalant attitude, it was probably just his pocket money. Thank you. If it weren't for you just now, we'd probably have to slink away in disgrace, Yi Meisheng approached with a charming smile. You're welcome. I didn't do much, Lin Xuan replied. Yi Meisheng turned to Chu Xiaoyu, Yufeng, and Zhao Mashuan, thank you too, for standing up for me earlier. Chu Xiaoyu, Yufeng, and Zhao Mashuan all said it wasn't necessary, feeling undeserving of her gratitude. After all, any observer could tell that it was entirely Lin Xuan's doing. Just pick any 2 bottles of liquor you'd like to drink, Lin Xuan said. He'd bought so much wine both to spend the entire million and to show off. After installing it, it's fine to offer them a bottle or 2 to drink. As for the rest, just leave it be. Even though I seldom drink myself, keeping it around for show is good enough. How could we possibly accept this? Of course, everyone was eager to try the legendary vintage, but they truly felt awkward. Wine this expensive, who would dare drink it? As for stepping forward to open it, not a single person dared to make a move. Lin Xuan thought for a moment and decided to open 2 bottles of red wine. Firstly, there were more women here, so red wine would be more appropriate. Secondly, high-proof baijiu can better withstand the test of time and be stored for long periods. So he uncorked bottles of 1945 Mouton and Romanée-Conti, then summoned the server to decant and pour the wine. The waitress was quite alarmed upon learning the price of those 2 bottles of wine. Don't worry, you won't have to pay even if it breaks, Lin Xuan said with a faint smile. His carefree demeanor made it seem like this wasn't a 200,000 yuan bottle of red wine, but rather a cheap beer worth just a few bucks. Hearing this, the waitress immediately relaxed noticeably, her hands steadier now. Seeing Lin Xuan's attitude, the women present couldn't help but silently applaud him in their hearts. Some people act terribly towards waitstaff just because they have money. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, treats waitstaff with great respect. He doesn't even care about expensive red wine worth over 200,000, so carefree. How to put it? Those rich people with bad attitudes feel like nouveau riches, while someone like Lin Xuan belongs to the elite class of noble young masters. Chu Xiaoyu, Yufeng, and Zhao Mashuan once again felt the immense gap between them and Lin Xuan. If anyone else had such a bottle of wine, they would have reserved it for hosting the most important guests who might influence their entire future. If someone broke it by accident, they'd certainly fight to the death with that person. By contrast, Lin Chuan showed such carefree indifference, even saying the waitress wouldn't have to compensate if she broke it. Yi Meishing's gaze towards Lin Chuan grew increasingly alluring. Yi Meishing, favorability +5. The waitress poured a glass for each person, naturally filling it nowhere near full, just barely covering the very bottom of the cups. The crowd cherished it as if they had found a treasure, carefully raising their glasses to take small sips. Some present didn't normally drink, but they couldn't resist trying a little now. Who wouldn't want a taste of this $200,000 wine? As for the taste, Yi Meisheng and Xu Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration after just one sip. Wei Shuefen and the others didn't know much about wine, but perhaps the hefty price tag made them savor every drop with relish. Lin Chuan drank quite casually, feeling that while the wine was indeed good, it wasn't worth such a high price. But isn't pocketing a simp's money precisely for enjoying life? Luxury items are meant to be savored. Having experienced it, he wouldn't feel intimidated when discussing luxury goods with others in the future. Before the 2 bottles of red wine were finished, the door opened again as Manager Wang entered with a slightly balding middle-aged man. Manager Wang introduced Lin Chuan to the middle-aged man. "Boss, this is Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, this is the owner of our store." Manager Wang had previously doubted whether Lin Chuan could really summon their incredibly busy boss, but after the $1 million wine incident, he was no longer surprised. "Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Zhao Fuhai." The slightly balding middle-aged man appeared very amiable, greeting him with a cheerful smile. "Hello Boss Zhao, sorry to trouble you to make this trip." Since the other party was being polite, Lin Chuan matched his courteous tone. Zhao Fuhai glanced at the floor covered with expensive wines, his smile widening. "No trouble at all, shall we sit down? There's an empty private room nearby that would be quieter for conversation." Manager Wang quickly led the way, taking Lin Chuan and Zhao Fuhai to another private room. Manager Wang's heart was pounding at that moment, unsure of what Lin Chuan and the boss needed to discuss. But the boss's respectful attitude toward Lin Chuan clearly showed his importance. Although he hadn't directly offended Lin Chuan earlier, at least he had reacted quickly. But could he still have offended his classmate? Surely they wouldn't hold a grudge against him? Xu Xiaoyu, Yu Feng, Zhao Mashuan, and others noticed how respectfully the restaurant owner treated Lin Chuan, while as mere managers they'd almost been humiliated. Once again, they felt the vast disparity between people. Chapter 27. The restaurant changes hands as easily as a dewdrop falls. Settling into the private room next door, Manager Wang wanted to stay to serve tea and listen in, but Zhao Fuhai waved him away, not wanting any disturbances. Zhao Fuhai smiled amiably and said, "At first, when I heard a student from Jianghai University actually wanted to take over my restaurant, I was a bit reluctant to entertain the idea. I thought you were joking around. I didn't want to play games with a college student. But when I saw your watch and those wines, I knew you were someone of considerable means." Lin Chuan replied, "I wouldn't say considerable means, but I do have a bit of money to my name." Zhao Fuhai nodded and said, "Good. With money, we can talk business properly. You're a student from Jianghai University, so you must have heard about this restaurant. As you can see, my place has excellent decor and thriving business. Even though it's not as good as before, the annual net profit still reaches 4 to 500,000. If I weren't facing cash flow problems with my other businesses, I'd never consider transferring it. So the transfer fee is set at 1.2 million, not a penny less. This is a corner shop, arguably the best commercial location in this community, so the rent is 20% higher than neighboring stores, 500,000 a year." Lin Chuan didn't haggle with the owner over the price. Instead, he smiled and asked, "I'd heard before that this restaurant space was yours too. Now you're setting your own rent, so the rumor must be true. Since Mr. Zhao is short on funds, why not simply sell the shop to me?" Did Lin Chuan understand the restaurant business? No, he didn't. Even if the shop was already established, handing it over to him might still lead to losses. After all, the transfer fee would be 1.2 million, and the rent would be nearly 50,000 per month. It might not be an asset but rather a liability. But if this catering shop were purchased outright, that would be different. Being real estate, no matter how much its value decreases, it remains an asset. Lin Chuan's goal was to embezzle the Simp funds to gain favor points. While those flashy luxury cars and watches suitable for showing off naturally deserved purchases, occasionally investing in real estate would be more value-preserving and cost-effective. Moreover, under the current circumstances, buying the shop would definitely boost Yi Meishing's favorability. Zhao Fuhai was momentarily stunned upon hearing Lin Chuan's words. It seemed a bit exaggerated for a college student to take over this restaurant, buying the property outright. Was he that loaded? Zhao Fuhai said, "This commercial space actually belongs to me, and it's a prime 300 square meter location. Even if the restaurant stops operating, renting it out for 40,000 to 50,000 yuan a month wouldn't be an issue. The purchase price would be around 10 million. As he spoke, Zhao Fuhai studied Lin Chuan's expression. Lin Chuan, upon hearing the sum of 10 million, remained completely unfazed. If the monthly rent can indeed reach 40 or 50,000, then it's certainly worth nearly 10 million. Of course, I'll need to conduct a little investigation for the exact price. But Mr. Zhao, I must ask, assuming the price is right, would you be interested in selling? Zhao Fuhai replied with a hint of skepticism, if the price is right, I'm certainly willing to sell. That would solve a major part of my cash flow issues. But if you purchase the commercial property, the restaurant must be transferred along with it. After all, I don't want to work for someone else. Of course, if you genuinely don't want to manage the restaurant, we can work something out, but we'd need to sign a contract with a monthly rent of 45,000 for at least 5 years. Lin Chuan nodded. That's easy to handle. Since we've purchased this restaurant location, transferring the business license is just a small extra step. From what he knew, the restaurant was indeed doing well, and selling it should be worth considering. Moreover, purchasing the shop means no rental payments, so there's little need to worry about losses. It has strong risk resilience. Zhao Fuhai was clearly very earnest about this deal. He pulled up the detailed transaction records from recent months for Lin Chuan to review, proving that the profits truly were as substantial as he had claimed. Lin Chuan was quite satisfied, but he still sent a message to Yi Meisheng on WeChat. Ask the seniors if they can do us a favor and investigate roughly how much the rent is for shops nearby. Yi Meisheng froze for a moment upon reading the message. Was Lin Chuan really selling his restaurant? Her eyes lit up slightly as she told her classmates about Lin Chuan's request. The students present were instantly shocked. Damn, seems like Lin Chuan is planning to take over this restaurant. This place has great decor, solid business, and lots of regulars. The transfer fee would probably be around $1 million. But for someone like Lin Chuan, that's practically pocket change. I'm from the outreach department. I've worked with several nearby stores before where they paid us to advertise for them at the school's welcome party. I still keep in touch with them. Let me ask about the rent. I'm from the student union and used to manage part-time delivery jobs for college students. Let me ask them if they know anything about it. Do we really need to go through all this trouble? I'll just go over and ask directly. I've got basic social skills, you know. This restaurant is truly delicious. It shouldn't be ruined by that manager Wang. If Junior Lin Chuan takes it over, he can kick him out. The 2 bottles of wine Lin Chuan opened, each worth over 200,000 yuan, now proved their immense value. The classmates who had tasted the expensive wine felt obliged to lend this small favor. Even Xu Xiaoyu, Yufeng, and Zhao Mashuan joined in the effort. Working together, they fully utilized their connections and social skills. Soon, a detailed spreadsheet of rental prices for nearby shops was compiled and sent to Lin Chuan's phone. They even conducted a rough evaluation of this Qin Xianga restaurant, estimating that the monthly rent should be worth at least 45,000. Possibly even over 50,000, entirely plausible for leasing out. Based on the standard 5% return rate for commercial properties, selling it for 10 million would be reasonable. Listed prices are usually inflated initially, with room for negotiation. But this boss Zhao, his asking price is actually quite fair. Maybe he's genuinely honest, or perhaps he's truly in need of funds. Lin Chuan felt completely reassured now and swiftly proceeded to sign the contract and transfer the payment within a short time. When Zhao Fuhai saw the full amount of 11.2 million directly deposited into his account, he froze in shock. You need to understand that even among those with assets exceeding hundreds of millions, few have this much liquid capital available. Even if they wanted to free up funds, it wouldn't happen in just a short while. Yet this guy acted as casually as paying for groceries. One can only imagine how immensely powerful his family background must be. At that thought, Zhao Fuhai's demeanor became even more respectful. Zhao Fuhai then summoned everyone who wasn't busy and announced bluntly, I've got news for everyone. I've transferred ownership of this restaurant to Lin Chuan here. Starting today, he's your new boss. Manager Wang's mind exploded upon hearing this, his face instantly paling by 3 shades. The 2 students eavesdropping at the door rushed back to their private room and excitedly reported, it's done. Junior Lin Chuan really pulled it off and took over this restaurant. The students on site erupted in cheers. Damn impressive, truly worthy of Junior Lin Chuan. I'm not surprised at all. Someone who can casually drop $1 million on liquor would find acquiring this restaurant pocket change. That was faster than me grabbing stuff at a dollar store. Now I'll get to see if Manager Wang's expressions have become even more animated. Chapter 28, Spending tens of millions just to stand up for a girl? After Zhao Fuhai left, Lin Chuan returned to his original private room where classmates burst into applause, celebrating enthusiastically. At this moment, Yi Meisheng's gaze toward Lin Chuan had softened several degrees compared to before. Yi Meisheng, favorability +5. A stylish and still charming middle-aged woman carrying a tray of drinks and fruit entered, skillfully greeting everyone. Boss, this is a special fruit tea I prepared just for you. Though it's nowhere near as refined as these premium liquors, it does have its own unique charm. The woman smiled sweetly as she placed the fruit tea before Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan nodded and said, Mr. Zhao just gave me a brief introduction. Correct me if I'm wrong, your manager Zhang? The graceful woman smiled. You have an excellent memory, boss. Indeed, I'm Manager Zhang. Lin Chuan asked, is the management and operation of this restaurant mainly your responsibility or Manager Wang's? Manager Zhang hesitated, clearly torn between speaking and holding back. Lin Chuan said, just tell it like it is, no need to sugarcoat anything. Manager Zhang nodded and said, most matters are under my responsibility. She briefly explained the situation. It was actually her who really managed things, but Manager Wang had seniority, so his word was final. Manager Wang is actually quite capable, otherwise, he wouldn't have reached his current position. However, he used to work in bars and picked up quite a few bad habits. At first, he kept himself in check, but once he secured his position, he became increasingly unrestrained. Due to his arrogance, many employees voiced complaints, and there were even several intense conflicts with customers, damaging the restaurant's reputation. Although the restaurant's declining business this year was partly due to the economic downturn, Manager Wang also bears some responsibility. Lin Chuan didn't take it at face value. He had Manager Zhang step aside while summoning the employees one by one for questioning. Their accounts largely matched hers. Lin Chuan declared, from now on, you'll be in charge of the restaurant's management. You'll receive Manager Wang's salary portion. Manager Zhang's eyes lit up. Thank you, boss. I'll work hard to take the restaurant's business to new heights. Just then, Manager Wang pushed the door open and entered. Spotting Manager Zhang, he couldn't help but frown. Manager Zhang, please step out. I'll handle the report to the boss. However, Manager Zhang didn't move at all. Manager Wang snapped angrily, didn't you hear me? I said I'll handle the handover with the boss. Lin Chuan remarked, Manager Wang, quite the authoritative figure, aren't we? Manager Wang's expression changed instantly upon hearing this, and he hurried over respectfully, saying, boss, I just didn't want her to make any mistakes. I run the restaurant operations, I know the situation best. Lin Chuan retorted, but I heard it's precisely because of your conflicts with customers that the restaurant's reputation has taken a hit. There's no need for you to rush to explain, it won't do you any good. Though you treated me politely enough earlier, your arrogance and aggression toward my classmates didn't escape my notice. This arrogant way of abusing public power for private interests clearly isn't your first time. With such conduct, who would dare come to eat here? Considering you've been relatively polite to me from the start, I won't make trouble for you. Just leave on your own. Manager Wang's face was grim as he bowed deeply and pleaded, boss, I was wrong. Considering my decent performance so far, could you give me one more chance? I promise to turn over a new leaf and take the restaurant's performance to the next level. I've been at this restaurant the longest, you could say I practically built it up from scratch. Manager Zhang is new here, she simply can't handle it properly. I don't know how much rent Boss Zhao quoted you, but this premium restaurant space can't be cheap. If not managed well, it might run at a loss. Lin Chuan directly pulled the property deed and contract from his bag, slapping them on the table as he said, I've purchased this commercial space outright, no rent required. So losses are practically impossible. Moreover, I believe Manager Zhang will be more effective than you. Manager Wang drew a sharp breath, bought outright? This restaurant space must cost at least 10 million yuan. Manager Zhang was also startled, but this was good news. It showed the new boss had substantial resources, eliminating worries about unpaid wages. The students present were collectively dumbfounded as they stared at the property deed. They had thought he was merely transferring ownership of the restaurant, never expecting him to have outright purchased the entire commercial property. Given the property's value, it must have cost at least 10 million yuan. We knew you had money, but just how rich are you? A strange light once again shimmered in Yi Meishing's eyes, making her appear even more enchantingly beautiful. System notification, Yi Meishing's favorability plus 15. Lin Chuan was momentarily stunned when he heard the system prompt. The higher the favorability level, the harder it became to increase. Wasn't this rise too dramatic? Wait, could she possibly think I spent these 10 million primarily to stand up for her? Seeing Lin Chuan's resolute attitude, Manager Wang found himself speechless. Fearing that persisting further might provoke Lin Chuan's wrath with graver consequences, he bowed respectfully and obediently withdrew. His guts were churning with regret, wondering why he had to act so arrogantly in front of his classmates today. But what he failed to realize was that his arrogance wasn't a one-off incident, it's just that this time he happened to run into Lin Chuan. After Manager Wang left, the room remained deathly silent for several seconds before everyone snapped out of their daze. Wei Shuefen picked up the contract and property deed on the table in disbelief, discovering to her shock that not only had the restaurant been transferred, but the entire shop space had been purchased outright. Total value, 11.2 million. Wei Shuefen exclaimed in astonishment, a transaction worth tens of millions. I've only seen such things on TV and in the news before, yet now it's happening right before my eyes. Other classmates also gathered around. I initially thought Junior Lin Chuan was just transferring ownership of this restaurant. Who could have imagined he'd purchase a shop worth over 10 million? I didn't even dare to think in that direction. Poverty truly limits one's imagination. No wonder Junior Lin Chuan mainly asked us to check the rental prices nearby rather than the shop's business. The core consideration for buying a property is how much rent it can generate. Xu Xiaoyu, Yufeng, and Zhao Moshuan gazed at the contract and property deed, once again feeling the vast disparities between people. Yufeng sighed, the Yangtze's waves behind drive those before, each generation excels the last as predecessors fade on the shore. Xu Xiaoyu, can't compare, can't compare. Zhao Moshuan's expression darkened further as he lowered his voice. Have you considered this? It's not just about buying a 10 million level restaurant property. If he were already in this business, being wealthy wouldn't be that outrageous. But is Lin Chuan really here to do business? Obviously not. He simply couldn't stand manager Wang and wanted to avenge Meisheng. Though he briefly checked the shop's condition, his main goal was still to stand up for Meisheng. Spending 10 million just to defend a girl's honor, what does that tell you? Yufeng and Xu Xiaoyu finally grasped the crucial point, instantly sucking in a sharp breath of cold air. After a prolonged silence, Yufeng spat out a single word from his mouth, do it. But unfortunately, they had overthought things. Lin Chuan's main goal was simply to embezzle the Simp's money. Now this restaurant and the shop had all become his personal property. Chapter 29, Yi Meisheng hand feeds him cake. If Xu Xiaoyu, Yufeng, and Zhao Moshuan had previously sensed the disparities between people, now they felt they weren't even playing in the same league as Lin Chuan. Spending tens of millions just to vent Yi Meisheng's anger, such audacious extravagance. Exactly how terrifying is his family fortune? Yufeng sighed, now we can only hope Meisheng hasn't realized this point, that way there might still be some room for maneuver. Xu Xiaoyu glanced at Yi Meisheng and shook his head. Come on, you know exactly how sharp Meisheng is. There's no chance she missed it. Just look at how she's gazing at Lin Chuan, she figured it out ages ago. Damn, money really is power. If I were a girl and some guy dropped tens of millions to defend my honor, I'd probably fall for him on the spot. Zhao Moshuan said with a grim expression, there's still one opportunity. Lin Chuan is anxious. Having spent over 10 million to stand up for a girl, he might be eager to see returns. When people get impatient, they make mistakes and start behaving like fools, becoming downright repulsive. Upon hearing this, Yufeng and Xu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. This line of thinking was quite reasonable. If they had spent 10 million to defend a girl, they too would want instant gratification. Otherwise, the thought of all that money going down the drain would be downright heartbreaking. But when they turned to look at Lin Chuan, they were taken aback. He was chatting casually with Wei Shuefen and the others, his expression utterly composed, not even sparing a glance at Yi Meisheng. It was as if he hadn't just blown 10 million, but a mere $1,000. At this moment, a waitress sweetly asked Lin Chuan, boss, what should we do with these 2 bottles of wine? This waitress was the very one who had previously poured wine for Lin Chuan and whom he had told not to worry about breaking anything. That single remark had made her develop immense goodwill toward him. Now that Lin Chuan had suddenly become the new boss, she couldn't contain her joy. At the moment, she was considering how the new boss should handle the remaining 2 bottles of wine. After all, each was worth over 200,000. Lin Chuan glanced at his classmates and asked, would you like to drink some more? The other students quickly shook their heads, not daring to drink anymore. After just 2 bottles, they already felt like their lifespans might be shortening. Lin Chuan said, I noticed a wine rack in the dining hall, let's place them there. Later, I'll buy another $1,000,000 worth of wine to add to it. These premium bottles will become one of our restaurant's signature attractions. If no one orders them, they'll serve as decor. If guests are hosting VIPs, we can sell them. And occasionally, I'll use them when bringing friends here. The waitresses froze momentarily upon hearing this. They were going to casually display 200,000 to 300,000 yuan bottles on the restaurant's wine rack? And not just that, he planned to buy another $1,000,000 worth? The waitresses looked at Lin Chuan with admiration, obediently placing both bottles of wine carefully on the rack as he instructed. At that moment, they could only think how amazing their new boss was: handsome, wealthy, and full of charisma. Honestly, he was even more worth idolizing than those so-called celebrities. Plus, with a rich boss like him, they didn't have to worry too much about getting paid on time. Seeing this, the students were stunned once again. Wait, didn't you just spend over 10 million? Shouldn't you be budgeting carefully? Xu Xiaoyu, Yufeng, and Zhao Moshuan stood dumbfounded. Right then, they felt like absolute clowns. I measured a gentleman's heart with my own petty mind, thinking Lin Chuan would be eager for immediate returns. Never did I expect that he wouldn't even bat an eye at that 10 million, even turning around to buy another $1,000,000 worth of wine just to fill up that wine rack. Though they had spoken softly earlier, keeping their conversation private, the current moment was so awkward they wished they could dig a hole and disappear into it. Just then, Yi Meisheng whispered something to a waitress. Moments later, the waitress returned with a slice of cake clearly cut from the large cake earlier, which Yi Meisheng had somehow arranged to be refrigerated. Such meticulous thoughtfulness spoke volumes. With effortless grace, Yi Meisheng approached Lin Chuan, her smile radiant as she offered him the cake. We've already had our share while you were discussing business. This slice was saved especially for you. Witnessing this scene, Xu Xiaoyu, Yufeng, and Zhao Moshuan felt somewhat jealous, though they could do nothing about it. Thanks. Lin Chuan took the cake, ate a couple of bites, and then placed it on the table during the conversation with others. I specially saved this birthday cake for you, and you just eat 2 bites? Yi Meisheng coquettishly pouted, her enchanting appearance making hearts melt. I was quite full from dinner just now, and this cake is a bit too rich, Lin Xuan replied with a smile. Just this tiny piece, how rich can it be? Yi Meisheng said, picking up the cake plate and scooping a spoonful before holding it to Lin Xuan's lips. Have a couple more bites. It's truly hard to resist when a beauty offers food. With a smile, Lin Xuan opened his mouth, and Yi Meisheng promptly fed the cake between his lips. Seeing this, Wei Shuefen and the other girls couldn't help but tease them. However, no one found it particularly unusual. After all, Lin Xuan had just splurged lavishly for Yi Meisheng. Feeding her a few bites of cake seemed perfectly natural. Even if they were to switch positions, they might end up offering themselves in marriage. Such a generous and dashing young man, snagging him would be a sure win. Chu Xiaoyu, Yu Feng, and Zhao Mashuan witnessed this scene with eyes wide in disbelief, finding it utterly unbearable. Yi Meisheng had always known her boundaries well, never showing excessive affection toward any particular admirer in public, but this time, she made an exception. Was she unaware that this would upset Chu Xiaoyu, Yu Feng, and Zhao Mashuan? Of course not. She sacrificed the feelings of Chu Xiaoyu, Yu Feng, and Zhao Mashuan for Lin Xuan's sake. Or rather, compared to Lin Xuan, Chu Xiaoyu, Yu Feng, and Zhao Mashuan had become far less valuable to her now. Fortunately, after feeding him a few bites, Yi Meisheng stopped. A few mouthfuls conveyed warmth, but any more might have seemed excessive and cloying. Yet the image of Yi Meisheng feeding Lin Xuan had already been deeply imprinted in their minds, throwing their hearts into utter disarray. No matter what their classmates were discussing, they couldn't process a word. Lin Xuan glanced at the 3 of them. As a former simp himself, he understood their feelings acutely. Yet he felt no sympathy, because when he'd been that way, no one had sympathized with him either. Simps, after all, didn't deserve pity. Moreover, he knew all too well, you can't educate someone by lecturing, life has to teach them, and one lesson is enough. Only when their hearts were thoroughly broken could they move on. In the long run, what he was doing might even be doing them a favor. Chapter 30 Soaring Fish Tank Rankings and Second Lottery. It was already past 9 p.m. when the gathering finally ended. Lin Xuan, having just taken over the restaurant, stayed behind to briefly discuss some matters with manager Zhang and others. To his relief, the restaurant's operation and management models were quite mature, and manager Zhang proved highly competent, capable of handling everything. It seems I don't have to do much, just be a hands-off boss. There are only 2 things that need to be done, collecting money and paying salaries. Stepping out of the restaurant, I saw Yi Meisheng, Wei Shuefen, and the others still waiting. Since the school was nearby, we all walked back together. On the way, Yi Meisheng walked side by side with Lin Xuan, laughing and chatting the whole time. Chu Xiaoyu, Yu Feng, and Zhao Mashuan watched, feeling even more miserable, yet despite their discomfort, they couldn't help but keep looking. They were terrified that Lin Xuan and Yi Meisheng might grow even closer, but if they did, they absolutely had to witness it. After all, what they feared more was the 2 of them becoming a couple without their knowledge. The tragedy of a simp lies precisely in this. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the campus. Since dormitories for different departments were located in separate areas, Lin Xuan bid a brief farewell to Yi Meisheng before they parted ways. Chu Xiaoyu, Yu Feng, and Zhao Mashuan could still walk part of the way with Yi Meisheng and Wei Shuefen, but they remained sullen and didn't say a word to Yi Meisheng, lagging behind the group. After walking for a while, Yi Meisheng slowed her pace to match theirs and asked, "What's wrong with you all? You seemed so preoccupied." The 3 fell silent for a moment before Yu Feng couldn't help saying, "We were pretty useless today, no face to meet you. As seniors, we couldn't even compare to junior Lin Xuan." Yi Meisheng smiled faintly and said, "What are you thinking? I saw how hard you all tried to help me today. Of course, junior Lin Xuan did lend a huge hand today and even generously spent 10 million. To show my gratitude, feeding him a couple bites of cake was the least I could do." Yu Feng's eyes lit up. "So you and Lin Xuan?" Yi Meisheng said, "I've only just met junior Lin Xuan. And who knows, maybe he still has feelings for that Zhang Yan. If you keep overthinking like this, I'm going to get angry." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyu, Yu Feng, and Zhao Mashuan immediately brightened up. Their steps became noticeably lighter as they walked back. When she returned to the dormitory, Yi Meisheng received messages from all 3 of them. Chu Xiaoyu texted, "Sorry Meisheng, I shouldn't have overthought things today. It was unbecoming of me as a senior to make faces like that. I should be properly thanking junior Lin Xuan instead. Yu Feng, Meisheng, good night. Zhao Mashuan, Meisheng, I know I shouldn't overthink things, but seeing you feed Lin Xuan today really upset me. Could you please not do that kind of thing anymore? I know I have no right to make demands, but..." Yi Meisheng closed their chat windows without replying, instead opening Lin Xuan's message window. "Thank you so much today, Lin Xuan. If it weren't for you, I would have been bullied." She followed this with a cute sticker. Then, Yi Meisheng opened a memo with a list of names, each followed by a score. Yi Meisheng first moved Chu Xiaoyu, Yu Feng, and Zhao Mashuan originally in the middle of the list to the bottom. Next, she moved Lin Xuan, who had been in the lower middle section, up to 3rd place. After a moment of thought, she moved him up to second. Then, she marked a fairly high score of 85 next to his name. If anyone happened to see this list and studied it closely, they would realize it was Yi Meisheng's dating pool rankings. The men listed were all relatively close to her. It's just that these fish clearly didn't expect Yi Meisheng was secretly grading and ranking them behind their backs. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Chuan finished showering. Lying in bed, he couldn't wait to open the system panel. Main Quest 2 was completed, and the 2 lottery draws still hadn't been used. He rubbed his hands together and clicked the lottery button. The wheel spun rapidly before gradually slowing down, passing over prizes like skill books and mind-reading talismans. It finally came to a stop, landing once again on the biggest prize, attribute points. Just like last time, another 5 attribute points. Looks like attribute points are part of the standard rewards. Lin Chuan wasn't dissatisfied at all, in fact, he was quite pleased. After all, although the attribute points weren't many, they could enhance his body, a value that money truly couldn't buy. If these could be sold, those wealthy individuals in poor health would undoubtedly be willing to pay a fortune for them. Lin Chuan immediately allocated all 5 attribute points, 1 to Constitution, 3 to Strength, and 1 to Agility. After allocation, his attributes were as follows. Constitution, 14. Strength, 13. Dexterity, 13. Spirit, 13. The standard for a healthy adult is 10, and now Lin Chuan's physical condition should already rival that of the school's top athletes. Another lottery draw was available, so Lin Chuan clicked the button again. The wheel spun and finally landed on a small square, Beauty Enhancement Pill. Beauty Enhancement Pill. Upon consumption, it can comprehensively remove skin toxins, melanin, aging keratin, excess oil, and more, revitalizing the skin to restore its flawless, baby-like state. It also eliminates dark circles, lifts drooping eyelids, tightens sagging skin, and achieves perfect facial features and muscle tone. Suggestion: such a perfect elixir would surely delight any woman if given as a gift, significantly boosting her affection and admiration. Lin Chuan was thrilled by the results, his heart racing with excitement. This elixir was simply incredible, painless cosmetic enhancement at its finest. What's more, it delivered fundamental improvements without any side effects. But when he saw the suggestion, he was left speechless. As expected of the Supreme Simp system, using money to fawn over beauties was one thing, but even the rewards earned from completing missions were meant for flattering women? Would Lin Chuan heed the advice? Of course not. There was only one beauty enhancement pill, so it could only be gifted to one beautiful woman to boost her favorability toward him. Besides, there was a chance that once the woman became more beautiful, she might feel her worth had increased and aspire to marry into true wealth, only to end up looking down on him instead. But consuming it myself can boost the favorability of countless beautiful women. Plus, the handsomeness enhancement stays with me, no one can take it away. He had already verified before that a man's skin and appearance matter greatly. What women call cleanliness actually means being handsome. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chuan opened his mouth and swallowed the beauty pill. But just after taking it, the effects apparently wouldn't show so quickly. Only then did he check WeChat and found 3 messages. One was from Yi Meisheng, to which he replied briefly. Another was a friend request from Zhang Yan, with the verification message, Lin Chuan, please notice me, at least accept the request first. For old time's sake, could you help me repay Zhao Jun's 30-some thousand first? Such a small sum means nothing to you. Lin Chuan couldn't be bothered to read through it all and declined straight away. Opening the last message, it was from Qin Bingqing. I've sent you the e-ticket for tomorrow's auto show. Remember to come. Lin Chuan hadn't forgotten about the auto show she mentioned. He'd originally planned to ask her about the ticket tomorrow, though free tickets for the show weren't hard to come by. That said, getting them through the participating 4S stores was even easier. Besides, sometimes you just had to trouble others in social interactions. It helped foster communication. Of course, this so-called trouble should involve nothing more than a small favor you could easily ask. Anything beyond that would mean actually inconveniencing someone, which consumes goodwill. Chapter 31, The Importance of Packaging. The next morning, when Lin Chuan washed his face and saw his reflection in the mirror, he was momentarily stunned. After his previous skincare routine, his complexion had already improved significantly, but skincare requires consistent effort. Some underlying minor issues naturally couldn't be completely resolved so quickly. But now, all those minor imperfections were gone. His entire face was flawlessly fair and clean, eerily so. Moreover, all issues such as the slight hollows under his eyes, the mild drooping of his facial muscles, and the subtle asymmetry of his face were completely resolved in an instant. Don't get the wrong idea, when listed like this, it might sound excessive, but in reality, nearly everyone's face is asymmetrical to some degree. Even someone as handsome as Edison Chen actually has a slightly uneven face. He was still young, so the issues were quite minor. Unless you looked closely, they were barely noticeable. Still, these imperfections did affect his looks to some extent. Now, all those flaws were gone, as if countless meticulous refinements had been performed, leaving his face flawless and immaculate. Without exaggeration, it was practically a work of art. Lin Chuan couldn't help but narcissistically run his fingers over it. This beauty enhancement pill works even more amazingly than I imagined. If an 8 out of 10 beauty took it, she'd probably jump straight to a 9 or higher. Stupid system, if I gave it to a beautiful woman, would she even still look at me? Lin Chuan felt relieved by his wise choice. After changing his clothes, he headed to the car exhibition. He was supposed to attend classes today, but he chose to skip them. For him now, embezzling the money from his sycophantic admirers was the top priority. Attending school? That could wait. After all, he was just an ordinary man who couldn't resist the temptation of billions. Driving the Mercedes-Benz G-Class to the auto show, I parked in the underground garage. At the entrance, I scanned my ticket and stepped inside. The venue was packed with crowds, buzzing with excitement. Various cars were displayed at each booth, with glamorous models posing in front of the luxury vehicles. All of them were dressed rather lightly, flaunting their enviable figures. Yet at a glance, several clearly bore traces of cosmetic enhancements. Looking closer, their appearances lacked natural comfort. Lin Chuan didn't linger on the cars or the models. Instead, he strode directly toward the exhibition area of Qin Bingqing's family. The car show was so vast that it took me quite a while to find them. From a distance, I spotted Qin Bingqing and Lu Xingye. Their exhibition booths appeared to be right next to each other. Given how closely their parents interacted and their good relationship, it wasn't surprising their booths were adjacent. However, standing beside them was another young man in a suit. He was tall, but his face was slightly elongated and dotted with pimples, hardly what you'd call handsome. As I approached, I could hear the long-faced young man saying, "Lu Xingye, Qin Bingqing, seriously, you're settling for these corner booths? Hardly anyone comes here. There are a few prime spots still unsold, why not swap for a better one?" Qin Bingqing frowned slightly upon hearing this. Lu Xingye couldn't contain himself any longer, his face flushing with anger. Both of their family-owned 4S dealerships were relatively small and modest in scale. The prices for exhibition booths at the auto show were exceptionally high. Even corner spaces cost over 2,000 per square meter, while prime booth locations could reach as much as 5,000 per square meter. Even with money, connections would still be needed. There's no way they could secure it otherwise. As the operations manager of the auto show, Li Yongsheng couldn't possibly be unaware. He was asking deliberately to spite them. Back when Li Yongsheng was still a rookie, he had to curry their favor. But now, having risen to operations manager, he's grown arrogant. Li Yongsheng's gaze swept over Qin Bingqing's face and figure, flashing with greed. Honestly, just one word from me could elevate Miss Qin's family's booth by 2 tiers. A look of disgust flashed across Qin Bingqing's face, but she only responded coldly, "That won't be necessary." "Son of a bitch, what are you implying?" Lu Xingye flew into a rage upon hearing Li Yongsheng's apparent suggestion of exploiting Qin Bingqing. "Suit yourself." "No need to get angry," Li Yongsheng shrugged, utterly unconcerned. This is a society governed by law. There's nothing he could do if Qin Bingqing refused. Besides, he wasn't as emotionally invested as Lu Xingye. This was purely physical for him. If she wasn't willing, then whatever, he'd just feel slightly disappointed at most, nothing heartbreaking anyway. There were plenty of car models at the event to choose from. Seeing how unfazed the other party was about propositioning someone with casting couch tactics only made Lu Xingye angrier. Just as he was about to lose his temper, a portly middle-aged man approached and said, "Yongsheng, what are you doing hiding in this corner when all the major exhibitors are about to arrive?" Lu Xingye immediately hunched his neck when he saw the middle-aged man, forcibly swallowing his anger. This middle-aged man was named Jia Ming, also the operations department manager of the auto show organizers. But even among operations managers, there were hierarchies. He knew many project leads from dealerships and 4S store owners, making him quite a figure in the industry. Li Yongsheng chuckled, "Bro Ming, we weren't doing anything, just asking this beauty if she wanted a better booth, that's all." Jia Ming glanced at Qin Bingqing and instantly understood, yet didn't mind, smiling as he asked, "I see, that makes sense. Beautiful lady, Yongsheng was asking you, haven't you considered getting a better exhibition stand? It might multiply your family's 4S dealership business several times over." "No need, this location is fine." Qin Bingqing maintained her frosty expression. To say she wasn't materialistic at all would be dishonest. But her principles were clearly far above Yi Meishing's standards. Even exchanging a few more words with such people felt like dirtying her mouth. If she's not interested, then forget it. Jia Ming shrugged, his attitude perfectly mirroring Li Yongsheng's. Still quite stubborn. "I wonder if there's any contrast." Li Yongsheng teased Qin Bingqing right in front of her. Lu Xingye's face darkened, but he didn't dare stand up for Qin Bingqing at that moment, because Jia Ming was someone he couldn't afford to offend. He was terrified Jia Ming might trip him up somewhere, causing a steep decline in his family's business. Right at that moment, Lin Chuan walked over, directly shoving aside both Li Yongsheng and Jia Ming, sending them stumbling and nearly falling. After all, he stood at a towering 1.8 meters with the vigor of youth. Li Yongsheng and Jia Ming, one lean, the other portly, both bore the look of men who had indulged excessively. You haven't grown. Li Yongxing began to curse but faltered as he took in Lin Xuan's appearance. First, he noticed, damn, this guy was ridiculously handsome. Then his eyes traveled over the designer clothes, trousers, and shoes easily worth tens of thousands. But what truly stunned was the Patek Philippe watch, valued at over 2 million. The entire ensemble was downright intimidating. Moreover, his complexion was flawless, and his demeanor was refined, resembling a pampered, jade-like son of a wealthy family. Mid-sentence, Li Yongxing promptly shut his mouth. At this moment, his tendency to bully the weak and fear the strong was on full display. In this line of work, one must have sharp perception. Those who attend auto shows, especially to admire luxury cars, are often people of means. Offending even one could land him in deep trouble. Jia Ming, even more sharp-eyed, was about to stop Li Yongxing but saw him restrain himself, then breathed a sigh of relief before asking, "Sir, may I ask who you are?" Jia Ming has extensive connections, but in reality, he has no substantial backing. These connections are only good for bullying small forest dealerships. When facing someone with real power, he's nothing. For example, if he offends a wealthy individual and that person decides to go after him, would those connections actually help him? Absolutely not. Who among business partners would take risks for you? The Lin Xuan before them even carried the air of a young master from a wealthy family. Offending such a scion would be suicidal. Watching Li Yongxing and Jia Ming's reactions, Lin Xuan once again realized the importance of polishing his image. He mused that he should buy a few better watches later. Although watches might not hold their value as well as real estate, after all, you can't exactly carry property around with you everywhere. Besides, those top-tier watches actually retain their value quite well. He'd heard some second-hand watches barely depreciate at all. At this moment, he completely ignored Jia Ming and Li Yongxing, smiling at Qin Bingqing as he said, "They say models are beautiful, but walking in just now, I realized none of them could compare to even 1% of you." Seeing how Lin Xuan had immediately put those two playboys in their place while indirectly complimenting her looks, Qin Bingqing couldn't help but giggle. "Oh please, that just proves you've been checking out models the whole way here. That barely dressed one over there, I bet you got an eyeful?" Qin Bingqing, favorability +5. Yet as she looked at Lin Xuan's face, she found herself momentarily mesmerized. She'd always thought him handsome before, but how had he gotten even more attractive in just 2 days? Wait, this was beyond handsome now. His face looked like a work of art, so perfect she could barely tear her eyes away. Jia Ming and Li Yongxing were visibly startled when they saw this mysterious young master being so familiar with Qin Bingqing. Exchanging a glance, they dared not linger and quickly walked away. Lin Xuan chuckled, just glanced a few times. She had a decent figure after all, but in terms of looks, she's nowhere close to you. If you were the one modeling in such a skimpy outfit, all the men would probably swarm around you instead. Qin Bingqing feigned annoyance. "Ha, men really are all the same, but don't even think about me wearing something that revealing." Her tone wasn't genuinely upset, there was an unmistakable flirtatious lilt to it. Lu Xingye watched from the side, his eyes burning with envy. But at this moment, he didn't have the face to say a word. After all, he had just acted like a coward and could barely bring himself to face Qin Bingqing, wishing he could dig a hole and disappear. Yet Lin Xuan had walked over without doing anything, not even uttering a word to Li Yongxing or Jia Ming. Simply laughing and chatting with Qin Bingqing, he had sent those two men scurrying away. At this moment, more than ever, he understood the true meaning of disparity. Chapter 32 Securing the Lamborghini Revuelto. After exchanging a few words with Qin Bingqing, Lin Xuan asked, "Are you planning to stay here and watch, or would you like to walk around? My family's 4S store is exhibiting here, so I need to keep an eye on things. You go ahead and explore on your own, the luxury cars are over there." Qin Bingqing smiled and pointed to the right. It was quite obvious, where the crowd was thickest, the cars were the most extravagant. Many people would go to take a look even if they couldn't afford to buy. Lin Xuan nodded and headed in that direction. Seeing Lin Xuan leave, Lu Xingye hesitated for a long while before speaking haltingly. "Bingqing, I'm sorry about earlier. I should have stood up for you, but it's okay. Didn't you speak up for me? Besides, it might have affected your family's business, and you weren't obligated to help me." Qin Bingqing's words made Lu Xingye breathe a sigh of relief. Yet when he looked up, he saw Qin Bingqing gazing at Lin Xuan's retreating figure with a smile, having spoken without even glancing his way. Lu Xingye's heart instantly sank into an icy abyss. He recalled his sister's words, Qin Bingqing liked powerful men, prince-like men, whether in terms of strength or mentality. I heard that back in high school, she fell for a prince-like, exceptionally outstanding boy, though he was much older than her, like a big brother to her. He already had a girlfriend and only treated her as a younger sister, but she still couldn't help herself, silently harboring a crush for years. It wasn't until later, when they no longer saw each other, that she gradually let go. Just now, I clearly had the opportunity to impress her. If I had performed well, perhaps I could have become her prince now. But I did nothing, retreating like a coward. And Lin Xuan had just arrived, solving the problem like a prince. Lu Xingye was both frustrated and angry at his own incompetence, while also blaming fate for being unfair. Why couldn't his family be wealthier? Lin Xuan soon walked over to the luxury car section, scanning the rows. BMWs, Mercedes, Porsches, and Lamborghinis were all there. Normally, if you go to a 4S dealership, you'd only find one brand, but an auto show is great, they have all kinds of brands. Lin Xuan was struggling with indecision, momentarily unsure how to choose, until he spotted a sports car whose mere appearance made his eyes light up. He quickened his pace and approached it. Hello, may I take a look inside? Luxury cars, of course, were cordoned off, requiring permission to enter. Sir, do you have an appointment? The salesperson noticed the Patek Philippe on Lin Xuan's wrist and became exceptionally polite. Catching sight of Lin Xuan's face and demeanor, they couldn't help but stare momentarily. Oh, so you need an appointment? Lin Xuan asked. Normally, an appointment is required. The salesperson hesitated slightly, as booking in advance was standard procedure. But this person standing before them was clearly a high-quality client. Is this the Revuelto? I'd really like to buy one, Lin Xuan remarked. Sir, please come in. That trace of hesitation instantly vanished from the salesperson's demeanor. Even if the customer saying they wanted to buy didn't necessarily mean they actually would, as long as there was intent, it was worth inviting them inside. That 2 million plus Patek Philippe watch was their ticket in. So one of the salespeople warmly led Lin Xuan inside. The few bystanders outside immediately became displeased. Didn't you say appointments were required? He didn't have one either. You're just judging people by their appearance. How could you do this? This is too much. I'll never look at your cars again. They originally wanted to look at the cars but were stopped. If appointments were required according to the rules, that would have been understandable. Yet this young man was politely ushered in without an appointment. Consequently, they felt their pride was wounded and became quite angry. However, the salesperson still wouldn't let them through, blocking them with utmost politeness. The world is just this unfair. Lin Xuan listened to those shouting voices with a touch of melancholy, remembering how he too had once been kept outside. The salesman enthusiastically introduced to Lin Xuan, "Hello, sir, let me tell you about this, the new Lamborghini Revuelto, successor to the Aventador, absolutely the pinnacle of design brilliance. It still carries a 6.5-liter V12 naturally aspirated engine, but unlike the older models, it incorporates electric drive, boosting its power to 1,000 horsepower with 0 to 100 km per hour acceleration in just 2.5 seconds. Its debut marks the official dawn of Lamborghini's hybrid era. Many who placed orders had to wait over 2 years. Deliveries for the first batch in China have just begun, and this is one of the very few immediately available in the country." Lin Xuan gazed at the car, his heart racing uncontrollably. Its sleek and dazzling exterior, wild as a cheetah, brimmed with untamed energy. Even someone who knew nothing about cars would undoubtedly take a second look at it. In Lin Xuan's eyes, the Lamborghini Aventador represented the pinnacle of aesthetic perfection, and this Revuelto flawlessly inherited its dashing good looks, or perhaps, at the same price point, it ranked nearly number one. Only cars like the Reventon, Veneno, and Centenario could hold a candle to it. Those were still too expensive for Lin Xuan at the moment. He could afford them, but spending almost his entire billion on them wouldn't be cost-effective. Moreover, even with the money, they might not be readily available. So for now, the coolest he could buy was the Revuelto. Lin Xuan circled the Revuelto once, growing more infatuated the longer he looked at it. Damn, it's really that cool, he thought, and asked, "Can I sit inside to check out the interior and see how comfortable it is?" "Of course, please." The salesperson opened the car door and invited Lin Xuan in. He wouldn't get in himself. Salespeople of luxury cars at this level couldn't casually take a seat in them. After Lin Xuan took a seat and experienced it for himself, he made an immediate decision. This car is available right now? What's the price? Hearing this, the salesman's eyes instantly lit up. Yes, this is brand new and in stock. You can drive it away as soon as payment clears. The total out-the-door price is 8.5 million. It suddenly dawned on Lin Xuan why others had to place orders while this dealership had a car in stock, and why this particular vehicle still hadn't been claimed by anyone. So they actually added 500,000 on top of the market price of 8 million. Yet Lin Xuan didn't hesitate for a second. He had no intention of waiting several months. With just 7 days to spend 100 million, waiting months would be far too late. By then, his funds might have already reached billions. Lin Xuan, if I buy now, can I drive it away today? Absolutely, we'll quickly handle all the procedures including insurance and temporary license plates. We've already made arrangements beforehand, so everything can be settled very soon, the salesperson said excitedly, fearing Lin Xuan might change his mind. Alright, I'll take it, Lin Xuan said. Wonderful, wonderful. We'll get it done right away. The salesperson was so exhilarated they seemed about to fly, while the other two salespeople stood there in shock. They deeply regretted not personally attending to Lin Xuan earlier. The bystanders who had gathered to watch were stunned when they heard the news. Holy shit, did this dude just buy this Lamborghini Revuelto? Incredible! This is a luxury car worth over 8 million yuan, and he just bought it like he was grabbing an ice cream bar, so casual. This car is seriously gorgeous, but something like this would never even cross my mind in my wildest dreams. It would take me 3 lifetimes to afford one. And here he is, buying it after just looking at it for a few minutes. I always take a good look before buying beef at the market. Earlier the salesperson stopped me but let him through. I had complaints then, but now I'm completely convinced. In my next life, I'll reincarnate as someone rich too. The news spread quickly, and soon more people gathered around. Even at an auto show, the sale of a luxury car worth nearly 10 million was a rare sight. The Lamborghini Revuelto is the supercar dream of countless enthusiasts. Hearing that someone had bought one naturally made people want to come and see. Right at that moment, a voice echoed in Lin Chuan's mind. Suyua Chung, favorability +10. Name, Suyua Chang. Age, 23. Appearance score, 8.2. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Affection level, 010. Lin Chuan froze for a moment. Wait, who the hell are you? Looking around, the crowd was massive, making it impossible to tell where Suyua Chang was. At 171 centimeters tall, she was likely a car model. But which one was beyond him? Lin Chuan found himself in this awkward situation for the first time. Affection points gained, but unsure from whom. Whatever, as long as the affection rose. There should be more than one model here rated above 8. Might as well turn up the charm another notch. The Lamborghini Revuelto paperwork was still being processed over there, while Lin Chuan had already made his way to the Rolls-Royce exhibition stand. Chapter 33, Which young master has arrived? As Lin Chuan approached the Rolls-Royce display, the front desk salesperson immediately greeted him warmly. Mr. Lin, please come in. No appointment was needed, nor did he have to say another word. The salesperson treated him like an honored guest, with impeccable deference. The news of Lin Chuan purchasing a Lamborghini Revuelto spread like wildfire among the crowd on site. In those sales groups, it spread even faster. After all, this wasn't just gossip, it directly impacted their sales performance. Now that this legendary big spender had arrived, who wouldn't rush to show him respect? The surrounding onlookers immediately began buzzing with discussion when they saw this. Who's he? Why is the salesperson being so polite to him? That's the guy who just bought a Lamborghini Revuelto worth nearly 10 million. Holy crap, he's so young? I'm in my 30s and still wince at buying a 500,000 yuan car, while this kid barely 20 is dropping millions. Comparing yourself to others really kills your spirit. This world is so unfair. In this world, hard work can never compete with being born into the right family. The models standing by the Rolls-Royce display and those at the neighboring booth all turned their gazes toward Lin Chuan. Their eyes gleamed with undisguised admiration. Anyone who could afford a Lamborghini Revuelto naturally deserved such attention. If given the chance to ride shotgun every day, they'd willingly trade years off their lives. Moreover, this car owner wasn't some pot-bellied, balding middle-aged man, but instead a young man barely in his 20s and so strikingly handsome. Mr. Lin, which model would you like to see? Two salespeople surrounded Lin Chuan with enthusiastic voices. Which Cullinan has the most luxurious configuration and best performance? Lin Chuan asked. While everyone had heard of the Cullinan and Rolls-Royce, some didn't realize the Cullinan was actually one of Rolls-Royce's models. That would undoubtedly be the latest 2024 Black Badge Edition, Mr. Lin. Right this way, please. The salesperson led Lin Chuan to a black Cullinan and began explaining in detail. After inspecting the car inside and out, Lin Chuan seemed reasonably satisfied. What's the base price, and what's the total on-road cost? This car isn't actually that expensive abroad, it's just hyped up too much domestically, plus the taxes are sky high, which is why it costs so much here. But you have to admit, it's perfect for showing off. With a rugged Mercedes G-Class, a Lamborghini supercar, and now this SUV, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, his collection would be complete. Hearing Lin Chuan ask about the price, the salesperson grew even more enthusiastic. The base price is 7.45 million yuan, with purchase tax at 651,212 yuan, commercial insurance around 98,000 yuan, compulsory traffic insurance at 950 yuan, license plate fee of 500 yuan, and vehicle tax of 4,400 yuan. Adding it all up, the total on-road cost comes to approximately 8.8556 million yuan. The salesperson didn't beat around the bush or deliberately obscure certain fees, but explained everything in great detail, because they knew that for wealthy people, they don't care about paying what's due, they care more about the experience. What they need is clear pricing, with everything settled up front at an agreed price. If you think you're being clever by initially cutting corners and then bringing up extra charges later, that's what truly annoys them. They'll walk away from purchases they otherwise would have made. Sure enough, Lin Chuan nodded after hearing this. Do you have any in stock? Can I drive it off the lot today? The salesperson replied, we'll process the paperwork right away. You'll definitely be able to take it home today. Lin Chuan nodded. Alright, I'll take one. The Rolls-Royce salesperson was nearly over the moon with excitement. In all their years of sales, this was the easiest deal they'd ever closed. What truly defines a god-tier tycoon? This is the genuine article. The onlookers were utterly stunned once again. Holy shit, he just casually bought a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. From start to finish, the whole thing took barely 20 minutes, didn't it? Just bought a Lamborghini Revuelto for over 8 million, and in the blink of an eye, spent nearly 9 million on a Cullinan. Does he see hundreds of millions as mere pocket change now? Like I always say, I don't even buy beef this casually. How wealthy is this guy's family, really? Spending money so freely, his net worth must be at least hundreds of millions, right? If his net worth was merely in the hundreds of millions, how could he casually drop 20 million on cars? That's a fifth of his assets. Even the rich wouldn't spend so effortlessly. And have you ever seen any tycoon blow a fifth of their fortune on cars? My guess is his family's wealth is at least several hundred million, if not over a billion. At that moment, 3 notifications sounded consecutively in Lin Xuan's mind. Sui Weicheng, favorability plus 10. Yin Menglan, favorability plus 10. Lu Yenner, favorability plus 10. Sui Weicheng was the beauty whose favorability had increased after purchasing the Lamborghini earlier. The latter two were new additions. Name, Yin Menglan. Age, 22. Appearance score, 8.1/10. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Affection level, 010. Name, Lu Yenner. Age, 21. Looks, 8 out of 10. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Affection level, 010. Sui Weicheng, Lin Xuan didn't know. Yin Menglan and Lu Yenner, Lin Xuan didn't recognize them either, though he glanced around. One of the Rolls-Royce models was smiling at him. A model at the neighboring booth even boldly winked and blew him a kiss. These two car models must be Yin Menglan and Lu Yenner. Lin Xuan grinned. Spending over 10 million to buy these cars is totally worth it. Embezzling the simp's money to gain favors feels damn good. Meanwhile, the car show organizers were stunned. It's rare to see someone purchase 2 super luxury cars consecutively at an auto show. And both were full cash payments, too. Director He Jianping was somewhat surprised upon seeing the message from his subordinate, Lin Xuan. Which family's young master is he? Do a quick check for me. What's this Mr. Lin's background? By check, he naturally didn't mean an in-depth investigation. Randomly digging into others could easily invite resentment. But a simple background check, that wouldn't be a problem. Knowing the other party's identity and background would make it easier to adopt the appropriate attitude. If the person was merely an internet celebrity who suddenly got popular and made some money, then a normal attitude would suffice. If the other party were some aristocratic young master, everyone would have been much more courteous. Soon, the staff retrieved the information, but what they found left them utterly baffled. Both parents are farmers, with a household income so low they don't even qualify to pay income tax, and he's just a college student, no online fame or business ventures. There's also no record of lottery wins or property demolition windfalls. The money seems to have appeared out of thin air. The managers were all dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? He Jianping was also puzzled, but after a moment of contemplation, his expression shifted slightly. Someone who spends nearly 20 million as casually as 200 yuan can't possibly be the child of farmers. The more likely explanation is that his background has been concealed. That only further proves his identity and background are unfathomable. The managers suddenly realized the truth upon hearing this. They had heard before that people without apparent status backgrounds actually fell into 2 categories. One type genuinely had no background, while the other had connections so vast and mysterious they were impossible to trace. This Lin Xuan obviously didn't belong to the first category, which meant he had to be the second. He Jianping said, "There's nothing urgent at the moment, I'll personally go and entertain him. Also, notify Jia Ming and have him help expedite Lin Xuan's paperwork. We must ensure Lin Xuan is satisfied. If he's happy, we might even land big business deals with him in the future." Soon, someone informed Jia Ming. Jia Ming had actually just heard Lin Xuan's name mentioned in the group chat and was about to head over. His extensive connections stemmed from knowing exactly who to butter up. The director's subsequent directive further confirmed his suspicions. This Lin Xuan was no ordinary man. With that in mind, he quickened his pace with his subordinates toward the Rolls-Royce exhibition area. Chapter 34, Come and Apologize Now. Jia Ming strode rapidly to the Rolls-Royce exhibition zone and immediately spotted Lin Xuan, who stood like the moon surrounded by stars. He froze as if struck by lightning, remaining motionless for a full 3 seconds before barely managing to regain his composure. Is it really him? The person who casually bought a Lamborghini Revuelto and a Rolls-Royce Cullinan? We met before, and judging by his attire and demeanor, I could tell he wasn't ordinary. But I never imagined he'd be this formidable. He couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Thankfully he'd been sharp-eyed and shown proper respect earlier, or he'd have kicked an iron plate. Just then, he spotted someone chatting and laughing with Lin Xuan. Taking a closer look, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Isn't that director He Jianping? He's actually handling this personally? You see, He Jianping isn't just a director, he's an influential figure in industry associations with investments across automotive manufacturers and telecom operators, likely boasting assets exceeding hundreds of millions. His extensive network and social standing are equally formidable. Given his status, logically, even if someone could afford 2 supercars worth tens of millions each, someone as swamped as him wouldn't personally attend to them. The only explanation is that this young man isn't merely someone who can afford 2 luxury cars, his background must be anything but ordinary. Jia Ming broke into a cold sweat. Though he hadn't offended Lin Xuan directly, he seemed to have slighted a girl Lin knew. Would Lin hold a grudge over that? Then it occurred to him, this wasn't really his fault anyway. The one who'd offended the girl was that punk Li Yongsheng. So he immediately dialed Li Yongsheng on WeChat. As soon as the call connected, he said urgently, "Get over to the Rolls-Royce exhibit right now." "What's up, Ming? What happened?" Li Yongsheng sounded confused but recognized the urgency in Jia Ming's tone. "Hurry over immediately, or I won't be able to save you." Jia Ming's urgent tone carried a note of command. After hanging up the phone, Jia Ming quickly stepped forward. He Jianping spotted him and waved him over. "Jia Ming, come here. Go hurry them along to complete Mr. Lin's paperwork as soon as possible." Jia Ming replied, "Director, I've already had someone take care of it. I believe all the procedures will be finalized very soon." Then he turned to Lin Xuan with respectful demeanor. "When I happened to meet Mr. Lin earlier, I immediately recognized extraordinary talent. Seeing now how right I was proves my judgment remains as sharp as ever." He didn't mention the matter regarding Qin Bingqing, glossing over it as much as possible. After all, Li Yongsheng was the main issue, and he had always been courteous to Lin Xuan from the beginning. Moreover, He Jianping was right there, making it awkward to acknowledge that he might have indirectly offended this young master. Of course, he still observed Lin Xuan's expression closely, ready to react immediately if Lin Xuan showed signs of anger. Yet Lin Xuan's face remained calm and unreadable, giving no hint of what he might be thinking. He Jianping laughed heartily and said, "So you've met before? Seems my arrangement was a bit redundant then." "Not redundant at all. Thank you, Director." Lin Xuan smiled. To be honest, he felt somewhat puzzled. After all, he'd only bought 2 cars, why was the director being so courteous? But since things had come to this, he simply accepted the kindness gracefully. Not far away, Yin Menglan and Lu Yener also witnessed the scene. Although they didn't fully grasp the significance of the director personally entertaining someone, they at least understood that such treatment meant this man commanded great respect. Yin Menglan, favorability +5. Lu Yener, favorability +5. At that moment, Li Yongsheng came rushing over anxiously. Although Jia Ming's explanation had been unclear, but he detected the tension in Jia Ming's tone. If even Jia Ming was flustered, how could he not panic? He had barely run over when he spotted Lin Xuan, freezing momentarily before noticing that Director He Jianping was personally entertaining him. Then he caught Jia Ming frantically signaling him with his eyes. Li Yongsheng had clawed his way through this industry for years and still had sharp instincts. In less than a second, he'd pieced together the situation, a cold sweat visibly sprouting on his forehead. Now his guts twisted with regret. Why had he provoked Qin Bingqing at all? There are so many car models here, many without any background. With just a bit of money and taking advantage of one's position, they can be easily picked up. Not going after car models but instead provoking women from wealthy families? Li Yongsheng quickly stepped forward. With the director present, he couldn't mention that he had indirectly offended Lin Xuan, so he could only act as the vanguard, handing water, tissues, and opening doors for Lin Xuan, hoping to dispel any possible resentment in Lin Xuan's heart through these gestures. Although Lin Xuan bumped into him during that incident, he didn't even manage to get his curse words out, but even half-spoken insults carried risks. Moreover, his disrespect toward Qin Bingqing was problematic, especially since Lin Xuan knew her personally. This alone could invite ruthless retaliation. If someone commanded enough influence to have the branch director personally entertain them, a single word from them could cost him his job. Yet Lin Xuan acted as if he didn't recognize Jia Ming and Li Yongsheng at all, continuing his cheerful conversation with He Jianping instead. He Jianping, after all, was the exhibition director with a lot on his plate. After properly entertaining Lin Xuan, he soon excused himself. As soon as He Jianping left, Li Yongsheng immediately bowed deeply before Lin Xuan. "Mr. Lin, I didn't realize Miss Qin was your friend. Earlier, my eyes failed to recognize Mount Tai. I was disrespectful. Please, a great man like you shouldn't hold a grudge against someone as insignificant as me." Jia Ming also stepped forward to apologize. "Just now, I was aiding a tyrant in doing evil. I was in the wrong." While apologizing, he deftly distanced himself, implying he was merely assisting the tyrant, with Li Yongsheng being the actual tyrant. Lin Xuan glanced at them and said, "The person you should be apologizing to isn't me." Li Yongsheng immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes, the one I owe the most apology to is Miss Qin. I'll go apologize to her right away." Jia Ming added, "I also spoke out of turn earlier. I'll go apologize to Miss Qin too." Being able to resolve things with an apology was simply the best possible outcome for them. The wisdom of a true man knowing when to yield when standing firm was a lesson they had long since mastered. After Jia Ming and Li Yongsheng picked up their pace, they immediately ran toward Qin Bingqing's exhibition booth. Halfway there, however, Li Yongsheng grabbed Jia Ming's arm. Mingji, are we just going like this? Jia Ming's expression darkened. What, you still don't want to apologize? Next time you mess with someone, could you at least find out who they are first? You almost got me killed, but luckily nothing irreversible happened. Seems like they're willing to give you a chance to apologize and you're still hesitating? Li Yongsheng quickly explained. No, how could I be that ungrateful? I meant going empty-handed might seem insincere. Didn't some good exhibition spaces just open up? How about we arrange a better booth for Qin Bingqing? Jia Ming's expression finally improved as he said, I knew you weren't the kind of person who couldn't read the situation. This idea of yours is good. Now that's what I call a sincere apology. We can decide such minor matters ourselves, and the director surely won't object if we report it to him. If he wanted to give his friend special treatment through back channels, he naturally wouldn't inform the director. Taking minor advantage of his position for such small favors was something the director usually couldn't be bothered to oversee. But arranging a better exhibition booth for Qin Bingqing didn't require any underhanded actions on his part. Since the director personally entertained Lin Xuan, he undoubtedly wanted to establish good relations with him as well. All that needs to be done now is to clearly explain the relationship between Lin Xuan and Qin Bingqing. So, Jia Ming sent He Jianping a message detailing the situation. He made sure to emphasize that even Lin Xuan's ticket was provided by Qin Bingqing. As expected, He Jianping immediately approved it and even praised them, feeling they had handled it well. Li Yongsheng and Jia Ming, now emboldened, quickly went to arrange the booth before heading to Qin Bingqing to apologize and make amends. Chapter 35. What kind of background does he actually have? Jia Ming and Li Yongsheng quickly made their way to the booth where Qin Bingqing was stationed. When Qin Bingqing saw the two of them, she immediately frowned. Upon seeing them, Lu Xingye instinctively shrank back again. Even if he had regretted it earlier, thinking he might also be qualified to be Qin Bingqing's prince, yet when the moment arrived, he chickened out again. People are often like this, believing themselves to be brave in imagination, but when truly put to the test, their true nature is revealed. But upon closer inspection, he noticed that Jia Ming and Li Yongsheng actually had ingratiating smiles on their faces. Li Yongsheng was the first to speak. Miss Qin, I was the one who spoke out of turn just now. My eyes were too clouded to see clearly. I sincerely apologize to you and beg for your forgiveness. To demonstrate our sincerity, we've upgraded you to a premium central exhibition booth worth 5,000 per square meter, free of charge. Jia Ming chimed in, Miss Qin, Li Yongsheng here just has a loose tongue. If you're still upset, feel free to give him a couple of kicks to vent your anger. Of course, if you worry about dirtying your feet, I can kick him for you instead. We offer our heartfelt apologies and only hope to ease your mood a little. As he spoke, Jia Ming gave Li Yongsheng 2 solid kicks, striking quite forcefully, while Li Yongsheng endured them obediently without uttering a word. Clearly, they had discussed this beforehand. Those were real kicks. If getting some minor injuries could settle the matter, that would be perfect for him. Qin Bingqing and Lu Xingye were utterly stunned by what they saw. What's going on? What's the deal with these two? They were so arrogant and unruly before, clearly that's just their nature. So why are they groveling like this now? Qin Bingqing suddenly thought of Lin Xuan. But upon reflection, that didn't seem very likely, did it? Previously, the politeness between Lin Xuan and the other two was probably their limit. How could they be so humble towards her, even upgrading her booth by 5,000 per square meter? Qin Bingqing was utterly confused about what these two were scheming and chose to remain silent. Seeing her silence, Jia Ming and Li Yongsheng grew anxious, fearing Qin Bingqing wouldn't forgive them. Li Yongsheng discreetly signaled Jia Ming, who understood and promptly gave Li Yongsheng another 2 kicks. Qin Bingqing frowned. Alright, stop pretending already. I don't understand what you're getting at. Jia Ming and Li Yongsheng exchanged glances, thinking Qin Bingqing probably didn't realize whose influence was at play here. After a moment's thought, Li Yongsheng said, Miss Qin, Mr. Lin sent us to apologize to you. We mean no harm, only come with sincere hearts. We hope Miss Qin can forgive us, and please send our regards to Mr. Lin when you see him. Qin Bingqing was startled. It really was Lin Xuan? But wait, how could Lin Xuan possibly wield such influence? Lu Xingye was completely dumbfounded. Was this Lin Xuan's influence? No, just what kind of status or background did Lin Xuan actually have? If earlier he had felt the stark difference between them more acutely than before, now he couldn't even fathom how vast the gulf truly was. Qin Bingqing immediately sent Lin Xuan a WeChat to confirm. Lin Xuan, did you make Jia Ming and Li Yongsheng come apologize to me? Lin Xuan quickly replied, they inexplicably apologized to me, so I told them the one they should be apologizing to is you. Qin Bingqing asked again, they also mentioned upgrading me to a central display area at 5,000 per square meter. Would accepting this cause any trouble? Lin Xuan, probably not. It seems they're quite sincere. I hadn't noticed before, but they're actually quite decent people. Qin Bingqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Decent? They're clearly afraid of you, okay? Lin Xuan, what's there to fear about someone as handsome as me? Maybe your beauty moved them and awakened their conscience. Qin Bingqing curled her lips. You're really thick-skinned, bragging about yourself so soon. But what exactly did you do just now to make them respect you so much? Lin Xuan, I genuinely don't understand how they think. Why don't you ask them? Qin Bingqing glanced at Jia Ming and Li Yongxing but naturally didn't ask them. If Lin Xuan wouldn't tell, she'd just uncover it slowly. Seeing Qin Bingqing smiling while sending a WeChat message, Jia Ming and Li Yongxing guessed she was chatting with Lin Xuan. They stood quietly by, not daring to make a sound and disturb her. After Qin Bingqing finished her conversation, Li Yongxing then said, Miss Qin, the booth is ready, shall we move it over now? Qin Bingqing nodded without standing on ceremony with them. Li Yongxing's earlier attitude had indeed disgusted her, so making them show some deference now wasn't excessive at all. Besides, with Lin Xuan backing her, they seemed genuinely afraid, so there was no need to worry about them settling scores later. Thus, in no time, Li Yongxing and Jia Ming helped relocate Qin Bingqing's booth to the center position, instantly drawing in over 10 times more spectators than before. Before, I could only stand in a corner, enduring Li Yongxing's rude remarks. Now, Li Yongxing is bowing and scraping, and I'm in one of the best positions. This change lifted Qin Bingqing's spirits. The perks that came with status and recognition were beginning to intoxicate her. Qin Bingqing, favorability plus 15. Lu Xingye watched Qin Bingqing walk away, leaving him alone at the corner exhibition booth, feeling a sense of desolation. At this moment, he truly realized Qin Bingqing was drifting further and further away from him. Catching up to Qin Bingqing was probably impossible now. The key was the immense gap with Lin Xuan. He no longer even had the courage to compete. After settling matters with Qin Bingqing, Li Yongxing and Jia Ming returned to report to Lin Xuan. Seeing Lin Xuan nod in satisfaction, they finally felt the weight lift from their hearts. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline walked over and said politely, Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Lu Wenhan. I just witnessed Mr. Lin casually purchasing 2 luxury cars worth tens of millions, and I'm absolutely envious. May I ask if you'd be interested in joining our Haoyun Car Club? The Prosperous Wheels Alliance Club, just the name tells you it's a luxury car club. Usually, this kind of club is a gathering place for the wealthy, where business deals among members can easily be facilitated. Some people even buy a barely qualified luxury car just to squeeze into such circles. Jia Ming thoughtfully introduced, This is Mr. Lu, a real estate developer boss whose ride is a Maybach. Lin Xuan nodded and asked, Is there a membership fee? Do you have access to limited edition luxury cars? Lu Wenhan replied cheerfully, Ordinary members would need to pay, but naturally not for Mr. Lin. Our club has capable members who can source even limited edition luxury cars. Some people join clubs to network with the members, but in Lu Wenhan's eyes, Lin Xuan is the ultimate connection. His presence alone honors the club. How could they possibly charge him a membership fee? Lin Xuan, then add me in. Lu Wenhan added Lin Xuan on WeChat first, then invited him into a group. As the admin, Lu Wenhan posted a group announcement welcoming young Master Lin in a tone so reverential that anyone could tell. Boss Lu, who is this young Master Lin? With Boss Lu giving such a grand welcome, surely he must be someone extraordinary. To command Boss Lu's respect like this, his assets must be worth at least several hundred million, right? Meanwhile, Lu Xingye and Qin Bingqing suddenly received a notification sound. Opening their phones, they saw an announcement in the Haoyun Car Club group chat. Important announcements usually signaled significant events, so they clicked to view it. Of course, their ability to join the Haoyun Car Alliance wasn't due to their own capability. Rather, it was through their fathers exhausting all their connections, combined with the fact that forest dealerships found such individuals somewhat useful, that they barely managed to squeeze in. In this group teeming with big shots, they could only stand there like insignificant lackeys. Upon clicking and reading, they were instantly stunned. To their astonishment, it was actually Lu Wenhan welcoming Lin Xuan. What status does Lu Wenhan hold that he would greet Lin Xuan with such courtesy? Chapter 36. The pinnacle of a luxury car model's life. Both Qin Bingqing and Lu Xingye were stunned for a couple of seconds. Jia Ming and Li Yongxing's attitudes had already surprised them, but Lu Wenhan's demeanor left them utterly incredulous. After all, Lu Wenhan was the boss of a real estate development company. Although his firm wasn't particularly large and often had to seek joint ventures for projects, his total assets still amounted to at least hundreds of millions. Under the crowd's urging, Lu Wenhan offered an explanation. I don't know much about this Mr. Lin's background either. Let him introduce himself. But what you should know is that in less than half an hour, he just paid in full for both a Lamborghini Revuelto and a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The entire Luxury Wheels Alliance instantly erupted in excitement. The club's membership threshold required ownership of luxury vehicles worth over 3 million yuan, with more than half of its members driving cars valued around 3 to 4 million. Thus, even within this exclusive club, purchases in the tens of millions range were considered extraordinarily lavish. And this wasn't just one such purchase, it was two. And purchasing two luxury cars in full payment within half an hour clearly demonstrates his extraordinary extravagance. Damn, that's next level lavishness. The Lamborghini Revuelto, I've dreamed of owning one. But with the current economic climate, that dream feels increasingly out of reach. Yet this young Master Lin bought it outright in 30 minutes, plus a Rolls-Royce Cullinan in the same deal. What incredible decisiveness. Which family does this young Master Lin belong to? Qin Bingqing and Lu Xingye were both stunned. Lin Xuan had only been gone for such a short while, and he actually bought a Lamborghini Revuelto and a Rolls-Royce Cullinan in full payment? Those are both luxury cars with an on-road price of nearly 10 million. And you just casually bought them, not just one, but two? Just then, a group member exclaimed, "Holy crap, it's young Master Lin who just bought two luxury cars outright. I witnessed him purchasing the Revuelto and Cullinan with my own eyes." The sheer audacity of casually dropping 20 million was breathtaking. What's more, director He Jianping personally attended to him. That's some serious face. I was even thinking about whether to strike up a conversation, and then Boss Lu brought him into the group. "Boss Lu, where are you guys now? I'll come join you." As he spoke, he also shared a photo of Lin Xuan sitting inside the Lamborghini Revuelto, looking dashing and carefree. Holy shit, so young? Damn, he's ridiculously handsome. Boss Lu called him young Master Lin. I figured he'd be young, but thought he'd be in his 20s or 30s. Who knew he's barely 20? Looks like he hasn't even graduated college yet? Jianping, he holds quite a high position. Must be something special for him to personally entertain someone. I'm even more curious now, which family's young master is this? Qin Bingqing and Lu Xingye froze for another moment upon seeing this. He Jianping personally attending to someone. This wasn't just about face, it was beyond extravagant. Suddenly, it all made sense to them why Li Yongsheng and Jia Ming had been so excessively polite. Would anyone dare be discourteous to a man who casually purchased two supercars worth millions each, warranting a personal reception from the director himself? In Lu Xingye's heart, the sense of defeat peaked at that moment. The last remnants of his competitive spirit completely shattered right then and there. Qin Bingqing's admiration grew even stronger, and she became increasingly curious about Lin Xuan. Qin Bingqing, favorability +5. By the afternoon, all the paperwork was finally completed. Lin Xuan paid in full and took possession of two luxury cars. I drove one car here, and now I've bought two more. Naturally, one person can't drive three cars at once. Do you have any drivers who could help me take two of them back? Lin Xuan looked at Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng replied respectfully, "We don't normally offer chauffeur services, but we can make an exception and arrange it for you." With that, he began speaking into the intercom to call for someone. Just then, a female model jogged over and said, "If you need a designated driver, I can take one of the cars." Even among car models, she was considered quite attractive, nearly 1.7 meters tall, with long legs, a sweet smile, and a lively personality. The most obvious flaw was her lack of curves. Lin Xuan guessed she must be one of the three unfamiliar women whose favorability had increased earlier. Judging by her height, she was likely Lu Yenner. He found this experience of recognizing someone through system notifications rather novel and amusing. Li Yongshan was momentarily stunned by Lu Yenner's initiative. Though he had dallied with car models before, they were always mid to low tier ones, and this privilege was only attainable by spending money and leveraging his position. Yet this Lu Yenner was absolutely top tier. No amount of money or power could have gotten her for him. Yet now, she had voluntarily offered to be Lin Xuan's chauffeur. The stark contrast filled him with an overwhelming sense of defeat. But far from thinking Lu Yenner was materialistic, he saw it as a savvy move. Sucking up to someone as wealthy as Lin Xuan was a smart strategy. Once she climbed the ladder, her fortunes would soar, making it infinitely better than standing around as a car model all day. Li Yongsheng composed himself and said, "Mr. Lin, how about having Lu Yenner as your chauffeur? She's a well-known car model and rarely goes out with anyone." "As long as you can drive well, that's fine," Lin Xuan said. "I can, my driving skills are excellent," Lu Yenner eagerly offered, even going so far as to loop her arm through Lin Xuan's. "Alright then, I'll make the arrangements," Li Yongsheng said. Just then, another car model approached. She was slightly taller, with a very full figure. Less bubbly in temperament, she instead carried a gentle demeanor. "Yin Manglan." Without the slightest coyness, she said cheerfully, "Doesn't Mr. Lin have another car? Then I can drive that one too. My driving skills are also quite good." As she spoke, she even hooked her arm through Lin Xuan's other arm. Seeing this, Li Yongsheng was completely dumbfounded. This Yin Manglan's appearance was in no way inferior to Lu Yenner, and her figure was even considerably better. At this moment, he was truly green with envy. The disparity between people was simply too great. Nevertheless, Li Yongsheng still replied respectfully, "This is Yin Manglan, also a well-known car model." "Alright then, just one car for each of them," Lin Xuan nodded. Li Yongsheng quickly made phone calls to arrange things. To be honest, taking away two of the more high-quality car models at once did put some pressure on him. However, since Lin Chuan had just purchased 2 super luxury cars and was personally attended to by He Jianping, the issue became much less significant. Soon, the matter was settled. Watching Lin Chuan leave with the 2 car models, the eyes of the surrounding exhibition-goers burned with envy. Holy shit, he took away 2 car models at once. And it's Liu Yenner and Yin Menglan, both top tier among car models. 2 luxury cars taking away 2 car models sounds perfectly reasonable to me. Damn, I'm so jealous. Green with envy here. Models posing with luxury cars, this is the pinnacle of life. In my next life, I must be reborn into a wealthy family. Soon the 3 of them drove out of the auto show, each in their own car, Liu Yenner in the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Yin Menglan in the Mercedes-Benz G63, and Lin Chuan in the Lamborghini Revuelto. Originally, Yin Menglan wasn't quite suited to drive the Mercedes G-Class, but there was no helping it. Lin Chuan was too eager to drive the Lamborghini Revuelto. That car was just too stunning, with an exhaust note too glorious, he'd been wanting to try it for ages. 3 cars made a turn in front of the auto show and sped away. Many visitors who had stopped to watch at the entrance couldn't help but envy them with mixed feelings. Qin Bingqing caught sight of Lin Chuan departing with ease, accompanied by 2 car models acting as his designated drivers. She wrinkled her nose in displeasure and scoffed, "Humph, men." But her fondness for him didn't wane. Chapter 37, The Restaurant of Status Symbols. After leaving the auto show, they hadn't driven far when Lin Chuan made a video call to Liu Yenner and Yin Menglan. They had already exchanged WeChat contacts before getting in the car. "Master Lin, what are your orders?" Liu Yenner giggled sweetly, her voice dripping with honey. "Enough with the young master, just call me Lin Chuan. You guys are helping me with the ride, so I should be thanking you. Are you in a hurry? If not, let me treat you to a meal," Lin Chuan said with a smile. "No rush, no rush. Li Yangsheng has already communicated everything. We don't need to attend today's auto show," Liu Yenner said. Yin Menglan said, "We're completely free today. Whatever Brother Chuan wants to do, we'll tag along." "Great, let's grab a meal first," Lin Chuan said, leading them to a nearby shopping mall. They turned heads everywhere they went, especially the Lamborghini Revuelto. That car was way too cool and eye-catching. When they arrived at the shopping mall, it was even more of a spectacle. Crowds stopped to watch, with many even taking out their phones to snap photos and videos. People even followed them into the underground parking lot. After parking the car, they took the elevator upstairs. Liu Yenner and Yin Menglan, one on each side, held onto Lin Chuan's arms, making him feel rather pleased and incredibly proud. Once on the first floor, they first went to the restroom. But by the time Lin Chuan came out, the 2 women were still waiting in line. Lin Chuan opened the Lucky Wheels Car Club group chat and asked, "Any good food recommendations near the Intai commercial area? Since joining this group, I might as well make the most of it. They're all wealthy people, they should know where to find top-tier cuisine." The group members warmly chimed in with recommendations when a user with the profile name Old Wang from Imperial Cuisine Mansion spoke up. "If you're talking about top-tier cuisine, I highly recommend Imperial Cuisine Mansion. Our Imperial Cuisine Mansion not only combines the essence of China's 8 major culinary traditions but refines them into masterpieces. The restaurant industry is tough these days, countless eateries nationwide have shut down. Yet our Imperial Cuisine Mansion continues to thrive precisely because we've perfected quality to the utmost. Moreover, there happens to be one of our private, no-menu custom clubs in the Intai business district where you can sample all 8 major Chinese cuisines at once. Each dish is prepared by a dedicated chef, the dim sum by a renowned master from Hong Kong, the Peking duck by a famous chef from Beijing itself, guaranteeing you an imperial dining experience." This recommendation immediately won over the other group members. The food and service at Royal Feast Mansion truly are unmatched. A Michelin 3-star fusion of China's 8 great culinary traditions certainly couldn't be anything less than extraordinary. The only issue is the price. Of course, you get what you pay for it after dining there a few times with friends. We've been craving it ever since. Compared to Western cuisine, Chinese food truly dominates. Those so-called Michelin 3-star Western restaurants? Just oversized plates with tiny portions, smeared sauces, and scattered greens. Any one of our 8 major culinary schools could easily outclass them. And when it comes to private customization across all 8 traditions, it's simply unmatched. But don't you need to spend over 100,000 monthly just to qualify for those private customization clubs? You want Shifu's Old Wang, correct? Typically a monthly spend of 100,000 is required for eligibility. But exceptions can be made under special circumstances, like with my recommendation paired with a one-time prepaid card topping $1 million. Hearing this, many group members gasped in shock. They were indeed considered wealthy, able to afford cars worth millions, but charging $1 million at a restaurant in one go still felt like too much pressure. Lin Chuan had also heard of Yushan Fu's reputation, but it was his first time hearing about a private custom club. He immediately decided to give it a try. Wasn't this embezzled simp money meant to be enjoyed? And as a foodie, he was even more willing to splurge when it came to dining. Lin Chuan said, "Alright, I'll top up $1 million then. How does it work? Are you at this club?" Old Wang from Yushan Fu replied, "I'm not there right now, but I can arrange everything for you. Just mention my name when you arrive. Seeing how casually Lin Xuan could top up $1 million, the group members once again felt the staggering inequality in this world. Lin Xuan added, "Oh, by the way, I want to upgrade my watch. Any good watch recommendations? Since young Master Lin wishes to buy a watch, it naturally must be a top-tier brand. Choose one from among Vacheron Constantin, Patek Philippe, Richard Mille, Breguet, and the like. Do you want used? I have used ones available." Lin Xuan was chatting when suddenly a few men and women walked towards him. One of the young men froze momentarily upon seeing Lin Xuan. This young man was none other than Zhao Jun. Whether they were destined to cross paths or Lin Xuan had also become a playboy, the places he frequented overlapped heavily with Zhao Jun's haunts. As a result, they crossed paths again within just a few days. Seeing Lin Xuan dressed in designer labels and inexplicably looking more handsome than ever, a tinge of envy rose in Zhao Jun's heart. But thinking about how he had snatched away Zhang Yan, the girl who had eluded Lin Xuan for 3 years, a sense of superiority swelled in his heart. Now, he had several girls accompanying him, with one almost in the bag, whereas Lin Xuan was still alone. With this in mind, Zhao Jun deliberately moved his group a little closer to Lin Xuan's side, hoping Lin Xuan would notice and feel miserable. Just then, Lu Yenner and Yin Menglan emerged from the restroom, walked over, and naturally linked arms with Lin Xuan, chatting and laughing as they left. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Jun was instantly dumbstruck. Those two beauties were exceptionally attractive, with great figures dressed in sexy outfits. Their graceful and captivating walk suggested they might be professionally trained models. With just one glance, he felt an uncontrollable urge. And now, these two turned out to be Lin Xuan's women? Zhao Jun's faint sense of superiority instantly vanished without a trace. He no longer cared about Zhang Yan, but now, where was the slightest indication that Lin Xuan had ever cherished her? Watching the two beautiful women swaying away with graceful figures, then glancing at the girl beside him, he suddenly felt the girl he was almost dating seemed a bit of a country bumpkin. Now that the family business isn't doing well, his allowance has been severely cut. Even putting on airs with knockoff brands like before has become nearly impossible. So he's lowered his standards in chasing girls, downgrading his expectations. Whether it's looks or charm, they're far inferior to those two beauties. Zhao Jun felt uncontrollably restless and frustrated until several girls nearby started gossiping. Wow, that guy is so handsome. Look at all those designer brands, he must be loaded. His outfit is so clean and stylish, exactly my type. Too bad, seems like he already has a girlfriend though. She doesn't look like a girlfriend, more like a car model. Having two car models accompanying him at once shows this handsome guy's status. Models of this caliber don't just go out casually. Among the admiring girls was the one Zhao Jun had been pursuing. This made the already displeased Zhao Jun even more upset. Several other young men weren't happy either. It feels uncomfortable for any man to hear the woman he's pursuing praise another guy. At that moment, Lin Xuan was seen entering a restaurant called Imperial Cuisine Manor with two beauties. One of the girls exclaimed in surprise, "Imperial Cuisine Manor? That's not a place ordinary people can afford to eat at." Hearing this, the other girls immediately looked at him with admiration. Zhao Jun and a few other young men could bear it no longer. After exchanging glances, they silently came to a decision. Zhao Jun feigned nonchalance and said, "What's the big deal about Imperial Banquet House? It's nothing special. Come on, I'll take you there." The other young men chimed in, "Just Imperial Banquet House, I've eaten there countless times. Consider this your initiation today so you won't be so easily impressed in the future." For real? Junji is the man. Wow, we actually get to dine at the Imperial Kitchen one day. Looking at it this way, Brother Jun and Brother Chao are even more handsome than that pretty boy. Listening to the girl's flattery, Zhao Jun and the others swelled with pride. They walked over and were about to stride right into the Imperial Kitchen. However, the waiter at the entrance stretched out his arm to stop them. Chapter 38 Don't force your way into circles you don't belong. On the second floor of the Imperial Cuisine Mansion, inside a luxurious private room, the waitstaff seated Lin Xuan, Lu Yenner, and Yin Menglan and began taking their orders. Downstairs, you'd have to order from the menu, but upstairs in this private members club, you could request any dish from the 8 great culinary traditions of China. They could even prepare you a full Manchurian Han Imperial feast if you wished. Lin Xuan, Lu Yenner, and Yin Menglan ordered stir-fried yellow beef, Peking roast duck, golden braised hairtail segments, yellow croaker soup with fish maw, home-style braised pomfret, and scallion braised sea cucumber with gorgon fruit. The first dish, golden braised hairtail segments, arrived, and Lin Xuan, Lu Yenner, and Yin Menglan couldn't help but praise it after just one bite. Lu Yenner exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, this is so delicious. Ian Menglan had much more refined table manners but still couldn't resist praising. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, perfectly preserving the original flavor and freshness, with just the right moisture, absolutely exquisite. Lin Chuan couldn't help but marvel, there's truly a reason behind the high price. Unlike some Western cuisines that are both expensive and unappetizing, each subsequent dish served was delicious, genuinely refining the 8 major Chinese cuisines into gourmet masterpieces. The service quality was beyond reproach, you'd get fresh utensils with every new dish, and complimentary appetizers would promptly arrive if there was even a slight delay between courses. At the slightest cough, waitstaff would immediately refill your water glass. If you got the slightest stain on your hands or mouth, they'd instantly appear with warm, damp towels. Old Wang from the Imperial Kitchen didn't exaggerate, this was truly an emperor-level indulgence. Lu Yenner, favorability +5. Ian Menglan, favorability +5. Though both women had dined with wealthy patrons before, this level of luxury was a first for them. At that moment, the situation with Zhao Jun and his group at the entrance stood in stark contrast to their leisure and enjoyment. The waiter blocked their way, refusing to let them in no matter what. Zhao Jun, feeling his pride wounded, barked, "What's the matter? Doesn't your restaurant serve customers? Apologies, but do you have a reservation?" The waiter smiled politely, his blocking gesture not easing in the slightest. Zhao Jun asked, "We don't have a reservation, but did those 3 people just now make one? How could they enter?" The attendant patiently explained, "Here's how it works, our restaurant has 2 levels. The first floor serves regular customers who need reservations, but were completely booked for today and the next 7 days with no available seats. The second floor is a private membership club that only serves VIPs who either spend over 100,000 monthly or make a one-time card deposit of 1 million. Those 3 guests belong to our second floor VIP members, so reservations aren't required. You could either apply for membership or book for another time." Zhao Jun's face flushed crimson in an instant. Having just boasted extravagantly, he now found himself unable to advance or retreat. Just as Huang Shangping, Zhang Yan's roommate, had said, he was merely pretending to be a rich second generation, born from a third concubine with no real power. His monthly allowance was actually just 20 to 30,000 yuan, all tightly controlled expenses. If it were an ordinary imperial cuisine restaurant, he could grit his teeth and afford a meal. But now it's fully booked, and the only option is the private custom club. However, a one-time membership recharge of 1 million, where would he get that kind of money? But if he were to walk away now with his tail between his legs, where would his dignity be? If he lost face in front of the girls, how could he keep up appearances? The other young men were also born to mistresses, second wives, third wives, or concubines. It was precisely because of this that they could mingle in the same circle. Moreover, their family backgrounds were inferior to Zhao Jun's, so naturally, their allowances were only lower, not higher. Right now, it feels like being roasted over a fire, so unbearable. Becoming a member is too difficult. Neither the monthly sales of 100,000 nor the $1 million prepaid card is something they can handle. Seeing this, the girls couldn't help but feel disappointed. One even pursed her lips in displeasure. Honestly, not being able to afford it is no big deal, they wouldn't have minded. But boasting when you can't even afford it? Now that's just pathetic. Just moments ago, they were boasting about having dined here countless times. Clearly, that was impossible, otherwise, they would have known the establishment's rules. This made them start questioning whether their supposed rich second-generation status was just an exaggeration after all. They originally seemed quite wealthy, but compared to that handsome guy, they looked like country bumpkins. "Brother Jun, what should we do?" the young man asked anxiously, unwilling to lose face. Zhao Jun didn't want to be embarrassed either. He took out his phone and contacted a friend who was also a family business partner. This friend worked in high-end catering too and might know the person in charge of Imperial Cuisine Palace. Soon, a friend replied with a message, recommending someone. Zhao Jun's eyes lit up, and he quickly added the contact. He then introduced himself and stated his purpose, trying to leverage the Zhao family's influence to secure a membership. However, the person in charge didn't give him any leeway. "Young Master Zhao, I'm sorry, but we can't make an exception for you. To become a member of this private custom club, you first need a recommendation from an existing senior member. Second, you must either spend 100,000 a month or make a one-time deposit of 1 million. These are the rules, they can't be broken. Once the rules are broken, the status of all members is devalued. Do you realize that among our members, there are even those worth tens or hundreds of billions? Breaking the rules for you would diminish their prestige, and neither you nor I can afford that." Old Wang from the Imperial Kitchen spoke rather politely, but his underlying message was clear: you're not qualified. Zhao Jun was unwilling to give up and tried to plead, but at that moment, the friend who had pulled strings for him earlier approached. And he didn't mince words. "You came to me asking about an Imperial Kitchen membership, and I thought you'd made enough money to afford it. Turns out you're just pretending to be rich. Among the Imperial Kitchen's members, there are business giants earning billions annually. Even your father might not get a pass, let alone you. If you're not qualified, don't force your way into the circle, or you'll embarrass both me and your family. Zhao Jun's face grew even more unpleasant this time. Before, he could already sense that many people refused to treat him as a true son of the Zhao family. Everyone only respected that legitimate elder brother, viewing him as nothing more than an illegitimate child. This time, that feeling struck him with even greater intensity. Many painful memories came flooding back. This didn't just fail to help him regain face by getting the membership, it left him even more frustrated and humiliated. He couldn't understand how Lin Xuan could obtain a membership he couldn't even secure with his family's influence. Zhao Jun pretended not to care, stubbornly retorting, $1 million for a membership card? Who are they trying to fool? Even Michelin 3-star restaurants don't cost a tenth of that. Did they think everyone in the world is loaded or naive? Come on, let's go somewhere else. Hearing this, the other young men realized Zhao Jun had hit a dead end. Suppressing their embarrassment, they chimed in, exactly $1 million for a card isn't worth it. Let's go to another restaurant. There's a nice Western place next door. The girls saw through the situation clearly, but couldn't bring themselves to say anything that might embarrass them. They could only pretend not to notice they couldn't afford it, and followed them to the Western restaurant. But inwardly, their opinion of them had already dropped significantly because of this behavior. Not calling them out was kindness enough, there was no way they'd offer much emotional support after this. Chapter 39, Securing the Richard Mille Black Knight. Zhao Jun and his friends deliberately avoided mentioning the Imperial Kitchen incident, hoping to bury the matter entirely. After their Western meal, they took the girls shopping at the mall, buying them gifts worth several hundred to 1,000 yuan, which slightly lifted the girls' spirits. Their casual browsing eventually led them to a luxury watch boutique, where to show off, they escorted the girls into the Richard Mille store. It must be said that Richard Mille is indeed high-end. Just stepping inside had a few girls nervously flustered. As Zhao Jun and the others chatted with the clerk, casually dropping model nicknames like Happy Diamond and Skull, the girls were left utterly bewildered. The girls had just begun to see them without illusions, but now a trace of admiration started rising again. Can we take a look at pieces like the Happy Diamond or the Black Submariner? One of the girls asked. Zhao Jun shook his head slightly and said calmly, these rare collector's editions usually aren't available in stores. What you see here are just the basic models, and even those aren't typically available for hands-on viewing. You can only browse through the catalog and place an order based on that. I've ordered one myself, it should arrive in a few months. Whether he'd actually placed an order, only he knew, but his words immediately made the girls' eyes light up with excitement. Just then, 2 pairs of high heels clicked crisply at the entrance. Turning toward the sound, they saw Lin Xuan, Lu Yenner, and Yin Menglan walking in. The girls' faces brightened at the sight of Lin Xuan, while the young men frowned at his appearance. Then they noticed that Lin Xuan had subtly rolled up his sleeves at some point, revealing a wristwatch. It was a Patek Philippe. The clerk's gaze also swept over Lin Xuan's wrist, and the smile on her face now clearly held more warmth than just professional politeness. Welcome to Richard Mille. Lin Xuan got straight to the point. Do you have any in stock? Preferably something better than this one I'm wearing? Certainly, let me escort you to the VIP room, the clerk said, slightly bowing as she guided Lin Xuan. Under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, the clerk led Lin Xuan, Lu Yenner, and Yin Menglan into the VIP room. Seeing this, Zhao Jun and the other young men immediately darkened their expressions. The disparity in treatment was as glaring as it had been at the Imperial Banquet House. The girls now looked at Zhao Jun and his companions with all traces of their previously revived admiration completely vanished, leaving only faint traces of disdain and accusation. Their expressions seemed to say, didn't you claim the rare limited editions were all out of stock? Didn't you insist we couldn't even touch the regular editions and had to browse catalogs? You made us think this was the only way. But look at them, they were immediately ushered into the VIP room the moment they entered. In stark contrast, the girls standing foolishly outside flipping through catalogs seemed like total country bumpkins. In an instant, the girls sobered up completely, seriously doubting whether these young men were genuinely wealthy. This time, even if Zhao Jun and his friends felt humiliated, they didn't dare question the clerk or try pulling strings. After all, this was Richard Mille, a brand they were fundamentally unqualified for from the start. Inside the VIP room, the clerk, wearing gloves, retrieved a watch from the display case. Its entire body was pitch black, exuding understated luxury. Every detail, from the hands to the hour markers, radiated the beauty of mechanical craftsmanship. The teller introduced, this is the RM47, also known as the Black Warrior. Previously priced at 12.5 million, it's currently at a low point, the perfect opportunity to buy. Right now, it's available for just 9,417,000. Lu Yenner and Yin Menglan were already nervous when they walked in. After all, this was Richard Mille. Now, hearing the price made them gasp, a single wristwatch costing over 9 million? Even more expensive than the Lamborghini Revuelto and the Rolls-Royce Cullinan by a whole million? For them, a luxury car costing nearly 10 million was already extravagant, but a watch at that price seemed downright outrageous. They had heard the saying before, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches, and now they truly understood it. Even Lin Xuan himself felt it wasn't worth it, but he knew very well that it was perfect for showing off. After all, you could wear it on your wrist anytime, flaunting it for all to see. May I take a look? Lin Xuan asked. Certainly, please put on the gloves, the clerk said. After assisting Lin Xuan with the gloves, he took the watch and fiddled with it for a moment before trying it on his wrist, appearing quite satisfied. Truth be told, compared to Richard Mille, he generally preferred Patek Philippe's aesthetics more. However, he already owned a Patek Philippe and liked a Richard Mille, and as it happened, this particular Richard Mille's design was quite to his taste. Lin Xuan nodded. I'll take this watch. The clerk's eyes immediately lit up. Certainly. Would you like it gift-wrapped or wear it right away? I'll wear it now. Just package the Patek Philippe separately, Lin Xuan said before completing the payment. The 9 million plus price tag seemed as casually spent as pocket change. Seeing this scene, Lu Yenner and Yin Menglan couldn't help but inhale sharply in astonishment once more. This is absolutely far more extravagant than spending 8 or 9 million on a Lamborghini or Rolls-Royce. Simply put, those who can spend over 9 million on a Richard Mille are almost certainly able to afford a Lamborghini or Rolls-Royce. But the reverse isn't necessarily true. They've seen many tycoons with cars worth millions, but their watches are only worth a few $100,000. At this moment, they realized with profound clarity that Lin Xuan's level of extravagance far exceeded their imagination. Lu Yenner, affection plus 10. Yin Menglan, affection plus 10. I'd like to reserve several watch models. Please contact me as soon as they're available, Lin Xuan said. Absolutely. I'll process your reservation immediately. Let me upgrade you to VIP membership right now, you'll get top priority. The clerks were exceptionally enthusiastic. Some would prioritize the big shots even when others had made reservations, having to wait for years in line without success. But for someone like Lin Xuan now, such situations naturally wouldn't occur, or rather, he was one of those prioritized big shots. Taking advantage of the registration process, Lin Xuan snapped a photo of the watch and posted it in the Lucky Wheels Club group. Thanks for the recommendations, just bought it. The intention was obvious, showing off. The more these people valued him, the more useful these networks would become. The wealthy folks in the group were stunned once again. Holy shit, a Richard Mille Black Knight. Even after the price drop, it's still close to 10 million, right? Fucking insane generosity. Young Master Lin's wealth is truly beyond anything we could ever hope to match. I was just thinking about selling it secondhand, but now it instantly feels unworthy. After all, my watch is only worth a measly 1 or 2 million. After completing the registration, Lin Xuan walked out directly wearing the Richard Mille. Lu Yenner and Yin Menglan's arms were now intertwined more intimately than before, their bodies pressed so close that half of each form seemed to meld with the other. Seeing Lin Xuan emerge so quickly, the young men curled their lips in disdain, thinking he seemed impressive at first glance, but was just casually looking around. But at this moment, Zhao Jun and one of the young men noticed that Lin Xuan's wristwatch had been replaced. Taking a closer look at the new watch, their eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 40, Zhao Jun feels profound fear. Several girls focused their gaze on Lin Xuan and also noticed he had changed his watch. He seems to have switched his watch? It looks like a Richard Mille. You bought one just like that in such a short time? What model is that watch, and how much does it cost? There's a guidebook, isn't there? Just take a look and you'll know. They quickly found it with the help of the pictorial guide. It's this model, RM47, also known as Black Warrior. Let me check the price. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands. Holy cow, did I miscount? Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, over 9 million? Let me count again. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Oh my god, it really is over 9 million. A watch costing over 9 million? That's absolutely outrageous. Poverty really does limit one's imagination. How rich is this handsome guy, really? The girls' eyes were all sparkling with admiration. Several young men who hadn't noticed Lin Xuan's watch change earlier were shocked upon hearing this. They couldn't believe it and turned to Zhao Jun, hoping to hear him deny that a watch could possibly cost over 9 million. Yet they saw Zhao Jun's stunned expression. Without saying a word, his face told them everything. They swallowed hard, their expressions grave. Whatever sense of rivalry they'd felt toward Lin Xuan vanished in an instant. How could they possibly compare with someone who casually dropped over 9 million on a watch? To put it in perspective, their fathers couldn't dream of affording a 9 million yuan watch. Their entire family fortunes might total a couple hundred million at most, with liquid assets unlikely exceeding 10 million. Spending nearly 10 million in liquid assets on a watch would bankrupt their families overnight. Such is human nature, we envy those slightly better than ourselves. But when the gap becomes an unbridgeable chasm, that envy simply evaporates. Zhao Jun finally understood why Lin Xuan could obtain memberships inaccessible even to him with his family's backing. Lin Xuan's personal wealth seemingly surpassed his entire family's fortune. His face darkened under the weight of this unsettling realization. Several girls, holding an attitude of admiring a financial deity, followed Lin Xuan outside. A few young men who no longer dared to challenge him also tagged along to witness the spectacle, while Zhao Jun followed with a grave expression. They watched as Lin Xuan strolled through luxury watch boutiques like Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Breguet, and Gerard Perregaux with the 2 car models in tow. Though he didn't make any further purchases, the sales staff greeted him with utmost enthusiasm. Next, they visited a Chanel store. Lu Yener clung to Lin Xuan's arm and cooed, "Brother Xuan, I really want a Chanel bag. Could you buy one for me?" Yin Manglan didn't voice her request directly but hugged Lin Xuan's arm even tighter, pressing it deep into her embrace. Lin Xuan was quite pleased and casually bought each of them a bag worth over 40,000 yuan. Both women were thrilled with the bags, eagerly planting kisses on Lin Xuan's left and right cheeks in excitement. Lu Yener, favorability +5. Yin Manglan, favorability +5. The girls who saw the scene became even more envious, instantly feeling that the gifts Zhao Jun and others had given were no longer appealing. The young men couldn't help but feel jealous, there was simply no comparison. After buying the bag, Lu Yener immediately dragged Lin Xuan to shop for more, acting coquettish yet with a hint of demand, as if Lin Xuan, being wealthy, should indulge her. One could easily predict that going out with her in the future would likely involve endless shopping. She was the type whose affection would reset to zero the moment the gifts stopped. In contrast, Yin Manglan knew how to restrain herself. After buying the bag, she made no further demands. Noticing Lu Yener starting to get carried away, she even hurriedly said, "Brother Xuan has already spent half the day at the car show and has been shopping here for so long. He still has to drive us back to school later, so maybe we shouldn't keep wandering around." Lu Yener felt somewhat unsatisfied and said reluctantly, "Xuan, you're tired already? Fine, let's call it a day then." Lin Xuan observed their reactions quietly before saying calmly, "Let's go, time to head back." While Lu Yener still seemed unwilling to accept this, Yin Manglan considerately continued holding on to Lin Xuan's arm. Only after walking for a while did Lu Yener finally compose herself and come over to take Lin Xuan's arm as well. A few girls noticed them coming downstairs and seemingly about to leave. Curiosity got the better of them, and they couldn't help but gossip, wondering what kind of car Lin Xuan drove. "What kind of car do you think he drives? I reckon it's gonna cost at least several million. Let's go, let's follow them down and we'll find out." Zhao Jun said, "No need to look. It's a Mercedes-Benz G-Class." But the girl didn't listen to him at all and still followed them down. The other young people trailed along as well. They already realized there was no comparison to be made, yet at this moment they almost seemed masochistic, wanting to see exactly how vast the gap was. Descending to the underground garage, they saw Lin Xuan, Lu Yener, and Yin Manglan each unlocking a vehicle, a Lamborghini Revuelto, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and a Mercedes-Benz G63 respectively. Everyone's eyes widened. They had guessed it would be luxury cars, but never expected 3. They didn't believe these two beauties could afford such high-end vehicles, which meant all 3 were most likely Lin Xuan's. Zhao Jun also stared in disbelief. He wasn't wrong about the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, but he never imagined there'd be 2 additional 10 million level cars. Holy crap, 3 of them, and every one costs several million. Is that a Lamborghini Revuelto? Rumor has it the first batch barely arrived in the country, and he already got his hands on one. Isn't that the legendary Cullinan? I dream about sitting inside a Cullinan. All of them have temporary plates, clearly bought recently. The girl's eyes began to sparkle with admiration, each wishing she were the one sitting in that car right now. Even if it had been an average-looking guy, they would have been delighted. And this young man was extraordinarily handsome to boot. The male onlookers were even more astonished. Just which wealthy family's young master could this guy possibly be? Zhao Jun's expression darkened further as his worries compounded. With Lin Xuan demonstrating increasingly formidable capabilities, a sliver of fear had begun taking root in his heart. A few days ago, even though he felt his spending power might have fallen short compared to Lin Xuan, he didn't pay it much mind. After all, with the Zhao family backing him, what could Lin Xuan possibly do to him? So when they first met today, he even felt a sense of superiority. But now, he wished with all his heart that the incident where he snatched Zhang Yan away had never happened. Because as things stood, Lin Xuan's power was utterly terrifying. Just his watch and car alone were worth tens of millions. How frightful must his true strength be? His personal wealth alone might already be a terrifying existence, far surpassing even his own entire family. And within the family, he was nothing more than a marginal figure. If Lin Xuan ever sought revenge, the family would undoubtedly cast him out without hesitation. His fate, then, would be as miserable as one could imagine. He regretted it now. Why had he provoked Zhang Yan? Getting into trouble over a woman wasn't worth it at all. That idiot Zhang Yan hadn't even noticed she had a tycoon by her side, even calling him a broke loser. And because of her, he'd believed it too at first. Zhao Jun could only pray now. Lin Xuan was surrounded by beauties and probably didn't even spare Zhang Yan a thought anymore, meaning he might not bother with revenge. Chapter 41, Ling Wusa's Hot Spring Resort Invitation. Lin Xuan, Lu Yener, and Yin Menglan drove back to school and parked in a public lot near the gates. Lu Yener and Yin Menglan had to take a taxi back. Lu Yener hadn't received many gifts today, and now she had to pay for a ride home. She deliberately pouted her lips, putting on an act to get Lin Xuan to comfort her, but he pretended not to notice and simply stuffed her into the ride-hailing car. Yin Menglan, on the other hand, was much more tactful. Before leaving, she cheerfully said, "Bye, Brother Chuan. Tomorrow I'll be working the stage at the auto show again, come see me if you have time." Lin Xuan nodded with a smile. "Sure, if I'm free, I'll stop by." Taking off his watch, Lin Xuan returned to his dorm. He hadn't been gone long when a Magotan pulled into the school's parking lot. After parking, a couple got out of the car. Just as they were about to leave, the man accidentally caught sight of the Lamborghini nearby. His eyes widened instantly, and his breathing became rapid. The girl exclaimed, "Oh my god, a Lamborghini?" The guy responded, "Holy shit, it's the latest Rivuelto model. The first batch of these just arrived in the country. I never thought I'd see one in real life so soon." The girl asked, "How much does this car cost?" The guy replied, "Seems like the full price is 8 million. The girl gasped in shock, "Oh my goodness, that's way too extravagant. No way, I have to take a picture with it. Come here, let me take one for you." The boyfriend adjusted the angle, about to snap a photo for his girlfriend. But at that moment, the girl suddenly caught sight of another car not far away. She couldn't help but be startled again and ran over, exclaiming, "Am I seeing things? Is that the legendary Cullinan?" The boy gasped, "It really is. How could there be two super luxury cars parked at our school gate?" They took photos and posted them on the school forum. The news quickly spread, causing quite a stir across campus. Many students even made special trips to come see and take pictures of the cars. When Lin Xuan returned to the dorm, he found his 3 roommates giving him odd looks. Shirley spoke up first, "Where've you been all day, third brother? Zhang Yan came looking for you at the dorm. She refused to believe you weren't here, waited downstairs for half an hour." Every guy in this building was practically dying of jealousy. The 3 roommates had genuinely felt sorry for Lin Xuan before, hoping his love life wouldn't turn out too tragic. But now he's become so carefree that it's sparking their envy and resentment. Lin Xuan remained utterly unmoved as he said, "I'm going out to have fun. Just ignore her. She had never waited downstairs for him before, what's the damn point of doing it now?" He took a shower, lay down on the bed, and opened the system panel. Yi Meixing's affection, 1853. Qin Bingqing's affection, 3156. Ling Wusa's affection, 30. Zhang Yan's affection, 62. Su Yuecheng affection, 020. Yin Menglan affection, 035. Lu Yener affection, 035. Yi Meixing's affection first decreased by 20 before rising back up, effectively gaining 55 points. Qin Bingqing gained 25, while Yin Menglan and Lu Yener both gained 35. Su Yuecheng, whose name was the only thing known about her, gained 20 points. Main Quest 3 progress, 170/200. Only 30 more favorability points needed to complete Quest 3. I've already interacted with 4 of the 5 department bells. Should I go for the last one too? Alternatively, maybe I could start working on the campus bell's favorability? Lin Xuan thought so and decided to check the forum for updates. He unlocked his phone and found 3 messages waiting. One was a friend request from Zhang Yan. That woman was beyond annoying. He'd already blocked her, yet she kept creating countless alternate accounts to add him. Another message was from Qin Bingqing. "So, how was your outing with those 2 models? Enjoy yourself?" Lin Xuan thought for a moment and replied, "Both happy and not exactly happy." Qin Bingqing, "How so?" Lin Xuan, "Happy because the car models are indeed quite eye-catching, but not happy because none of them can match your beauty. 2 of them combined still wouldn't equal you. You've raised my standards, how do you plan to make up for it?" Qin Bingqing, "Humph, like I'd believe your sweet talk. Mouth says disbelief, yet." Qin Bingqing, "Favorability +2. Lin Xuan chuckled, "What an tsundere woman." There was also another message sent by Ling Wusa. "Classmate Lin Xuan, the weekend hot spring resort trip we talked about before is happening. Would you be interested in coming along?" Lin Xuan had initially planned to charm the last department bell and campus bell, but his eyes lit up upon seeing this message. Of course. "Who's going? Wait, would I be intruding?" Ling Wusa's favorability can still be raised, and the hot spring vacation is quite delightful. Soaking in the hot springs while increasing favorability, simply perfect. Ling Wusa, my roommate Li Yue and her boyfriend Lu Junhui, the ones you met last time, plus our other roommate Chu Mei and her boyfriend Ma Bin, along with a few other classmates. They're all coupled up, making me the third wheel anyway, nothing inconvenient about that. If you come, we can hitch a ride with you. There's this one guy who's a bit pretentious, and I'd rather not ride in his car." Lin Xuan replied, "Very well, I'll go." Ling Wusa, meet at the school gate tomorrow at 5 p.m. sharp. No absence allowed. On Friday, Lin Chuan attended classes as usual and only headed toward the school gate after dismissal. From dozens of meters away, he could already see a crowd gathered at the entrance. Spotting Lin Chuan, Ling Wusa waved enthusiastically from afar. She was wearing loose-fitting pants and an unzipped black jacket, with a snug white camisole underneath that revealed her flat, toned stomach. Her sharp shoulders and delicate collarbones looked stunning, radiant with effortless charm. Lin Chuan quickened his pace. As he drew closer, Ling Wusa, Li Yue, and Lu Junhui, all of whom had met him before, paused in surprise, struck by how much more handsome he appeared. He had always been good-looking, but now he seemed impossibly dashing. Though she typically valued physique over facial features, even Lian Wusa couldn't help stealing a few extra glances at Lin Chuan. Those who hadn't seen him before couldn't resist whispering comments. "Who's that guy? He's so handsome." Lian Wusa introduced Lin Chuan to the other two roommates, Ko Jiamin and Chu Mei, along with her boyfriend Ma Bin. They were reasonably polite, though Ma Bin seemed to carry a faint sneer in his expression. Lin Chuan merely reciprocated the courtesy, unwilling to waste words. His focus was solely on Lian Wusa and the hot springs. Everything and everyone else might as well not exist. Just after the introductions were done, 3 off-road vehicles rolled up, the BYD Fengchang Bao Leopard 5, a Jeep Wrangler, and a Tank 700. The impressive presence of these rugged rides instantly drew the attention of passers-by. Even Ling Wusa couldn't help but glance over. However, he quickly averted his gaze and resumed his conversation with Lin Chuan. The cars came to a stop, each driven by a young man whose expressions carried a hint of swagger. Ma Bin hurried forward, practically fawning as he addressed the slick back-haired guy in the Tank 700's driver's seat. "Xiaoji, you're here. These rides are seriously cool." His expression now was worlds apart from how he had looked at Lin Chuan. Chapter 42, Showing off your car in front of me? Faced with Ma Bin's fawning, Xiaobo merely gave a slight nod. Scanning the room, his eyes lit up when he spotted Ko Jiamin, Xu Mei, and several other girls. Their figures were impressively toned. After all, they were from the dance department. Could they really be anything less? Especially when seeing Ling Wusa, his eyes flashed with a gleam of approval, just about to nod in satisfaction. But then he noticed Lin Chuan standing beside her. The two seemed a bit too close. Xiaobo couldn't help but frown slightly and asked in a lowered voice, "Who's that girl? Is that guy beside her boyfriend?" Sharp as ever, "Brother Xiao, that's Ling Wusa, the belle of our dance department. The guy next to her isn't her boyfriend, just some loser who chased after a girl for 3 years and still couldn't get her." As Ma Bin spoke, a trace of disdain flickered across his expression. Only then did Xiaobo relax. He waved to the young man in the driver's seat of the Fengcheng Bao behind him and said, "Hello, let Xiaobin take your car. You can ride with Akai." Lu obviously wasn't too pleased about it, but having no say in the matter, he could only reluctantly get out of the car. Ma Bin gleefully moved to get in the car but was stopped by Xiaobo. "Hold on, what's the rush? Let's decide who rides in which car first." "You know what I mean." Ma Bin took the hint and turned to the others. "Gather around, everyone. Let's figure out the seating arrangements." Perhaps the off-road vehicle had given him an inflated sense of confidence, as there was an unmistakable tone of bossiness in his words. It might also stem from bullying subordinates while fawning over superiors. Having just buttered up Xiaobo, he now sought to regain face by putting others down, unconsciously falling back on such behavior. Li Yue, Lu Junhui, and the others felt an inexplicable discomfort, but being students, they didn't dwell on it and stepped forward nonetheless. Lin Chuan and Ling Wusa, standing a little further away, held back from approaching. Lin Chuan glanced at Ling Wusa and chuckled. "When you said someone was putting on airs and didn't want to ride in his car, I finally get it now." Ling Wusa shrugged. "Actually never seen it before. It's from Jianghai Medical University next door. But Chumei's boyfriend was bragging about it before, and just hearing him talk made me smell the scent. So not only is your visit not inconvenient, you've actually solved a problem for me. By the way, I forgot to ask last time, what kind of car do you have?" "Just an ordinary commuter car. Want a ride?" Lin Chuan said. "An ordinary commuter car is still better than feeling awkward." Ling Wusa's words were absolutely heartfelt. Her personality was somewhat like a wild horse that had slipped its bridle, playful by nature and rather free-spirited. To say she doesn't value material things would be untrue, since going out to play certainly costs money, let alone off-road vehicles, jet skis, yachts, and so on. But her emphasis on material possessions is based on fun and living freely. If that premise disappeared, she'd rather do without. Simply put, her materialism isn't as vulgar as Zhang Yan's. Ling Wusa changed the subject with a laugh. "But how could someone who buys jet skis and sailboats for a beach trip possibly drive an ordinary commuter car? What exactly do you drive? Can I take it for a spin? We've only met twice. Isn't it a bit much to ask to drive my car already?" Lin Chuan replied with a chuckle. Ling Wusa froze for a moment, then shot Lin Chuan a sideways glance. "I meant a proper car. What were you thinking about?" During their last meeting, Ling Wusa had found Lin Chuan handsome, wealthy, good-natured, and emotionally stable. This time, she noticed he also had a bit of a playful side. Compared to the timid, submissive simp he was rumored to be before, the difference was becoming more and more striking. Ling Wusa said, let's go, where's your car? Lin Chuan didn't continue the flirtatious banter, doing so too much would make him seem slick. Let's go, he said, it's just in the nearby parking lot. Lin Chuan and Ling Wusa completely ignored the gathering here and walked straight toward the parking lot. Xiaobo casually rested one arm outside the car window, his wrist adorned with a 50,000 yuan Omega Seamaster 300. Seeing the crowd approaching, he was just about to start showing off. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of the most beautiful girl not coming over. She was walking away with that guy. His brows involuntarily furrowed in displeasure. Ma Bin, adept at reading expressions, immediately shouted loudly, what's wrong with you guys? Brother Xiao told you to come over. Don't you want a ride to hang out later? Chumei frowned upon hearing this and said, we're all classmates. Show some respect when you speak. Ma Bin then somewhat restrained himself but grumbled, Brother Xiao already said we'd split up the seating. They're being way too uncooperative. Lin Chuan had no interest in engaging, and Ling Wuso also ignored Ma Bin and Xiaobo, turning to Chumei, Jiamin, Li Yue, and Lu Junhui instead. I'm riding with Lin Chuan. Xiaobo coughed and patted his own vehicle. Ma Bin immediately caught on again. Brother Zhao's ride has enough space, no need for other cars. Don't you want to experience riding in a luxury vehicle on this outing? You probably can't even recognize this. It's a Tank 700, top-tier off-roader, costs $500,000 to $1 million to drive off the lot. Yet before she could finish speaking, she trailed off, because Lin Chuan and Ling Wuso walked away without even listening. Li Yue and Lu Junhui exchanged glances, then suddenly chased after them. Lin Chuan, how many can your car seat? Can you take us along too? Xiaobo and Ma Bin were acting too pretentious, they didn't want to ride with them either. Besides, Lu Junhui noticed those guys had even eyed his girlfriend several times. Lin Chuan said, sure, let's go together. So they walked towards the nearby parking lot together, while Ma Bin and Xiaobo looked on with somewhat unpleasant expressions. Chapter 43, Stunned. Ma Bin was furious and complained to his girlfriend Chumei, look at how they're acting. I knew we shouldn't have brought them along. Chumei said with some dissatisfaction, it's your attitude that made Wusa act that way. Wusa only agreed to hang out because of me. But since things have turned out this way, let them ride in their own car. After all, it makes no difference whose car we take. She was somewhat displeased with her boyfriend's behavior, but still clearly sided with him a little. She had heard from her boyfriend that this Xiaobo was quite capable, and building a good relationship with him might directly impact future career prospects. As Ma Bin's girlfriend, naturally she hoped for him to have a bright future. Having a wealthy boyfriend ensures a better material life for oneself, so even if it feels a bit uncomfortable, one has to endure it. Xiaobo snorted disdainfully, ungrateful brat. What's the fun in squeezing into his shabby car with a few others? Though Lin Chuan's outfit was stylish and branded, today's casual attire totaled just a few thousand. While that's substantial for most students, Xiaobo wasn't impressed. Besides, Ma Bin had just mentioned that Lin Chuan had chased a girl for 3 years without success. Clearly, someone like that had limited capabilities. I just don't know what that Ling Wusa is thinking. What kind of taste is this anyway? But this 2-day, 1-night trip is still ahead, and there will be plenty of opportunities. I'll make sure she realizes who's truly more valuable. Just then, Jiamin leaned close to Xiaobo and murmured softly, Brother Xiao, can I ride shotgun with you? Xiaobo froze for a moment before a smug look flickered across his face. Although Jiamin couldn't compare to Ling Wuso in terms of looks or figure by any stretch, she could still barely be considered a beauty. Having her in the passenger seat wasn't a bad option at all. Moreover, this would serve to annoy Ling Wuso a little. Soon she'd learn who could really give her the thrill ride she wanted. Of course you can. This passenger seat was saved just for you, Xiaobo said with a laugh. Ma Bin and Xu Mei exchanged a glance. They could clearly tell Jiamin was trying to cozy up to Xiaobo. They had no objections to this. In fact, they thought it was quite a favorable development. They got into their car but didn't leave immediately, wanting to see how Lin Chuan and his group would squeeze into a beat-up vehicle that would give them a sense of superiority. Lin Chuan led Ling Wusa, Li Yue, and Lu Junhui into the parking lot. He first stopped in front of the Mercedes-Benz G63 and asked, do you want to drive this car? Ling Wusa, Li Yue, and Lu Junhui's eyes lit up at the sight of the car before them. This is the latest 2025 G63 model. Just one car completely outclasses Xiaobo's 3 cars. However, they weren't too surprised by this. After all, the last time they were at the beach, Lin Chuan casually bought a 200,000 yuan jet ski and a 2.6 million yuan sailboat. Ha ha, so slick. That Xiaobo and Ma Bin are such tryhards. Later, we'll totally show them up by riding in this car. This one car alone is worth 3 of theirs. Lu Junhui and Li Yue exclaimed excitedly. Even though it wasn't their car, just riding in it to show off would be a thrill. Is this what you call an ordinary commuter car? Ling Wusa rolled her eyes, then added, wait, hold on, you asked if I wanted to drive this one? That means you have more than just this car, don't you? Lin Chuan didn't respond. Instead, he simply pulled out his keys, and the nearby Rolls-Royce Cullinan beeped in acknowledgement. Ling Wusa, Li Yue, and Lu Junhui walked over to take a closer look and immediately gasped in shock. It was none other than the Rolls-Royce Cullinan that had been the talk of the school forums. Ling Wusa stared at Lin Chuan in astonishment. So you're the owner of this Cullinan? Compared to this, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class really could just be called a commuter car. Li Yue, maybe I should have thought of you earlier. After all, not just anyone can afford a Cullinan. Lu Junhui sighed in amazement. Just imagine owning two luxury cars worth millions, one nearly 10 million. I can only say, poverty limits my imagination. So, shall we take this one? I can't wait to see the looks on Xiaobo and Ma Bin's faces when they see the Cullinan. Lu Junhui and Li Yue didn't hesitate for a second. Although the Mercedes G63 is impressive, it still falls short compared to the Cullinan. Besides, they weren't going off-road and didn't need the SUV's rugged capabilities. Ling Wusa felt a bit conflicted. While the Cullinan was excellent, she actually preferred SUVs more. Lin Chuan smiled at her hesitation and said, don't overthink it. If they want to drive the Cullinan, let them drive the Cullinan. If you prefer the G63, take the G63. We can just drive both together. Is that really okay? Wouldn't it waste too much gas? Ling Wusa's eyes lit up. Lin Chuan replied, don't worry about it, those gas expenses are still within our means. But you'll have to drive it back when the time comes. Ling Wusa nodded. That's no problem at all. Lu Junhui exclaimed excitedly, wait, you mean you're letting me drive the Cullinan? If you hand me the keys, I promise not to let you down. I'm a solid driver, absolutely qualified to be your chauffeur. Lin Chuan replied, sure, you can drive it, as long as you've got a license. Though no need to chauffeur me. Just focus on being your girlfriend's personal driver. As for me, I'll take the other car. As he spoke, Lin Chuan produced another key. The nearby Lamborghini Revuelto emitted two sharp beeps in response. Ling Wusa, Li Yue, and Lu Junhui froze momentarily at his mention of driving another vehicle. Then, spotting the gleaming new Lamborghini Revuelto, their jaws collectively dropped in stunned silence. The school forum was ablaze with discussions, and naturally, it wasn't just about the Cullinan. The Lamborghini Revuelto garnered even more attention because it was simply too stunning. Wait, not only is the Cullinan yours, but the Lamborghini Revuelto too? How can one person possibly own two dream cars at the same time? Normally, a Mercedes-Benz G63 would be considered a luxury vehicle, but sandwiched between these two cars, it somehow became the humble sidekick. This might genuinely be his daily driver. Li Yue and Lu Junhui stood frozen, utterly speechless. They had witnessed Lin Chuan's extravagance during their last meeting and thought they had grown accustomed to it. But now, they realized their imaginations had fallen woefully short. Lin Chuan, just how loaded are you? Ling Wusa couldn't help but ask with a shocked expression. Although she wasn't particularly fond of keeping up with the Joneses, it wasn't like she was completely immune to such comparisons either. Like now, she had refused to ride in the Tank 700, although even as just a means of transport, she'd rather take a regular car, but later, she'd definitely have to face the smug looks of Xiaobo and Ma Bin. However, with choices like the Mercedes G63, Rolls-Royce Cullinan, or Lamborghini Revuelto, any one of them could easily outclass the Tank 700 and absolutely turn the tables in her favor. No longer being looked down upon, but rather, looking down on others. Deep down, Ling Wusa still liked it when a man made her feel this way. Ling Wusa, favorability +5. Chapter 44, completely crushed. At the school gate, Xiaobo, Ma Bin, and the others had been waiting for quite a while with no sign of arrival, growing increasingly impatient. Unable to hold back, Xiaobo sneered. Could it be that their car's too crappy to even start? Ma Bin laughed and said, that's quite possible. Actually, I was very surprised to hear he even has a car. Kujamin, already seated in the passenger seat of the Tank 700, chimed in, how about we go first? They know the address anyway. There's no hurry. Let's wait a little longer. Going first would mean they'd have to arrive to see Lin Chuan's car, and wouldn't that delay showing off their superiority? Listening to Kujamin's words, Shumei frowned slightly. While she was somewhat partial to her boyfriend Ma Bin, she still treasured the camaraderie among roommates and felt they should wait for Ling Wusa. Kujamin hadn't even officially gotten together with Xiaobo yet, but she was already neglecting her roommate. At that moment, the sound of a car engine roared to life, the distinctive growl unique to high-end sports cars, leaving them momentarily stunned. Following the sound, their eyes widened in shock. The first thing they saw was a brand new 2025 Mercedes-Benz G63, and behind the wheel was none other than Ling Wusa. They collectively gasped. Lin Chuan's car was actually a Mercedes-Benz G63? That single vehicle cost over 3 million yuan. Xiaobo's best vehicle, the Tank 700, was still 2 or 3 grades inferior. Instead of flaunting their superiority, Xiaobo and Ma Bin were thoroughly humiliated, their expressions turning a vivid shade of embarrassment. Kujamin, sitting in the passenger seat of the Tank 700, also gaped in shock. Chu Mei was equally astonished. She knew for certain that car couldn't belong to Ling Wusa, but Lin Chuan, that so-called hopeless simp? How on earth did he get his hands on such a luxury vehicle? but upon closer inspection, they realized Ling Wusa's car wasn't carrying anyone else. Behind her followed two other vehicles. The second vehicle turned out to be a brand new Rolls-Royce Cullinan, with Lu Junhui in the driver's seat and Li Yue in the passenger seat. The third was unmistakably a Lamborghini Revuelto, driven by Lin Chuan. The powerful and mesmerizing engine roar they just heard clearly came from this car. Ma Bin, Xu Mei, and Ku Jiamin were utterly stunned. Weren't that Rolls-Royce Cullinan and Lamborghini Revuelto the very same luxury cars being discussed on the school forum? So both these cars belong to Lin Chuan? These two legendary vehicles are actually owned by the same person? How is this possible? Owning just one would already be incredibly outrageous, but he owns both simultaneously? Even that 3 million yuan Mercedes G-Wagon is reduced to being merely an accessory? I heard the Cullinan's out-the-door price exceeds 8 million, and the Lamborghini Revueltos is also over 8 million. Add another 3 million for the Mercedes G63, that's totaling 20 million? Just his vehicles alone amount to over 20 million. What kind of concept is this? Xiao Bo was utterly dumbfounded. He loved luxury cars and knew exactly what the Cullinan and Revuelto represented. Yet just moments ago, he had been ready to flaunt his superiority, imagining Lin Chuan drove some ordinary runabout. The sudden reversal was so intense it left his mind buzzing and momentarily dazed. Let's go, we'll lead the way ahead. Lu Junhui deliberately shouted triumphantly as he drove past. Watching the three luxury cars brush past them and speed away, they stood dumbfounded for quite some time without coming to their senses. After a long silence, Xiao Bo gritted his teeth. Didn't you say he'd been pursuing a girl for 3 years without success? Ma Bin replied, yeah, I wasn't wrong about that. Ask Ku Jiamin or anyone at our school if you don't believe me, everybody knows. God knows where he got those luxury cars from. Xiao Bo turned to look at Ku Jiamin, but didn't get an answer from her. Ku Jiamin stared blankly at the receding taillights of the three cars, her mind seemingly elsewhere. Xiao Bo, already in a foul mood after his attempt to flaunt his superiority backfired, grew even more irritated when he noticed Ku Jiamin's distracted demeanor in the passenger seat. Though he couldn't just kick her out now, his frustration only deepened as he stewed in silence. Ma Bin, seeing this, tried to console him. Maybe Lin Chuan just rented those cars, there's no way he could afford 3, right? Xiao Boyi pondered and found it reasonable. After all, those 3 cars amounted to over 20 million yuan in total. Even for families with assets exceeding 100 million, would they really buy 3 luxury cars for their child still in school? This level of extravagance is something only the heir of an ultra-wealthy family could afford? If it were truly someone like that, the news would have spread throughout the entire university district long ago. How could someone like that remain unknown until now? Even chasing after a girl for 3 years without succeeding. Idiot, renting this level of luxury car just to show off. If you scrape or bump it, it'll cost you a fortune to repair. Xiao Bo cursed as he started the car. The other 2 vehicles quickly followed suit. Unlike the tense atmosphere here, the people in the first 3 cars were in a relaxed and cheerful mood. The hot spring resort was quite close, just 4 or 5 kilometers away, and they arrived in no time. The resort's accommodations consisted of individual villas, though they were more like homestay-style vacation homes, mostly rented out, so the decor wasn't particularly luxurious. Originally, each villa had parking spaces in front, but with so many cars arriving at once, there weren't enough spots. How about we park in the nearby parking lot? It's not far anyway, suggested Ling Wusa. No need for that trouble. Just rent another villa, Lin Chuan said. Ling Wusa, Lu Junhui, and Li Yue were all stunned, then somewhat speechless. The thinking of rich people really was different. But you need to reserve these villas in advance. There might not be any available now, Lu Junhui added. Lin Chuan said, offer an extra 5,000, someone will give up their spot. Ling Wusa, Lu Junhui, and Li Yue were stunned once again. Damn, they couldn't keep up with this ridiculously rich mindset. Of course, secretly Lin Chuan wasn't just looking for parking. He also thought Ma Ben and Xiao Bo's attitudes were terrible and didn't want to stay in the villa they rented. Getting another place meant he wouldn't have to live under someone else's roof. Before long, Ma Bin, Xiao Bo and others arrived. Ma Bin, behaving like a fox assuming the majesty of a tiger, immediately began bossing people around. Everyone, stay in the yard and living room for now, don't go barging into the rooms. The most luxurious master bedroom on the top floor is Brother Zhao's. With limited rooms, others might have to squeeze 2 to a room. Before he could finish speaking, they saw several people from the neighboring villa carrying suitcases out, cheerfully saying to Lin Chuan, Mr. Lin, we've already moved all our things out. The bed sheets haven't even been slept on. But of course, if you're worried, just have the landlord swap them out. We're heading to a hotel nearby, maybe we'll see you at the hot springs tonight. The landlord was also smiling, no need to trouble yourselves with that. I've already called a cleaning lady to come and tidy up. Ma Bin, Xiao Bo, Ku Jiamin, Xu Mei and the others were dumbfounded once again. They actually rented the neighboring villa? And didn't that family already rent it? So why did they happily give it up? Chapter 45, A Lifetime Without Prospects? Xu Mei couldn't help but ask, how did you rent another house? and why were they willing to give it up? Li Yue explained, Lin Chuan thought there weren't enough parking spaces and was worried about lacking rooms, so we rented another house and compensated them an extra 5,000 yuan. That's why they were willing to give it up. Xu Mei and Ku Jiamin were momentarily stunned. The daily rent for a villa was only about 2 or 3,000 yuan, yet you're offering an extra 5,000 just to secure it? No wonder the family was so eager. After all, it's a free 5,000. There are hotels nearby, so it's not even inconvenient. Is this how the wealthy think? So bold and carefree, it's simply astonishing. The gazes of Ku Jiamin, Xu Mei, and the other girls lingered on Lin Chuan's face for several long seconds, reluctant to look away. Xiaobo and Ma Bin saw Lin Chuan steal the spotlight again, and the girls' admiring looks towards Lin Chuan made their expressions turn even uglier. With 2 villas available, room allocation became much simpler, 1 room per person with plenty to spare. Xiaobo took the most luxurious room in the original villa, while Lin Chuan claimed the most luxurious one in the newly rented villa. The difference was, Xiaobo gave the impression of hogging the best room and forcing others to squeeze in, whereas Lin Chuan rented an entire extra villa to ensure everyone had their own private space. Lin stole the show, yet nobody resented him. In private discussions, everyone expressed astonishment. Xiaobo felt his entire plan had been thrown into disarray. According to his original plan, the girls should have been flocking around him. He took several deep breaths to calm himself before thinking, I don't believe he could genuinely afford the Mercedes-Benz G63, Lamborghini Revuelto and Rolls-Royce Cullinan. They must either be rented or borrowed. Going all out just to impress girls is ridiculous. But in terms of real financial strength, I'm still superior. Given more time together, they'll recognize through words and actions who the truly wealthy one is. Mustn't lose composure. I can totally win them over with pure charm. After settling in, they all went to enjoy the hot springs together. Everyone bought their own tickets and went inside to change into swimsuits in the dressing rooms. Then, they regrouped at the entrance of the changing area. Naturally, the girls' swimsuits caught the boys' attention. The dance department girls all had good figures, but upon comparison, it was clear that Ling Wusa's physique stood out significantly. With fair skin and perfect curves from head to toe, she made Xiaobo's gaze grow increasingly intense. Just as I was about to approach her, Ling Wusa walked straight up to Lin Chuan, gave his figure a thorough once-over, and said with a laugh, How come I didn't notice last time? You've got quite a good figure. Lin Chuan's physique had always been decent. He didn't work out much, but he was naturally lean with good proportions. After completing task 1 and gaining 5 attribute points, his figure had improved slightly, though not noticeably. But upon completing task 2 and gaining another 5 attribute points, the changes to his physique became far more apparent. Though not quite a muscle-bound hunk yet, he had developed some faint abdominal and pectoral definition, just enough to barely qualify as lean muscle. Ling Wusa, affection +5. I've been working out lately and gained just a bit of muscle. But your physique is truly perfect, Lin Chuan said, leaning closer to whisper by Ling Wusa's ear. I've noticed some people can't take their eyes off you. Stealing a glance at Xiaobo's direction, Ling Wusa smiled and said, Then help shield me from them. With that, she hid herself beside Lin Chuan. This made her appear especially petite and delicate. The slight touch of her smooth, delicate skin caused Lin Chuan's thoughts to wander a little. Xiaobo, witnessing this scene, instantly flushed crimson with jealous rage. Not only was Ling Wusa being so intimate with Lin Chuan, she was also using him to block Xiaobo's view. Such behavior felt utterly humiliating to him. Yet Ling Wusa had no relationship with him whatsoever, didn't ride in his car or live in his villa. He was utterly powerless, left to simmer in silent frustration alone. What stung even more was that backup Ku Jiamin's gaze also seemed to linger on Lin Chuan. Glancing down at his own physique, he noticed a slight belly, not exactly unsightly, but certainly far from being in great shape. Compared to Lin Chuan's handsome appearance with those subtle abs, he falls far short. Just a pretty boy. Women are so superficial, Xiaobo thought bitterly. After gathering, they went to soak in the hot springs, which were public pools here but divided into many separate ones. Spread across the entire hillside, the pools were lined with stacked stones, making one feel completely immersed in nature. The different pools vary in temperature, allowing you to choose according to your preference. Their group was large, so they directly occupied a big pool. Lin Chuan and Ling Wusa sat very close in a corner, keeping their distance from the others. The two chatted and laughed, occasionally leaning in close to whisper. This made Xiaobo, who wanted to strike up a conversation, completely unable to join in. After soaking for about 10 minutes, a middle-aged man with thick body hair walked over, looking around as if searching for a pool he particularly liked. Xiaobo spotted the man and immediately scrambled to his feet, scurrying over with an ingratiating demeanor. Butlerly, what brings you here? He asked obsequiously. Butlerly seemed to ponder for a moment before recalling Xiaobo. Xiao, we meet again. I'm currently looking for a decent pool for Boss Peng. Catch up with you later. No need to look elsewhere, our own pond here is perfectly fine. Xiaobo, hearing Mr. Peng mentioned, became even more eager to please. Butlerly glanced at them and said, so many of you, plus Mr. Peng's family, it's going to be a tight squeeze. No crowding needed, we'll just make some space. Xiaobo took house manager Li's arm and said to his classmates as if it were the most natural thing, let me introduce everyone to house manager Li of Zuanyu property, he oversees many of the villas in this area. And that Mr. Peng? A big-time businessman worth hundreds of millions. Do us a favor and move along. It's the same if you squeeze into another pool. Ma Bin had already stood up by then and chimed in eagerly, right, everyone, make way for house manager Li. Xu Mei, Jiamin, Li Yue, Lu Junhui, and the others weren't very willing at first, but upon hearing about the tycoon, they reluctantly got up and stepped out of the pool. In refusing to back down, there was always the fear of potentially offending a heavyweight. Second, he thought giving way might offer the slightest chance to leave a good impression on the big boss. Many people share this mentality, to seek advantage and avoid harm. Ling Wusa, however, didn't move. She glanced at Lin Chuan beside her, only to see him leaning lazily against the poolside, showing not the slightest intention of yielding. Xiaobo frowned. Lin Chuan, what's your problem? Giving way to stewardly could earn you some goodwill, it wouldn't hurt you. Lin Chuan said, sacrificing our gain to curry favor with others for you? Sorry, but we're not that close. Xiaobo was about to say more when Butler Li stopped him. Clearly not one to bully others with his status, Butler Li said, you arrived first, so naturally you should use the pool first. There's no reason you should have to yield to us. Xiaobo, still resentful, shot Lin Chuan a glare, knows nothing about social graces. Someone like this is bound to remain a nobody forever. Exactly, just a greenhorn, Ma Bin chimed in. At that moment, a slightly overweight middle-aged man and a still attractive woman came over, leading a young boy by the hand. Steward Li immediately stepped forward to greet them, while Xiaobo's eyes lit up with interest as he also approached hoping to strike up a conversation. But knowing his station wasn't high enough, he didn't risk introducing himself directly. Instead, he waited quietly, watching for any opportunity to offer his services. As Steward Li led Mr. Peng's party toward another pool area, Peng cast an involuntary glance at the girls in the pool when passing by. After all, what man doesn't appreciate beautiful women, especially when reaching middle age? When her gaze swept past Ling Wusa, she unexpectedly spotted Lin Chuan standing nearby and immediately froze in place, momentarily stunned. She immediately changed direction and walked to the poolside. Young Master Lin, you're here too. Chapter 46, the crowd was utterly stunned. Watching Boss Peng's actions, Steward Li froze in surprise. Xiaobo, Ma Bin, Xu Mei, Jiamin, Li Yue, Lu Junhui, and others were utterly dumbfounded. Wait, what's going on here? That Mr. Lin that Boss Peng mentioned, could it be Lin Chuan? Isn't Boss Peng a billionaire? Why is he being so polite to Lin Chuan? No, it even seemed a bit respectful. Lin Chuan didn't stand up and asked in confusion, Boss Peng, have we met somewhere before? No, but I'm also part of the Haoyun Racing Club. When you were asking about what watch to buy, I even recommended my own second-hand watch to you. Of course, I later realized you'd definitely not be interested. Then, during a dinner with Lu Wenhan, he mentioned you too. I've long heard of young Master Lin's reputation, never thought I'd run into you here. What a coincidence, ha ha ha, Peng Zhe laughed. Oh, so you're old Peng from the group chat. I've long heard that Boss Peng is a man of great capability, likewise, I've long admired you. Lin Chuan suddenly understood and finally shook hands with Peng Zhe. Oh no, compared to young Master Lin, I'm nothing at all. Peng Zhe kept his posture extremely humble. Boss Peng, this pool is quite spacious, why not join us? Lin Chuan invited. In that case, I'd be honored. The pool is indeed very roomy, not crowded at all. Delighted, Peng Zhe brought his wife and son into the pool, briefly introducing them to Lin Chuan. Peng Zhe had originally intended to steal a glance at the beautiful woman. After all, a quick look wouldn't hurt as long as his wife didn't catch him, but now, he didn't even dare to let his gaze linger for a second on the striking Ling Wusa standing beside Lin Chuan. There were plenty of beauties in the world, and knowing not to covet another man's woman was simply common sense. Peng Zhe motioned for the butler, Li, and introduced him. Butler Li, let me introduce you. This is young Master Lin. Remember the tycoon I mentioned earlier, the one who bought a Rolls-Royce Cullinan and a Lamborghini Revuelto in cash within half an hour? Well, this is him. Butler Li was instantly taken aback and replied with deep respect, Greetings, young Master Lin. I've long heard of your esteemed reputation. At last, I understand why Boss Peng is so deferential. Boss Peng's total net worth is at least over 100 million. However, a significant portion of it is tied up in real estate investments. What's more, most of these investments are leveraged with loans. Given the recent slump in the real estate market, as everyone in the know is aware, properties aren't selling, and many have almost become liabilities. So even with a net worth in the hundreds of millions, his actual liquid assets are pitifully few. In fact, it's not just him, many bosses with hundreds of millions in net worth have very limited liquid funds. And this young Master Lin bought 2 super luxury cars in full payment within half an hour. Generally speaking, the true capabilities of such people are far greater than they appear. The fact that he's still just a student makes it even more terrifying. It suggests the money he spent was likely just pocket money from his family. Moreover, it was heard that after buying the 2 luxury cars, Lin Chuan immediately topped up $1 million at the Imperial Banquet Mansion. He also spent nearly $10 million in full payment for a Richard Mille watch. Can you imagine that? So at this moment, Steward Li was being extremely respectful, even more so than how he treated Boss Pang. Ling Wusa beside Lin Chuan, along with Chu Mei, Ko Jiamin, Li Yue, and Lu Junhui still standing by the pool, listened to Boss Pang's words and observed Butler Li's attitude, stunned into speechless silence as they exchanged bewildered looks. Wait, he bought that Rolls-Royce Cullinan and Lamborghini Revuelto outright in just 30 minutes? Damn, that's 20 million yuan, not 20 bucks. Just how ridiculously powerful must his actual financial strength be? Ling Wusa's gaze toward Lin Chuan gained another glimmer of fascination. She was a runaway wild horse, only a truly formidable man could bridle her, and the status Lin Chuan had just revealed gave her exactly that primal sense of security. Ling Wusa, favorability plus 10. Ko Jiamin's heart was now filled with utter regret and self-reproach. Choosing Xiaobo at the start had truly been a case of failing to recognize true worth. Not only did Ling Wusa outshine her in looks and figure, but even her judgment had been proven lacking. While it was true that Ling Wusa was by Lin Chuan's side, they weren't officially a couple. Had she chosen Lin Chuan from the beginning, there might have been a slim chance, a glimmer of possibility still infinitely better than Xiaobo. Xiaobo and Ma Bin stood frozen like wooden statues, dumbstruck. Though the weather wasn't particularly cold, the wetness on their clothes made the breeze feel distinctly chilly. But at that moment, they couldn't feel it at all. The scene before their eyes was simply too shocking. That Rolls-Royce Cullinan and the Lamborghini Revuelto were actually purchased by him and paid in full. Had Lin Chuan said those words himself, they'd have thought he was bragging. Coming from anyone else, they'd have suspected the person was planted by Lin Chuan. But this came straight from Boss Pang's mouth. Moreover, Boss Pang's attitude was so respectful. Steward Li's demeanor was even more servile. Then this matter couldn't possibly be fabricated. Thinking about how I just acted like a clown to please Butler Li, making Lin Chuan yield the pool, such a humiliating display. Xiaobo's dignity felt like it was being ground into the dirt. Glancing at his classmates' strange looks only deepened his embarrassment. But he knew preserving face wasn't the priority now. Ma Bin couldn't make sense of it all. What's going on? The whole school gossips about how Lin Chuan chased Zhang Yan for 3 years without success because he's supposedly dirt poor, said that's why she'd never look at him twice. But looking at him now, poor? The guy's practically a financial god. Xu Mei's expression darkened with realization. Ma Bin, she said sharply, you'll go apologize to Lin Chuan later. Ma Bin was taken aback, his expression conflicted. Xu Mei had noticed something off about Ma Bin's attitude earlier, but she endured it to befriend Xiaobo. Now, seeing how Xiaobo wasn't even worth a fart compared to Lin Chuan, she realized his side wasn't worth worrying about. The real issue was that her boyfriend's earlier attitude might have already offended Lin Chuan. Xu Mei said, your attitude just now was terrible. You owe him an apology. I'll beg Wusa for some leniency, maybe she'll spare you for her sake. Ma Bin, a man who knew how to curry favor, also knew when to read the room. Without caring what Xiaobo beside him might think, he nodded and said, you're right, I'll apologize in a bit. He walked toward the poolside while mentally organizing his words. But at that moment, a gust of wind brushed past. Xiaobo unexpectedly overtook him, crouching by the pool in what was almost a half-kneeling posture. Student Lin Chuan, he said, I was disrespectful earlier and spoke out of line. I apologize to you. His tone was sincere, without a trace of defensiveness. Even the occasional greedy glances he had previously cast toward Ling Wusa were now completely restrained. His gaze didn't wander, refusing to even glance in her direction. Ma Bin was stunned stupid by what he saw. What the hell? How could you back down even faster than I did? Chapter 47, is a 20 million yuan villa too low class? After freezing for a moment, Ma Bin hurried forward as well. Squatting beside Xiaobo, he half-knelt too. Lin Chuan, I also acted disrespectfully earlier. Let me sincerely apologize to you here. Lin Chuan didn't even glance at them, pretending not to see them at all. He came to the hot spring villa with only two purposes, the hot springs and Ling Wusa. Previously, when Ma Bin and Xiaobo kept making a fuss, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention, and now was no different. Peng Zhe, seeing the situation, roughly understood what was going on and similarly ignored Ma Bin and Xiaobo, continuing his conversation with Lin Chuan. Even the butler Li now deliberately paid no attention to Xiaobo. This situation left Ma Bin and Xiaobo squatting off to the side, utterly embarrassed. Standing up wasn't appropriate, but neither was continuing to squat there. Yet they dared not complain. After all, they had indeed spoken disrespectfully earlier. If even Butler Li was someone they couldn't afford to offend, how much more so Lin Chuan, whom both Butler Li and Boss Pang were treating with such courtesy. They squatted for what felt like ages, their legs going numb, while Lin Chuan and Peng Zhe continued conversing, seemingly having forgotten about them. Li Yue, Lu Junhui, and the others naturally wouldn't plead on their behalf. Given how improperly they'd behaved earlier, this was a well-deserved lesson. Shumei still sided with her boyfriend Ma Bin. After waiting for a while and noticing her boyfriend's legs were getting numb, she finally approached Ling Wusa. Wusa, could you put in a good word for me with Lin Chuan? Ma Bin did have a poor attitude before, but I've already scolded him thoroughly. Ling Wusa felt all the fault lay with Ma Bin and Xiao Bo, harboring no ill will toward Shumei. Glancing at Lin Chuan, she said, they're the ones who offended Lin Chuan. He's the one who needs to be appeased. Only then did Shumei speak up. Lin Chuan, could you find it in your heart to let them off the hook this time? Lin Chuan had a decent impression of Shumei and didn't want things to get too awkward since they were classmates. I never said I was going to do anything to them. From start to finish, I couldn't care less about them. Upon hearing this, Ma Bin and Xiao Bo felt as if they'd been granted a reprieve. They struggled to their feet, only for their numb legs and weak knees to nearly make them stumble. Supporting each other, they barely managed to stand up straight. Yet Lin Chuan completely ignored them, continuing his conversation with Peng Zhou as if he genuinely couldn't care less about them from the very beginning. This only made them appear even more like ridiculous clowns. From the very beginning, Lin Chuan had never paid them any mind, there was no grudge between them, yet they insisted on putting on airs and looking down on Lin Chuan at every turn. Then, after witnessing Lin Chuan's extraordinary skills, they had no choice but to grovel. If they had just behaved as fellow students hanging out together from the start, none of this would have happened. After chatting for a while longer, Peng Zhou broached the main topic. Young Master Lin, actually, there's a business deal I'd like to discuss with you. You're currently staying in the Hot Spring Resort's villa, so you should have some understanding of the situation there, right? The environment is nice, and it's right next to the hot springs. The decor might be average, but it's not bad either. Plus, it's only 4 or 5 kilometers from your Jianghai University. Have you considered buying one? Ling Musa, Li Yue, Lu Junhui, and the others pricked up their ears upon hearing this. To be honest, the buying and selling of hot spring resort villas was something far beyond their reach. Even renting for a single night was expensive for them, so they usually had to gather more people to split the cost and afford it. Despite that, it was only an occasional luxury they could indulge in. Ma Bin and Xiao Bo were intrigued upon hearing this, instantly understanding why Peng Zhou treated Lin Chuan with such respect. It turned out he needed something from Lin Chuan. Even Peng Zhou, whom they couldn't even dream of currying favor with, still had to beg Lin Chuan for help. This made them realize once again just how vast the gap was between themselves and Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, however, refused outright, not interested. Peng Zhou was momentarily stunned, his prepared speech abruptly cut short. Seeing that Lin Chuan seemed genuinely uninterested, he decided not to press further. Otherwise, his persistence might come across as pushy and annoying. Lin Chuan explained, the environment of the hot spring villa was indeed decent originally, with the advantage of being adjacent to the hot springs. But after being developed into a resort, there are just too many tourists coming and going. Plus, the decoration is really too ordinary, the standard is far too low. Ling Musa, Li Yue, Lu Junhui, and Ku Jiamin were somewhat taken aback by his words. When they had heard him say he wasn't interested earlier, they had assumed it was due to financial considerations. After all, buying a villa is no small matter. No one had expected that he would disdain the luxury standard of the hot spring villa. These villas are, at the very least, lavish properties worth over 20 million, yet in his eyes, they're considered too low class? Peng Zhou's eyes lit up at these words. What about the luxury villa in Yunlu Mountain residence up there? Would young Master Lin be interested? Only then did Lin Chuan nod at this remark. Yunlu Mountain residence might be worth considering. Boss Peng indeed has formidable resources to own so many properties. Yunlu Mountain residence wasn't far either, just 300 meters in a straight line. Nestled at the foot of Yunlu Mountain, it offered a tranquil environment with luxurious interiors. As the highest altitude villa district in Jianghai City, it provided completely unobstructed views of the sea from above, offering a commanding panoramic vista of the ocean. While it may not compare to a beachfront villa, having a mountain view overlooking the sea is truly quite impressive. Plus, its proximity to the hot springs is another major advantage. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, Peng Zhou's eyes gleamed intensely as he modestly replied, I bought it with a loan, hardly a display of real financial strength. Originally, I planned to flip it, but the market took a downturn. Truth be told, I'm even struggling with the mortgage payments now. I own a villa at Yunlu Mountain Residence, a 500 square meter floor area with a 4-acre yard. Even within Yunlu Mountain Residence, it's undoubtedly among the most luxurious. The total price was over 60 million. How about we drop by after the hot springs, young Master Lin? Ling Musa, Li Yue, Lu Junhui, and Ku Jiamin collectively gasped in shock upon hearing this. They had heard of the villa at Yunlu Mountain Residence. It was indeed top-tier luxury. The sheer opulence of it was something they could only admire from afar. They had mentally prepared themselves for the price, but hearing it was over 60 million still left them stunned. This kind of price tag was something you usually only came across in TikTok videos. In reality, When would they ever get the chance to encounter it? Yet, Lin Chuan remained perfectly calm. The price is a bit high, he remarked. I think property prices in Jianghai City have fallen recently, but it's negotiable, let's go take a look later. Everyone was astonished. Lin Chuan was actually serious. Even with negotiation, 60 million couldn't possibly drop below 50 million, right? Pang Zhe nodded vigorously. Negotiable, absolutely negotiable. If young Master Lin is willing to pay in full, I can knock off 2 million. Of course, installments work too, though the discount wouldn't be as generous. Lin Chuan said, if I'm buying, it'll definitely be a full payment. Pang Zhe was overjoyed to hear this, as he was desperately short on cash flow at the moment. If taking out a loan, there's still paperwork to go through, and since he has many loans, possibly even leveraged, it might pose some trouble. For a full cash payment, then there would be absolutely no issues. To be honest, under normal circumstances, people wouldn't dare to even suggest paying in full upfront. After all, for a property worth tens of millions, very few can afford to pay the entire amount outright. And even some who might barely have the means prefer not to, as businesspeople generally prefer to keep cash on hand for other investments. However, having heard about Lin Chuan's lavish spending, she tentatively asked. To her surprise, Lin Chuan showed no hesitation at all and chose to pay in full. This Mr. Lin was indeed the real deal when it came to extravagance. Ling Wusa, Li Yue, Lu Junhui, Ke Jiamin, and the others were stunned once again. Not only was Lin Chuan genuinely interested, but he also wanted to pay upfront? A full 50 million upfront. Just how much money did he have tucked away? Chapter 48. What tier of tycoon have we provoked? Pang Zhe was a bit anxious, eager to take Lin Chuan to view the property right after their hot spring session. But Lin Chuan thought nighttime viewings weren't ideal and postponed it till the next day. That evening, he indulged in barbecue, conversation, and games with Ling Wusa and others at the hot spring villa. Xiaobo and Ma Bin stopped being pretentious at every turn, becoming more reasonable and even enthusiastic about buying barbecue and beer. As a result, they all had a genuinely good time. Xiaobo not only dared not entertain any thoughts about Ling Wusa, but even went out of his way to encourage the relationship between Ling Wusa and Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan finished a skewer of beef and said to Ling Wusa, "Come with me tomorrow morning to check out the villa in Yunlu Mountain, will you?" Ling Wusa blinked and replied, "How could I be qualified to help you with such an important matter?" Lin Chuan said, "More eyes, better vision. I think you have good taste and can give valuable advice. If everyone has nothing to do tomorrow, why not come take a look together?" Sure. Li Yue, Lu Junhui, and others, who had been eager to join in, readily agreed. Ling Wusa glanced at Lin Chuan and slightly wrinkled her nose. His words just now had stirred her emotions a little. Asking her to help look at a house made her think there might be something special about it. But as it turned out, this guy had actually invited others to join them. Just as she was thinking Lin Chuan was being totally clueless, he leaned in close to her ear and whispered, "To be honest, I don't really care much about the others' opinions, I mainly want to hear what you think." Ling Wusa couldn't help but let the corners of her lips curl upward as she shot him a glance. "Oh, stop it. I'm not anyone special to you, nor am I an expert. What use would my opinion even be?" Though her words said one thing, her heart likely thought another, because her affection had shifted. Ling Wusa, affection +3. She didn't realize her emotions had already begun rising and falling with Lin Chuan's actions. That night, Lin Chuan slept soundly at the hot spring resort and woke up early the next morning to message Pang Zhe, who replied instantly. In less than 3 minutes, he appeared in front of the villa. Ling Wusa, Li Yue, Lu Junhui, and others who wanted to see the Yunlu Mountain residence villa had risen early to wait. Even Ke Jiamin, Shumei, Ma Bin, Xiaobo, and the rest wanted to join in the excitement. The group drove to Yunlu Mountain residence. Upon entering the villa area, they immediately noticed the extraordinary landscaping and scenery. The environment was tranquil, somewhat reminiscent of Nordic style. Arriving in front of one of the luxurious villas, they opened the door to enter. Their eyes were greeted by a massive and uniquely designed front yard, a pristine private swimming pool, and a lavish 2-story villa. Everyone was momentarily dumbfounded. It was simply too extravagant. This was no ordinary house, it was a prince's manor. As they stepped inside the villa, the luxurious decor left them utterly enchanted. They had only seen such villas on television before. Pang Zhe said, "Mr. Lin, we've never lived in this villa, the renovation and furniture are all brand new. The decoration alone cost a fortune. Originally, we hoped to make a big profit, but who knew the property market would suddenly collapse? Right now, I'm not thinking about making money, just recouping my investment." Pang Zhe's words sounded genuine, though they could also be the kind of sales pitch used for desperate bargains. So Lin Chuan listened but didn't take it entirely at face value. That said, he had checked last night, and the villa prices here did roughly match what Pang Zhe had claimed. After inspecting the place inside and out, Lin Chuan was quite satisfied with the villa's interior, the neighborhood environment, and the surrounding amenities. Pang Zhe asked, "So, Mr. Lin, what do you think?" Lin Chuan didn't answer but turned to look at Ling Wusa. "Wusa, what do you think?" Pang Zhe, hearing this, nervously glanced at Ling Wusa. It seemed Lin Chuan really cared about this girl's opinion. But in truth, Lin Chuan had already made up his mind. He was just asking Ling Wusa out of courtesy, showing respect. After all, he hadn't forgotten, he still needed to work on raising her affection points. Just as expected, Ling Wusa, affection points +2. Ling Wusa, noticing Lin Chuanjin asking for her opinion, showed obvious happiness in her facial expression. I think it's great. The decoration style, the villa community environment, and the surrounding facilities are all excellent. Outside the villa area, you have all the conveniences of life, while inside, it's peaceful and quiet. Plus, standing at the doorstep, you can get an unobstructed view of the sea. Though it's not right next to the sea, you can still enjoy the ocean scenery. Lin Chuan nodded. Alright then, I think it's good too. Boss Pang, let's sit down and talk about the price. Everyone widened their eyes. Had they really settled on it just like that? Although he had expressed interest yesterday, actually discussing it was another matter entirely. Pangja was thrilled. Great, great, great. When it came to discussing the price, Lin Chuan and Pangja went into the side meeting room, while the others were free to look around. Li Yue admired the surroundings with admiration. This villa is simply too luxurious, something only a wealthy family from a TV drama could afford. If I could live in a villa like this, life would be truly worth it. Lu Junhui sighed helplessly. Yue, are you hinting at me? No matter how much you hint, even if I worked myself to the bone, I couldn't afford it. Forget buying the whole villa, I couldn't even afford a single bathroom here. Li Yue rolled her eyes. You're overthinking it. I was just expressing my awe. Expecting you to buy it? That's pure delusion. Come on, take a photo for me as a keepsake. Stepping into a mansion of this caliber might just be a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Should we take the mountain view or the ocean view? Lu Junhui patiently helped his girlfriend frame the shot. Though they couldn't afford a villa, at least their photos should look perfect. Jiamin's heart raced as she gazed at the villa. Once again, regret washed over her. Why had she gotten into Xiaobo's car? Otherwise, even if she hadn't had a chance to become Lin Chuan's girlfriend, just forming some connection might have brought immense benefits in the future. Ma Bin and Xiaobo stood awkwardly like mere spectators, not daring to sit for fear of dirtying the sofa. They were even more cautious about bumping into anything, terrified that a single mishap might cost them their entire fortunes. Xu Mei, meanwhile, was secretly calculating how she could leverage Ling Wusa to mend her relationship with Lin Chuan. Less than half an hour later, Lin Chuan and Pangja emerged from the conference room. From a distance, Pangja's hearty laughter could be heard. Young Master Lin, pleasure doing business. With this full payment of 55 million, my cash flow will finally stabilize. And of course, at this price, you've definitely got yourself a bargain. Everyone was stunned. He really bought it? The agreed price was 55 million? No, wait, that's over 50 million. That's such a huge sum. Shouldn't he have thought it over more carefully? Just then, Lin Chuan spoke up. Pleasure indeed, Boss Pang. Overall, I'm quite satisfied with the landscaping design. But I'd like to add some more potted plants. Do you have any recommendations? Pangja, indeed there is. I happen to know a friend whose potted landscapes are all top-grade specimens, just perfect for someone of your discerning taste. Lin Chuan nodded. Do you have any century-old Chinese junipers that were originally large trees then miniaturized, or other rare wood varieties? Pangja replied. Young Master Lin clearly knows his craft. That friend should have exactly what you're describing. Among his collection is one award-winning piece priced at 1 million, though despite its price tag it's remained unsold as few can afford such masterpieces. Lin Chuan stated, have him hold that one. I'll likely be purchasing around 4 million worth of potted landscapes. Listening to Lin Chuan's words, everyone was stunned. Buying a villa worth over 50 million in cash without batting an eye was one thing, then immediately dropping another 4 million plus on potted plants? Was money just paper to him? This was the epitome of throwing money around like dirt, and it was the first time they'd witnessed it so viscerally. Ling Wusa observed Lin Chuan casually tossing out tens of millions with utter nonchalance, her eyes glinting. Affection points +5. Though Xiaobo and Ma Bin had already apologized and Lin Chuan hadn't held a grudge, they couldn't help trembling again at this moment. What caliber of untouchable tycoon had they offended before? Chapter 49, 3 lucky draws and the 4th fool's gold. The handover was completed quickly, and Villa number 6 at Cloudy Summit Residence officially changed ownership, becoming Lin Chuan's property. The bonsai has been ordered and is on its way. Lin Chuan glanced at his bank balance and asked, Boss Pang, do you have any good housekeeper recommendations? There's no way I can clean such a massive villa all by myself. The reason he bought a 55 million yuan villa and then immediately splurged on potted plants worth over 4 million, while urgently hiring a nanny, was simply to blow through 100 million yuan as quickly as possible. Since Ling Wusa's favorability has increased by 30, combined with the previous 170-point increase, it now totals 200, meeting the criteria for Task 3. As long as he spends the entire 100 million, Task 3 will be completed. Pangja said, I'm not really familiar with this area, but we can ask Butler Lee, he'd definitely know. Pangja immediately made a call. and soon Butler Lee hurried over. He could have easily avoided coming in person, yet he made a special trip just to enthusiastically recommend a housekeeper to Lin Chuan. Butler Lee said, "I'd like to recommend Auntie Zhang. She's been in this line of work for over a decade, experienced and highly praised. Her previous employer even wanted to take her abroad when they moved, but she preferred staying in the country, so she didn't go. Plus, she lives nearby, so it'll be very convenient for her to come over." Less than half an hour had passed when Auntie Zhang arrived. In her 40s, she was dressed simply but neatly, carrying herself with a comforting demeanor and a warm smile. After a brief discussion, everything was settled. A 1-month trial period with a salary of 15,000, which would increase to 20,000 if hired permanently. To spend the money as quickly as possible, Lin Chuan paid her a month's wages in advance. Upon hearing the salary, Lu Junhui, Li Yue, Kajamin, and Shumei couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. At this point, they weren't just envious of Lin Chuan anymore, they even began to feel a tinge of envy for his housekeeper. Kajamin now regretted even more if she had just maintained a good relationship with Lin Chuan. Forget about becoming his girlfriend, even being his housekeeper would have been nice enough. Ma Bin and Xiao Bo continued standing like lackeys, looking so much like hired servants that strangers would easily mistake them for household attendants. Lin Chuan spent the remaining several $100,000 entirely on new bedsheets, duvet covers and such, having Auntie Zhang make a list and replacing all personal bedding items. Auntie Zhang immediately stayed behind to clean. Although Peng Jie had kept the place well maintained, proper cleaning was still necessary before moving in. Then it wouldn't be appropriate for everyone to stay and get in the way, so they all went to soak in the hot springs together, bought fresh seafood at the nearby market, and gathered for another meal. In the afternoon, everyone was ready to return to school, as staying here for one night was already quite an expense for them. As for Lin Chuan himself, he decided to stay. Originally, according to the plan, Ling Wusa and Lu Junhui would drive the cars they came in back to school, but since the villa was now his home, there was no need to leave 3 cars parked at the school entrance, so they left the Cullinan behind and only took the Mercedes G63 back. After his shower in the evening, Lin Chuan lay on the spacious, comfortable bed. He noticed how utterly silent his surroundings were. After all, the house was so large that the next room felt miles away. He shook his head and sighed somewhat pretentiously. Having too big of a house isn't all that great. Rubbing his hands together, he opened the system panel. Task 3 was already completed, and Task 4 had refreshed. The 4th Bootleaker Fund, 1 billion. Main Quest 4, spend the 4th wave of Simp funds within a month, achieve a 400-point increase in affection from beauties rated 8 or above, raise the affection of 3 such beauties to 80, and boost 1 8+ beauties affection to 90. Completion reward, 400,000 plus 4 lottery draws. Failure penalty, freeze all remaining Simp funds. Lin Chuan was stunned. This mission's difficulty had skyrocketed. Not only did the total affection requirement jump to 400 points. Additional requirement, raise the favorability of 3 beauties to 80 and 1 beauty's favorability to 90. However, with the Sugar Daddy Fund now reaching 1 billion, Lin Chuan didn't consider any of this to be a problem. Check the task reward, 300,000 has been credited. As always, the 300,000 yuan reward was naturally saved. If I wanted to spend, I'd just dip into the Simp fund. He glanced at the 600,000 in his card and considered transferring it all to his parents. But after a moment's thought, he decided to wait for the right opportunity. This sum needed a plausible explanation, otherwise, his parents wouldn't dare spend it and might even be alarmed. They'd worry their son had done something questionable. Lin Chuan checked another reward, 3 lottery draws. He clicked the draw button, and the wheel began spinning. When the wheel stopped, the pointer landed on the largest slot. Unsurprisingly, it was another 5 attribute points. After adding the attribute points, the stats are as follows. Constitution, 15. Strength, 14. Agility, 14. Spirit, 15. Clicking the lottery draw again, this time the pointer landed on a small square, Heart's Voice Talisman. Heart Voice Talisman, using this talisman allows one to hear the silent thoughts of beauties, enabling better fulfillment of their desires. Tip: when a beauty is angry with you and you can't guess her thoughts, this item works wonders. Lin Chuan couldn't help but mock, typical of a simp system. Even when offering a special prize, it's ultimately meant to pander to women. But since the prize is in his hands, he isn't necessarily bound to follow the system's suggestions. Like last time's beauty pill, he took it himself. This Heart Voice Talisman might prove invaluable if used at the right moment. Continue with the lottery, and as the wheel stopped, the pointer landed on yet another small grid, Body Tempering Pill. This time, just seeing the name, Lin Chuan's eyes couldn't help but light up. Just by its name alone, it sounded like something valuable. Body Tempering Pill, consuming it tempers the physique, removing bodily impurities, allowing muscles and bones to reach a perfect state. Recommendation: gift it to a beauty. It can improve minor posture issues like rounded shoulders or hunching, alleviate lower back pain and irregular menstruation, and make the body light and elegant, turning skin to jade and bones to ice. After consumption, any beauty is sure to hold you in much higher regard. This time, Lin Chuan couldn't even be bothered to complain. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately popped it into his mouth and swallowed. Compared to the beauty pill, its effects were far more noticeable. The moment he swallowed it, he felt a surge of warmth rising from his abdomen. Soon, his entire body began to heat up, drenched in sweat. Having just taken a shower, he found himself rushing back to the bathroom again. As he washed, he noticed something seemed to be seeping out of his skin. The water rinsing off his body appeared turbid and murky. This state lasted for over half an hour before it finally ceased. He felt an all-over physical comfort and fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. When Lin Chuan woke up early the next morning and looked at himself in the mirror, he froze in utter shock. Previously, he'd just been skinny with decent proportions. Calling it lean muscle had been a stretch. But now, his muscles were downright explosive. Not the bulky bodybuilder type, but perfectly proportioned, the kind that looks slender clothed yet reveals sculpted definition when undressed. His pecs, abs, deltoids, latissimus dorsi, teres major, and leg muscles were all flawlessly defined. Like the most elite natural bodybuilder, every single muscle is meticulously sculpted, akin to a masterpiece by a carving master, pushing the aesthetics of the human body to its pinnacle. Moreover, his height seemed to have increased by 2 or 3 centimeters. Lin Chuan observed that the body-tempering pill could comprehensively refine the body, turning women into ice-skin jade-boned beauties upon consumption. He thus speculated that men might exhibit different effects from taking it, but he never imagined the results would be this exaggerated. Looking at his attributes again, he was even more astonished. Constitution, 19. Strength, 17. Agility, 17. Spirit, 15. Total attribute points actually increased by 10 overnight. Damn, this body-tempering pill is far more powerful than I imagined. If I didn't take it myself but gave it to some beauty instead, I'd be a fucking idiot. Lin Chuan was ecstatic, his joy from keeping it for himself now reaching its peak. Chapter 50, a scene that makes all the guys jealous. After freshening up and finishing breakfast, Lin Chuan drove the Lamborghini Revuelto away from Villa No. 6 in Yunlu Mountain Residence, heading back to campus. This feeling? Absolutely exhilarating. Dressed in perfectly fitted clothes that accentuated his lean frame, his shoulders now appeared broader than before, his physique transforming from just decent to absolutely flawless. His entire aura had quietly elevated to another level altogether. What a coincidence, I just got back to school when Ling Wusa messaged me. Are you back at school? Lin Chuan replied, just got back. Ling Wusa, then let's have lunch at the cafeteria? I'll return your car keys to you. I've been carrying them around worried I might lose them. Lin Chuan, sure, see you at the cafeteria at noon. At noon, 3 roommates were also heading to the cafeteria for lunch, so I went with them. Just as we entered, Ling Wusa waved and called out, why are you so late? I already got your meal for you. The surrounding guys immediately widened their eyes at the scene. Shirley, Zhang Yingjie, and Sun Baowei were also stunned. The way they looked at Lin Chuan was as if they wanted to stab him with their eyes. Shirley exclaimed excitedly, what the hell, third brother? Last time you said it was just a casual greeting. But now, Ling Wusa even got your meal for you? What's going on between you two? Since when did you get so close? Zhang Yingjie added, begrudging yet envious, that's Ling Wusa we're talking about, the coolest and most charismatic of the 5 most famous department beauties. She actually got your food for you. My world just collapsed. Sun Baowei looked at Lin Chuan, third brother, have you joined some advanced training class recently? Can you take me along? It's just helping get a meal. Is it such a big deal? I'm not going to queue up with you guys for food, you go ahead by yourselves. After saying this, Lin Chuan walked towards Ling Wusa. Hearing Lin Chuan's humble bragging, Shirley, Zhang Yingjie, and Sun Baowei all felt like punching him right then. They suddenly missed the days when Lin Chuan used to get bullied by Zhang Yan. Lin Chuan sat down next to Ling Wusa, who gave him a surprised once-over. How come you look even more toned overnight? Did you pad your shoulders or something? He spoke while giving Lin Chuan's shoulder a squeeze, only to find no padded shoulders, just solid muscle. Must be your imagination. I've always had this good of a build, Lin Chuan thought to himself. Given Ling Wusa's personality, she probably cared more about physique than looks. If he took off his shirt now, her favorability would likely shoot up. But changing so drastically overnight would be too shocking, better wait a while before finding an opportunity to show off. Ling Wusa remained doubtful as she handed the car keys back to Lin Chuan and pushed a meal toward him with a smile. I noticed you liked beef at the gathering, so I got you beef. Of course, for balanced nutrition, there's plenty of dietary fiber, vitamins, and carbs too. That was clearly something only a fitness enthusiast would say. Lin Chuan laughed, thanks, it's all my favorite. The two sat side by side and began eating together, drawing covert glances from many boys nearby. Whispers circulated as they wondered exactly who this guy was. Less than 3 minutes later, a strikingly beautiful figure approached. Qin Bingqing was about to greet Lin Chuan when she noticed Ling Wusa sitting beside him, freezing momentarily in surprise. Her smile instantly stiffened. At that moment, both Lin Chuan and Ling Wusa turned their gazes toward her. After a brief hesitation, Qin Bingqing walked over anyway. Placing a soy milk before Lin Xuan, she said with a smile, I accidentally ordered an extra soy milk. This one's for you. The guys around couldn't help but seethe with jealousy at this sight. What the hell? How do you deserve this? Ling Wusa serving you food and eating with you is one thing, but Qin Bingqing actually bringing you soy milk? You bastard are actually two-timing both department flowers? Yet the air seemed thick with tension. Though both Ling Wusa and Qin Bingqing wore smiles on their faces, even nodding politely to each other, their locked gazes practically sparked with electricity. The surrounding males secretly reveled in schadenfreude, thinking, asterisk serves you right for two-timing. You're definitely crashing and burning now, asterisk they hoped both department flowers would see his true colors and dump him. Just as they thought Lin Xuan would flounder to explain, they saw him speak quite generously instead. Thanks, have you finished eating? Why don't you sit down and join us? Why would Lin Xuan be nervous? They haven't even established a relationship. The surrounding male students all widened their eyes in disbelief. Seriously, two-timing someone and still being so unapologetic about it? Even if they haven't developed into boyfriend and girlfriend yet, shouldn't he at least explain? She's the department's flower, isn't he afraid they'll take it the wrong way? Qin Bingqing also tilted her head to glance at Lin Xuan, as if trying to deduce the closeness of their relationships from these words. Just then, Yi Meisheng, who had just finished getting her meal, also walked toward Lin Xuan, but she quickly sensed something strange in the atmosphere, as if everyone's gaze was focused in one direction. Following the crowd's line of sight, she finally understood why. Seeing Ling Wusa and Qin Bingqing beside Lin Xuan, Yi Meisheng's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Wei Shuefen also exclaimed in astonishment, wow, how does Lin Xuan already seem so close with Ling Wusa and Qin Bingqing too? Yi Meisheng seemed completely unfazed, smiling as she said, he's so outstanding now, of course girls would be drawn to him. Wei Shuefen asked, then what should we do? Are you still going to give him this iron plate chicken cutlet you made? Of course, why wouldn't I? Those girls don't seem to be Lin Xuan's girlfriends yet, what business is it of theirs? Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Meisheng walked straight over. Unlike Qin Bingqing, Yi Meisheng appeared far more natural as she set an iron plate chicken cutlet in front of Lin Xuan, saying with a smile, this is my favorite iron plate chicken cutlet, try it and see. Yi Meisheng seemed to be merely recommending a dish she loved to her classmates, without any ulterior motives. Her gaze met Qin Bingqing and Ling Wusa's eyes, and she naturally nodded in greeting. Both Qin Bingqing and Ling Wusa showed subtle shifts in their expressions, almost as if they had slightly glared at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, however, remained unperturbed, cutting a piece of the sizzling chicken cutlet and taking a bite. Though I've had this before, the portion you got, senior sister, seems several times tastier than usual. The male students witnessing this scene were even more dumbfounded. Holy shit, not 2 campus bells but 3? No, what makes you think you can? You're just outrageously handsome, with a killer body, impeccable style, and you look loaded. Okay, fine, even if you're exceptional, that doesn't mean you can 3-time people, right? And what's more, they had the nerve to say it with such righteous indignation. All the men's eyes burned red with fury, as if they could hardly restrain themselves from cutting Lin Xuan down on the spot. At that moment, Shirlei, Zhang Yingjie, and Sun Baorui also got their meals. As they walked over, they caught sight of Lin Xuan surrounded by the 3 department flowers, instantly widening their eyes and freezing in shock. Not only Ling Wusa, but even Qin Bingqing and Yi Meisheng were eating with him? Though they were roommates, right now they truly wanted to kill Lin Xuan, damn that third roommate, making everyone else's lives unbearable. Chapter 51, Zhang Yan gets anxious. If looks could kill, Lin Xuan would have died at least 100 times over. The glares from the surrounding male students were enough to tear him apart 1,000 times. Who is that guy, and what gives him the right? No idea, but he sure looks the part. That's probably Lin Xuan from the automation department, the same guy who's been chasing after Zhang Yan, the department flower of information management, for 3 straight years. No way. You're telling me he pulled Ling Wusa, Qin Bingqing, and Yi Meisheng, 3 of the most stunning girls in our university, just to have lunch together? That can't be the same dude. And it wasn't him trying to woo the 3 department beauties, get this, those 3 department beauties were actually fetching meals for him. The news spread like wildfire. Soon the entire cafeteria knew, with someone even posting it on the school forum where replies quickly surpassed 100. Department of Information Management, Girls' Dormitory. Zhang Yan took a deep breath and nervously tapped open WeChat, hoping to see Lin Xuan's friend request approval. This WeChat account was the last spare one she could get her hands on. If Lin Xuan didn't accept it this time, she genuinely might not be able to add him anymore. This nervous tension was something she'd never experienced before. Previously, Lin Xuan had always replied to her messages instantly. Yet when she opened the conversation, the message displayed was, the other party has declined your friend request. Not only had Lin Xuan rejected her, but he'd also blocked this spare account. A wave of despair instantly washed over her. Just then, some classmates passed by in the hallway, chatting as they walked. It's a rare sight to see the 3 most popular girls from different departments having dinner with one guy. I took a glance from afar that Lin Chuan is really handsome, with the exact body type and outfit style I like. Too bad he's surrounded by those 3 department beauties. I don't stand a chance. Word is Lin Chuan spent 3 whole years chasing Zhang Yan from our department without success. Truth or rumor? Absolutely true. You wouldn't believe how devoted Lin Chuan was to Zhang Yan. Those who don't stay in the dorms often missed it. Once in the dead of winter, he stood shivering outside her building for over an hour, preparing some romantic gesture. Turns out Zhang Yan wasn't busy, she just couldn't be bothered to get out of bed and deliberately left him waiting. I heard that back when Lin Chuan was broke, Zhang Yan wouldn't give him the time of day. She fell for some fake rich kid instead, only to get scammed and end up owing money. Now she's figured out Lin Chuan's not just handsome but loaded too, so she comes crawling back, but guess what? He's not interested anymore. Haha, now that's some sweet poetic justice. Zhang Yan suddenly rushed over and flung the door open, glaring furiously at the gossiping girls. They jumped in fright, and upon recognizing her, immediately sped up to leave. But Zhang Yan dashed forward and blocked their path. What did you just say? 3 of the department's most popular girls had dinner with Lin Chuan? The girls felt somewhat guilty talking behind someone's back, but they disliked Zhang Yan enough to show no mercy. That's right, we're just stating facts, they retorted. No way, you're talking nonsense. Zhang Yan had seen the 3 department belles greet Lin Chuan last time, but she refused to admit they were having a meal together with him. Doesn't that mean their relationship has progressed further? Does that mean I might really lose Lin Chuan? A girl directly opened the school forum and showed it to Zhang Yan. Someone posted about it, you can check for yourself if you don't believe me. Zhang Yan froze when she saw the photos in the post. It was actually true, the 3 department belles were dining at the same table with Lin Chuan. What's more, she noticed that Lin Chuan had become even more handsome now. Whether it was his face or his figure, he had practically reached god-tier levels. The other girls couldn't be bothered to engage with Zhang Yan and walked away directly. As for her, she remained rooted to the spot, stunned for several seconds. Even though Lin Chuan had made things perfectly clear last time, she still clung to her fantasies. Lin Chuan used to love her so much, there was still a chance he might change his mind. That was why, for days, she kept sending messages to Lin Chuan incessantly. But now, the sight before her shattered her illusions once again. She couldn't accept it, Lin Chuan was clearly hers. Now that Lin Chuan was handsome and wealthy again, how dare someone try to take him away? Huang Xiangping and Sun Xiahe leaned out to see what was happening, then opened the school forum in disbelief to check. Huang Xiangping exclaimed in surprise, looks like Lin Chuan's connections with the 3 campus belles go way beyond just casual greetings. Sun Xiahe sighed with admiration, what's more, compared to last time we saw him, he's gotten so much more handsome. Though they had no particular thoughts about Lin Chuan, they couldn't help stealing a few extra glances. Truth be told, he was really handsome. At that moment, Zhang Yan suddenly dashed toward the staircase, clattering down the steps with such urgency that Huang Xiangping and Sun Xiahe could only exchange bewildered glances. Zhang Yan rushed to the second cafeteria at breakneck speed. As she ran, she couldn't help but think of Lin Chuan, once so devoted to her, now handsome and wealthy, sitting with the 3 campus belles. The thought pierced her heart, and tears quickly blurred her vision. By the time she reached the second cafeteria, her cheeks were already wet with tears. Yet as she scanned the room, Lin Chuan was nowhere to be seen. The spot where he'd been photographed in the forum post was now occupied by strangers. Someone recognized Zhang Yan and kindly said, looking for Lin Chuan, aren't you? He already finished eating and left. Some people didn't recognize Zhang Yan and began whispering amongst themselves. After understanding the situation clearly, the boys grew furious once again. Holy shit, not only do you have 3 department beauties eating with you, but now a 4th one comes crying to find you? But that's not all. Zhang Yan immediately turned around and ran toward the male dormitory. Arriving at the dorm entrance, she called up to the building, Lin Chuan, please forgive me. I know I was wrong. I'll treat you better from now on, don't ignore me like this. Many male students heard the commotion and came out to their balconies to look down. Seeing Zhang Yan crying so pitifully, their hearts nearly melted. Damn, who made such a pretty girl cry? What a heartless bastard. If a girl this gorgeous even glanced my way, I'd cradle her in my palms, no way I'd let her shed a tear. Who the hell is Lin Chuan? Someone get him out here to comfort her. Lin Chuan, that name rings a bell. Oh shit, wasn't he the jerk having lunch with the 3 department belles earlier? Holy shit, so he's playing 4 girls at once? Which dorm is he in? I'm gonna fucking kill him. Don't talk about what you don't know. Lin Chuan simped after Zhang Yan for 3 years and she rejected him. She went after some rich kid instead, and now that the rich kid played her, she comes crawling back to Lin Chuan. Or maybe she's just getting desperate seeing Lin Chuan getting close with the trio of department beauties. Oh shit, well she deserves it then. Maybe so, but seeing her cry so pitifully like this, if it were me, I might actually soften up. Which dorm is Lin Chuan in? All 3 department beauties dining together, yet another beauty crying over him. I want to see what makes him so special. From the balcony of dorm 307, Shirley, Zhang Yingjie, and Sun Baoruei peeked cautiously downward. Seeing Zhang Yan weeping so pitifully, they sighed. "Third brother, you really have a heart of stone." Zhang Yingjie added, "Her tears are falling like pear blossoms in the rain. If it were me, I might have softened up already." Sun Baowei, third brother, really not going down? Yet Lin Chuan shook his head without a trace of hesitation. Showing even an ounce of tenderness now would only be degrading himself. Hadn't he licked her boots for 3 long years already? Had she ever shown him a shred of tenderness in return? Don't look at how heartbroken she appears now. If I were to run out of money or someone wealthier took a liking to her, she would turn and walk away without hesitation. A woman like her isn't worth the attention. Chapter 52, Lin Chuan's net worth revealed. Zhang Yan stunned. Zhang Yan waited downstairs for over 20 minutes, yet Lin Chuan still hadn't shown up. Only now did she realize how agonizing it was to wait for someone. Previously, she had always been the one keeping him waiting. Just then, Lu Ting rushed hurriedly over. Yan, if Lin Chuan doesn't appreciate you, then there's no reason for you to stick with him. After all, wealthy men are everywhere, he's not the only one. Zhang Yan was not comforted, still looking dejected. Indeed, there are still many wealthy people in this world. For instance, there were recent rumors that a boy spent tens of millions to buy Qingxiang Pavilion just to vent his anger for Yi Meisheng. Even more striking, a Lamborghini worth over 8 million and a Cullinan worth over 8 million were parked at the entrance, both speculated to belong to students. After all, teachers wouldn't be so extravagant. These wealthy individuals sound even richer than Lin Chuan. After all, Lin Chuan's car was only worth a little over 3 million. If she could secure even one of these men, then losing Lin Chuan wouldn't matter much. The problem was, after what happened with Zhao Jun, she'd learned something obvious: rich men aren't necessarily good to you. Forget finding someone as devoted as Lin Chuan, they might not even take you seriously, using you up before tossing you aside. Besides, the true identities of those wealthy men remained unclear, so Zhang Yan didn't hold out much hope. Lu Ting leaned close to Zhang Yan's ear and whispered in a hushed voice. Yan, I've contacted one of the seniors who attended Senior Yi Meisheng's birthday party that day. After giving her a gift, she started to loosen up a bit. With a little more chatting, she'll definitely reveal who that guy was, the one who splurged tens of millions. I also found out that the Lamborghini and Cullinan were driven away the day before yesterday. They went to the hot spring resort with Ling Wusa. I'm just about to get in touch with someone who went to the resort with them that day. The person who bought Qingxiang Pavilion for tens of millions, the Lamborghini owner, the Cullinan owner, which one of them isn't richer than Lin Chuan? When you manage to land any one of them, Lin Chuan will be left with nothing but regret. Then you can parade your new boyfriend right in front of him. Let's see if he can still act so smug. Hearing this, Zhang Yan's eyes finally lit up again. Deciding it was pointless to wait any longer, she tugged Lu Ting's arm and headed back to the girls' dormitory. Once back in the dorm, Lu Ting eagerly continued her probing. Her enthusiasm, however, wasn't for finding a man for herself. Not that she didn't want to, she just knew her limits. After all, she was painfully average-looking, far beneath the notice of wealthy men. As long as Zhang Yan caught the eye of a wealthy man, she could bask in the reflected glory, dining at upscale restaurants, attending performances, going swimming, and so on. Sometimes, the wealthy men would even give her nice little gifts in exchange for information about Zhang Yan. For example, Zhao Jun had given her a few gifts before. Roommates Huang Shangping and Sun Xiahan noticed Zhang Yan's improved mood and found it rather odd. After observing for a while, they realized she and the other girl were on the hunt for a new wealthy target. They couldn't help but roll their eyes. Couldn't the two of them go just once without trying to latch onto a rich man? But by now, they were already familiar with their character and weren't particularly surprised. After all, a fox may grow gray, but never good. Look, the senior is willing to talk now. Lu Ting suddenly exclaimed excitedly, and Zhang Yan quickly leaned in closer. The senior across replied, "Stop sending gifts, I'll just tell you. Actually, this isn't some big secret everyone who attended the gathering knows. But since the person involved doesn't want it publicized, we really shouldn't be gossiping. I'm telling you this, but you absolutely must not spread it around, okay?" Lu Ting promptly assured her, "Don't worry, I won't say a word." The senior continued, "The one who splashed thousands to stand up for Meisheng was actually a junior, Lin Chuan from the automation department. Word is he used to pursue the belle of the information management department." "Aren't you also from information management? Maybe you've heard of him?" Lu Ting and Zhang Yan's eyes widened instantly at this. Both stood frozen for 2 seconds, their minds struggling to process the information. The person who spent tens of millions just to avenge Yi Meisheng was actually Lin Chuan? They had always assumed it would be that senior from the 4th year. Lu Ting exclaimed excitedly, "Lin Chuan from the automation department, 3rd year? Senior, you're not mistaken, are you?" The senior replied, "Of course I'm not wrong. I watched him spend over 11 million to buy the Qingxiang restaurant and shops. He also bought 2 million worth of wine afterward, opened 2 bottles worth 200,000 each, and I even got to taste some." "What, do you know him?" As he spoke, he even sent over a photo. It was a group photo from a birthday party. Wasn't that Lin Chuan right in the middle? Lu Ting and Zhang Yan were stunned. It was really Lin Chuan? Just days ago, Lin Chuan had splurged on watches and cars, already spending millions. And now, merely to stand up for a girl, he could casually toss out tens of millions? Zhang Yan was both shocked and jealous. Lin Chuan had actually spent tens of millions just to defend another girl. In the past, he had only been good to her. The one he should have spent tens of millions to defend ought to have been her. No wonder Yi Meixing is so close to Lin Chuan. What girl wouldn't be moved when a guy casually drops 10 million just to stand up for her? Zhang Yan immediately stamped her foot in frustration. She shouldn't have left the boys' dormitory so quickly just now. Leaving in such haste didn't exactly show sincerity. Lu Ting remained dazed for quite a while before snapping back to reality. She comfortingly said, "Don't worry, Yan Yan, there's still the Lamborghini owner and the Cullinan owner." Speak of the devil, another party involved has responded. Their trip to the hot spring resort 2 days ago wasn't some secret mission anyway. Anyone who cared to inquire wouldn't have difficulty finding out about it. Lu Ting's contact had just replied, "No, why are you asking about these things?" Lu Ting, "No reason, just curious. Everyone on the forum was speculating about it, and I wanted to know who the car owner is. How about just telling me the owner of one car?" "Fine, I'll tell you, but don't go spreading it around. He seems pretty low-key and probably doesn't want people talking about him." Though telling you the owner of one car practically means revealing all three, because the Mercedes-Benz G63, Lamborghini Revuelto, and Rolls-Royce Cullinan belong to the same person. Lin Chuan, a junior like you guys, from the automation department. To be honest, I was shocked when I first found out too. There was even someone who tried to show off with a few off-road vehicles in front of him, but when he brought out those divine cars, the whole place was instantly subdued. This classmate was initially reluctant, but as they talked, they grew excited and couldn't help but share more. But Lu Ting and Zhang Yan had already stopped reading beyond that point. The moment they saw Lin Chuan's name, their minds went blank with disbelief. The owners of the Lamborghini Revuelto and Rolls-Royce Cullinan were actually the same person, and it's Lin Chuan again? A few days ago he was buying luxury cars and expensive watches, then splurging tens of millions to acquire Qinxiang Pavilion, and now he could casually drop another 20 million on a Lamborghini Revuelto and Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Just how wealthy has he become? This was equivalent to 3 or 4 wealthy men they had their eyes on suddenly merging into one supremely rich individual. Lu Ting was utterly dumbfounded, feeling like she couldn't comprehend Lin Chuan at all, because this level of wealth had completely surpassed her understanding. Zhang Yan suddenly stamped her foot in frustration and burst into tears again. "It's all your fault. That day when I saw Lin Chuan buying a Rolex, you insisted he might have just come into some windfall that couldn't possibly compare to Zhao Jun. And just now, when I wanted to wait downstairs to win him back, you kept saying we'd found someone even richer." Lu Ting was dumbfounded. She never expected Zhang Yan to blame her. She felt wronged but had no way to refute her. At first, hearing Lin Chuan spend hundreds of thousands daily, I did suspect he just stumbled upon some easy money. Later, seeing him wear a Patek Philippe and drive a Mercedes G63, I merely thought he had more money than imagined. But never could I have imagined it wasn't just about having a bit more money. Now it seems he's practically like a legendary young master from a wealthy family. So, I actually encouraged Zhang Yan to give up a young master from such a family. But the problem is, this was Zhang Yan's own choice. Huang Shangping and Sun Shaha had initially decided to ignore them, but seeing them turn against each other piqued their curiosity. After leaning in to read the phone messages, their eyes widened in shock. What on earth was going on? The mysterious person who splurged millions just to defend Yi Meixing, the owner of the Lamborghini Revuelto, and the owner of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, were they all Lin Chuan? So Lin Chuan wasn't just wealthy, he was actually a scion of a prominent family. Had Zhang Yan's dream of marrying into wealth been right under her nose all along? Chapter 53, Are you out of your damn mind? In high-end dormitory 307, Lin Chuan's phone kept buzzing with system notifications. Zhang Yan, affection +5, Zhang Yan, affection +5. Lin Chuan was bewildered. What was going on now? Though this woman was annoying, the rapid rise in affection points was oddly reassuring. Just then, his phone chimed several times with message alerts. When he checked, he saw someone frantically sending him friend requests. Lin Chuan, please accept my request, okay? My heart aches so much. If you don't add me soon, I'll die of sorrow. After all, we still have some affection between us. Lin Chuan, must you truly be this heartless? Lin Chuan, I shouldn't have said you were heartless. It was all my fault, I didn't know how to cherish what I had before. Back then, you chased after me for 3 years, so now, let me chase you for 3 years. Could you please not ignore me? Lin Chuan didn't have the slightest bit of softness in his heart, he refused her flat out and then blocked her. He had no idea why Zhang Yan had suddenly become even more desperate, but he didn't care. At that moment, Pingzhi sent a message, Mr. Lin, a friend who's a real estate developer learned about your purchase of my Cloud Mountain villa and insisted on getting your contact information. Would you mind if I gave it to him? Lin Chuan, does he want me to invest? Is he reliable? Lin Chuan had just received the fourth installment of his simpering allowance totaling 1 billion yuan precisely when he needed to spend more money. Investing in real estate development wasn't out of the question, but he also knew this industry was fraught with complexities. After a brief silence, the reply came, he's relatively reliable, but his real estate investments aren't doing too well. If things turn around, there could be huge profits, but the risks are substantial. Lin Chuan thought for a moment, let's add each other first to get acquainted. Soon, someone sent a friend request. After Lin Chuan accepted, the other party introduced himself, young Master Lin, I hope I'm not disturbing you. My name is Zhang Quanan. I've long heard of your esteemed reputation. Lin Chuan, Mr. Zhang, let's skip the pleasantries. What brings you to me? Zhang Quanan, young Master Lin speaks plainly indeed. I do have a favor to ask. I'd like to invite you for a meal. Whenever you're available, time and place are entirely at your convenience. Lin Chuan, skip the meal, let's get straight to the point. Zhang Quanan, very well, I'll cut to the chase then. I'd like to ask if you have any interest in real estate investments, young Master Lin. I have an exceptional project here. Have you heard of Senyu Star Garden? It's the premier residential development in Kuling's hottest new district right now. I secured this property development project long ago, all the paperwork is finalized, and construction is halfway finished. All that's left is capping the roof, interior decorating, plumbing, and electrification, but we're facing cash flow issues. With just a bit of investment. Zhang Quanan spoke smoothly, painting an excellent picture of the property. Many units were already pre-sold, promising immediate returns once funding came through. Yet halfway through listening, Lin Chuan lost interest. This property was effectively a pre-abandoned project in the making. Many assume suspended projects are simply temporary developer cash crunches easily fixed with investment. But in reality, the complexity of unfinished building projects far exceeds imagination. Otherwise, such stalled constructions wouldn't exist in the first place. If a mere shortage of funds alone could solve the problem, banks would readily lend the necessary amounts. A property that ends up becoming an abandoned construction project is inevitably saddled with a pile of bad debts, numerous creditors, and an extremely convoluted debt structure. The same property might even be mortgaged multiple times, frozen by banks over a dozen times. The only way out for unfinished buildings is a sharp rise in housing prices, but given the current market conditions, how slim are the chances? Even as a businessman, Lin Chuan had no interest in taking on such a mess. His goal was simply to embezzle the Simp money and convert it into his own assets while boosting favorability. Simple purchases would suffice. Why should he bother with such a complicated, high-risk disaster? Lin Chuan declined, sorry, I'm not interested. Zhang Quanan, young Master Lin, won't you reconsider? Once this property development is completed, it's guaranteed to make big profits. You don't have to lift a finger, and the return on investment is remarkably quick. Without another word, Lin Chuan muted the notifications from Zhang. At the Senyashing Yuan property site, Zhang Quanan and a middle-aged woman stared intently at their phones. After sending several messages with no reply from Lin Chuan, they couldn't help but sigh deeply. Zhang Quanan, it seems this young Master Lin isn't just a fool with money. He can recognize the complexity of this property development. Lu Feng, but the property has been mortgaged too many times, we can't borrow from banks anymore. This young Master Lin might be our last chance. Otherwise, we might have to flee. Zhang Quanan, but if he's not interested, what can we do? Lu Feng, judging by how he spent tens of millions casually in just a few days, his family must be extraordinarily wealthy. A few million or even 100 million means nothing to him. If we can just win his favor, he might solve our problem with a mere wave of his hand. Zhang Quanan, the question is how to win his favor? Lu Feng smiled, different approaches work for different people, we must suit the remedy to the case. I'll first contact students from Jianhai University to gather basic information about him. Money makes the mare go. Soon, Lin Chuan's basic details at the university landed in their hands. After a quick scan, Lu Feng's eyes lit up. He's actually harbored feelings for a girl for 3 whole years. Targeting her might make things 10 times easier. Zhang Quanan exclaimed in surprise, right. I was so focused on him being a tycoon that I forgot he's still a student, still at that age where he believes in love. Their investigation had been simple and the information somewhat outdated. They only uncovered that Lin Chuan liked Zhang Yan, but knew nothing else about him. They set off immediately for Jianhai University. Along the way, they managed to get Zhang Yan's contact details and reached out to her. Claiming to be Lin Chuan's friends, they gave Zhang Yan, who was on the verge of despair, a glimmer of hope. She gladly accepted their invitation. Soon, Zhang Quanan and Lu Feng arrived at a cafe near the school gate. After a short while, they saw Zhang Yan and Lu Ting hurrying over. Taking in Zhang Yan's appearance, Zhang Quanan and Lu Feng both thought she was indeed beautiful. However, noticing her red, swollen eyes as if she had just been crying, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. Just as Zhang Quanan and Lu Fang were contemplating how to bridge the gap and connect with Lin Xuan through Zhang Yan, she quickly approached them, her eyes filled with hope, and asked, "You're Lin Xuan's friends, right? Did he send you to find me?" Zhang Quanan and Lu Fang were taken aback. Lu Fang replied, "No, he didn't ask us to look for you. What's wrong? Did you two have a misunderstanding?" Hearing that it wasn't Lin Xuan who sent them, Zhang Yan felt a pang of disappointment. Quarreling is quite normal among young people, Lu Fang comforted her. "You'll make up soon enough. Then could you pass a message to Lin Xuan for me?" Zhang Yan said urgently. "Or arrange to meet him. Tell him I truly know I was wrong. I shouldn't have neglected him on his birthday to go with that rich kid Zhao Jun instead, saying we should just be friends. Now I finally realize who truly loves me. I'll treat him well for the rest of my life." Zhang Yan had never been particularly bright, and now in her desperation she clutched at straws, taking Lu Fang and Zhang Quanan as Lin Xuan's friends without bothering to verify, treating them like lifelines. Zhang Quanan and Lu Fang were dumbfounded by what they heard. It took them several seconds to collect their thoughts. They both looked at Zhang Yan as if she were an idiot, barely suppressing the urge to roar at her. "Why would you reject a god-tier tycoon for some worthless rich second generation? Are you out of your damn mind?" Chapter 54. The elite scion you missed was on par with Sikong. Though Zhang Quanan and Lu Fang didn't fully grasp the specifics, they'd already pieced together the gist from Zhang Yan's words. Simply put, she dumped Lin Xuan for a rich second-generation heir. Now she regrets it, but Lin Xuan won't give her the time of day. Zhang Quanan and Lu Fang instantly felt their trip was a wasted effort. This girl had lost all her value to them. All that trouble they went through putting aside their work, rushing over, even bringing gifts with forced smiles. Lu Fang said unwillingly, "Have you tried apologizing to young Master Lin? Begging for his forgiveness?" Although Zhang Yan seems genuinely foolish, her actions are truly cringeworthy. Perhaps the wealthy young Master Lin Gongzi can never recapture what they once had. Once fruit rots, it can never be fresh again. But after all, Lin Xuan had liked her for 3 years. It's possible he still holds on to that lingering attachment. Many people cling to those they've loved for years. Zhang Yan frowned and said, "Do you think I haven't apologized? I've apologized countless times, but he still ignores me. What else can I do? I was hoping you could help since you claim to be his friends. Are you really his friends or not?" Lu Fang replied, "Then perhaps your apologies weren't sincere enough. Do you even realize what you've lost?" Zhang Yan fumed with frustration. "Of course I know he's become rich now. In just a few days, he spent 10 million to buy the Kingxiang restaurant, 20 million on a Lamborghini and a Cullinan. Do you think I don't want to win him back? If there were a way, I would have done it long ago. If you have any ideas, I beg you to tell me." Lu Fang and Zhang Quanan exchanged glances, realizing that Zhang Yan seemed unaware of the full picture. Lu Fang explained, "From what you're saying, it sounds like you only know part of the story. Do you know that on the same day Lin Xuan bought those 2 luxury cars, he spent nearly 10 million on a Richard Mille watch? After that, he dropped 55 million to buy a villa in Yulu Mountain. And all of this, every single purchase, was paid in full up front. What you lost wasn't just a wealthy man, but a young heir comparable to the likes of Sikong." Zhang Yan and Lu Ting's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. A watch worth nearly 10 million? A villa costing 55 million? These figures were beyond their wildest imagination. And to think Lin Xuan had spent this much in just a few days, and all in cash? They could no longer fathom just how wealthy Lin Xuan truly was. Zhang Yan's breathing grew rapid with excitement. Visions of marrying into such extreme wealth flashed through Zhang Yan's mind, stirring an even deeper resentment within her. Zhang Yan, affection points +5. "Yes, my apology wasn't sincere enough. I waited downstairs for less than half an hour before leaving. Lin Xuan used to wait 1 or 2 hours for me even in the coldest winter. I'll win him back the same way he pursued me, persistently bringing him breakfast, delivering an umbrella whenever he's caught in the rain, taking care of him when he's sick, carefully preparing gifts for holidays, arranging romantic trips for him. I can do all of these." Zhang Yan swore with determination. Yet instead of being pleased, Zhang Quanan and Lu Fang grew increasingly grim-faced as they listened. Only then did they realize how much Lin Xuan had once given her. His devotion far exceeded anything they had imagined. The chances of salvaging this relationship are virtually zero, because the deeper the affection, the greater the hurt. Zhang Quanan sighed and shot Lu Fang a meaningful glance, signaling that they should leave together. There was no point wasting any more time on Zhang Yan. But Lu Fang suddenly rolled her eyes and gestured for Zhang Quanan to hold on. Then she said to Zhang Yan, "I forgot to ask, who exactly is Zhao Jun? Could you introduce us?" Zhang Quanan immediately slapped his thigh in admiration. "Brilliant. That was Lu Fang for you, always quick to find another way out. Since Zhang Yan initially dumped Lin Xuan for that Zhao Jun must surely have some capabilities. Even if Zhang Yan now regrets her choice, Lin Xuan is undoubtedly far more capable. But as long as Zhao Jun can hold his own against Lin Xuan even slightly, that would be enough to resolve his current crisis. After all, their goal is simply to find someone to invest. Substituting Zhao Jun would achieve the same purpose." However, to everyone's surprise, Zhang Yan grew furious at the mention of Zhao Jun, don't bring up that bastard. Whose side are you on anyway? Zhang Quanan and Lu Feng were taken aback once more. What's going on? Don't tell me you've fallen out with Zhao Jun too? Lu Feng couldn't be bothered to hear the details. She handed Zhang Yan an exquisite little box. Please, help us make the connection? Since we can't get through to young Master Lin, at least link us up with Zhao Jun. Zhang Yan froze for a moment when she saw the brand on the fine box, her anger instantly dying down by half. Lu Ting's eyes lit up too, hastily nudging Zhang Yan as if to say no matter what, she should at least take the gift first. This is Van Cleef and Arpels, pieces easily costing tens of thousands. Selling it could repay a decent chunk of Zhao Jun's debt. Zhang Yan snatched the box and opened it, confirming it held an exquisite Van Cleef and Arpels necklace inside. She tapped open WeChat, swiped to Zhao Jun's contact with visible distaste, and handed it over. Here, this guy. Lu Feng hastily added him while asking, basic info? What's his family's company? Zhang Yan replied impatiently, don't know specifics. Heard it's just some small construction firm. A small construction company? With the surname Zhao? Lu Feng and Zhang Quanan were startled, looking at each other in surprise. As real estate developers, they naturally had to interact with construction companies. In fact, they dealt with them more than any other type of firm. They were therefore quite familiar with the construction companies in Jianhai City. There was one small-scale construction company owner they knew with the surname Zhao, but they subconsciously thought it couldn't be that one, right? After all, that Zhao family's influence was quite mediocre at best. They might have made some money in the past, but as the market shrank, the Zhao family struggled more and more, now barely getting by. What's worse, relative to them, they were just the party B, even having to beg for their favor. How could Zhang Yan ditch the extravagantly wealthy young Master Lin for the son of such a Zhao family? Holding on to this mindset, they looked it up. When they compared the information they found with the details Zhang Yan had shared about Zhao Jun, they were stunned. It turned out to really be that Zhao family, and this Zhao Jun wasn't even the eldest son of the Zhao family, but the son of a third wife and illegitimate child. Zhang Quanan and Lu Feng were stunned, looking at Zhang Yan now with expressions as if they were staring at a fool. You dumped a wealthy young master comparable to Sikong for this illegitimate offspring from third-tier branches of some insignificant Zhao family? Are you out of your mind? The contact details of Zhao Jun, which she just acquired, instantly became worthless trash, because the Zhao family simply didn't have the capability to be of any help. At best, they might lend a hand if she had some promising project of her own to offer them. Zhang Quanan and Lu Feng were momentarily speechless, feeling that Zhang Yan might genuinely have something wrong with her head. Lu Feng grew angry, feeling this was a complete waste of time and effort. She snatched back the necklace and pulled Zhang Quanan away as they hurried off. Hey, how could you take back the necklace after giving us your contact info? Zhang Yan and Lu Ting protested in frustration. You can keep your contact info, we don't want it anymore. Zhang Quanan and Lu Feng got into their car and drove off without looking back. Chapter 55 First Attempt at Converting Power into Wealth. Hearing the system prompt that Zhang Yan's favorability had increased by another 5 points, Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel pleased. Main Mission 4 required not only a total favorability increase of 400 points but also raising 3 ladies rated 8 points or above to 80 favorability, and 1 lady rated above 8 points to 90 favorability. Today, Zhang Yan's favorability had already risen by 15 points to reach 77, just 1 step away from 80. Of course, Lin Chuan still had no intention of actively gaining Zhang Yan's favor. After all, she knew it would grow on its own. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. Class monitor Su Qiming walked in and said, Lin Chuan, did you offend someone in the student council or something? Lin Chuan was puzzled. I don't think so. Why do you ask? Su Qiming replied, I just got a notice from the student council. There's a meeting the day after tomorrow to discuss expelling some members with poor work performance or academic records, and you're at the top of the list. Though you haven't stood out much and have missed quite a few classes recently, under normal circumstances, it's nowhere near expulsion-level offenses. This meeting seems specifically targeted at you. That's exactly why I asked if you'd offended someone, probably someone fairly high up in the student council. Lin Chuan stroked his chin. I'm always pleasant to people and keep such a low profile. How could I possibly have offended anyone? All 3 roommates couldn't help rolling their eyes. 4 department bells hovering around you and you call this keeping a low profile? Sun Barawei said, third brother. Could it be admirers of Qin Bingqing, Ling Wusa, or Yi Meisheng? There are so many people who like them, including quite a few from the student council. At this, Su Qiming nodded in agreement but also with envy. Now that you mention it, it seems very likely. You used to be such a simp. How did you suddenly turn things around? And not just turn things around, but land 3 or 4 at once. If I wasn't so familiar with you, I'd wanna punch you. Actually, forget that, I still wanna punch you right now. Shirley asked, Monitor, if someone really uses this as an excuse to kick Lin Chuan out, wouldn't it be using official power for personal revenge? Su Qiming nodded, it would be using official power for personal revenge, but they wouldn't admit it openly. I'll help you inquire and see if we can appeal for leniency. Lin Chuan, you should also think of ways to handle this yourself and perform well. Actually, it's not a big deal. Worst case scenario, you just won't be part of the student union anymore. Lin Chuan nodded. Thanks, monitor. I can handle this matter myself. Honestly, whether he stayed in the student union or not didn't matter much, but what he couldn't accept was being forced out through underhanded tactics. After Su Qiming left, Shirlei, Zhang Yingjie, and Sun Baorui discussed the situation. While they were genuinely envious of Lin Chuan's current success, when trouble arose for him, they instinctively wanted to help. Lin Chuan also wondered privately if it could be Zhao Mashuan, the student council vice chairman he met at Yi Meixing's birthday party. But judging from that encounter, he didn't seem like that kind of petty person. Though it doesn't really matter who it is, what matters is that some minor student council official can already make life difficult for me. This time it's getting kicked out of the student council, next time they might withhold my degree certificate over skipped classes. Though it's not hard to deal with, my time shouldn't be wasted on tangling with such petty individuals. My money hasn't transformed into power, so even in this small domain, people might trip me up. In the future, society might also see powerful forces manipulating me. In many places, power trumps money. At this moment, Lin Chuan conceived the idea of converting money into power. This thought set the tone for all future developments. Now for the first step, he'd practice on the school's modest territory. Student council matters and such could be handled effortlessly. Lin Chuan opened QQ and quickly found Zhang Jing, the finance department head's contact information through student council connections. He could have gone straight to the school office but deliberately sought out Zhang Jing instead. Because Zhang Jing had a roommate who was the department beauty, this way, he could casually boost his likability score too. The friend request was approved quickly. Lin Chuan got straight to the point. Hello, Minister Zhang. I'm Lin Chuan from the academic department. Hello, may I ask what this is about? Zhang Jing was somewhat puzzled. After all, Lin Chuan was from academic department and had little to do with her. Even if there were any work matters to coordinate, the academic department head should be the one contacting her. Lin Chuan asked, I heard that the financial aid for needy students at our school isn't very sufficient. Zhang Jing replied, you could say that. Some needy students can't get the poverty assistance grant. Actually, it's not just our school, most schools are like this. There are only a fixed number of slots, so naturally, some people get screened out. Talking about this gives me a headache. Take Jiang Jinhua, the department beauty of our engineering faculty. I don't know if you've heard of her. Her family situation isn't great, so she should qualify for the poverty assistance grant. But she's applied several times, and the slots were always insufficient. It looks like she might get cut again. Lin Chuan said, speaking of which, I heard the funding for things like the library and dorm air conditioning is also somewhat lacking. Zhang Jing, seems so. Our school's tuition and accommodation fees are quite low, and the overall conditions are just passable. They keep saying they'll improve things, but there's never enough funding. Though these are major matters handled by the school's finance office, they're beyond our student union finance department's scope. The student union finance department only deals with minor financial matters, typically just internal student union finances. At most, they handle preliminary reviews for poverty relief scholarships, but even the final decisions aren't theirs to make. Lin Chuan, in that case, could you help me contact the school's finance director? I want to make a donation. Zhang Jing was visibly stunned for a moment. School donations from students usually only happened after graduation when they'd become successful. What kind of current student makes donations? Zhang Jing, just tell me how much you're donating, and I'll take care of it. Lin Chuan, starting at $1 million, but the exact amount depends on the circumstances. I need to ensure every penny is properly allocated. Zhang Jing drew a sharp breath. Starting at $1 million? That amount was far beyond her authority to handle. She quickly replied, got it. I'll contact the school's finance department right away. Clearly, Lin Chuan was prepared to open his wallet big time. After all, he wasn't particularly skilled in the art of social niceties, and initially had to carefully observe people's moods and expressions, time-consuming and exhausting. In that case, why not simply spend some money? Right now, the one thing he lacked least was money. A donation of just a few million would undoubtedly skyrocket his status at school. Getting expelled from the student council? That would be a joke. And just conveniently, Jiang Jinhua, the beauty of the engineering department who came from a poor family, couldn't qualify for the poverty relief grant. By doing this, he was inadvertently helping her and should gain some favorability points in the process. Hey, third brother, are you going to the Piano Association event this afternoon? You're probably busy with student council stuff, so I'm guessing you won't go? Zhang Yingjie casually asked as he combed his hair and got ready to leave. He obviously just threw out the question without actually expecting Lin Chuan to go. Originally, they had both signed up together with the sole purpose of picking up girls. The difference was that Zhang Yingjie had no specific target in mind, while Lin Chuan had his sights set on Zhang Yan, all because she once said guys who could play the piano were attractive. The piano club had quite a few beauties, and the talented campus belle Su Qianyu occasionally attended. Whenever she showed up, it was a feast for both eyes and ears, so Zhang Yingjie found it easy to keep going. Lin Chuan later realized Zhang Yan was just following a passing whim and actually had little interest in piano, so he lost motivation and gradually stopped attending. That's why Zhang Yingjie figured Lin Chuan wouldn't show up this time either. If he didn't go normally, why would he when facing expulsion from the student council? But to his surprise, Lin Chuan swung his legs off the bed, going, "Why wouldn't I go? Those trivial student council matters will resolve themselves after the donation. No need to waste any thought on them. Why not take advantage of being in the piano club to also boost your favorability with the campus belle?" Chapter 56. You actually dare to dream of having the campus belle as your private tutor? Walking toward the piano room, Zhang Yingjie turned to Lin Chuan with a skeptical look. "How long has it been since you last attended the piano club? What's gotten into you today? And the student council is considering kicking you out, aren't you the least bit anxious?" Lin Chuan shrugged. The trivial matters of the student council are easy to deal with. As for the piano, I originally learned it for Zhang Yan. But now, I'm learning it for myself. It's both an additional skill and a way to cultivate my character. Of course, there was also the goal of trying to boost the school belle's favorability, though he didn't voice that part. Soon, they arrived at the piano room, where many people had already gathered. The Piano Association was originally a niche club, but thanks to the school belle's presence, it was basically packed to capacity. No sooner had he arrived than Lin Chuan spotted a vaguely familiar face. The other man froze upon seeing him, hesitated for a moment, then finally offered a greeting. "Hello, Lin Chuan." Lin Chuan thought for a while before remembering this was the guy he'd met during that beach outing, surnamed Wang something. Lin Chuan nodded. "Hello, old Wang." Wang Chenyang's breath hitched, his face darkening by 3 shades. Damn, did this guy forget his own name when he called himself Old Wang? But thinking about it, that day I was pretty much invisible. This guy's attention was probably entirely on Ling Wusa. Remembering that my surname is Wang at all counts is pretty good memory on his part. Wang Chenyang kinda regretted saying hello. As someone naturally introverted, greeting strangers took real courage. Now this one moment of initiative would haunt him with embarrassment for life. Just then, a commotion rippled through the crowd as campus belle Su Qianyu arrived gracefully with several other girls. Su Qianyu wore vintage-style clothing resembling Hanfu, her graceful figure swaying gently as she walked. Her long flowing hair and elegant demeanor made her appear like a noble lady who had stepped out of a classical painting. Yet there was an air of aloofness about her, giving others the impression that she was unapproachable. This was precisely why, despite being voted the campus belle by all the male students, she had few pursuers. No one dared to try. The president of the Piano Association had also arrived. After a brief speech, she let everyone practice on their own and discuss among themselves. Zhanhai University had a music department, though it was hardly a conservatory. The equipment in the piano room was passable at best. There was only one high-quality traditional piano, while the others were all keyboards. That high-quality piano naturally belonged to Su Qianyu, while Lin Chuan, Zhang Yingjie, Wang Chenyang, and the others had to share a single electronic keyboard among several people. By the end of an activity, each of them barely got to play a few notes. However, everyone who chose the Piano Association naturally had an interest in the instrument, and soon discussions and scattered piano sounds began to fill the air. At that very moment, the enchanting sound of a zither arose like large and small pearls cascading onto a jade plate, drowning out all the chaotic noises. Everyone present couldn't help but pause in their tracks. Su Qianyu sat gracefully before the piano, her jade-like fingers dancing across the keys. Her delicate profile, pristine and refined, resembled that of an ethereal fairy untouched by mortal concerns. Zhang Yingjie, Wang Chenyang, and the other boys were all dumbstruck. Even Lin Chuan couldn't help but inwardly marvel, truly worthy of being the school belle known for her talents. Lin Chuan whispered to Zhang Yingjie and Wang Chenyang, "I wanted to ask, does the campus belle teach piano? Her skills are genuinely outstanding. Having her as a private tutor would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort." Zhang Yingjie and Wang Chenyang both stared at Lin Chuan in astonishment. It took real audacity to even consider recruiting the campus belle as a private tutor. And whether you genuinely want to learn piano or just get closer to the school beauty, we're too polite to call you out on it. Zhang Yingjie, you've got quite some nerve to even think about it, but dream on. The campus belle is so aloof, she barely has the patience to give guys a few pointers, let alone become a private tutor. No way. Nothing is impossible in this world, Lin Chuan said with a smile. Zhang Yingjie, it's just impossible. Even if you've been incredibly lucky with women lately, there's no way this is the aloof campus belle we're talking about, not just anyone. And you already have the department's 3 flowers by your side. Isn't it too greedy to try to get close to the school belle? Acting like this, you'll incur divine retribution. Wang Chenyang stayed silent on the side but agreed with Zhang Yingjie's words. At the same time, though, he felt a certain admiration for Lin Chuan's confidence, something he himself wouldn't even dare to imagine. In his heart, he thought perhaps he should learn this kind of self-assurance from Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, however, wasn't deterred by Zhang Yingzhe's discouragement. He turned and said a few words to a girl nearby. If he remembered correctly, she was in the same class as the campus belle. Upon hearing his words, the girl's eyes widened in surprise. Nevertheless, she still helped Lin Chuan by relaying his message to the campus belle. The girls around the belle obviously overheard and giggled among themselves, casting amused glances at Lin Chuan. Soon, the messenger returned with a reply. The campus belle refused. Damn, you've got guts asking her to be your personal tutor. Zhao Yingjie and Wang Chenyang looked at Lin Chuan, their expressions practically screaming, "See, we told you so." Lin Chuan smiled, not caring in the slightest. Both Zhang Yingjie and Wang Chenyang thought that after this failure, Lin Chuan had surely given up. It wasn't until the piano room administrator came by that Lin Chuan seized the chance to catch up with her just as she was about to leave. "Teacher AI, there's something I'd like to discuss with you." Teacher AI smiled warmly. "Yes, what is it, student?" Lin Chuan said. "I think electronic keyboards sound too tinny while regular pianos aren't quite sufficient. I want to buy a piano for the music room." Of course, when Lin Chuan said for the music room, he meant temporarily. He could move it out anytime after graduation or whenever he no longer wanted it there. Teacher AI hesitated before saying, "But the music room is only so big. Another piano would take up considerable space. If you buy one to keep here, could other students use it too?" Lin Chuan replied, "Naturally others can use it when I'm not. Just handle it carefully to avoid damage. By the way, the piano I'm getting is a Steinway." Hearing the name Steinway, Teacher AI's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Chapter 57, the campus belle actually wants to teach him? Am I hearing correctly? Did you say Steinway? Teacher AI was both thrilled and slightly incredulous. Steinway pianos are absolute top tier in the world of piano brands. You could say they're the Rolls-Royce of pianos. Many famous pianists use Steinway pianos, and naturally it's because their quality is truly top tier. But Nanjing River University couldn't afford one. Teacher AI, as a music teacher, had only been fortunate enough to play one a few times in her life. Lin Chuan nodded. "That's right, it is a Steinway. I placed the order long ago. The piano store isn't far, so if they ship it now, it should arrive by evening. It'd be great if we could keep it in this piano room. Otherwise, I'll have to store it at my villa." Teacher AI quickly replied, yes, of course we can store it here. Not only that, I'll do my best to take good care of it for you. Lin Chuan, alright then, I'll have someone deliver it here. Teacher AI, then I'll clear a spot for it right away. Let me know as soon as it's delivered. Back in the piano room, Zhang Yingjie asked curiously, "What did you say to Teacher AI? She seemed so excited." Lin Chuan smiled. "I told her our piano room deserves another high-quality piano." She gladly agreed. Zhang Yingjie didn't understand, did agreeing cheerfully need to be so emotionally charged? And so financially extravagant? Just casually getting an additional grand piano like that? Just then, the association president announced the conclusion of the Piano Society's event. Interrupted by this, Zhang Yingjie didn't pursue the matter further. As evening fell, Lin Chuan received the delivery notification call. He immediately contacted Teacher AI, only to unexpectedly find her already waiting in the piano room. The truck pulled up in front of the piano room, and the delivery man carefully unloaded the piano. When the packaging was removed to reveal the piano in its entirety, Teacher AI gasped sharply, D274. Even among Steinway pianos, there are different tiers of quality. Teacher AI had initially expected it to be a mid to low-end Steinway, or perhaps even a relatively small and inexpensive upright piano. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine it would be the D274 grand piano. To think that this model starts at a staggering 2 million yuan. Overcome with emotion, Teacher AI exclaimed, "Student Lin Chuan, on behalf of all the teachers and students in the music department, I thank you." The thought of being able to teach with this piano and play it whenever she wanted made her heart race with excitement. Moreover, her students would surely be thrilled when they saw this piano, which would boost their enthusiasm for learning. On a larger scale, the musical proficiency of all students at Jianghai University might rise as a result. Professor AI, don't stand on ceremony, I'll be seeking your piano guidance in the future. I'll leave this in your hands now, I'm off to dinner, Lin Chuan said before departing after completing the sign-off. Teacher AI was stunned for a moment. This was way too casual of you. A piano worth over 2 million, and you treat it with such nonchalance? Teacher AI didn't dare be careless. He instructed the delivery workers to move it carefully to the cleared spot, handling it with extreme caution to avoid even the slightest bump. At that moment, there were still a few music students in the piano room. Their eyes widened at the sight of this piano, and they immediately crowded around it. Holy crap, a Steinway piano? And what's more, a D274 model. Teacher AI, is this piano for us to use? Wow, since when did our school become so generous? Looking at this piano, the music students all felt their fingers itching. They were already tired from practice, but if this piano could give them one more hour. It's like when you go to driving school, and they bring out a Rolls-Royce for you to practice with. Just ask yourself, wouldn't you want to drive it a little longer? Soon, word spread throughout the music department, and many students came flocking to see it. The piano room quickly filled with people. Before long, the campus beauty, Su Qianyu, also arrived. When she saw the Steinway D274, even her usually cool expression flickered with excitement. But after the initial excitement, I was full of doubts. Teacher AI, didn't you say the school wouldn't approve the budget for a new piano? Not only did they approve it, but it's a Steinway D274? The only high-end traditional piano in the piano room was already quite old, and its sound quality was barely satisfactory. Ordinary students might not notice, but she could. And with just one piano, the rest being electronic keyboards, things often got crowded with so many students around. So she had long applied for another piano, but was always rejected due to insufficient funding. But now, out of nowhere, a Steinway D274 appears. This is hardly a case of insufficient funding. It's practically extravagant. Even music schools might not necessarily have a piano of this caliber. Teacher AI chuckled and said, the school didn't approve it. Student Lin Chuan bought it himself. Su Qianyu froze for a moment. Lin Chuan? That guy who asked me for advice this afternoon? The other classmates were also stunned upon hearing this. Not approved by the school? You bought it personally? Damn, buying it personally is way too lavish, isn't it? Does that mean we can't use it then? Teacher AI said, Student Lin Chuan has stated that everyone can use it when he's not, just be careful with it. Hearing this, the music department students erupted in cheers. Instantly, their goodwill toward Lin Chuan, whom they'd never even met, grew considerably. Qianyu, come try the sound, Teacher AI said to Su Qianyu. The reason for asking Su Qianyu to test it was twofold. Firstly, her skill level was on par with the teacher's own, and secondly, because Su Qianyu possessed perfect pitch. Su Qianyu sat at the piano and played a simple tune. The pitch is fine, no tuning needed. Teacher AI nodded dotingly and said, Qianyu, you can use this one for your playing from now on. Su Qianyu caressed the piano, unable to tear herself away from it. But recalling how she'd refused to teach Lin Chuan that afternoon, she felt conflicted again. To refuse teaching someone yet still use their piano, she wasn't that thick-skinned. But she simply couldn't refuse this piano before her eyes. So Su Qianyu took out her phone, opened the Piano Association group chat, and sent Lin Chuan a friend request. When there was no response after waiting momentarily, she directly at Lin Chuan in the group, classmate Lin Chuan, I can teach you piano. Her message sent ripples through calm waters. The group chat instantly exploded after Su Qianyu sent this message. Holy shit, what am I seeing? The campus belle is actually willing to teach piano, and she initiated it? Wait, who the hell is this Lin Chuan? What makes him so special? This afternoon he asked the campus belle for guidance and got rejected. I thought that was the end of it, but who knew there'd be a twist? I actually thought he was embarrassing himself earlier. Turns out the real clown was me all along? I'm so damn jealous. Had I known, I would have mustered the courage to ask the school beauty for advice too. Wang Chenyang, who was walking down the street, froze completely upon seeing the group chat message. He stood motionless in the middle of the road, dumbstruck. Zhang Yingjie, who was eating dinner in the cafeteria, suddenly stopped chewing and widened his eyes. He turned his head to stare at Lin Chuan with a look of shock, disbelief, and utter murderous intent. Chapter 58. The Man Who Loves Studying More Than the School Beauty. Wang Chenyang stood frozen in the middle of the road for several seconds, utterly stunned. He simply couldn't accept the fact that the campus belle had voluntarily offered to tutor Lin Chuan. If Ling Wusa was someone he wished to keep untouched by others, then Su Qianyu was even more sacred and inviolable. Lin Chuan has already laid hands on Ling Wusa. Now, if he dares to get close to the campus belle, it would be worse than death for him. And the key point is, didn't the campus belle already reject him? So why would she turn around and offer to teach him piano out of the blue? Wang Chenyang made some inquiries. After all, being a member of the Piano Association made it easy for him to find out the details. When he learned the truth, he was completely stunned. A Steinway D274? Worth over 2 million? This guy bought a piano worth more than 2 million just to teach the campus beauty how to play? But after giving it some thought, this shouldn't be surprising coming from Lin Chuan. After all, he had done something like this before. That day at the beach, he had bought a 200,000 yuan jet ski just to get Ling Wusa to teach him how to ride it. And later, to learn sailing, he bought a 2.6 million yuan yacht outright. It's just the same old trick being played again, though admittedly it was beyond his initial comprehension. If it's about purchasing a Steinway D274 grand piano, then it makes perfect sense for the campus belle to voluntarily tutor Lin Chuan. After all, this particular piano model is something no piano enthusiast could possibly resist. Not even the campus belle is immune to its charm. Damn it, does having money really mean you can do whatever you want? Here I was trying to learn confidence from him, when what I should really be learning is how to be wealthy. But is that even something one can learn? Wang Chenyang felt that pang of resentment towards the wealthy creep up once again. In the second cafeteria, Zhang Yingjie glared at Lin Chuan, third brother, what the hell did you do? The campus belle already rejected you before, why is she suddenly offering to teach you piano now? He simply couldn't accept it. All four department beauties were already orbiting around Lin Chuan, and now even the sacred, untouchable campus belle, practically the last pure land, seemed to be within his reach. And unbelievably, he appeared to have succeeded. Shirley and Sun Baowei hadn't joined the piano association, so naturally they weren't in the group chat and couldn't see the messages. Hearing Zhang Yingjie's words, he instantly widened his eyes. What? How did Lin Chuan even get involved with the school beauty? Lin Chuan chuckled and said, I didn't do anything. Maybe it's because I'm handsome. In the past, Zhang Yingjie would definitely have mocked such a remark. Even if Lin Chuan really was good-looking, he couldn't stand that level of narcissism. But now, he couldn't help wondering if it truly was because of Lin Chuan's looks. Otherwise, there was just no explanation. Lin Chuan accepted Su Qianyu's friend request and exchanged a few brief words. After finishing the last few bites of his meal, he stood up and said, the school belle invited me to play the piano. I'm off now. Zhang Yingjie, Shirley, and Sun Baowei nearly spat blood upon hearing this. It was downright infuriating. Lin Chuan entered the piano room, where a few music majors immediately turned their gazes toward him. They whispered among themselves, not in a pointing or judgmental way, but with curiosity and gratitude. Su Qianyu was already waiting in front of the Steinway piano. Her gaze toward Lin Chuan remained as cool as ever, and not the slightest change could be detected in her favorability. It seems even a Steinway piano can only make Su Qianyu teach, not warm up to me. She's way too aloof, her affection points must be ridiculously hard to earn. No forcing it then, might as well consider this a free lesson from a beautiful tutor. Lin Chuan adjusted his mindset. He'd long decided not to simp, not even for the campus belle. Since she's cold, why should he warm up to indifference? He'd stay true to himself. Affection points could rise if they pleased, or not, it didn't matter. At worst, he'd just skip this bonus question. Su Qianyu's tone was calm, tinged with frost. Let's begin. Where did you leave off? Lin Chuan said, I'd never learned piano before joining the association, and it hasn't been long since I joined, so I've only briefly familiarized myself with the black and white keys on a piano. If I remember correctly, there are 88 keys in total, right? Su Qianyu slightly furrowed her brows, clearly not expecting Lin Chuan's fundamentals to be so lacking. However, out of respect for the Steinway piano, she patiently replied, then I'll start by teaching you the distribution pattern of scales and numbered musical notation. Let's begin. To put it mildly, Su Qianyu's teaching skills were mediocre. Not that her abilities were low, but rather that she didn't know how to put herself in a beginner's shoes. High skill levels and high teaching capabilities are not one and the same. Fortunately, Lin Chuan found that after increasing his mental attributes, his concentration and memory had significantly improved. The enhancement in agility also made his fingers more nimble. Moreover, he calmed his mind, treating Su Qianyu solely as a tutor and focusing on studying, quickly getting into the groove. As Su Qianyu continued teaching, she gradually showed surprise on her face. To be honest, she had initially suspected that Lin Chuan was doing all this purely to get closer to her, but now it seemed he was genuinely serious about learning, and his talent was unusually high. Su Qianyu, favorability +5. Name, Su Qianyu. Age, 21. Appearance rating, 8.9. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Favorability, 0.5. Lin Chuan was momentarily stunned. How had the favorability rating actually increased? It felt like the idiom, follow love, and it will flee, flee love, and it will follow. He decided not to overthink it and focused on studying instead. Time flew by, and before he knew it, 2 hours had passed. Su Qianyu said, alright, that's enough for today. You've learned plenty, take some time to review and solidify what we covered. Thank you for teaching me. I'll consult you again next time. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Chuan stood up and left directly. Su Qianyu was stunned once again. It was probably the first time a male peer had paid so little attention to her. However, her personality clearly disliked dwelling on such matters. She began practicing the piano by herself. Now that she had taught Lin Chuan, using this Steinway piano no longer carried any psychological burden for her. As her fingers moved across the keys, an unconscious faint smile appeared on her lips. Other music students had been secretly observing them and noticed how Lin Chuan remained earnestly focused throughout the lesson, showing not the slightest hint of awkwardness. He didn't have the slightest intention of taking advantage of Su Qianyu, such as creating any physical contact during the piano teaching process. Even after the lesson ended, he didn't strike up a conversation with Su Qianyu and left directly without looking back. As if in his eyes, Su Qianyu was just a tutor. She couldn't help feeling surprised. Could he really just want to learn piano? The next morning, Lin Chuan had no classes, so he returned to the piano room. Just like the previous day, he practiced for 2 hours with the tutorial. He remained exceptionally focused, making rapid and astonishing progress. After finishing this class, One of Su Qianyu's classmates extended an invitation. Lin Chuan, would you like to have lunch together in the canteen later? You probably don't come to our music department's third canteen very often, right? There are several dishes here that are really delicious. The girl asked this purely out of goodwill from Lin Chuan buying the Steinway piano, while also trying to play matchmaker between him and Su Qianyu. Lin Chuan shook his head with a smile. Last time my roommate helped me grab food, I promised to treat him to roast duck from Cafeteria 2 for lunch, so I'll pass this time, maybe next time. With that said, Lin Chuan left. The girls exchanged bewildered glances. It seems this Lin Chuan fellow wasn't trying to get close to our Qianyu, he just genuinely wanted to learn piano. Not to mention his progress is downright terrifying. He's practically another prodigy, just like Qianyu. He definitely doesn't compare when it comes to absolute pitch, but his memory and finger dexterity are every bit as good. Plus his absolute focus, he didn't get distracted even once during Su Qianyu's teaching. A serious man is truly handsome. Watching Lin Chuan's retreating figure, Su Qianyu's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration as she realized she might have initially misunderstood him. Su Qianyu, +5 favorability. The other music department boys who noticed this scene were even more astonished. He actually turned down the chance to have a meal with the school beauty? Could there really exist in this world a man who loves studying more than the school beauty? Is this the legendary Sigma male? Chapter 59, Reception by the entire school leadership. Just as Lin Chuan stepped out of the piano room, he received a call from Zhang Jing. Lin Chuan, where are you? I've contacted the school's finance office, why aren't you answering Teacher Zhou's calls? Lin Chuan suddenly remembered that he had just hung up on an unfamiliar call and said, I was practicing piano, so I don't usually answer calls from unknown numbers. Zhang Jing had only just managed to reach the university's finance office, which didn't surprise Lin Chuan in the slightest. After all, every department head in a university holds a section-level position. Even a senior accountant under the finance office typically holds a senior professional title. As for assistant accountants, they usually hold junior titles. These are all genuine civil service positions. The student council is nothing more than a makeshift outfit, where even the president has to be polite to an assistant accountant. Although Zhang Jing was the finance minister of the student council, at the school's financial office, she was even less significant than an intern without any say at all. Zhang Jing anxiously said, that's no stranger, that's Teacher Zhou. You should call back right away. Knowing the identity of the other party, Lin Chuan naturally had to call back out of courtesy, and the call was quickly answered. Teacher Zhou spoke very politely. Student Lin Chuan, were you studying earlier? I hope my phone call didn't disturb you. If Zhang Jing had heard this tone, she would have been astonished. Although Teacher Zhou wasn't particularly strict, he usually maintained a superior attitude even when speaking to the student council president. If the student council president had missed Teacher Zhou's call, even if he wasn't angry, he might have deliberately kept the president waiting for a while. It was usually the president who had to be extra polite. Yet at this moment, despite Lin Chuan rejecting Teacher Zhou's call, the teacher was still concerned about having interrupted Lin Chuan's studies. After all, the other party was a teacher, and Lin Chuan held great respect. No disturbance at all. My apologies for not recognizing it was your call, Professor Zhou. Teacher Zhou chuckled and said, no problem, as long as I'm not disturbing your studies. Zhang Jing mentioned that you want to make a donation? Where are you now? I can come meet you to discuss the donation details? Lin Chuan said, I'm on my way. Are you in the office building now? I can come over. Mr. Zhou, I am. Can you come to the office building? As Lin Chuan approached the office building, he saw Teacher Zhou and Zhang Jing waiting downstairs. Zhang Jing looked utterly startled. She had never expected Teacher Zhou to personally come down to greet them. Though serving as the finance minister of the student council, she hadn't fully shaken off her student mindset. It just felt too absurd to her that a senior professor like Teacher Zhou would come greet students in person. Lin Chuan was just a student. Wasn't this way too much honor? She had no idea that money talks an unshakable truth even within school walls. Classmate Lin Chuan is truly a striking figure, absolutely dashing. As a teacher, Ms. Zhou naturally couldn't grovel before a student, instead offering praise like an elder. Lin Chuan smiled. You flatter me, Ms. Zhou. If anyone carries an imposing aura of integrity, it's you. The female students have long sung your praises. Seeing you today confirms every word. Ms. Zhou laughed. Ha, enough of this mutual admiration society. Come, let's talk in the reception room. The two walked toward the reception room, chatting and laughing. Zhang Jing watched the scene, utterly astonished. Though Professor Zhou wasn't exactly bowing and scraping, something felt off. He didn't seem to be meeting a student at all, but rather the son of some high-ranking official. There was this inexplicable air of deference, as if he were the elder yet remained overly polite in every interaction. What's more, she noticed that Professor Joe wasn't leading Lin Chuan to his office but to the reception room. By the time they reached the reception room, Zhang Jing was even more stunned to see Professor Joe personally brewing tea, something usually handled by assistants or work-study students. Teacher Joe himself didn't seem to find anything inappropriate at all. Instead, he smiled cheerfully and said, "Student Lin Chuan, first of all, thank you for your support to the school and your kindness towards financially disadvantaged students. Zhang Jing mentioned that you'd like to learn more about the school's situation before deciding on the specific donation amount, so I prepared the school's financial overview in advance." With that, he handed a document to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan maintained his composure and took the document as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Zhang Jing felt somewhat dazed watching this scene, as if Lin Chuan were a superior reviewing official documents. After reading it, Lin Chuan said very calmly, "Let's start with a donation of 6 million. 2 million will establish a financial aid fund and a scholarship fund, another 2 million will be used to improve student living conditions and infrastructure, and the remaining 2 million will fund technological innovation and research. If nothing unexpected happens, I will continue donating 6 million annually for the next 10 years. Upon hearing this amount, Professor Zhou's pupils involuntarily contracted slightly. Zhang Jing's eyes widened even more, and she was left speechless. 6 million every year for 10 consecutive years, that would make 60 million? Shanghai University, unlike some top-tier institutions, has never received substantial donations from its alumni. 60 million would undoubtedly place this contribution near the very top in the university's entire history of alumni donations. Professor Zhou struggled to compose his facial expression, but his excitement and astonishment were still impossible to fully conceal. Student Lin Chuan, once again, on behalf of all the students and staff, thank you, he said. Lin Chuan said, "Teacher Zhou, you're being too polite. I'm just doing my small part for our school, this isn't really my idea, but rather my elder's instruction." Teacher Zhou's eyes flickered slightly, and his expression grew even more serious. When he had previously heard Zhang Jing mention that Lin Chuan was donating at least 1 million, he naturally checked Lin Chuan's enrollment records first, only to find that his family background was quite modest. However, he didn't underestimate him in the slightest. Quite the opposite, further investigation quickly revealed recent expenditures that went far beyond modest, the kind of lavish spending only seen among the ultra-wealthy. So wealthy, yet keeping his family background hidden. Lin Chuan's elders must be truly extraordinary. Student Lin Chuan, please wait a moment, I'll fetch the department head immediately. Zhang Jing, please entertain Student Lin Chuan. Teacher Zhou didn't pry into Lin Chuan's family background. It would have been impolite to inquire when the information was deliberately concealed. He hurried out anxiously, and in less than 5 minutes, Teacher Zhou pushed open the reception room door. The stream of people filing in made Zhang Jing gasp in astonishment. There stood respectively the head of the budget management section, the deputy director of the finance department, and the director of the finance department. Xin Zhang, the director of the finance department, personally stepped forward to shake Lin Chuan's hand and laughed heartily, saying, "Student Lin Chuan, on behalf of Shanghai University, I'd like to express our gratitude to your parents." Zhang Jing's mind buzzed as she lost all capacity for thought. The director of the university's finance department, an undisputed high-ranking official, had initiated a handshake with Lin Chuan? Before she could regain her composure, the door swung open again, this time revealing the dean of the School of Information Technology. "I heard one of our current students donated 60 million yuan. How could such an important matter not be reported to me?" Lin Chuan's automation department was part of the School of Information, but the dean had never met Lin Chuan. With so many students, how could he possibly meet them all? Yet at this moment, his protective attitude was so intense it was as if he wished to treat Lin Chuan as his own flesh and blood. After a while longer, the vice principal arrived. His demeanor was also very courteous, immediately greeting Lin Chuan's elders upon entering. Zhang Jing, of course, had long since stood up. There was no place for her to sit. Even Teacher Zhou was standing at this point, but even in the corner, she felt like she could barely breathe. Chapter 60, quickly remove his name from the expulsion list. After some brief pleasantries, we got down to business. The vice principal first proposed holding a commendation ceremony for Lin Chuan, and even suggested the possibility of organizing an evening gala. However, Lin Chuan refused. Holding an awards assembly would make his name known throughout the school. There'd certainly be benefits at first. Just the fame alone would probably earn him a wave of goodwill from all the campus beauties. But later on, this overly lofty persona would become shackles. With such a reputation while being ambiguously involved with so many department beauties, the backlash would tear him to pieces. The higher he was lifted up now, the harder he would fall later. Therefore, Lin Chuan still hoped to keep a low profile and keep things simple. As long as the school leadership knew about it and he secured his status, that would be enough. However, the vice president still held a simple donation signing ceremony. After all, this was the first donation as large as 6 million, amounting to 60 million over 10 years. This wasn't child's play. It was something that had to be treated with utmost seriousness. Otherwise, leaving loose ends could lead to trouble in the future. Lin Xuan, the vice principal, the director of the finance department, and their entourage walked toward the meeting room chatting and laughing, while teacher Zhou and Zhang Jing trailed behind, completely ignored at this point. Even when they reached the meeting room, they weren't allowed inside, they simply weren't important enough and had to wait outside. When seats were assigned in the meeting room, Lin Xuan was placed next to the vice principal, virtually on equal footing with him. A few work-study students were assigned to serve them tea and water, among them was Kujamin. Kujamin was facing so many school leaders for the first time, and her hands trembled slightly with nerves. She remembered the student council senior's advice, when serving tea or water, start from the seat of honor. Approaching that spot, she was about to pour tea for the vice principal, but just then, she spotted Lin Xuan. It felt like a bolt from the blue. She stood frozen in shock. How was this possible? Why was Lin Xuan sitting as an equal alongside the vice principal? Student, what are you standing there for? The vice principal rapped his knuckles on the table, snapping Kujamin out of her daze. Kujamin finally managed to compose herself and suppress the shock in her heart to pour tea for the vice principal and Lin Xuan. At this moment, her mind was in turmoil. During the last hot spring resort trip, she had chosen to ride in Xiaobo's car, and later when she learned of Lin Xuan's incredible status, she had already regretted it bitterly. The current situation, however, once again shattered her worldview, making her realize that her understanding of Lin Xuan amounted to nothing more than the tip of an iceberg. His influence was truly unfathomable. Kujamin regretted it even more intensely now, practically wishing she could slap herself across the face. That hot spring vacation had been a golden opportunity from heaven to connect with elite high society, yet she had pushed it away with her own hands, choosing that worthless Xiaobo instead. The donation signing ceremony proceeded very smoothly and harmoniously, and naturally, an honorary certificate was also presented to Lin Xuan. When the ceremony concluded, the Dean of the School of Information walked over to Lin Xuan with a cheerful smile and said, "Lin Xuan, my dear student, if you ever encounter any academic or personal issues in the future, feel free to reach out to me directly." The other party was being courteous, and Lin Xuan maintained his respectful demeanor. "Absolutely, I'll surely seek your guidance and teachings in the future." Xinjiang, the director of the finance office, added, "You're also always welcome to visit the finance office to oversee the implementation of the donation anytime. I have complete confidence in Professor Shen's competence. I'm at ease leaving this matter in your hands," Lin Xuan said, deliberately addressing him as Professor rather than Director Shen, since using the academic title felt more appropriate and congenial in a school setting. This subtle choice naturally brought them closer. After another round of pleasantries, Lin Xuan finally descended the stairs. As he made his way down, faculty members throughout the office building warmly greeted him. In a quiet corner, a handsome young man clutching a stack of documents stared in shock at Lin Xuan's retreating figure. Wasn't this guy a student? Why were all the school leaders treating him with such deference? And why did he look oddly familiar? Out of curiosity, the handsome young man cautiously asked the teacher next to him from the Youth League Committee, "Mr. Feng, who is that guy? Why are even the leaders treating him with such deference?" Teacher Feng watched Lin Xuan's departing figure with a hint of emotion and said, "All you need to know is that his name is Lin Xuan, future VIP of our university's finance office where power concentration will be nearly the highest. Of course, he's also someone the Dean of Information School and the Vice President hold in exceptionally high regard. Just remember to treat him politely whenever you see him, and you can't go wrong." The handsome guy was momentarily stunned. A VIP in the finance office? And someone the Dean of the School of Information and the Vice President regarded with such importance? There was no way an ordinary student could manage that on his own. Just how powerful were his connections? And the name Lin Xuan sounds so familiar too, but no matter how hard I try, I can't quite recall it. Just as he was scratching his head in slight confusion, the Youth League Committee teacher added, "Oh, right, when I was reviewing the records earlier, I noticed he joined the student union's academic department. As long as it's not a matter of principle, try to accommodate him where you can. Forming a good connection will definitely benefit you." This handsome young man was none other than Bai Haoqian, the student union president, which was why the Youth League Committee teacher had suggested extending preferential treatment to Lin Xuan. After all, within the student union, he was the one who called the shots. No wonder he looked familiar. He's part of our student union. Wait, I think I just saw his records. Bai Haoqian suddenly recalled something and pulled out his phone to check a file. He quickly spotted Lin Xuan's name on the most recent list of students proposed for expulsion from the student union. And what's more, it's ranked first. No wonder it looked familiar. I must have seen it before. It's just that for a moment, I couldn't connect the two who were so vastly different. Bai Haoqian gasped sharply, his face turning slightly pale. He had no idea why Lin Xuan's name would be on the list. To be honest, when he first saw it, he didn't think expulsion was warranted. But at the time, he didn't dwell on it. After all, if something was brought up, there must be a reason for it. The meeting would discuss it later. But now, he realized the gravity of the situation. Even though he was the student council president, he held no real authority. The slightest matter of significance had to be submitted for approval. Even someone as ordinary as this youth league committee teacher standing nearby deserves his polite respect, let alone the league committee secretary, not to mention those holding positions with real authority like the finance director, dean, or vice president, who rank several levels above him. Yet Lin Chuan was someone even those higher-ups treated with deference. Yet now, a mere student union actually dared to expel Lin Chuan? What audacity! Bai Haoqian didn't even have time to investigate who initiated Lin Chuan's removal. He immediately made a call, and when the line connected, urged anxiously, Meng Ping, has the expulsion meeting started yet? Everything's ready, just waiting for you. Meng Ping had barely begun speaking when Bai Haoqian interrupted. Terminate this immediately. Remove Lin Chuan's name from the expulsion list at once, and find out right now who exactly ordered Lin Chuan's expulsion. Meng Ping was startled by Bai Haoqian's near-roaring tone. Who is this Lin Chuan anyway, to make you react like? Bai Haoqian shouted, never mind that, just get it done. If we're even a second late, neither of us will remain student council president or vice president. Chapter 61. Are you ing trying to get us killed? Meng Ping hung up the phone, still feeling somewhat dazed. Though he didn't yet understand the full situation, he could at least detect the urgency and fear in Bai Haoqian's tone. Bai Haoqian had always been steady and composed. This was the first time in all these years Meng Ping had seen him so panicked. He'd even gone so far as to say that if they delayed even a step, neither he nor the vice president of the student council would keep their positions. Hemking had based their choices on which societies were represented in the courts and existed independently on Duck's leadership. Meng Ping realized the problem might be more serious than he'd thought. He quickly walked into the conference room and deleted Lin Chuan's name from the dismissal list on the PPT. The other two vice presidents of the student union, Chen Yu and Zhao Mashuan, seeing this, approached him in confusion. Chen Yu asked, why are you in such a hurry? What's wrong? The meeting hasn't started yet, why did you delete Lin Chuan's name? Meng Ping replied, I'm not entirely sure about the details, but according to the president, we might have messed up. Do you know who decided to dismiss Lin Chuan? Chen Yu shook his head, having no idea. After all, there were several names on the dismissal list, and he hadn't bothered to check each one. Chen Yu asked, what's this Lin Chuan's background? Meng Ping shook his head and said, I told you I don't know. We'd better wait until the chairman arrives. Zhao Mashuan stood by in silence. Of course he remembered Lin Chuan. After all, the scene of Yi Meixing feeding Lin Chuan would occasionally replay in his mind. So when he first saw Lin Chuan's name on the expulsion list, he couldn't help but feel a bit smug. But he quickly cooled down and resisted the urge to interfere, partly because he felt such behavior would be too petty, and partly because he realized the student council held no real authority. Challenging someone with money would likely backfire. Now, as expected, that's exactly what happened. However, Zhao Mashuan only knew part of the story and clearly didn't realize how serious the problem truly was. Soon, Bai Haoqian arrived, sweating profusely and panting heavily. It was obvious he had run all the way. Lin Chuan's name, was it removed from the expulsion list? Bai Haoqian blurted out urgently, still struggling to catch his breath. It's done, President, what on earth is going on? Chen Yu couldn't wait to ask. Bai Haoqian took a few deep breaths and said solemnly, you know how I just went to the office building to report work to the Youth League Committee? Guess what I saw there? I saw the Youth League Committee secretary, the vice principal, the dean of the School of Information, the director of the finance department, and other leaders all treating Lin Chuan with utmost courtesy. A Youth League Committee teacher could only stand in the corner. Curious, I asked about it. The Youth League Committee teacher didn't explain directly but said Lin Chuan is someone the vice principal and dean hold in extremely high regard, a VIP guest of the finance department. I don't know his exact background, but just from these observations, do you understand the weight of his influence? Meng Ping and Chen Yu gasped in shock, utterly speechless. An ordinary Youth League Committee teacher was already their superior, let alone Youth League Committee secretary, dean, director of the finance department, and deputy principal. Those were superiors upon superiors. And not just one, but a whole group. This level of prestige is probably unmatched by anyone except the principal. And such a person was actually on their termination list. They had nearly convened a meeting to discuss firing him. Meng Ping and Chen Yu broke out in a cold sweat on their foreheads, finally realizing just how severe the problem really was. To put it bluntly, with just a single word from Lin Chuan, all the student union presidents and vice presidents would likely be promptly replaced. The entire student union could even be completely overhauled. Zhao Mashuan was also left gaping in shock. Having interacted with Lin Chuan once before, he knew the man was wealthy. Naturally, he understood that Lin Chuan wasn't someone to be trifled with lightly. Yet he never imagined Lin Chuan's status was so formidable that even the finance department head, the dean, and the vice principal treated him with such deference. Who on earth was this guy? Meng Ping nervously said, what should we do then? Although we acted swiftly to delete Lin Chuan's name as damage control, the news had already spread before that he might already know about this whole mess. Bai Haoqian said, an apology is definitely unavoidable, but the immediate priority now is to find out who proposed expelling Lin Chuan. I'll investigate right away. Chunyu nodded emphatically. With the chairman and 3 vice-chairmen working together, the efficiency was terrifyingly high. Within 3 minutes, they had the results. The person who had put forward Lin Xuan's name was none other than Li Chang, the head of the academic department. Bai Haoqian, Meng Ping, and Zhao Maoxuan all turned their gazes toward Chenyu nearby. Beads of cold sweat broke out on Chenyu's forehead as he hurriedly explained, I had no knowledge of this matter. At this moment, Chenyu felt like slapping Li Chang twice across the face. Li Chang had been promoted entirely through his efforts, essentially his own protege, and now that Li Chang had done such a thing, Chen couldn't escape responsibility. Bai Haoqian said, we'll discuss your matter later. First, call Li Chang over. If this isn't handled properly, whether or not we get fired is uncertain. But as for you, you definitely won't get off scot-free. Without another word, Chenyu immediately called to summon Li Chang. Oblivious to the situation, Li Chang rushed over in a hurry. Bai Haoqian lashed out at him, Li Chang, are you fucking trying to get us all killed? Li Chang was stunned. It was the first time he'd seen Bai Haoqian lose his composure like this, hesitating and stammering, unsure of what to say for a moment. Chenyu snapped, Li Chang, why are you expelling Lin Xuan? Sure, he hasn't stood out much in the student council, but he hasn't done anything wrong either. Skipping classes is one thing, but it's not severe. No matter how you look at it, expulsion is completely uncalled for. Li Chang was taken aback. Was this really about Lin Xuan? He couldn't quite understand why a single Lin Xuan could make the student council president and all 3 vice presidents so worked up. But at this moment, he couldn't speak the truth. He acted out of jealousy upon hearing that Ling Wusa had eaten with Lin Xuan. Just some insignificant underling in the student union, what right did he have? This was personal vengeance disguised as official business, unspeakably petty. Seeing that Li Chang still showed no sign of remorse, Chenyu recounted with bitter disappointment what Bai Haoqian had witnessed in the administration building. Upon hearing this, Li Chang was utterly stunned. A student being treated with deference by the entire school leadership? Was this some fantasy tale? Come on, hurry up and apologize to Junior Lin Xuan. Bai Haoqian, Chenyu, and Zhao Maoxuan didn't give Li Chang any time to process. They dragged him off to find Lin Xuan. However, Lin Xuan's phone was unreachable, so they had no choice but to call Su Qiming, Lin Xuan's class monitor. Su Qiming was clearly surprised by Bai Haoqian's call. Hearing the inquiry about Lin Xuan, he quickly pleaded, Senior, I know Lin Xuan well. He's actually quite reliable. He definitely doesn't deserve expulsion. Bai Haoqian cut in sharply, of course we know that. Right from the start, we thought Junior Lin's character and academic performance were outstanding, and his work was dependable, so we found it strange that he was even nominated for expulsion and decided to investigate. It turned out that the academic department head, Li Chang, had abused his authority to settle personal grievances, and now they were preparing to take Li Chang to apologize to Lin Xuan. Meng Ping added, it was our oversight earlier. We sent out the list without verifying the details thoroughly. Fortunately, we pulled back in time to avoid a major mistake. Chenyu said, we've already issued a statement to clarify the matter, but a face-to-face apology is still necessary to show our sincerity. On the other end of the line, Su Qiming was completely dumbfounded. The student council president and vice president being so polite, what was going on? Bai Haoqian's claim that he had long considered Lin Xuan to be exemplary in character and academics while being dependable in his work, Lin Xuan didn't believe a single word of it. If he had truly thought so all along, Lin Xuan's name would never have appeared on the expulsion list. Such excuses were merely pretexts. What truly mattered was their attitude. Why did they seem almost apprehensive of Lin Xuan? Chapter 62, the first 9-point beauty's favorability meter. In the main teaching building, Su Qiming walked to the back of the classroom. Seeing Lin Xuan engrossed in his book, he sat down beside him and asked, Lin Xuan, do you know who wants to expel you from the student council? Lin Xuan answered truthfully, I don't know, and I don't care. Su Qiming gave Lin Xuan a profound look, feeling as though he needed to re-evaluate his understanding of this classmate. He believed what Lin Xuan said, not knowing who wanted to expel him, because Bai Haoqian had just mentioned that it had just been uncovered. In other words, Lin Xuan simply couldn't be bothered to find out who wanted to expel him. Instead, he directly intimidated the entire student council, ensuring the vice president, president, and others would naturally help him root out the culprit. Su Qiming recalled discussing this matter with Lin Xuan earlier, who had casually remarked that he would handle it. At the time, Su had assumed it was just self-reassurance, never imagining it truly wasn't an issue for him. Su Qiming didn't press Lin Xuan for details about what he had done. Instead, he said, the one who wanted to expel you was Li Chang, your academic affairs director. And to think I pleaded for leniency from him earlier. Student Council President Bai Haoqian says they're bringing Li Chang over now to apologize to you. Hearing this, Lin Xuan reacted indifferently. From the moment he decided to make the donation, the student council had become nothing more than a trivial matter casually handled. He simply felt relieved. His first attempt at converting money into influence had gone smoothly. Now, even the school leadership would listen to what he had to say. Of course, he was aware that this was partly because he was still a student, and the school leaders treated him with some inherent care and leniency, the real world outside would be far more complicated. Yet the underlying principle remained the same. The essence of money was power, and the essence of power was the ability to control others or avoid being controlled by them. Merely having wealth might make one prey to the powerful. Only by understanding how money breeds influence and influence breeds money could one truly thrive unhindered. After a while, Bai Haoqian, Shen Yu, and Zhao Moxuan escorted Li Chang over. Li Chang, now fully sobered up, immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle and apologized sincerely. Lin Xuan, however, ignored him and instead turned to Su Qiming, saying, "Class monitor, would you be interested in becoming the head of the academic department?" Su Qiming was taken aback, while Li Chang's expression changed sharply. The latter seemed about to say something but was sternly silenced by Qin Yu's glare. Bai Haoqian chimed in, "Qiming's already part of the student council, and his handling of affairs is commendable. Plus, his qualifications are just about sufficient. He'd be a fitting choice for the academic department head." Chen Yu chimed in, "Li Chang abused his power for personal vengeance. He never deserved to remain minister anyway. This is the perfect opportunity for Qiming to take over." Li Chang could tell Chen Yu had already abandoned him. Considering Lin Xuan's capabilities, resistance seemed futile. No matter how much you stir up trouble within the student union, it remains confined there. Whereas a single word from Lin Xuan can reach the top leadership. Su Qiming wasn't one to stand on ceremony. With a nod, he said, "Under these circumstances, I'll gladly accept this appointment." Bai Haoqian hesitated for a moment before saying, "Junior Lin Xuan, would you like to switch positions? Secretary department head? Publicity department head? Vice president? Or even president? Just say the word, and I'll resign from the presidency right away." He wasn't testing the waters, he meant every word of it. Losing the student council presidency would be the same either way, but voluntarily stepping down was different from being ousted by Lin Xuan. As a senior, retiring slightly early could even be seen as a graceful exit. Lin Xuan, however, waved off the offer. He had no interest in any student council positions. "I'll stay where I was in the academic department. It's a good chance to keep working under our class monitor," he replied. Bai Haoqian could tell Lin Xuan wasn't impressed at all. He nodded and said, "All right, let us know if you need anything. Since you still have classes to attend, we won't disturb you any further." It wasn't until they walked downstairs that Bai Haoqian, Shen Yu, and Zhao Moxuan finally let out long sighs of relief. They felt lucky that Lin Xuan hadn't pursued the matter further, otherwise, they would have been in for a world of trouble. After a long silence, Shen Yu asked, "What do we do now? Are we still holding the expulsion meeting?" Bai Haoqian replied, "Cancel it. Let this matter die down. Focus on organizational discipline and tighten up the rules." Chen Yu nodded and said, "Then I'll leave it to you. I need to go submit the application for Su Qiming to take over as the head of the study department. This is why it's said that the student union holds no real power. Even if they've agreed on who should replace the minister, they still have to apply to the Youth League Committee. It's just that generally there are no issues, and the Youth League Committee doesn't interfere much." Chen Yu finished organizing the documents and headed to the office building. Just as he reached the entrance, he spotted two young women walking out. One of them was Zhang Jing, the Minister of Finance. The other wore a faded plaincloth dress and a pair of cloth shoes whose clean surface still bore the marks of time. Her jet black hair was casually tied back, with a few stray strands falling around her fair neck. Not a single superfluous accessory adorned her entire figure. Yet even such simple attire couldn't conceal her natural beauty: delicate brows like distant mountains, star-bright eyes, a graceful nose, cherry-like lips, and snow-white flawless skin. In this modern era where cosmetics, jewelry, tattoos, and manicures are ubiquitous, she stood out with an earthy purity, appearing utterly untainted by contemporary society, fresh and refined. "Jiang Jingyue." Shen Yu broke into a smile when he saw the girl. "Jinyu, are you here to apply for the hardship scholarship? Didn't I tell you I'd handle this? I'll definitely convince the Youth League Committee." "Thank you, but that won't be necessary." Jiang Jingyue instinctively stepped back slightly and nodded politely. "The matter's already settled, so no need for the vice president to trouble himself," Zhang Jing said with a smile, leading Jiang Jingyue away. Shen Yu looked puzzled. Resolved just like that? With questions swirling in his mind, he stepped into the Youth League Committee office. After submitting the application to replace Su Qiming as head of the academic department, Shen Yu asked, "Teacher Shen, was Jiang Jinyue's financial aid scholarship approved? Didn't you say there weren't enough spots before?" Teacher Shen replied, "It's approved, by student Lin Xuan." "Huh? What?" Chen Yu was completely baffled. Even if it was approved, how could Lin Xuan be the one who approved it? The approval process for financial aid scholarships might vary by school. At Zhanghai University, applications are reviewed by the Youth League Committee before being reported to the Education Bureau. I've been running around for days to no avail, and now it's all settled with just one word: Lin Xuan approved? How could a mere student like Lin Xuan make such decisions directly? Chen Yu's mind went blank, unable to wrap his head around it. At the same time, a sense of vigilance rose within him. Could Lin Chuan have taken a fancy to Zhang Jingyue? It was Li Chang who provoked you, so why are you targeting Ling Wusa? I haven't wronged you, yet you're trying to steal from me? Of course, the so-called stealing from him was nothing but his wishful thinking. At that very moment, Zhang Jing was walking alongside him while secretly mocking him behind his back. This Chen Yu, if he's genuinely trying to help, that's one thing. Whether he's able to assist or not, we should still be grateful. But his intentions are clearly malicious, he only wants to possess you. Every small step he takes is just another attempt to take advantage of you. Thinking he can control you with a mere scholarship is pure delusion. He has no idea what you've endured to get here, all the hardships you've faced and the temptations you've refused. And I heard that at first, he actually rejected you. It wasn't until he saw your beauty that he changed his mind and decided to support you. Zhang Jingyue clearly didn't want to discuss the matter and asked, "How did you help me get the application approved? You didn't have to endure any unfair treatment, did you?" Zhang Jing waved her hand dismissively, "Of course not. How could I possibly be mistreated?" The approval came through very quickly. Zhang Jingyue stared straight at Zhang Jing, clearly unconvinced. Under that piercing gaze, Zhang Jing grew uneasy and admitted, all right, I'll tell you the truth. This matter was actually made possible mainly because of a certain classmate. He donated 6 million, with 2 million earmarked for grants and scholarships. Your grant was personally approved by him. Zhang Jingyue blinked, a look of surprise flashing across her face. This plot development clearly caught her off guard. Who is he? She asked. Lin Chuan, from the automation department. Zhang Jing pulled out a photo she had just taken, where Lin Chuan was happily chatting with several university administrators, looking effortlessly handsome and composed. Zhang Jingyue stared intently at the young man at the center of the photo, as if committing his face to memory. Just then, an electronic notification chimed in Lin Chuan's mind. Zhang Jingyue, favorability plus 30. Name, Zhang Jingyue. Age, 20 years old. Appearance rating, 9.1/10. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Favorability, 030. Lin Chuan froze momentarily upon hearing this voice. He had previously anticipated that making a donation might increase Zhang Jingyue's favorability, since she hadn't been able to obtain the student assistance grant. But I never expected it to grow by 30 all at once, and even more surprising was that Zhang Jingyue's appearance score actually exceeded 9 points. The school beauty Su Qianyu only scored 8.9, whereas she, as the department beauty, scored 9.1. How exactly were these ratings determined? Having never met Zhang Jingyue in person, I couldn't really judge. But now it seems possible that the forum ratings were biased, which is understandable. After all, everyone was rating based on forum photos, and whether the photos were well taken or heavily edited made a big difference. Chapter 63, Do you know who you're messing with? Lin Chuan closed the system panel, his lips curling involuntarily into a slight smile. He grew increasingly satisfied with the results of this donation. Although he'd pledged to donate 60 million over 10 years, he had only actually contributed 6 million so far. The outcome? He could now strut around campus with unprecedented prestige and status, plus he'd unexpectedly discovered Zhang Jinyue's appearance score exceeded 9 points, along with a 30-point surge in her favorability rating all at once. His mind began scheming how to pocket the remaining 992 million from the fourth installment of his Simp funds. After absent-mindedly finishing his class, Lin Chuan had just stepped out of the main building when a male student approached him with a somewhat creepy smile on his face. Lin Chuan, could we talk in private? Lin Chuan glanced at him. What do you want? The male student said mysteriously, it's about Zhang Jinyue, just a small matter I thought might interest you. Not interested. Lin Chuan ignored him and walked away. He wasn't sure why this guy specifically wanted to talk to him about Zhang Jinyue, but he had no desire to get information from some random stranger. The young man paused for a moment, then took a step forward to catch up. As Lin Chuan walked along the narrow path, the guy glanced around and, seeing no one nearby, said, here's the thing, I've been keeping tabs on Zhang Jinyue's scholarship disbursement situation. I just found out she finally received it. When I asked around, they told me you were the one who approved it. So I got curious, how do you even have the authority to approve that? Then I did some digging, and it turns out you're not just well off, you're loaded. At this point, the guy seemed rather pleased with his own cleverness, chuckling to himself. Lin Chuan stopped walking and looked at him calmly. You're quite well informed, aren't you? This matter was just finalized, and you already know about it. Because I work in the office building, right next to the finance department, and I have a good relationship with the leaders too. The young man continued proudly, extending a hand. Let me introduce myself, I'm Wu Feng, a junior in the finance department, and my dorm is right next to yours. Lin Chuan silently noted the name but didn't extend his hand. Which leader are you close with? Wu Feng wasn't fazed by the lack of a handshake, his skin was thick enough to shrug it off. Withdrawing his hand, he replied, Secretary Ma, the deputy secretary of the party working committee. Not sure if you know him. Lin Chuan noted Secretary Ma's name as well before asking, why did you come looking for me specifically? Wu Feng stopped beating around the bush and said, Here's the thing, Jung Jinhua went back on her word and owes me quite a bit of money. I've been waiting for her to repay me after she received her financial aid, but although the funds were approved, she hasn't given me a single penny. Since you, Lin Chuan, are so well off and even helped her out, you must have feelings for her, right? Could you cover her debt for her? Lin Chuan responded impassively, from what I know, Jung Jinhua has always been frugal. How could she possibly owe you money? At the same time, he had already taken out his phone to message Zheng Jing. Firstly, whether Jung Jinhua owed money or not was none of Lin Chuan's concern. If Wu Feng thought Lin Chuan was pursuing Jung Jinhua, he was sorely mistaken. Secondly, Lin Chuan didn't believe a single word Wu Feng said. Even if Jung Jinhua did owe money, Wu Feng had no business coming to him. Such behavior was utterly unreliable. Could anything this guy said be trusted? Moreover, Lin Chuan already knew that Jung Jinhua had a staggering 9.1 beauty score. She was the true campus belle. A beauty of this caliber would never lack money if she had even slightly lower moral standards. There would be enough admirers willing to spend on her to circle the entire Zhenghai University district. To be honest, after his experience with Zhang Yan, he no longer held women's character in high regard, but he also refused to swing to the other extreme and assume the worst of people right away. Judging by Jung Jinhua's situation, at least, she didn't seem like someone with such low morals. Soon, Zhang Jing replied, "What? That scumbag Wu Feng dared to ask you for money back? Don't listen to his nonsense, Jung Jinhua never owed him a cent." If anything, you could say it's Wu Feng who owes the Zhang family money in favors. Actually, Jung Jinhua's family wasn't poor at all before. They owned a factory and were at least comfortably well off. But her father was too soft-hearted. Over the past 10 or 20 years, he had sponsored 100 or 200 impoverished students, spending almost all their money. The family still lived in their old house, never upgrading to a new one. Then business started going downhill, becoming less and less profitable, and her father worked himself to exhaustion, ending up in the hospital. A single surgery and the follow-up costs ran into hundreds of thousands. With almost no savings to begin with, the family plunged into debt overnight. As for those impoverished students they had helped, some were already working decent-paying jobs, but out of 100 or 200, nearly all turned out to be ungrateful. Some people even knew her father was hospitalized, yet they kept demanding money. They accused her family of promising to fund them through college but stopping support after middle school, calling them untrustworthy and whatnot. This Wu Feng was one of those recipients, receiving support from elementary school all the way through college. Later, even knowing the Zhang family had no money left, he still pestered Zhang Jinhua to keep giving him money. Lin Chuan frowned deeply upon hearing this. How could there be people so shamelessly brazen? Lin Chuan had thought Zhang Yan and Lu Ting were shameless enough, but he never imagined there were others who took it to an even lower level. Lin Chuan looked up at Wu Feng and said, "How come I heard that it was Zhang Jinhua's family who funded your education?" Wu Feng was stunned again, probably not expecting Lin Chuan to have investigated this so quickly. But still thick-skinned, he forced an awkward smile. "That's correct, but they promised to support me until graduation, only to stop after my freshman year. For the past 2 years, I've been relying on part-time jobs to get by. They promised to fund me through college, to help us leave the mountains, but then cut off the support halfway. Isn't that going back on one's word?" Lin Chuan felt relieved after getting the confirmation. He immediately messaged the vice principal and the youth league committee secretary. "It seems our school office isn't very strict with confidentiality. Someone easily leaked information." He also sent over the recording of Wu Feng's earlier words. Yes, he had recorded it. To be honest, even without the recording, it wouldn't have mattered much. His words carried considerable weight now. A single remark from him would warrant serious attention. And once attention was drawn, investigating this matter would be straightforward. Just then, Wu Feng continued with a smirk, "So about that remaining money Zhang Jinhua owes me, could you help cover it? It's such a small amount anyway, hardly anything to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't want it exposed that you're flirting with the 3 department queens plus Zhang Jinhua, would you? If someone were to spice things up on the forum, I'm afraid your reputation might take a hit." Lin Chuan had originally thought kicking him out of the office would suffice, but upon hearing this, he narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, "Give me some time to think it over." Wu Feng nodded, "Fine, but don't take too long. Otherwise, the news won't wait." After Lin Chuan left, Wu Feng couldn't help but flash a smug smile. Not far away, a male student who seemed to have just witnessed this scene walked over in shock and said, "Did I just hear you threatening Lin Chuan?" This guy was from the student union. Wu Feng smirked. "Not exactly a threat, just trying to get some benefits from him, that's all. Do you even fucking know who you're messing with? From now on, don't say you're in the same dorm as us, we have nothing to do with you." The boy looked at Wu Feng as if gazing at a fool who couldn't tell life from death. Chapter 64, The storm has only just begun. In the Youth League Committee office, the secretary picked up his phone while relaxing with a cup of tea after finishing his work. He soon saw the message Lin Chuan had just sent him, which immediately drew his serious attention. For one thing, leaking information was a cardinal taboo. Though this wasn't classified material, it still shouldn't become casual chat fodder for student assistants. Secondly, this came from Lin Chuan, who was clearly dissatisfied. That made it all the more important to take it seriously. Although Lin Chuan's status was merely that of a student, but he had another identity, a top-ranking sponsor alumni of Zhanghai University. He had just donated 6 million and pledged another 6 million annually for the next 9 years. Running a university requires funding. While government subsidies cover basic operations, additional donations allow for improvements across the board. The better they perform, the better their results will be, naturally increasing their chances of promotion. And don't forget, Lin Chuan was acting on an elder's advice when he made the donation, having his child donate 60 million. Who knows how much influence this elder actually holds? In short, Lin Chuan is absolutely worthy of attention. The Youth League Committee Secretary immediately contacted the Work Committee Secretary and, without wasting words, played the recording for him directly. The Party Working Committee Secretary furrowed his brows and immediately had his secretary summon Deputy Secretary Ma. Without wasting words, he played the recording for Deputy Secretary Ma to hear. After listening, Deputy Secretary Ma's expression darkened instantly. I never discussed this matter with Wu Feng. He must have overheard it accidentally. I warned him long ago not to spread it, but I never expected he'd go blabbing about it everywhere. The Party Working Committee Secretary tapped his fingers on the desk and said sternly, "Give us a detailed account of the specifics later. For now, the first priority is to ensure Wu Feng is no longer allowed in the office. Consider whether to issue him a severe disciplinary mark." Yes, right away. I'll also submit a full review and report as soon as possible, Deputy Secretary Ma replied hurriedly, breaking out in a cold sweat. Before Deputy Party Secretary Ma could get to work, suddenly a secretary came in. "Deputy Secretary, the Vice President is looking for you." Deputy Party Secretary Ma's face changed, and he hurried off to the Vice President's office. But upon arriving, he found the Vice President's expression even sterner. "You're a veteran cadre, how could you make such a basic mistake? How could you leak important matters to irrelevant personnel?" "My mistake, but I didn't mean to." Before Deputy Secretary Ma could finish speaking, the Vice Principal interrupted. "Don't tell me, go explain to the Disciplinary Committee." At the mention of the Disciplinary Committee, Deputy Secretary Ma's expression changed again. He realized this matter might impact him much more severely than he'd anticipated. He understood perfectly well that the incident itself wasn't that serious. The problem was, it involved the current rising star Lin Chuan. If they decided to push the investigation, things could escalate quickly. With matters having reached this point, all he could do was try to mitigate the damage. The first thing was to get Wu Feng out. He gritted his teeth in hatred. He never should have recruited that bastard in the first place. Wu Feng, who had just returned to his dormitory still basking in his triumph, soon received a call from the faculty advisor, not from Vice Secretary Ma himself, as he wasn't important enough for that. The committee advisor already knew that Deputy Secretary Ma had been badly hurt by this kid Wu Feng, and his tone turned cold. "Wu Feng, you will receive the payment for your work-study program over the past 2 weeks. But you don't need to come to the office anymore after this. Also, get ready to write a self-criticism. Because of your reckless leaks, you might get a disciplinary record." Wu Feng was startled and about to explain, but the other end didn't give him a chance at all. They simply hung up. Wu Feng was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why he'd suddenly been kicked out of the office. Leaking information? Could they be referring to Lin Chuan's grant approval? But he just mentioned it. How could they fire him so abruptly? The roommate who had previously warned him wasn't surprised at all upon hearing their conversation. "Didn't I tell you? Karma's a bitch." Wu Feng's face darkened as he said, "Are you suggesting Lin Chuan did this, that he can just kick me out of the office whenever he pleases? Even if he's rich, he can't just do whatever he wants, can he?" The roommate chuckled coldly. "That just shows how little you understand about who you've offended. You think the wealthy are just people with money? Ordinary middle-class folks might just have some money. But when wealth reaches a certain level, do you really think regular people can afford to mess with that? You didn't see how respectfully the student council president and vice president treated Lin Chuan. Though I don't know the reason, do you really think you compare to the student council president? Even if strictly speaking they don't have much real authority, their operational abilities and social connections are certainly better than yours. Why do you imagine you could threaten someone whom even the student council president has to bow and scrape to? Moreover, you yourself said Zhang Jinua's scholarship was approved by him. What does it mean that he could approve something like that? When I heard you say this, I was shocked. I also roughly guessed the reason for the student council president's deference. Most likely, it's connected to the school's senior leadership. After all, the poverty grant funding should first be reviewed by the school administration. Only after approval does it get reported to the Education Bureau. Another round of review is required before the funds can be distributed. If Lin Chuan can approve it with just a word, it means his influence reaches straight to the top leadership. What does it mean for a student to wield such power? Most likely, his background is terrifyingly strong. Anyone with half a brain should be terrified of someone like him, and you actually had the nerve to threaten him? Honestly, in all my years, this is the first time I've seen someone so stupid. Being money hungry is one thing, but at least have some common sense. Sharing a dorm with you makes me worry lightning might strike you and take me down too. Kicking you out of his office was nothing. I'm afraid this storm has only just begun. If I were you, I'd go apologize sincerely right away. Maybe this can still be smoothed over before it escalates. Wu Feng's expression darkened. I don't believe he can do anything to me. When you have nothing to lose, you fear nothing. On his way back, Lin Chuan messaged the student council president Bai Haoqian, inquiring about Wu Feng's background. Strictly speaking, even if student records aren't highly confidential, they shouldn't be accessible to anyone who asks. But this society often doesn't operate on principles. Bai Haoqian took mere moments to send over Wu Feng's complete file, not just basic enrollment details, but even some family background information. Turns out his family started a factory a few years back, following Jiang Jinyue's father's lead. Not only did Wu Feng receive educational sponsorship, but his family business got financial support too. Technically speaking, they even stole some business from Jiang's family, though they entered the industry too late to make substantial profits. Jiang Jinyue's father really is an extreme pushover. No wonder good Samaritans rarely get rewarded these days, Lin Chuan mused, already formulating a plan to teach Wu Feng a lesson. There are plenty of ways to deal with Wu Feng, but you have to strike where it hurts most. When you act, make it count. Chapter 65, The Diminishing Strike of Wealth and Resource Advantage. Lin Chuan didn't even bother returning to the dorm. With Wu Feng's file in hand, he drove his Lamborghini straight to Xingchuan law firm nearby. No sooner had he parked than several lawyers came out to greet him warmly. Star Power Law Firm is a prominent firm, ranking among the top in Shanghai City. For ordinary clients, they wouldn't even step outside to greet them. Not putting on airs would already be considered good enough. But Lamborghini owners naturally enjoy different treatment, signaling their major clients. Right this way, sir, said a sharp-looking woman with short hair, leading the way with a professional smile. After settling into the reception room and serving tea, following brief pleasantries and introductions, I learned her name was Tsenin. Tsenin quickly got to the point. Mr. Lin, may I ask how we can assist you? Lin Chuan produced a document. There's a private putty powder factory that's withholding employee wages. I need to help the workers protect their rights. Seeing Lin Chuan arrive in a Lamborghini yet carry himself with such refined grace, Tsenin had imagined this might involve major corporate disputes or inheritance battles. She never expected the case would revolve around something so relatively small. This small private putty powder factory is truly nothing ordinary. Built in the rural outskirts, with rudimentary equipment and sold in bulk, their annual turnover barely reaches 200,000 yuan at most. It's run by a husband and wife team, with only 3 or 4 so-called employees. How much money could they possibly recover by defending their rights? Naturally, their commission would be pathetically meager. How could this noble young master care about such a trivial matter at this insignificant little factory? Tsenin initially didn't want to handle such petty disputes, but after sizing up the aristocratic young man before her, she decided to establish goodwill. Who knows, it might lead to more significant business opportunities in the future? Tsenin said, Mr. Lin, could you call the workers over? We need to understand the specific situation and gather complete evidence. Lin Chuan replied, these workers are uneducated. Despite suffering losses, they don't know how to use the law to protect themselves. You'll probably need to send someone to persuade them. Tsenin was utterly bewildered by what she heard. She knew there were still many people completely ignorant of the law, silently enduring factories withholding their wages for half a year without saying a word. But for such minor disputes, did they really need to personally go and negotiate? Yet Lin Chuan's next words made her eyes light up. A 1 million yuan legal fee. I only have 2 conditions. 1, the workers get justice, and 2, this factory must be shut down. I hope it can be done as quickly as possible. Once this is handled, there might be even bigger collaborations in the future. Sun Yin's heart swelled with excitement. This young man was indeed a big client. Spending $1 million to sue a small factory worth only 200,000 clearly wasn't worth it. It was very obvious this young man wasn't after money. Most likely, the factory owner had offended him somehow. Tsenin said, Mr. Lin, rest assured, we will definitely satisfy you. Our Xingchuan law firm has extensive connections even in Jianghai City, let alone this factory located in a county under Jianghai City's jurisdiction. I'd like to confirm, does Mr. Lin only want to pursue workers' rights? Or can we also sue regarding the factory's illegal construction, fire safety violations, pollution issues, and other problems? Lin Chuan replied, use all legal means available. Understood. Tsenin nodded, now even more certain of Lin Chuan's true goal. Workers' rights were just an excuse, bringing down this factory was the real objective. Soon, both parties had their signatures on the contract. However, the down payment wasn't much, the full $1 million would only be handed over upon successful completion. But obviously, Tsenin didn't mind. To her, this case was far too easy. Almost 2.5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Wu Feng, still in his dorm, suddenly heard his phone ring. Seeing it was a call from his father, he immediately answered. I thought it was just casual family chatter, but then I heard my father's anxious voice. Feng, do you happen to know any lawyers? Wu Feng was taken aback for a moment before replying. I did befriend a lawyer before, but why do you ask? His father urgently explained. For employees from our factory have turned against us, they've actually had the audacity to sue us. That so-called star rights law firm is accusing us of illegal construction, fire safety violations, and pollution. Everyone in the industry operates this way. Since when did all these regulations matter? Our accounts are now frozen. They've given us a court date with a 2-week mediation period. If mediation fails, we'll see each other in court. From filing a lawsuit to case registration, it typically takes 7 days. A full court battle might last 3 to 4 months. If the defendant knows how to employ delaying tactics, the process could drag on for 1 or 2 years, or even longer. However, while defendants have methods to delay, plaintiffs also have ways to accelerate the process. Xingchuan Law Firm is clearly an expert in this regard. In just 2.5 days, the entire process, submitting the lawsuit materials, paying the litigation and preservation fees, and receiving the court notice, was all settled. Wu Feng's expression changed instantly as he thought of Lin Chuan. After all, the only person he had offended recently was Lin Chuan. Is that all? You can hire a lawyer, but do you think I can't? Wu Feng immediately called a lawyer friend. It had to be said he still had some connections. Lawyer Qian was from their county and happened to be available. He quickly visited Wu Feng's factory to understand the situation, then called back. Wu Feng, have you offended someone? Wu Feng said, we offended someone, but that's not the main point. If he wants to sue us, we'll just take him to court. After all, if we win, the lawyer fees will be paid by the other side, right? Lawyer Qian, no. That is precisely the main point. The person you offended, isn't he quite wealthy, by any chance? Do you know the opposing side has hired Xingchuan Law Firm? That's a top-tier firm. I couldn't even get my foot in the door there. Any lawyer from there could run circles around me 5 times over. And this time, they didn't just send one lawyer, they sent an entire team. Anyone unaware might think this was some major case. And do you know what conditions he offered the employees? Pay 1/3 of the 6 months overdue wages in advance, so they could have basic living security and peace of mind. And win or lose, he wouldn't charge them a single cent for the lawsuit. If they won, every penny of their wages, compensation, and subsidies would be delivered to them in full. A lawsuit like this should normally be a loss-making deal for Starlight Law Firm. But their strong commitment obviously has a reason. Someone must have invested heavily behind the scenes. Wu Feng gritted his teeth in frustration, becoming increasingly convinced it had to be Lin Chuan. Isn't it just overdue wages? What compensation and subsidies could there possibly be? Even if he poured money into it, the court would still rule as it sees fit. What are you scared of them for? Attorney Qian, it's not that I'm afraid, it's that you completely fail to grasp the severity of the situation. According to the law, overdue wages must be compensated. Hazard pay like high-temperature subsidies should also be issued as required. Forcing employees to resign by withholding 6 months' wages could even incur an additional 2N compensation. Just because you workers are uneducated and know nothing doesn't mean the law isn't written this way. Current labor laws actually heavily favor employees. The reason many workers can't stand up to their bosses is twofold. First, most employees don't understand their legal rights and lack access to lawyers. Second, without financial resources, they simply can't afford prolonged battles. How could they possibly fight their bosses? But now, they have a powerful legal team and substantial financial resources. It's us who can't afford to drag this out. Not to mention issues like illegal construction, fire safety, and pollution. Even if the problems aren't very serious, they can force you to halt production for rectification. And even after you fix everything, they'll find new faults. They have plenty of money to keep this going, do you? Actually, litigation is a war of resource attrition. When rich people get involved, it's like being oppressed by their overwhelming resource advantage. Right now, I just want to confirm roughly how much money does the person you've offended have? Wu Feng was a bit stunned, finally beginning to grasp the severity of the situation. I'm not entirely sure, but I know he wears Rolex and Patek Philippe watches, and owns 3 cars, a Mercedes-Benz G63, a Lamborghini, and a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Opposite me, Lawyer Qian fell silent for a solid 10 seconds before speaking up. Are you trying to get yourself killed? If you're hell-bent on suicide, don't drag me into it. There's nothing I can do for this case, you'll have to find someone more capable. With that, Lawyer Qian hung up the phone. Chapter 66. Didn't you say you're poor? Then I'll grant your wish. Wu Feng grew impatient and called again. But this time, Lawyer Qian simply wouldn't pick up. When Wu Feng sent a message, Lawyer Qian replied purely out of respect for their acquaintance. If I were you, I'd swallow my pride and apologize immediately. If you insist on fighting back, you'll be utterly crushed. You were in the wrong to begin with, and they have both a powerful legal team and the funds to pursue you in court. How can you possibly win? I can't quite understand, why would you provoke someone when you clearly knew they own 2 luxury watches and 3 high-end cars? I was already panicking when I heard Rolex and Patek Philippe, let alone the Mercedes G63, Lamborghini, and Cullinan. Just one Cullinan speaks volumes about their status owning all three luxury cars at once? That's definitely not just 3 times the power. Wu Feng refused to give up and kept sending messages. But this time, Attorney Chen didn't even reply, he deleted him instead. Wu Feng was genuinely anxious now and turned to other unfamiliar lawyers online for help. Most lawyers stopped responding to his messages after hearing the details of his case. The few who replied all suggested he abandon any hope of winning and instead focus on minimizing losses by paying compensation as soon as possible. Wu Feng refused to give up, thinking those lawyers might be too profit-driven, so he turned to legal students at his university. One classmate gave him straightforward advice. There's only one path, pay the compensation quickly and appeal for lenient treatment. Wu Feng's face darkened. What if my friend's factory is struggling and genuinely can't afford to pay wages, let alone compensation? Then it should shut down immediately. Sell the equipment to cover compensation. With incomplete paperwork across the board, survival would be impossible under litigation from a powerful legal team. Better to close early. The true severity of the problem finally dawned on Wu Feng. Cold sweat broke across his forehead as his face turned deathly pale. He used to think being barefoot offered immunity, who could take from those with nothing. Now he realized even the barefoot could be stripped of their skin. Wu Feng thought about the factory going bust. After paying compensation, he might still end up in debt, thrown back into the same penniless state as over a decade ago, and couldn't help but feel terrified. His roommate, who had been listening to Wu Feng's phone call the whole time, shook his head at the sight of him and sighed. What did I tell you? Now you're scared, aren't you? Wu Feng suddenly stood up and ran downstairs. Then, at top speed, he sprinted toward the high-end dormitory building. He ran straight to room 307 in Shanghaian building, found Lin Xuan, and immediately bowed deeply, saying, Lin Xuan, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have threatened you. Could you please be magnanimous and spare my life? Shirley, Zhang Yingjie, and Sun Baowei were all stunned. What on earth was this classmate doing? Lin Xuan didn't get out of bed. Leaning against the headboard while playing with his tablet, he didn't even glance at Wu Feng and said, Didn't you say you were so poor that you had to embezzle Zhang Jinyue's stipend just to survive? Well, I'll grant your wish. I was wrong, please spare me, Wu Feng pleaded, dropping to his knees with a thud. Lin Xuan continued playing with his tablet and said, No negotiation. Your putty powder factory might as well shut down now. Previously, some people had offended Lin Xuan like manager Wang of Qinxiang Pavilion and Xiao Bo and Ma Bin. Since they had merely looked down on him without posing any real threat, Lin Xuan couldn't be bothered to retaliate after they apologized. But this time was different. The other party had threatened him. Moreover, Wu Feng's character genuinely disgusted Lin Xuan. A fleeting look of malice crossed Wu Feng's face as he said, Lin Xuan, there's a limit to forgiveness. If you push too far, don't blame me for exposing you on the forums. Lin Xuan cast a faint glance at Wu Feng and said, You can try. Look up the consequences of false accusation first, see if your family can afford the compensation too. I could spend $1 million to shut down your family's factory. I can certainly spare $10 million for your false accusation case against me. So tell me, how much can you afford to spend? The ferocity on Wu Feng's face vanished instantly, leaving him even paler. In that moment, he realized with stark clarity the gap between himself and the wealthy. Lin Xuan said, Get lost, don't pollute our dorm with your presence. And don't bother Zhang Jinyue anymore, or I'll find more ways to make you suffer. Don't think for a second that what you're going through now is already hell. Wu Feng could neither plead nor threaten. He remained kneeling in a daze for a while longer before finally getting up and staggering away, utterly broken. In the girls' dormitory of the engineering department, Zhang Jinyue had just ended a phone call. Her face showed a mixture of confusion and pleasant surprise. Zhang Jing asked with concern, Was that your mom calling? Is everything alright at home? Zhang Jinyue said, My mom just told me that Wu Feng's family factory was sued and had its funds frozen. The factory has stopped production, and all their orders suddenly shifted back to our family's factory. Didn't you say Lin Xuan had messaged you before, saying Wu Feng asked him to repay the money? Just 2 or 3 days later, Wu Feng's family factory runs into trouble. I don't think this is a coincidence. Zhang Jinyue, favorability plus 10. Zhang Jing was stunned. Are you implying this was Lin Xuan's doing? But I'd already explained it clearly to him before. You don't owe Wu Feng anything. And as you suggested, I told Lin Xuan not to bother with Wu Feng. How did he suddenly take action against Wu Feng's family? And with just one move, the factory collapsed. Was it really that simple? Zhang Jinyue said, Maybe Wu Feng said something that upset him. Or perhaps this Lin Xuan is as much of a pushover as my father. But with all that wealth and power he has, crushing a small factory that already had plenty of problems would be effortless if he wanted to. Zhang Jing, either way, it's a good thing. Someone like Wu Feng deserves retribution. And now that the business he stole from your family is back, your factory should fare much better. Zhang Jinyue nodded, then suddenly picked up a heavy bag from the table and walked out. Zhang Jing called out, Wait, where are you going? Aren't these the crab roe cracker and preserved lamb your grandma personally made and sent? I haven't even had a bite yet. You always eat the most.
This time, I'm giving them to someone who's never tried them, Zhang Jinhua said before walking out.
Not long after, Lin Chuan received a call from the dorm supervisor.
When he came down, he was handed a large bag of crab roe cracker and preserved lamb.
Who sent this? Lin Chuan asked.
A very pretty girl, didn't leave her name.
The dorm supervisor looked at Lin Chuan as if to say, you lucky dog. Lin Chuan pondered. Crab roe crackers and braised lamb seemed to be Jiangnan specialties, and Zhang Jinhua was originally from Jiangnan.
Connecting this with her recent increase in favorability,
this beauty seems quite thoughtful. Lin Chuan smiled and unceremoniously accepted the gift.
Chapter 67 What it feels like to soak in a hot spring with a car model. Lin Chuan munched on the crab roe crispy rice snack Zhang Jinhua had given him while checking his WeChat messages. He wasn't planning to stay in the dormitory tonight but rather at his villa. Since he'd bought the place, he might as well use it. After all, it was only 4 kilometers away.
Jumping into his Lamborghini would get him there in minutes.
Since he was heading back anyway, he figured he might as well enjoy a dip in the hot spring.
And if that was the case, why not invite a beautiful woman to join him?
Soaking in hot springs naturally becomes more interesting with beauties around, and as a bonus, you can also boost their affection levels. Opening WeChat, Lin Chuan noticed that Ji Meisheng, Qin Bingqing, and Ling Wusa, who used to frequently message him, hadn't initiated any contact in the past couple of days since their cafeteria encounter. The system suggested, use a heart voice talisman to listen to their thoughts and better fulfill their needs.
Lin Chuan couldn't help but curse again. Damn system, always simping.
He didn't even bother guessing what they might be thinking, let alone waste a precious heart voice talisman on it. He didn't bother explaining his relationship with any of them either, directly shifting his attention to open the messages from car model Yin Menglan and Lu Yenner.
Lu Yenner, brother Lin Chuan, quick look at this bag, it's so pretty. And this skincare set.
Yin Menglan, young Master Lin, the auto show is almost over, yet you haven't come back.
I've recently learned to cook a few delicious dishes, would you like to try them?
Yin Menglan's photos gave off a very domestic and virtuous vibe, yet still managed to highlight her explosive figure. I met both these car models at the same auto show that day, but their personalities couldn't be more different.
When we went shopping that day, Lu Yenner wasn't satisfied even after getting a 40,000 yuan bag.
Though she's been sending me sweet messages calling me big brother these days, they mostly hinted at wanting me to buy her things, giving off a rather tactless vibe. After several days of not getting what she wanted, she started messaging me less frequently, instead posting gifts from other men on her social media. Clearly, she's already moved on to new targets.
In contrast, Yin Menglan actually stopped Lu Yenner when she was clamoring for more purchases.
All her messages these days have been gentle and considerate. Every aspect of her makes people feel at ease. Lin Chuan wasn't naive enough to think that Yin Menglan had no ulterior motives, but her approach was far more agreeable. Lin Chuan replied to Yin Menglan's message, I've been busy at school these days, as you know, I'm still a student. Yin Menglan responded almost instantly, I was just teasing.
Young Master Lin is still in university, of course studies come first. Lin Chuan, I'm done for the day and planning to hit the hot springs. Are you free to join? Yin Menglan, of course I do, I'm free right now. Lin Chuan, where do you live? Do you want me to pick you up? Yin Menglan, no need. It'd be too much trouble for you to come. Just send me the address, I'll obediently go by myself. Yin Menglan, favorability +2. Knowing when to hold back and gaining favor with just the right approach, this Yin Menglan is genuinely impressive too.
Lin Chuan then checked a few more friend requests and realized they were all from members of the Haoyun Car Club group. Some asked if he wanted to buy second-hand luxury watches, others inquired about purchasing cars, and a few even pitched investment opportunities in media companies. After skimming through the group chat, he discovered that Lu Feng and Zhang Quanan, who had previously failed to get him to invest in a real estate project, had joined the group. News of him buying Peng's 55 million yuan mansion in full had spread, leading everyone to realize they could approach him for investments. Lin Chuan accepted all the friend requests without hesitation. Whether to invest or not could be decided later. Money wasn't an issue for him now, and these connections might prove useful. Then he drove his Lamborghini to the hot spring resort. After parking, he walked toward the main entrance. Yin Menglan had already arrived and was waving at him. Dressed simply in ultra-short denim shorts and a white camisole, her flawless figure was on full display despite the understated outfit. Numerous passing men couldn't help but glance her way, some even deliberately walked back and forth past her 3 times.
I've heard this hot spring is really great. I've wanted to come for so long, but work kept me busy until now.
Yin Menglan was brimming with excitement, radiating positive energy. As she spoke, she naturally hooked her arm around Lin Chuan's, pressing her soft, delicate body against his.
This scene instantly sparked envy and resentment among the peeping men nearby.
Yet when they noticed Lin Chuan's handsome appearance, they had to admit defeat, especially when some spotted the Lamborghini he'd parked, leaving them utterly helpless. I tried it once before and found it truly exceptional, so I wanted to bring you here to experience it too, Lin Chuan said with a smile.
The two stepped inside and headed to the changing rooms for swimsuits.
When Yin Menglan emerged, her figure was even more strikingly revealed.
Compared to Ling Wusa's slender waist, she carried more voluptuous curves.
The expansive view of her milky white skin was simply a feast for the eyes.
Yin Menglan's eyes widened at the sight of Lin Chuan's physique.
She never imagined Lin Chuan could have such an impressive build. Those well-defined muscles were like an artist's meticulous sculpture.
Even many girls and boys nearby couldn't help but linger their gazes on Lin Chuan.
The girls drooled, while the boys looked on with envy. Some of the young men even swore inwardly to start hitting the gym tomorrow, though whether they'd actually stick with it was another matter. Young master, your physique is simply perfect. Yin Menglan couldn't resist reaching out to touch Lin Chuan's abs.
Yin Menglan, favorability +5.
Wait a moment, I'll let you experience it properly, Lin Chuan whispered into Yin Menglan's ear. Yin Menglan shot him a coquettish glance but pressed closer. The two walked toward the hot spring pool, choosing a secluded spot.
Once seated in the pool, Yin Menglan naturally nestled against Lin Chuan, who didn't hesitate to embrace her in return.
Moments later, Lin Chuan reacted visibly. Spotting this, Yin Menglan blushed faintly before giggling. Young master indeed lives up to his youthful vigor, truly bursting with vitality.
After all, this is a public bathhouse, it's not the place for any mischief. No matter what, he'd have to wait until they returned to the villa later. Lin Chuan quickly changed the subject to distract himself. After chatting for a while, Yin Menglan steered the conversation toward gossip. Girls like her never seem to tire of juicy tidbits.
She mentioned Lu Yener and Su Yuecheng, noting that both had joined the Radiant Guild. Su Yuecheng, in particular, was doing quite well. Several big sponsors had already frequented her livestream channel. Lin Chuan listened with growing interest. After all, both Lu Yener and Su Yuecheng had contributed to his favorability stats, and he hadn't even met Su Yuecheng yet. As the topic shifted to guilds, a sudden idea struck him.
Ask yourself, where in society do you find the most beautiful women? Isn't it in the modeling circle, entertainment industry, or live streaming world? And among those seeking my investment, wasn't there a media company? Menglan, aren't you interested in becoming a streamer?
Lin Chuan asked, as if it were just a casual question.
Yin Menglan replied, of course I'm interested.
Auto shows only happen occasionally, and the income from them barely covers my living expenses.
If I become a streamer, I could earn extra income, and if I gain popularity, my earnings from auto shows would skyrocket too.
It's a shame that not many people watched even after I streamed for a while. The popularity was really low.
But I'm not too keen on joining a guild. Joining a guild comes with tons of restrictions, and there's no guarantee they'll promote you. They might just assign you some rookie manager and leave you to stream on your own.
And if you want out of the contract, you'd have to pay a penalty.
Lin Chuan grinned and asked, what if someone is willing to promote you?
Yin Menglan froze for a second, her eyes lighting up as she stared at Lin Chuan.
Suddenly, she threw her arms around his neck and planted a loud kiss on his cheek, cooing sweetly, darling, do you mean you'll be the one to promote me? Yin Menglan, favorability +5. Don't get too happy just yet, it's not certain.
Lin Chuan had a staff member bring him his phone and made a call.
Chapter 68, Yin Menglan's favorability goes through the roof. Lin Chuan didn't tell Yin Menglan who he was calling.
After finishing the phone call, he continued soaking in the hot spring with Yin Menglan, then went for a massage, and afterward headed to the sauna.
The sauna was separated by gender, so Yin Menglan went to the women's sauna next door.
Lin Chuan had only been steaming for a short while when a middle-aged man, accompanied by several subordinates, hurriedly arrived.
To cooperate with Lin Chuan, the middle-aged man also changed into swimwear and entered the sauna.
Having rushed over in haste, he was already sweating profusely, and once he stepped into the sauna, the heat caused him to break out in an even heavier sweat.
Lin Chuan, somewhat worried he might suffer heatstroke, said, Boss Lu, would you prefer to wait outside?
It's no trouble at all, Mr. Lin.
Let me briefly introduce you to the situation of our new vision media. Lu Tao clearly wanted Lin Chuan's investment badly and launched into his presentation.
Actually, right after hanging up the phone, Lin Chuan immediately contacted Sanin from Star Rights law firm. He asked her to help investigate New Vision Media's legal affairs and conduct an asset evaluation. The previous collaboration had been quite satisfactory, so Lin Chuan planned to continue working with them. So now, Lin Chuan had a basic understanding of New Horizon Media but didn't say much, patiently listening to Lu Tao's introduction. He wanted to see if this man had any sincerity. It turned out that Lu Tao was indeed very sincere, even revealing all the recent issues New Horizon Media was facing without holding back. New Horizon Media had actually been performing exceptionally well in recent years, but lately, two major problems had emerged. The first was that their heavily invested top male anchor, signed not long ago, had suddenly fallen from grace. Not only did they fail to collect the penalty fees, but the anchor absconded with the money to a foreign country.
Second, the company is expanding rapidly, signing many new streamers, establishing several new guilds, and spending heavily on promotions, leading to a sudden surge in costs across the board.
In truth, without the first issue, the second wouldn't be a problem.
But with the first issue present, the second might just drag the company under. They've overextended themselves and paid the price.
Lin Chuan said, if we can't collect the male streamer's penalty fee, it'll just be a bad debt. Lu Tao said helplessly, that's right, it might become a bad debt, but this portion, I can separate it out.
Lin Chuan shook his head. How can a company be neatly divided? If the accounts get muddled later and we end up in litigation, it would be pointless.
How about this, I'll help you eat half of this bad debt, but when it comes to company shares, I keep the majority stake.
Lu Tao froze, suddenly understanding Lin Chuan's intentions.
He could invest, but wanted to be the primary boss.
Lu Tao hesitated.
This New Horizon Media was his brainchild, built from nothing into a company worth 200 million. Under its banner were over a dozen guilds and hundreds of streamers. Suddenly being asked to relinquish his position as the top boss was something he found rather hard to accept.
Yet at the moment, he desperately needed funding, otherwise, New Horizon Media could face severe shrinkage.
In this cutthroat market where stagnation meant decline, the company might never recover from such a blow. Moreover, when you think about it from another angle, Lin Chuan is likely a wealthy young master. With him holding down the fort, it's 100 times more reassuring.
As a young master like him, would he even have time to manage the company?
Definitely not, it would still be handed over to me to run. It's not much different from before, except now over half the profits would have to go to him.
But with his investment expanding the business, even after splitting, I might end up earning more than before. Lu Tao nodded. Young Master Lin, it's worth considering, but the terms, we'll need to negotiate carefully.
Lin Chuan interrupted, as for the price, my lawyer and asset valuation specialist will be here shortly.
Soon, Sinine arrived with the team.
Of course, the further negotiations didn't take place in the hot springs but moved to Villa number 6 at Yunlu Mountain Residence. Yin Menglan was utterly stunned when she saw the super-luxurious villa. Hearing Lin Chuan negotiate with Lu Tao about investing to become the largest shareholder of New Vision Media left her absolutely speechless. She had assumed Lin Chuan's promise to support her meant just investing in her career.
Never had she imagined he would directly become the owner of a media company.
The conversation between the two parties soon came to an end. Considering the potential bad debt, Lin Chuan invested 100 million yuan for a 51% stake. Of course, Sinine also added numerous restrictions to the contract for Lin Chuan, preventing possible scenarios where Lu Tao might dilute Lin Chuan's shares later through methods like adding new shareholders, thereby sidelining him. In short, Lin Chuan would become the controlling shareholder of New Horizon Media, though his stake didn't reach 66.7%, meaning he wouldn't have absolute control over the company.
Lu Tao wasn't a subordinate but rather a partner. Lin Chuan felt this arrangement was fair, otherwise, Lu Tao wouldn't have agreed.
Moreover, Lin Chuan was just an investor and had no interest in managing the company.
Yin Menglan, standing nearby, trembled at the sight of the 100 million investment. Young master, isn't this investment a bit too large?
Lin Chuan couldn't very well say that while he did intend to promote her, she was merely incidental to his greater purpose.
Without offering any explanation, he replied calmly, not at all. Once I become the boss, making you a top-tier streamer will be child's play. Aren't you thrilled about this? Lu Tao immediately chimed in, absolutely, absolutely. With your looks and figure, I guarantee I can make you famous.
Yin Menglan was indeed quite stunning. Especially her figure, her potential to rise to fame was never small.
Moreover, since she was unmistakably Lin Chuan's woman, wasn't it only natural to boost her?
Even if she had no potential at all, just to make Lin Chuan happy, they could have given her a symbolic push. But since she did have potential, it went without saying, maybe they could not only please Lin Chuan but also make money off her.
Of course I'm happy, so happy.
Yin Menglan excitedly threw herself onto Lin Chuan, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting another loud kiss, this time not on his cheek, but right on his lips.
Yin Menglan, affection plus 35. Yin Menglan's affection has exceeded 80. Status bar updated, please check promptly.
Lin Chuan was stunned. This was the first time someone's affection had surpassed 80, and the first time he had heard of a status bar update.
He opened the system panel. Name, Yin Menglan. Age, 22. Appearance, 8.1 points. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Affection level, 3582. Ex-boyfriends, 2. STD, none.
Lin Chuan froze for a moment before clicking on her ex-boyfriend section.
To her astonishment, it even displayed the exact timestamp of each encounter. The first time at 19, the most recent half a year ago. She'd had 2 boyfriends during those 3.5 years. And it could even detect sexually transmitted diseases?
Lin Chuan couldn't help but exclaim, system, although you're a bit too flattering, you're really damn impressive.
Chapter 69. How did she get an S-class contract right after joining? After signing the contract, Lu Tao, Sanin, and the others left. The spacious villa was now left with only Lin Chuan, Yin Manglan, and Auntie Zhang.
Looking at Yin Manglan, who was gazing at him affectionately with her arms around him, Lin Chuan felt a flicker of inner conflict. Actually, Yin Manglan had been in 2 relationships before and had intimate relations with both boyfriends multiple times.
There's nothing unusual about that, it's just human nature.
Moreover, as a car show model, she had been mentally prepared from the start. She never expected to be treated as his official girlfriend, so such matters shouldn't be taken too seriously. But Lin Chuan, after all, was still inexperienced. He couldn't help feeling a little conflicted, as his fixation on virginity was particularly strong.
Young master, I'm perfectly content just being with you.
I've never expected any formal commitment, so don't burden yourself with unnecessary thoughts. Yin Manglan seemed to misinterpret Lin Chuan's gaze, but her response was remarkably considerate. In her eyes, Lin Chuan was a wealthy young master. Just being able to prosper under his protection was satisfying enough, claiming him exclusively wasn't something she ever dared to fantasize about. Besides, he was so handsome she wasn't settling for less.
Lin Chuan felt a hint of admiration upon hearing Yin Manglan's words.
Although he already knew she had been in 2 relationships, he still ventured to ask, Manglan, how many boyfriends have you had?
2 years, one for 2 years and another for a year and a half. Young master, are you looking down on me?
Yin Manglan pouted slightly with a pitiful expression, gazing at Lin Chuan with teary eyes full of grievance.
How could that be?
Being in a proper relationship is a perfectly normal thing, Lin Chuan said, shaking his head. Yin Manglan stared at Lin Chuan for a moment before suddenly leaning close to his ear, her breath fragrant like orchids. Young master, you do like my figure, don't you?
I can help you bathe, and even.
Lin Chuan glanced down at Yin Manglan, the desire that had been simmering since they entered the hot spring now uncontrollable. A novice might be relatively innocent, but also the most impulsive.
The next morning, Lin Chuan woke up refreshed and invigorated.
For some reason, he felt more relaxed and confident than ever. After having breakfast with Yin Manglan, he drove his Lamborghini with her to the Radiant Guild. After signing the contract last night, Lin Chuan finally learned that Radiant Guild was a subsidiary of New Horizon Media, yes, the very guild where Lu Yenner and Su Yuecheng belonged. So instead of having Yin Manglan sign directly with the headquarters, he decided to go with Radiant Guild. After all, he had full control over the contract terms anyway. Besides, Radiant Guild was closer and more convenient. It would also give him a chance to visit Su Yuecheng and work on improving their relationship.
Young master, I could have gone to the guild alone.
There's no need for you to personally escort me, you're treating me far too well. Yin Manglan gazed at Lin Chuan with eyes even more tender and affectionate than the day before.
Yin Manglan, affection points +1.
After affection points exceed 80, the growth rate starts to slow down significantly.
It's fine, I'm free today anyway. Lin Chuan smiled, not mentioning his other ulterior motives.
Keeping one hand on the steering wheel, he casually rested his other hand on Yin Manglan's smooth, delicate thigh. You're so bad, young master. Yin Manglan coquettishly protested, not only not moving away but actually shifting her thigh closer to Lin Chuan. After half an hour's journey, they arrived at the Radiant Guild, only to spot Lu Yenner with a young man right at the entrance. When Lu Yenner saw Lin Chuan, her eyes momentarily wavered before she quickly composed herself, offering him a smile and a nod. Lu Yenner hadn't sought greener pastures because she underestimated Lin Chuan's capabilities. Her decision stemmed from realizing he wasn't someone easily manipulated, which naturally made her cautious about showing him any disrespect.
The young man spotted Lin Chuan's Lamborghini and, though unacquainted, politely nodded in greeting. They boarded the same elevator when Lu Yenner inquired, Manglan, are you here to sign with Brilliant Guild too?
Car shows are becoming increasingly scarce these days, with some even dispensing with models altogether. It's tough for car models without fame to get by, though they have a natural advantage. Many transition seamlessly into live streaming. Seeing Yin Manglan here, it was only natural to assume she'd come to sign with a guild too. Yin Manglan, still clinging to Lin Chuan's arm, nodded. Yeah, seeing how well you and Yuecheng have been doing since joining Brilliant Guild, I couldn't resist the idea either.
I'm just starting out, still very average.
What I've got is just a B-tier contract. Yuecheng is the impressive one, she landed an A-tier contract. Her livestream has several big spenders, each more generous than the last. Lu Yenner spoke with envious eyes, casting a glance at the young man beside her as if hinting at something. Yin Manglan couldn't help but glance at Lin Chuan upon hearing this and pulled him even closer. Because last night, Lin Chuan had already told Lu Tao that he'd arranged an S-tier contract for her, one tier above it, just below the custom contracts for those top-tier streamers. They reached the 12th floor and walked into Brilliant Guild's office, where the buzz of activity filled the open-plan workspace, chattering staff, ringing phones, everything bustling with energy. A middle-aged woman who still retained her charm was giving orders when she glanced toward the entrance. Upon noticing Yin Manglan, she was about to walk over but paused briefly upon seeing Lin Chuan, then quickened her pace into a jog. Young Master Lin, why have you come yourself? She asked.
Lin Chuan was taken aback. You know me? The middle-aged woman replied, "Of course. Boss Lu alerted me previously. My name is Wan Z, you can call me AZ, just like Boss Lu does." Lin Xuan said, "Sister Z, don't worry about me. Focus on your work. Arrange everything for Menglan regarding her contract, equipment, assistant, and planning." Wan Zi replied, "Don't worry, young Master Lin. Everything has already been arranged. Xiao Qin, come here and take Miss Yin to sign the prepared contract. Young Master Lin, please wait here." Wan Zi personally attended to Lin Xuan, serving him tea and water. She also arranged for personnel to quickly handle Yin Menglan's matters. Lu Yenner was stunned by this scene. Why was Wan Zi so deferential to Lin Xuan? Did they know each other before? Even if Lin Xuan was wealthy, there was no need for such excessive respect, right? And what's this contract Wan Zi arranged for Yin Menglan, mentioning something about an assistant? When she signed the contract, the guild only assigned a planner. Where did this assistant come from? Not far away, a tall beauty with almond-shaped eyes glanced in this direction. Spotting Lin Xuan, a flicker of surprise and admiration flashed through her slender gaze. Suyue Cheng, favorability +5. Lin Xuan listened to the voice in his mind and glanced around. Spotting the tall woman with phoenix eyes, he thought to himself, that must be her. This time, he'd finally gotten to see her in person. Soon, Yin Menglan's contract was signed, though the specifics weren't publicly disclosed. But right after, Wan Zi assigned the best assistant, provided top-tier equipment, and formulated premium promotion plans, a series of moves that made both the staff and streamers present sense something unusual. These were privileges even an A-tier contract didn't guarantee. Most likely, this was the legendary S-tier contract. Lu Yenner was even more shocked, almost unwilling to believe it. She herself had only signed a B-tier contract, and even the moderately famous Suyue Cheng merely had an A-tier one. Yin Menglan just arrived. Why did she get an S-level contract? Chapter 70. This is the new boss. Everyone in the entire office building looked at Yin Menglan with different expressions. She was a newcomer, but not one to be trifled with. Naturally, their gazes toward Lin Xuan became increasingly different as well. Those who understand, understand. Yin Menglan being able to secure that contract was mostly thanks to that young master's influence. Otherwise, as a newcomer with about an 8 out of 10 appearance and no particular talents, Yin Menglan would have gotten a B-tier contract at most. When Yin Menglan first arrived, everyone saw her clinging tightly to a man's arm and thought to themselves, this woman really doesn't know the rules, bringing a man along right after joining. Does she not want to make it in this business? For female streamers in this industry, having a man is a major taboo. Even if they do, they must keep it strictly concealed. There are indeed female streamers with boyfriends or husbands who still manage to stay popular, but they are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. But only now do I realize that what they have is truly wisdom, understanding that the most important person is the one by their side. Suyue Cheng's gaze at Lin Xuan grew even more intrigued. Suyue Cheng, favorability +5. Lu Yenner also guessed it might be because of Lin Xuan, and the very possibility of it irritated her. After all, back then, she and Yin Menglan were starting from the same point. If anything, she had been slightly ahead, having offered to drive for Lin Xuan earlier than Yin Menglan did. Yet now, apart from receiving a bag, she had gained nothing, while Yin Menglan had already taken the lead by securing an S-level contract? She hoped the truth wasn't like this, that there was some other reason, otherwise, she didn't know if she could bear it. After signing the contract, Yin Menglan returned to Lin Xuan's side, wrapping her arm around his. Darling, how do you think I should stream? Would you mind if I dressed a little sexy? I don't mind. Clothing is your personal choice as long as it complies with platform rules. But deliberately playing coy to entice attention is unnecessary, Lin Xuan said. Okay, I understand. Yin Menglan grasped quickly. Lin Xuan evidently didn't see her as his official girlfriend, or else he wouldn't tolerate her wearing revealing outfits. But since she was already his woman, she couldn't flirt with others. This aligned almost perfectly with her expectations. Avoiding ambiguity might cost her some big brothers, but one must know when to compromise. She was acutely aware that Lin Xuan was her greatest security. Losing Lin Xuan would mean losing everything, whereas losing a few big brothers would merely mean she still had Lin Xuan. Wan Zi listened quietly, taking mental notes, and began forming a preliminary plan for Yin Menglan's future direction. Playing coy might cost a female streamer significant opportunities, but that didn't matter. She would simply follow the boss's instructions. Mr. Lin, Wan Zi said, we're about to have a meeting soon. Since you're here, would you like to take charge? Lin Xuan shook his head. I don't know much about streaming, let alone managing a guild. Make your own arrangements, there's no need to involve me. Wan Zi, that won't do. How about this, you take the head seat without needing to speak, and we'll report our work to you. Seeing Wan Zi's troubled expression, Lin Xuan guessed the meeting wouldn't proceed unless he took the main seat. Thinking there was no harm in learning about his guild's operations, he said, alright then. Only then did Wan Zi visibly relax. She immediately organized everyone into the conference room. After ensuring all were seated, she escorted Lin Xuan inside, pulling out the chair to seat him at the head position.
As for Yin Menglan, she was placed to his left.
Wan Zi herself occupied the seat to Lin Chuan's right.
Lu Yener, Su Yuecheng, and the others were even more astonished by this scene. They could understand Wan Zi showing respect to Lin Chuan due to his immense wealth, but his seating position simply defied logic. After all, this was a meeting, a matter of internal affairs.
Wan Zi began the introduction. First, let me introduce everyone to Mr. Lin Chuan, our new boss. The room erupted in murmurs. While applauding in welcome, the attendees couldn't hide their shock.
A female secretary couldn't help but ask, Director Wan, isn't our Radiant Guild under New Vision Media? Does Mr. Lin becoming the new boss mean our guild has been separated from it? This question reflected the doubts of many present. After all, the Radiant Guild had never had a boss in the first place.
Wan Zi explained, not the boss of Brilliant Guild, but the new owner of our parent company New Horizon Media.
From now on, when you see young Master Lin, you should treat him with the same respect as Boss Lu. The crowd erupted in murmurs again.
New Horizon Media was a company valued at 200 million. How could someone so young become its new owner?
And clearly not just a minor shareholder, but a major boss on equal footing with Lu Tao. Finally, everyone understood why Yin Menglan received such treatment.
The woman of the new owner? An S-tier contract made perfect sense. Su Yuecheng's gaze at Lin Chuan seemed almost sticky with admiration. Su Yuecheng, favorability plus 10.
Yin Menglan wore a sweet yet proud smile. Her vanity was immensely satisfied at this moment.
Yin Menglan, affection level plus 1.
Lu Yener stood gaping. Her worst fears had come true, and the outcome was even harder to swallow than she had imagined. Not only had Yin Menglan secured the S-tier contract because of Lin Chuan, but Lin Chuan turned out to be the new owner of New Vision Media. It went without saying what Yin Menglan's future position in Brilliant Guild would be. An S-tier contract was nothing in comparison.
Lu Yener was now filled with regret.
She realized she and Yin Menglan had met Lin Chuan almost at the same time. Only a few days had passed, yet because she had changed her target, Yin Menglan seized the opportunity and won Lin Chuan over.
If I devoted myself wholeheartedly to Lin Chuan, wouldn't my chances be just as great?
If I were the one to win Lin Chuan over, it would be me securing this S-tier contract and becoming the rising star of the future.
Lu Yener, favorability plus 20. Lu Yener's gaze at Lin Chuan now burned with an intensity countless times fiercer than before.
She was practically itching to shake off the wealthy second-generation heir she'd recently latched onto and throw herself into Lin Chuan's arms instead. But she still had some sense left in her. She knew she'd already missed her best opportunity. Lin Chuan had clearly seen her cozying up to another man. He probably harbored some resentment toward her now, making the task of winning him over infinitely more difficult than before. Any rash moves now might only antagonize the rich sponsor she'd already attached herself to, potentially leaving her with empty hands on both fronts.
Lu Yener understood everything all too well, yet she couldn't bring herself to accept it.
Regret and vexation surged within her, making her want to stomp her feet and beat her chest in frustration. The chance to transform into a phoenix by flying onto a lofty branch had been right before her eyes. How could she have let it slip through her fingers?
And why, of all people, did Yin Menglan manage to seize this opportunity?
At that moment, a strange name echoed in Lin Chuan's mind. Zoe, favorability plus 20.
Name, Zoe. Age, 24. Appearance, 8.2 points. Height, 158 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Favorability, 020.
Lin Chuan flipped through the documents Wan Zi had placed in front of him, finally connecting the dots.
The petite bespectacled girl sitting beside Wan Zi must be Zoe.
She's probably the hottest female streamer in our guild. Lin Chuan had thought this trip would yield several 8-point beauties, but unexpectedly, only one more appeared. It seems other so-called beauties rely on plastic surgery, makeup, beauty filters, and photo editing.
After these days of verification, it's clear the system doesn't recognize these artificial enhancements.
Natural, makeup-free beauties are the real deal.
Chapter 71, with me here, no one can force you.
The introductions concluded, and the meeting officially commenced. Although Lin Chuan occupied the head seat, he remained largely silent, delegating complete authority to Wan Zi while observing from the sidelines. He discovered that guild operations were far more intricate than anticipated. After listening for a while, he lost interest. As the boss, he only needed to grasp the big picture. These details weren't worth his attention.
So he began to grow bored and started playing with his phone.
Of course, no matter how casually he behaved, no one present dared to voice any objection. Just as the meeting was about to conclude, the door was pushed open, and Lu Tao walked in. Without regard for where the discussion had reached, he immediately interrupted. Young Master Lin, why bother with these trivial guild meetings?
If you want to understand the situation, why not visit our headquarters?
When Wan Zi and the others saw Lu Tao, they immediately stood up, their minds racing with the same thought, why has Boss Lu come? But after glancing at Lin Chuan, he immediately understood. Clearly, Boss Lu hadn't come for the guild, he was here for Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, however, remained seated in his original spot and said with a smile, since you're already here, there's no harm in listening.
Lu Tao laughed heartily. Sure, do as you please. How about hitting up a KTV later to celebrate New Vision Media's rebirth and future glory? It was evident that Lu Tao was relaxed and elated at this moment, like someone who had finally unburdened a weight from his heart. What a contrast to yesterday. Lin Xuan nodded. That's a good suggestion, Sister Z. After the meeting, if there aren't any important matters, how about everyone takes a day off today to relax together? There aren't any important matters. Wan Zi was stunned. While it was true there were no urgent matters, suddenly declaring a day off? This new boss seemed rather capricious. Unexpectedly, Lu Tao smiled and chimed in. Since there's nothing important, let's take the day off and all go to KTV to celebrate young Master Lin joining our company. With both bosses declaring a holiday, there was naturally no objection. All the employees couldn't help cheering with excitement. In situations like these holidays, salaries are definitely still paid. Getting paid while enjoying an extra day off, why not take advantage? The meeting ended quickly, and the group headed to a nearby KTV together. Yin Manglan still clung to Lin Xuan's arm, delicate and dependent. Naturally, Wan Zi, Suyue Cheng, Zoe, and the others all went along. Surprisingly, the young man who came with Lu Yenner hadn't left. Seeing Lu Tao come out, he quickly stepped forward. Boss Lu. Lu Tao was taken aback. And you are? The young man explained, I'm Xiao Zhu. My father drank with you at last month's gathering. Lu Tao suddenly remembered, glanced at Lu Yenner standing beside Xiao Zhu, and immediately understood the situation. With a laugh, he said, now I recall old Zhu's second son. Since you're already here, why not join us at the KTV? Xiao Zhu nodded eagerly like a little pecking chick. Sure, sure. He had been relatively composed earlier, but now he seemed somewhat flustered. After all, even his father had to show proper respect in front of Lu Tao. Xiao Zhu turned to look at Lin Xuan. Ever since seeing Lin Xuan drive a Lamborghini upon their first meeting, he had been very polite. Now, noticing Lu Tao's natural deference toward Lin Xuan, he became even more courteous. Mr. Lu, who might this gentleman be? This is young Master Lin, Lu Tao introduced simply, not even bothering to casually introduce Xiao Zhu in return. Yet Xiao Zhu dared not show the slightest discontent, bending slightly at the waist as he extended his hand. Young Master Lin, it's an honor to meet you. Lin Xuan shook hands with him politely and gave a nod. Lu Yenner watched this scene with an increasingly sour taste in her heart. The man Yin Manglan was holding appeared so composed and elegant, while the man she was clinging to groveled so pathetically. Naturally, this made her seem several tiers beneath Yin Manglan. As she gazed at this breathtakingly handsome man before her, his perfect physique, impeccable demeanor, and radiating charm, the regret she'd barely managed to suppress came surging back uncontrollably. Lu Yenner, affection +3. Lin Xuan and Yin Manglan got into the Lamborghini, while Lu Tao took his own Porsche. The employees without vehicles naturally had no choice but to hail cabs as they all headed together to the KTV. Upon arrival, Lu Tao was supposed to make the arrangements, but Xiao Zhu enthusiastically took charge of everything. They chose a massive banquet hall with numerous drink tables and screens. Lin Xuan, Yin Manglan, Lu Tao, Wan Zi, Xiao Zhu, and Lu Yenner sat in the most private section. The others settled in the main hall, as they felt pressured being around Lin Xuan and Lu Tao. They preferred entertaining themselves. Of course, some wished to join Lin Xuan's table but lacked the appropriate status, like Suyue Cheng, whose alluring narrow eyes kept drifting toward Lin Xuan's direction, her singing distracted and half-hearted. After playing for about half an hour, a manager walked in. After politely greeting Lin Xuan and Lu Tao, he inquired, Boss Lu, are these ladies streamers from your company? Manager Yao was referring to Suyue Cheng, Zoe, and the others. Naturally, he didn't dare ask about Yin Manglan, who was standing beside Lin Xuan. Lu Tao nodded. Yes, what's the matter? Manager Yao replied, a guest in the next private room has taken a liking to them and wants them to come over and sing a few songs. He leaned closer to Lu Tao's ear and added in a lowered voice. Lu Tao nodded and whispered to Lin Xuan, it's actually He Yao from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Deputy Section Level. Wan Zi heard this and gestured for Zoe and Suyue Cheng to come over. Lu Tao said, a guest next door has taken a liking to you. Go over and sing them a song. Suyue Cheng frowned slightly but quickly suppressed her discontent, replacing it with a smile as she nodded in agreement. Zoe's entire body radiated rejection, yet she didn't dare refuse, so flustered she was nearly in tears. Although the livestream process required meeting audience demands, there remained a difference. After all, it was through a screen. Even in reality, Zoe seemed somewhat introverted, clearly belonging to the I personality type. Right then, Lin Xuan spoke up, don't stress. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Suyue Cheng and Zoe's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Lu Tao paused for a moment before whispering, young Master Lin, even though their rank isn't high and they can't really do much to us, they're still from the Industry and Commerce Bureau. If they purposely cause trouble, we'd have to deal with it later. It's just asking them to sing a few songs anyway, no big deal. Building good rapport might be helpful in the fight. Clearly, Lu Tao wasn't exactly afraid of them, he just didn't take Suyue Cheng and Zoe seriously. Lin Xuan cut him off, listen to me. It's unnecessary.
Lu Tao had no choice but to listen to Lin Xuan. After all, Lin Xuan's mysterious wealthy background filled him with awe. Manager Yao appeared somewhat hesitant and said politely, "Young Master Lin, they only wanted these ladies to sing a few songs." But Lin Xuan ignored him completely and instead addressed Suyue Chang and Zoe directly. "As long as I'm here today, no one can force you to entertain guests with singing.
Head back now and enjoy your evening." Suyue Chang gazed at Lin Xuan with eyes shimmering with emotion, while Zoe's expression overflowed with gratitude and admiration. Suyue Chang, affection plus 10. Zoe, affection plus 30. Even the unrelated Lu Yenner was now full of admiration. Lu Yenner, affection plus 7.
Yin Menglan leaned against Lin Xuan, staring intently at him, feeling utterly secure in this moment. Yin Menglan, affection plus 1. At this moment, Lin Xuan exuded boundless charm in their eyes. This was the kind of man truly worthy of reliance.
Chapter 72, The Power of Money and Authority Gradually Reveals Itself.
Manager Yao didn't get a satisfactory answer, yet he dared not offend Lin Xuan and Lu Tao either.
Caught in the middle, he found himself in an impossible position. He left in disgrace, walking to the adjacent private room where he took a deep breath before entering to report the situation to Yao. After hearing this, Yao's expression darkened slightly, while the young man with a slicked-back haircut beside him grew even more furious. Director, he invited them so politely, yet they refused to show any respect. How audacious! Yao waved his hand, signaling the young man to keep quiet, then pondered for a moment before saying, "Go over there one more time and tell them that making an extra enemy is worse than making an extra friend. I actually have high hopes for New Horizon Media, and I genuinely wish them smooth development." On the surface, these words sounded full of goodwill, but read between the lines, they carried a clear threat. Manager Yao didn't dare delay and hurried back to relay the message. A short while later, he returned, hesitating before speaking. "Young Master Lin said, thank you for your appreciation, but their anchor isn't feeling well and truly apologizes for the inconvenience." The young man with slick back hair was about to erupt in anger again, but Yao stopped him once more. Yao smiled and said, "No need to be so diplomatic, just convey his exact words." Manager Yao had no choice but to reply truthfully. Young Master Lin only said one word this time, scram. Translating a single scram into "thank you for your appreciation, but I'm truly sorry for feeling unwell" really took some effort. Too bad Yao, being such a shrewd old fox, saw right through it. The slick back-haired young man fumed. "What an insult to our goodwill. It seems they really want a thorough investigation." "Don't be so quick to jump to investigations. Do you own the Commerce Bureau?" Yao blared at the slick-haired young man and said, "What does being a civil servant mean?" "It means serving the public. Abusing public power for personal ends is absolutely unacceptable. How could you possibly make such a mistake?" However, there are indeed many irregularities in advertising and live-stream promotions by media companies. It's about time we look into them a little. Yao stopped the slick-haired young man not because he disagreed with his approach, but because he thought him too reckless. Saying everything so bluntly could easily leave them vulnerable. True veterans know how to couch their words in officialese, making it sound like fair enforcement of the rules rather than targeting anyone in particular. In the adjacent private room, Lu Tao sighed helplessly. "Young Master Lin, even if you wanted to reject them, you could have been more tactful. I was actually planning to go over and greet them, but you just had to dismiss them with a blunt get lost. Lin Xuan smiled dismissively. "Wasn't I quite polite on my first visit? I've already refused, and my stance was clear. Yet they still insisted on coming. Isn't that rude and disrespectful? If they show no respect, why should I?" I heard that Yaodi is the kind of person who never forgives an insult." "We'll need to pull some strings to handle this," Lu Tao said, then picked up his phone to make a call. Lin Xuan also took out his phone and sent the vice principal a message. "Vice principal, does our school encourage university students to start their own businesses?" To my surprise, Vice Principal Feng Yan quickly called back. "What? You're starting a business?" "Of course we encourage college students to start ventures. There are various preferential policies for student entrepreneurs." Lin Xuan replied, "I'm not planning to start a business. I already have. I've invested 100 million in a media company." A loud clatter came through the phone. Something must have been dropped, followed by Feng Yan clearing his throat. "Since you've already made the investment, why are you asking me? Are there any procedural hurdles you need me to look into?" Lin Xuan said, "There's someone from the Industry and Commerce Bureau trying to give this newly graduated student a hard time. Could you possibly help smooth things over?" Yes, Lin Xuan wanted to ask the Vice-Chancellor for help. Some people naively assume that a Vice-Chancellor is just a deputy position. Little do they know that the status of university presidents and vice-chancellors carries considerable weight. At ordinary universities, they typically hold ranks equivalent to ministerial or vice-ministerial level. At some top-tier institutions, these positions may even correspond to full or deputy national ministerial ranks. The presidents and vice-chancellors of Tsinghua and Peking universities are particularly distinguished. Some university presidents later transition to become mayors or even provincial governors after serving for a period. The vice-chancellor of Jianghai University holds a vice-ministerial rank,
just one level below the provincial police chief from In the Name of the People. Moreover, his qualifications are already exceptionally solid. In a few years, don't be the least bit surprised if he becomes a deputy mayor. From the moment Lin Chuan made the donation, he had considered all this.
By leveraging his identity as a college student, he took the first crucial step in converting wealth into influence.
His earlier clashes with the student council at school were just minor skirmishes, a test of the waters.
His real ambitions lay in the wider society. Feng Yan laughed and scolded after hearing Lin Chuan's words. What green college student? Don't play the underdog, your abilities are far beyond any ordinary student's. Since you're one of our school's students and a distinguished alumnus who donated 60 million, it's only natural that malicious obstacles shouldn't hinder your entrepreneurial beginnings. I'll look into this for you. Lin Chuan, thank you, Principal Feng. Lin Chuan even omitted the auxiliary characters. After hanging up the phone, Feng Yan immediately called the deputy director of the Commerce Bureau.
On the other end, a hearty voice rang out, "Old Feng.
What brings your call today? Got some free time to come out for a round of cards?"
It's no surprise they know each other, they're both officials, after all. In fact, they used to play cards together regularly. Besides, the deputy director at the municipal level is only a deputy division level official, 2 ranks below Feng Yan. Feng Yan smiled and said, "There's a pile of things at school, so I don't have time to play cards right now.
Once I'm less busy in a while, we'll get together again.
I called you because I wanted to ask you something. One of my students who started a business seems to have run into some trouble." After explaining, Feng Yan added, "I'm not trying to protect my student or anything.
If his company genuinely has issues, then by all means investigate or shut it down accordingly. But if there's nothing wrong and someone's deliberately causing trouble, I won't just sit back and do nothing."
The deputy director of the Industry and Commerce Bureau immediately straightened his expression. "Rest assured, I won't tolerate the misuse of public power under my watch." Inside the private room, He Yao had just finished his call, instructing his subordinates to investigate New Horizon Media, when his phone suddenly rang. Seeing it was the deputy director calling, he immediately sat up straighter.
Official rankings, full department level, deputy department level, full division level, deputy division level, full section level, deputy section level.
He was a deputy section level official, so a deputy division level official was 2 ranks above him.
Only after ensuring everyone else was quiet did He Yao answer the call. "Deputy Director, what can I do for you?" The deputy director got straight to the point. "You're investigating New Horizon Media, did you find something problematic with this company?" He Yao was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. He had just begun investigating New Horizon Media. How did the deputy director already know? His team shouldn't have started taking action yet, right? Even if they had begun, how could the extremely busy deputy director have coincidentally noticed so quickly? Even if she happened to see it, logically she shouldn't have noticed. Why would she call me immediately, and in such an accusatory tone? Could it be because of that Mr. Lin? Who exactly is he that he could make the deputy bureau chief personally intervene? He Yao's face instantly paled, and cold sweat broke out. Chapter 73, His identity is unfathomable. He Yao was instantly so frightened that he started stuttering. Deputy director, please let me explain." The deputy director cut him off. "I don't want explanations. I just want to know whether New Horizon Media really has issues or if you're deliberately making trouble for them. The deputy department head just called me about this matter. If you're abusing your power for personal reasons, you know what the consequences will be." The deputy department head? He Yao's face instantly paled another 3 shades. "That's right, I received a report about New Horizon Media and needed to investigate. If there are no issues, naturally there would be no harassment. We are the People's Army, of course there would be no misuse of public power." "That's good then, handle it as you see fit." The deputy director finished speaking and promptly hung up the phone. It seemed the matter had come to an end. Yet He Yao's complexion showed no signs of improvement. If he couldn't even pick up on the warning in the deputy director's words, then he might as well quit this job. This matter would definitely count as a major demerit in the deputy bureau chief's books. If not handled properly, it might mean immediate dismissal. Just who is this young Master Lin, getting support from deputy department heads and deputy bureau chiefs? Sweat poured continuously from He Yao's forehead. He Yao quickly made a phone call to halt his men's actions. Then he pushed open the private room door and returned inside. The young man with slicked back hair noticed his pallid complexion and couldn't help but pause, asking, "Brother Yao, has something happened?" Without acknowledging him, He Yao turned to Manager Yao and asked, "What quality liquor do you have here?" Manager Yao said, "We have Louis XIII and Royal Salute." He Yao said, "Bring 2 bottles of Louis XIII and a case of Royal Salute, and deliver them to the next room." Manager Yao was momentarily stunned, then promptly went to arrange it. Though unsure exactly what had transpired, it was clear the previously overbearing deputy section chief from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau had backed down. That would be a good thing for him. After all, this way he wouldn't have to be caught in the middle anymore. "Brother Yao, does the guy on the other side have connections? The slick-back young man wasn't a fool either, asking in a hushed tone. Yao's expression turned grim as he replied, not just connections, his background is unfathomable. Just now, the deputy director personally called me about this and mentioned that a deputy department head had also inquired. At these words, the slick-back young man sucked in a sharp breath. His earlier arrogance had vanished completely, replaced by sheer terror. He knew all too well what a deputy department head signified. When Manager Yao had the liquor ready, Yao took it over with him. Seeing Yao and his group approaching, Suyue Chang and Zoe immediately tensed up. However, the imagined scenario of them being arrogantly demanded to join the singing didn't materialize. Instead, the other party wore ingratiating smiles on their faces. Yao quickly stepped up to Lin Chuan, bowing obsequiously, "Young Master Lin, I sincerely apologize for the earlier disturbance. To make amends, I'll cover all your expenses today. I've also prepared some fine liquor for you, I hope you enjoy it." Lin Chuan seemed not to hear at all, leaving Yao hanging while continuing to whisper affectionately to Yin Manglan beside him. Yet Yao dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction, maintaining a hunched and ingratiating posture as he stood waiting for Lin Chuan's instructions. Onlookers Xiao Zhu and Lu Yener were stunned by this scene. The man who had been so arrogantly demanding the female streamer accompany him earlier, how had he suddenly become this timid? Clearly, what he feared wasn't Lu Tao, but Lin Chuan. Which meant Lin Chuan wielded far greater influence than Lu Tao? Lu Yener's gaze at Lin Chuan couldn't help but grow more admiring. Lu Yener, affection +5. Xiao Zhu's look at Lin Chuan was filled with increasing reverence. Although a deputy section chief isn't a particularly high-ranking position, normally one wouldn't need to be overly polite to a businessman. If it were a deputy section chief with significant authority, the businessman might even have to send gifts. That Lin Chuan could make someone grovel so obsequiously with just a phone call shows his influence extends far beyond mere wealth. On the phone, Lu Tao froze for a moment upon seeing this scene. He then uttered a quick "never mind, it's already resolved" to the person on the other end before hanging up. Lu Tao now realized that he might have still underestimated Lin Chuan's identity. The employees watching from nearby began whispering excitedly among themselves. That man must be the one who previously asked Yue Cheng and Zoe to be his singing companions, right? Why is he coming over to apologize instead? Clearly our new boss has significant influence, even greater than old boss Lu's. Even if Boss Lu had connections, he probably wouldn't stand firm for his streamers. He might have even thought sending Yue Cheng and Zoe to sing for others could help build relationships. Yeah, average bosses wouldn't consider us lowly employees cheap dignity. Handsome, wealthy, and protective of us, our new boss is absolutely amazing. It all comes down to capability. Most people couldn't protect even if they wanted to, yet with just a word from him, the other side obediently comes to apologize. I'm totally becoming his fan. The female employees were all a bit starstruck. Suyue Cheng and Zoe both felt that Lin Chuan was looking even more handsome now. Suyue Cheng, favorability +5, Zoe, favorability +5. After keeping Yao waiting for a good while, Lin Chuan finally seemed to notice him. "Deputy Bureau Chief what exactly are you up to? Randomly reimbursing us and sending us alcohol? We common folks simply can't accept such favors." In the past, whenever someone addressed him as Bureau Chief or Deputy Bureau Chief, Yao would swell with pride. But now, those same titles made him tremble with fear. He felt that speaking even a word might cost him his official position. Yao hurriedly forced a smile. "Not at all, not at all. I come from humble origins too. Now I'm just a public servant working for the people. I must apologize for my earlier offenses, it's only right that I make amends." Lin Chuan replied, "All you did was ask them to come sing a few songs, what offenses were there? It's clear Deputy Bureau Chief he enjoys singing. Since everyone's already here, why not treat us to a song or two?" Hearing this, Yao's face instantly flushed crimson. Earlier he had asked Suyue Chang and Zoe to come sing, and now Lin Chuan was demanding that he sing. Wasn't this equivalent to treating him like those female streamers selling entertainment? Yet he didn't dare refute this in the slightest. If this could resolve the matter peacefully, it would be the best possible outcome. Suppressing his humiliation and anger, Yao forced a smile and nodded. "Very well, I'll sing 2 songs to liven things up for young Master Lin." Yao chose 2 songs, Ode to the Motherland and Defend the Yellow River, though whether this was because he genuinely enjoyed classic songs or simply felt such patriotic tunes would be less damaging to his dignity remained unclear. Then, he began to sing with impassioned fervor. The faces of the onlookers twisted into expressions of bewilderment. Suyue Cheng and Zoe understood that Lin Chuan was standing up for them, and in addition to admiration, they felt a pang of emotion well up inside them. From the moment they became female streamers, they had endured countless acts of disrespect, like those forced karaoke sessions many deemed harmless. No one ever cared how they truly felt. But Lin Chuan not only stood by their side, protecting their dignity, but also quietly retaliated on their behalf. This man gives such a sense of security. Suyue Cheng, favorability +5. Zoe, favorability +5. Chapter 74, Gentleman or Playboy?
After He Yao finished singing 2 songs, Lin Chuan finally let him off. Seeing that Lin Chuan's anger had subsided, He Yao slunk away with that slicked-back young man in tow. Truth be told, Lin Chuan thought such a person wasn't fit to be a deputy section chief, but that wasn't his jurisdiction. It wouldn't do to overreach.
The Commerce Bureau must already know about this incident. How they handled it was their business. After He Yao left, Lu Tao seemed to treat Lin Chuan with even more courtesy. At this moment, he felt incredibly fortunate for his decision to invite Lin Chuan as an investor, even if it meant stepping down as the top boss. With Lin Chuan's tremendous influence, New Vision Media would proceed without obstacles unless major problems arose. Lu Tao wanted to exchange a few more pleasantries, but Lin Chuan had already taken Yin Menglan to mingle with the staff. In just a few words, he effortlessly connected with them, even joining in their games. Lu Tao was stunned, not knowing what to say. Is this what they call the legendary perfect control?
At first, the employees were somewhat nervous. After all, he was the boss. But they held great fondness for Lin Chuan and weren't resistant.
After playing for a while and seeing his complete lack of pretension, they gradually loosened up.
Once everyone got into high spirits, no one remembers who suggested playing the star absorption game, where everyone forms a circle and passes a card by sucking it with their mouths. If someone fails to hold it, lips might accidentally meet lips. Yin Menglan naturally stood beside Lin Chuan, with Zoe on her other side and a female employee next to Zoe.
Though alternating genders in this game would have been more exciting, since Yin Menglan was Lin Chuan's woman, the male employees didn't dare approach.
As a popular female streamer, Zoe also made the male employees keep their distance to avoid rumors, while some female employees weren't as particular. To everyone's surprise, Suyue-chung casually and proactively positioned herself on Lin Chuan's other side and promptly pulled her female assistant to stand beside her. Yin Menglan witnessed the scene but said nothing. She knew her place well enough to understand she had no right to interfere.
The first round of the game went smoothly, but when it came to Su Yuecheng's turn in the second round, the playing card slipped and fell as she failed to hold it steady while passing it to Lin Chuan. Su Yuecheng's lips were mere inches from Lin Chuan's, her balance faltering as if she couldn't stop herself from closing the gap. At the critical moment, Lin Chuan deftly leaned back and reached out to gently steady Su Yuecheng by the arm. With just a casual gesture, he averted the accident. Staring at Lin Chuan, Su Yuecheng blinked dazedly, surprised by this unexpected outcome. Is our new boss not just handsome, wealthy, secure, and decisive, but also this chivalrous? Su Yuecheng, favorability rating +5. But was Lin Chuan really doing this out of gentlemanly manners?
From the moment Lin Chuan obtained the system and began absorbing affection points from various beautiful women, he had already left purity behind and embarked on the path of a playboy. After last night, he could hardly be considered a virtuous gentleman anymore. Yet he was still quite careful with his own health. According to online reports, sexually transmitted diseases were becoming increasingly common these days. Even AIDS had reached a shocking prevalence rate of 1 infection out of every 1,000 people. Without a system, it would be difficult to determine, but with the system, as long as the favorability reaches 80, it can be directly detected. Then the solution is simple: never touch before the favorability reaches 80.
That way, you'll be absolutely safe, just in case.
Su Yuecheng had no idea what Lin Chuan was thinking. At that moment, because of his gentlemanly behavior, her gaze toward him grew even more tender and affectionate.
So in the next 2 rounds, the card in her mouth fell once more, and this time, it was even closer.
There was no time to dodge it. Yet Lin Chuan's reaction was absurdly fast. After all, with 3 attribute boosts and consuming the body tempering pill, his reflexes now likely surpassed those of an F1 racer. Using such reaction speed in this situation was truly something else, drawing a flicker of resentment in Su Yuecheng's eyes.
The other employees watching this scene couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. 1 dropped card might have been a coincidence, but 2 in a row? That was almost certainly intentional. Su Yuecheng's actions were actually quite understandable. After all, who wouldn't want to latch onto such a perfect boss? What was unexpected was how decisively Lin Chuan rejected her, and his reaction was so swift too. The scene of Su Yuecheng's cunning schemes being dismantled one by Lin Chuan actually looked rather comical. Yin Menglan was overjoyed to see Lin Chuan reject Su Yuecheng. Though she had no right to dictate Lin Chuan's choices, having just become his woman, she certainly didn't want to see another steal his affection so soon. Thinking that Su Yuecheng was even prettier than herself, yet Lin Chuan still rejected her. Was he doing this to spare her feelings? Yin Menglan, favorability +1.
During the subsequent board game, Su Yuecheng still didn't give up, staying close to Lin Chuan's other side as before. However, Lin Chuan didn't reject this proximity. After all, this level of closeness wouldn't transmit any diseases. This made Su Yuecheng, who had just been feeling a bit resentful, break into a smile again. Seeing Su Yuecheng getting closer and closer to Lin Chuan, Lu Yenner couldn't help but feel increasingly unsettled. The key was that she now had Xiao Zhu by her side, and naturally, she couldn't just leave him behind. Moreover, with someone already on both of Lin Chuan's sides, there wasn't even space for her to approach him even if she wanted to. When it was time to disperse and everyone went their separate ways, Xiao Zhu seemed to have something to discuss with Lu Tao and left with him.
Seizing the rare moment when Su Yuecheng wasn't by Lin Xuan's side, Lu Yenner eagerly squeezed in, "Young Master Lin, where are you planning to go next? Could you possibly take me along?"
Witnessing this, Su Yuecheng inwardly kicked herself for carelessly leaving an opening.
Who would have thought this Lu Yenner would seize the slightest opportunity to wedge herself in?
But then she saw Lin Xuan deliberately sidestep as he replied, "We're not playing anymore.
We're preparing to go home." Su Yuecheng's eyes sparkled with realization when she'd kissed Lin Xuan earlier. He dodged too, but that wasn't out of disgust, merely gentlemanly restraint.
And later when she moved closer, he hadn't avoided her again. But when this Lu Yenner approached, he immediately stepped away, his body language clearly showing some degree of aversion. Su Yuecheng quickly stepped forward to occupy the space Lin Xuan had vacated by his retreat, squeezing Lu Yenner to the outside.
That's right, Lin Xuan did feel a bit repulsed by Lu Yenner. After all, she had just been clinging to another man moments ago. Moreover, Lu Yenner lacked tact, and he didn't want too much contact with her. She could just be a tool to gain some favor points, that would suffice.
Lu Yenner naturally noticed Lin Xuan's disdain and froze momentarily, her face flushing slightly with a mix of humiliation and irritation.
Yet what overwhelmed her most was boundless regret.
Last time when she clung to Lin Xuan, he hadn't shown any aversion. Clearly, the chance to attach herself to the heir of a top-tier wealthy family had slipped through her fingers because of her own choices. Now she couldn't even compare to Yin Manglan, let alone Su Yuecheng, whom Lin Xuan had met later. While Su Yuecheng still had a chance to earn Lin Xuan's admiration, it seemed she herself had completely lost hers.
Chapter 75, The Way the Wealthy Travel Will Blow Your Mind, Part 1.
In the evening, back at Villa Number 6 in Cloudridge Residences, Yin Menglan once again gave Lin Xuan a wonderfully thorough scrub down. Today she gained a deeper understanding of Lin Xuan's status and standing, treasuring his protection all the more. Su Yuecheng and Lu Yenner throwing themselves into Lin Xuan's arms gave her a sense of crisis. She realized that even if she didn't intend to tie Lin Xuan down, she couldn't afford to be careless. Otherwise, with one misstep, she might not even receive a fraction of his countless affections. Lin Xuan finished his shower and checked his phone, finding a row of unread messages. His roommates were chatting enthusiastically in their group chat, curious about his overnight stay outside and joking whether he had met a girl. They also mentioned running into Yi Meisheng at the cafeteria today.
Su Yuecheng sent a link, "Young Master Lin, this is my livestream. Drop by when you have time, okay?
But remember, it's just among us friends, no need to send gifts.
Otherwise, the platform takes a cut.
Come to my livestream, and I'll sing and dance for you.
Of course, if you'd prefer a private show, that's fine too."
Lin Xuan replied, "Got it. I'll check it out when I have time."
"Keep it up. We're counting on you to make big money for the company." Lu Yenner, "Young Master Lin, do you dislike me now? Actually, I can be quite well behaved too."
Lin Xuan didn't finish reading and closed it directly. However, he didn't feel the same disgust towards Lu Yenner as he did towards Zhang Yan, so he didn't delete her.
The last message was from Yi Meisheng. "You weren't at school today, did you go out somewhere?"
Since that time we ran into Ling Wusa and Qin Bingqing in the cafeteria. This was the first time she had actively reached out.
Lin Xuan, how did you know? Yi Meisheng, guess. Lin Xuan, ran into my roommate at the cafeteria who noticed I wasn't with them, so they guessed I might be out playing? Yi Meisheng, no fun, you actually guessed it. Couldn't you just play along and pretend you couldn't figure it out? But I really envy you third years not having to search for jobs yet. I'd love to go out and play too.
If Lin Xuan couldn't even pick up on such obvious hints, he'd have wasted his 3 years as a lapdog for nothing. Though he was now firmly determined not to be one, some of the skills still came in handy. Lin Xuan thought to himself, perfect timing.
I've been wanting to go out and have some fun too. Didn't I pocket that lapdog fun precisely for enjoying life?
Even though Yi Meisheng is a bit of a green tea girl, as long as you don't fall for her, she's actually great fun to be around.
Traveling with her would be quite enjoyable. Plus, you could even boost her affection level along the way. Why not take the opportunity?
Lin Xuan replied, I'm planning a trip to Hainan tomorrow.
Would you be free to join me, senior sister?
As always, Lin Xuan did whatever he pleased without caring where Yi Meisheng wanted to go. If she couldn't make it, he'd just find someone else right away, no hard feelings.
Yi Meisheng, I'm free. Let's go together. Do you have any itinerary planned?
I have a friend who's been there. I could ask her for recommendations.
Lin Xuan, no need, I'll arrange it.
Then Lin Xuan browsed through his friend's feed and noticed Qin Bingqing had posted about wanting to visit scenic places and take stunning photos with a good camera. Ling Wusa posted on his feed, expressing a desire to go off-roading in the mountains with a 4x4. It seemed like subtle hints, but Lin Xuan couldn't be bothered to read into them. He might pay attention if they messaged him privately, but posts on the friend feed were another matter.
He absent-mindedly liked both posts and went back to his own business. Opening the Haoyun Car Club group chat, I asked, is anyone here in the tourism industry, or knows someone who is?
Peng Jia helped by tagging someone named Personal Concierge Old Ma, Young Master Lin. This gentleman specializes in private tourism services. The prices are steep, but the service is absolutely top-notch. Lu Tao also tagged Personal Concierge Old Ma. Where does Young Master Lin want to travel? How about we go together? Peng Jia replied, Lu Tao, why are you acting so familiar with Young Master Lin? He's definitely going with beautiful ladies. What would he want with you? Lu Tao, of course we're familiar. Young Master Lin is my business partner. He owns half of New Horizon Media now. Damn, you actually got Young Master Lin to invest? I knew it. You should be swamped with problems right now. How can you be so relaxed, even going on vacation? New Horizon Media is worth 200 million, half belongs to Young Master Lin.
So does that mean he invested 100 million?
Damn impressive, buying 2 luxury cars worth tens of millions, a watch worth over 10 million, and then outright purchasing Lao Peng's 50+ million mansion, all in such a short time, followed by another 100 million investment.
All I can say is, that's insanely wealthy. Master Lin, interested in investing in our family factory? Just 10 million, and you'll get half the equity. Master Lin, care to buy some apartments? I've got a few nice ones, all move-in ready.
Zhang Quanan and Lu Feng, who wanted Lin Xuan to invest in the stalled real estate project, grew impatient. No, we approached Mr. Lin first for investment. The membership criteria for this club is owning a 3 million yuan luxury car. Except for a very few car salespeople, most members qualify as wealthy individuals.
However, even among the wealthy, there are hierarchies.
Many join the club specifically to expand their social connections. Given that Lin Xuan frequently invests tens of millions or even billions, he's undoubtedly the most valuable connection in the entire group. At that moment, an electronic notification sounded in Lin Xuan's mind. Qin Bingqing, favorability +5. The Qin family had only barely managed to join this group because they sold cars and her father had pulled all sorts of strings. She usually lurked silently and only surfaced when someone wanted to buy a car. Right now, she had clearly seen the message in the group, and even through the screen, she must have been shocked. The thoughtful private butler, Old Ma, quickly chimed in, Young Master Lin, I've added you. Please accept the request. Lin Xuan accepted the friend request and got straight to the point. I'm planning a trip to Hainan. Can you arrange it? Old Ma, absolutely, anywhere in the country or even worldwide. What kind of activities are you interested in, Young Master Lin, and what's your budget? Lin Xuan, I'm going with a girl. Book us luxury hotels, scuba diving, yacht trips, the whole premium experience. As long as we thoroughly enjoy ourselves, there's no budget limit under tens of millions. Old Ma gasped in shock. He'd heard from the group chats that Lin Xuan was extravagant, but being told no budget under tens of millions still stunned him. After all, this was just a vacation. Old Ma knew this was absolutely a major client. He had to make perfect arrangements, ensuring he could make a hefty profit himself. Of course, he didn't dare to deceive Lin Xuan. He quoted the exact price without inflation. After all, Lin Xuan was likely a young master from a wealthy family who could effortlessly crush him with a snap of his fingers. The man wasn't short on money and was willing to spend, but intentional deception would be asking for death. Old Ma, alright, I'll take care of every detail for you. Where are you staying, Mr. Lin? I'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow. Lin Xuan, Cloud Mist Mountain Residence, number 6. The next morning, the driver arranged by Old Ma arrived. He sat patiently in the courtyard, waiting for Lin Xuan to finish his breakfast. This breakfast was personally prepared by Yin Menglan. Although there was a housekeeper, she still wanted to show off her cooking skills. It must be said, her culinary skills were quite impressive. After the meal, the driver took the wheel of Lin Xuan's Rolls-Royce Cullinan and set off with him. Yin Menglan was very aware of her role and didn't ask Lin Xuan where he was going. After he left, she didn't linger at the villa either. At the gate of Zhanghai University, Yi Meishing had just arrived when she saw a Rolls-Royce Cullinan approaching and stopping right in front of her. The window rolled down, revealing Lin Xuan's handsome face, as the driver stepped out to open the door. Miss Yi, please get in, he said. Chapter 76, The Extravagant Travel Methods of the Wealthy Beyond Your Imagination, Part 2. Yi Meishing stared at the Rolls-Royce Cullinan before her and the driver inviting her inside, momentarily stunned and slightly dazed. How should I put it? It felt like watching a wealthy family's grand outing scene from a TV drama. She blinked her charming eyes and said with a coy smile, so the Cullinan everyone was buzzing about on the forum recently turns out to be yours, Junior? And that Lamborghini, wouldn't happen to be yours too? Lin Xuan made no attempt to hide it, nodding casually as he replied, yeah, that one's mine too. Yi Meishing's eyes seemed to grow even more languid as she swayed her hips and gracefully settled into the back seat. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Lin Xuan's mind, Yi Meishing favorability +5. Naturally, the driver handled loading Yi Meishing's luggage into the trunk. Junior, who did your hair? Yi Meishing asked, looking at Lin Xuan's hair after they got in the car. Lin Xuan replied, it's from that time we went shopping together. Today I just tousled it a bit myself. You should hire a stylist. Let me fix it for you. As she spoke, Yi Meishing reached out to adjust his hair. Her movements were gentle, like an older sister next door. Her smooth, delicate fingers occasionally brushed against Lin Chuan's forehead and cheeks. Their bodies were close, yet not touching.
A faint fragrance drifted into Lin Chuan's nostrils.
In an instant, Lin Chuan felt enveloped in tenderness, almost unable to resist the urge to sink into her embrace. Even though he'd long discerned her true nature, knew she was a high-level green tea girl, he still nearly succumbed in that moment.
His heart sighed, this woman is simply too skilled.
After a short while, Yi Meisheng finished adjusting and held up a mirror for Lin Chuan to see.
Look, doesn't it look so much better? With such a handsome face like yours, it'd be a shame to ruin it with bad styling.
Lin Chuan examined his reflection and realized it indeed looked much improved. Though the haircut itself had been well done initially, poor styling could still diminish its effect. He thought to himself that he really ought to hire a stylist. Along the way, the two conversed happily. It wasn't that Lin Chuan had exceptionally high emotional intelligence or was particularly skilled at chatting, but rather, Yi Meisheng was masterful at it. Even if you weren't good at conversation, she could make you feel like a conversational genius. Occasionally, when he displayed a bit of humor, she would laugh so hard her delicate frame trembled. If he cracked a joke, she'd playfully give him a light punch.
The physical contact, smooth and delicate, left his heart itching with desire.
He couldn't resist the urge to pull her soft body into his arms, but she would swiftly move away, maintaining just the right distance.
Before long, they arrived at the airport.
Naturally, Lin Chuan didn't need to worry about the car,
the driver drove off directly.
No sooner had he stepped out of the car than two young men in suits and a tall, lean middle-aged man with an elongated face approached. Young Master Lin, I'm Old Ma.
Hello, why did you come yourself?
Lin Chuan nodded.
To receive young Master Lin, of course I had to come personally. Miss Yi, it's an honor.
Old Ma said respectfully.
Hello.
Yi Meisheng at this moment felt more like she was on a wealthy family's outing, but she maintained her elegance without showing undue surprise. Mr. Lin, Miss Yi, this way please. Old Ma led Lin Chuan and Yi Meisheng forward, while two young men pushed the luggage. They didn't even enter the main terminal, instead taking the exclusive FBO passage through a dedicated security checkpoint, which brought them directly to the tarmac and right up to the plane.
Yi Meisheng was completely bewildered.
In the past, flying always meant enduring long queues even with business class tickets. The most she'd gotten was access to a VIP lane alongside the regular line.
Junior, could this be the legendary Platinum Excellence card I've heard about?
Yi Meisheng whispered as she leaned close to Lin Chuan's ear. She didn't pretend to understand what she didn't. Instead, she asked questions humbly. This didn't diminish her worth but actually made her seem rather endearing. Moreover, as she leaned in close to whisper by his ear, her body naturally pressed lightly against Lin Chuan, her breath carrying a delicate fragrance that created an intimate ambience. Though she spoke very softly, Old Ma still heard her. With a faint smile, he explained, Miss Yi, this is a private Gulfstream G550 jet, not some platinum card perk.
Young Master Lin has chartered the entire plane. There are only 2 passengers on board, you and young Master Lin. Yi Meisheng's jaw dropped in astonishment.
A legendary private jet, something she'd only seen on television before. The cabin door had opened, and the flight attendant greeted them warmly at the entrance. After boarding, their luggage was promptly taken care of, and as they removed their coats, a flight attendant immediately stepped forward to collect and stow them away.
The interior of the aircraft instantly put Yi Meisheng at ease.
Unlike the cramped rows of seats on ordinary planes, this space resembled a lavishly decorated living room. Ample space, plush sofas, tables, coffee tables, televisions, and more. Everything was arranged with luxury in mind.
Mr. Lin, Miss Yi, what would you like to drink? The flight attendant approached and asked warmly. Orange juice.
Lin Chuan couldn't care less about high-end or low-end drinks right now, he just wanted orange juice. Of course, someone who chartered a private Gulfstream G550 could drink plain water, and no one would think it was cheap.
Then I'll have orange juice too.
Yi Meisheng didn't opt for red wine or anything fancy, simply going along with Lin Chuan. After sitting down and sipping orange juice, soaking in the overwhelming scent of money and comfort, Yi Meisheng felt a little intoxicated. The way she looked at Lin Chuan had already taken on a subtly flirtatious sway.
Yi Meisheng, favorability +5.
The plane took off, ascended, and flew, yet Yi Meisheng noticed she hardly felt anything. She had flown several times before, but this was the first time it felt as comfortable as being at home. The flight attendant's service was also impeccable. What it truly meant to feel at home away from home became vividly clear for the first time.
Yi Meisheng's goodwill was also visibly reflected in her body language.
While chatting, she noticeably leaned towards Lin Chuan.
Her waist was supple, sinuous like a snake's.
Whether walking, sitting, or lying down, she exuded an air of graceful charm. While waiting to use the restroom, Yi Meisheng couldn't resist her curiosity and looked up the charter price of the Gulfstream G550, discovering it was calculated by the hour, approximately 400,000 yuan per hour. When she came out of the restroom, she simply sat down beside Lin Chuan. Yet, it felt like they had barely chatted any further before they arrived in Sanya. She felt somewhat reluctant to leave. For the first time, she actually wished the flight could have lasted longer. After disembarking, someone helped with the luggage, and Old Ma led them smoothly through the VIP channel without any delays. They exited the airport quickly, where a luxury car was already waiting at the entrance. They got in immediately, and the driver set off without delay. Before long, we arrived at Atlantis Hotel and checked into the legendary most expensive underwater suite, priced at 100,000 yuan per night. The suite was a duplex, with the lower floor directly connected to the aquarium, as if the entire residence had been relocated to the ocean floor.
Over 280 marine species surrounded you.
From departure to arrival, Yi Meisheng didn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue. Every moment felt like pure relaxation and enjoyment.
Finally, it made sense why Lin Chuan never needed any travel guides.
Some say traveling is exhausting, but actually it's not the travel that tires you, it's being poor.
For the truly wealthy, travel isn't taxing at all. Yi Meisheng, favorability +5. Chapter 77, Yi Meisheng gradually succumbs. Far from being fatigued, Yi Meisheng was extraordinarily excited.
Once inside the suite, she eagerly pulled Lin Chuan downstairs to the window, where the breathtaking vista before her left her utterly astonished. The scenery outside an ordinary room's window is usually best when it features mountains or the sea. Yet outside this room's window lay an underwater world. Beyond the enormous glass pane was crystal-clear seawater, where diverse marine life swam within arm's reach. Whether sitting on the balcony sofa by the window or lying in bed, one could admire this oceanic spectacle through the massive pane. Gazing at this mesmerizing scene, Yi Meisheng felt utterly enchanted. Even Lin Chuan himself seemed momentarily transfixed. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's true what they say, the wealthy get to experience the world first. In the past, I could never have imagined such luxury in my lifetime.
After all, 108,888, you'd have to scrimp and save for a year or two just to stay one night?
The two of them lingered in the room for quite some time before finally heading out to the lobby to explore and admire the world's largest aquarium.
Guests staying at this hotel enjoyed unlimited access to the aquarium.
Next, they made their way to the hotel's water park, trying out various aquatic attractions, another perk that hotel guests could enjoy without limit.
Now dressed in her swimsuit, Yi Meisheng appeared even more alluringly beautiful.
If Ling Wusa was the athletic beauty, and Yin Menglan the voluptuous one, then Yi Meisheng embodied a delicate, boneless grace. Especially the entire back, with its perfect curves, makes one can't help but sigh at first glance. Such a shame not to try cupping therapy. The waist even has dimples, making the entire silhouette even more alluring. Yi Meisheng was also seeing Lin Chuan's physique for the first time. Though she valued capability over appearance, she couldn't help but be impressed. Yi Meisheng, favorability +2. In the evening, they went to the beach and saw seawater bluer than most shores in Jianghai City, lying on the sand to watch the sunset. The next day, they set out on a yacht worth over 100 million. The yacht came with a DJ, violinist, chef, and naturally, diving instructors for them to experience scuba diving with tropical fish firsthand. It was a completely different experience from watching them in an aquarium. On the third day, they indulged in nearly all available land, sea, and air activities: wakeboarding, parasailing, helicopter rides, beachside horseback riding, self-driven speedboats, and so on.
Anyone who's been to Sanya knows it's breathtakingly beautiful and endlessly fun.
The only catch is everything's expensive and full of tourist traps. Price being no object, the experience became nearly flawless. Yi Meisheng was utterly enchanted, feeling as if she'd wasted her previous years of existence. Her favorability points weren't climbing as rapidly as initially, but they kept steadily increasing. Frequent notifications of +1 favorability, +1 favorability, +1 favorability
popped up. Just 7 more points remained until reaching 80.
That day, exhausted from playing, they returned to the Park Hyatt's Supreme Ocean View room at Sun Bay. Indeed, they had switched to another hotel. After all, different hotels offer distinct features and varying beachside ocean views. After finishing dinner, as they sat by the seaside chatting while enjoying the ocean breeze, Old Ma approached them with a middle-aged man and introduced, "Young Master Lin, this is Xiao Han, the highest-ranking director of our Manhwa club." "Young Master Lin, it's a pleasure," Xiao Han said courteously. "I hope Old Ma has arranged a satisfactory trip for you.
If there's anything unsatisfactory, please don't hesitate to let me know." Lin Chuan nodded. "Not bad, quite satisfactory." "Xiao Han, then, would young Master Lin be interested in joining our Manhwa club?
Given your status and this consumption, you can become a member directly without any conditions.
Does your club specialize in entertainment?"
Lin Chuan felt the club's name sounded somewhat familiar but couldn't recall. However, since Old Ma was in the club, he instinctively assumed it focused on leisure. Xiao Han smiled. "Entertainment is just a small part, mainly handled by Old Ma. Our Manhwa club is an exclusive, high-end club where every member is a successful individual. Inside the club, we exchange ideas and expand our networks and resources." The old horse explained, "The Haoyun Car Club is just a small club, nothing to write home about. I'm already among the upper middle ranks within the Haoyun Car Club. To be in the same club as you, to be honest, I feel a bit embarrassed. At the Manhwa Club, I'm not a member but a server. This club is truly the upper-class establishment suited for someone like you, where the patrons are of your own social standing.
Since there are no conditions, then I'll join.
Lin Xuan had plenty of money, what he lacked was resources and connections. Judging from his experience at Haoyun Racing Alliance, joining a club seemed quite beneficial. Xiaohan said while registering, "Alright, I'll help you register right away and add you to the group."
What a coincidence, there's a club gathering for the Sanya district tonight. If you're free, Mr. Lin, why not join us for some fun?
Once Lin Xuan was added to the group, he noticed the members were ranked, clearly displayed as Supreme VIP, V3, V2, V1.
Lin Xuan had just joined the group and was a V1. Lin Xuan asked, "How do I move up the membership ranks?" Xiaohan said, "There are two methods, one is spending and the other is asset verification. I originally wanted to ask if you'd like to upgrade, but I was afraid you might find it offensive. Anyway, with your capabilities, leveling up will just be a matter of course as you enjoy the process." Lin Xuan knew that the world was still divided into hierarchies, and even within the same club, hierarchies existed. For example, in the Haoyun Car Club where he was a member, though there were no official tiers, hierarchies were already implied. Every word he spoke was taken seriously by everyone present. To have the right to speak, one had to stand at the top of the hierarchy. After a moment of thought, Lin Xuan said, "Let's verify the assets." Alright, the capital verification process goes like this: pure deposits of 50 million can upgrade you to V2. While pure deposits of 100 million will get you V3. Before Xiaohan could finish, Lin Chen directly pulled out his phone and showed him the balance on his bank card. Xiaohan and Lao Ma glanced at it and immediately gasped in shock. Over 800 million pure deposits. Don't think that verifying 50 million in pure deposits for a V2 upgrade isn't that much. But you have to understand, assets and liquid funds are two entirely different things. Someone with $1 billion in assets might not necessarily have 50 million in cash on hand. 50 million in liquid assets is actually pretty impressive. 800 million in deposits, can you even fathom that?
Xiaohan's lips were trembling slightly. "Mr. Lin, we'll upgrade you to our highest tier Supreme VIP immediately."
Yi Meisheng sat across from Lin Xuan.
While she couldn't see his account balance, she clearly heard 50 million and 1 billion being mentioned, numbers that Xiaohan cited with remarkable composure. However, upon seeing Lin Xuan's bank balance, she was immediately shocked.
It wasn't hard to guess that Lin Xuan's savings far exceeded that amount. Yi Meisheng's gaze towards Lin Xuan grew even more tender and alluring.
Moreover, she thoroughly enjoyed this sense of superiority that came with joining an elite club.
Yi Meisheng, favorability +5.
She took out her phone and opened her private fish pond rankings, visible only to herself, placing Lin Xuan's name at the very top. In fact, ever since Lin Xuan had casually spent tens of millions purchasing a restaurant just to stand up for her last time, she had already considered moving his name to first place. But she vaguely sensed that Lin Xuan wouldn't be easy to manipulate, while the other one was both wealthy and more infatuated with her. Yet now, even though Lin Xuan still didn't seem obsessed with her, the sheer gap in their status and power was enough to outweigh everything else.
Chapter 78, Yi Meisheng's Dream of Marrying Rich.
That evening, Old Ma drove Lin Xuan and Yi Meisheng in his luxury car to the Manhwa Club's Sanya district gathering.
The destination is a seaside villa with a picturesque environment.
Inside, it was clear that everyone was of the upper echelon, each dressed in top-tier designer labels, wrists adorned with watches worth millions. The caliber was truly incomparable to the likes of Haoyun Car Alliance. As each person entered, they were given a badge that clearly displayed their membership level at a glance. Even though these individuals were all successful figures, the sight of the badge on Lin Xuan's chest instantly commanded their reverence. Yi Meisheng wore a black dress, looking charming and alluring as she held Lin Xuan's arm, basking in the feeling of superiority. Not far away, a young man with a V1 badge caught sight of Yi Meisheng's beauty and immediately brightened up, walking towards them. He noticed Lin Xuan as well, not that he looked down on him.
He simply thought perhaps they could swap women.
After all, being from the same club, things could be easily negotiated.
"Friend,"
the young man began to speak, but as he got closer, he clearly saw the badge on Lin Xuan's chest.
His expression immediately changed. How could he dare strike up a conversation now? Someone like him wasn't even worthy to exchange women with a Supreme VIP. A Supreme VIP was in existence as rare as a phoenix feather in the entire club. Who would have thought one would appear at such a small gathering? Luckily, he reacted quickly. Without hesitation, he bypassed Lin Xuan and Yi Meisheng, walking straight to a young man behind them and saying, "Hey, long time no see, buddy." The young man looked him up and down in bewilderment. "Wait, do I know you?"
Lin Xuan naturally became the center of attention at the gathering, with people continuously approaching him one after another to strike up conversations and get acquainted.
Many joined the club solely for networking, and the Supreme VIP is undoubtedly the most elite connection of all. Sadly, Lin Xuan merely responded with polite courtesy. Getting closer to forging a relationship clearly wouldn't be that simple.
A stylishly dressed middle-aged woman tugged at Xiaohan and asked, "Old Xiao, who exactly is this young Master Lin?" Xiaohan slightly frowned and said, You know the club's rules, lower tier members inquiring about higher tier members is taboo. If you want to learn more, you can approach them openly. The stylish middle-aged woman had no choice but to drop the subject, while the balding middle-aged man beside her sighed. This trip was absolutely worth it. Running into one of the rare VIP elites is quite the stroke of luck.
And to think he's so young must be the scion of some wealthy family.
Pity he only responded politely, makes it impossible to get closer. The fashionable woman glanced at Lin Xuan and Yi Meisheng nearby, and her eyes suddenly lit up. At first glance, that woman looks naturally charming, but without a hint of vulgarity. She's probably not a nightlife type, could be someone he's seriously dating. At the same time, there was no aristocratic aura about her, unlikely to be a well-matched young lady from an influential family. Then focusing on her might be simpler.
If we can't investigate the supreme VIP, checking into a woman shouldn't be a problem, right?
The balding middle-aged man hesitated, sensing some risk in investigating the woman around a supreme VIP. But ultimately unable to resist the temptation, he secretly took a photo of Yi Meisheng from a distance and had someone investigate her.
Many people think it's difficult to look up someone's information, but in fact, basic details about ordinary citizens are quite easy to find.
In this day and age, information is actually far from confidential. If your bank deposit exceeds a certain amount, you'll mysteriously receive countless calls about property investments and similar offers. Buy a house one day, and by the next morning, every home renovation company in the city will know your name and phone number. Just log into any website to verify your information, and all your details will be instantly uploaded. To put it bluntly, your basic information might be worth just $10. Someone could sell your data for as little as 10 yuan.
For the wealthy, digging deeper is all too easy.
Soon enough, Yi Meisheng's records landed right in their hands. Staring at the file, both of them froze. The stylish middle-aged woman gasped, "I figured she wasn't born into wealth, but I never imagined her family was so ordinary, almost impoverished these past 2 years.
How on earth did she cultivate such refined elegance?"
The bald middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Then getting closer to this girl should be much easier.
"We can easily resolve her father's little troubles,"
the stylish middle-aged woman said. "Stay put here later.
Women approaching her will raise less suspicion."
The bald middle-aged man nodded. "You must be extra polite, after all, she's a woman by the supreme VIP side." After a while, seizing the moment when Lin Xuan went to the restroom, the stylish middle-aged woman approached theatrically.
"Excuse me, little sister, but may I ask how you take care of your skin? It's simply flawless, so smooth and delicate."
"I've spent millions on skincare products, yet yours puts them all to shame." But the stylish middle-aged woman wasn't the only one who approached her. Several other women quickly gathered around.
"It's true, your skin is just like a baby's."
"I'd also love to know what skincare products you use." It's clearly not the skincare products doing, but rather this young lady's naturally beautiful complexion deserves the credit.
The fashionable middle-aged woman slightly frowned. Had these people had the same thought as her?
Yi Meisheng felt somewhat dazed watching these elegant, dignified women lavish her with such flattery. Judging by these women's attire and accessories, it wasn't hard to tell they were immensely wealthy. Some even sported V2 badges on their chests, indicating they likely had deposits exceeding 50 million at minimum. A group of women like this, before, they might not have even given her the time of day, yet now, their attitude was unexpectedly humble. This sensation completely intoxicated her. Wasn't this exactly the feeling she had dreamed of, rising from obscurity to nobility? Yi Meisheng's family background was truly nothing special. Her mother worked as a nurse, earning a modest salary. My father was a programmer, quite capable at his job, but too honest and socially inept. He kept hitting walls and getting bullied everywhere he went. Growing up watching my father being pushed around felt pathetic. Seeing how comfortably others lived filled me with envy. So from middle school onward, she developed a single-minded ambition. She must climb the social ladder by any means. Later, she gradually realized self-reliance wasn't enough. That's when another possibility took root in her mind: marrying into wealth. So after entering university, she began improving herself, learning etiquette, mastering conversation skills, adjusting her posture. Meanwhile, she started scouting prospects. Understanding that women who accept gifts from everyone appear cheap, she firmly declined any presents that might cause misunderstandings. She knew beautiful women were a dime a dozen, easily found in nightlife venues by the handful. To truly captivate a rich heir required personal virtue, so she maintained her purity. 3 or 4 years flashed by. Though many decent men appeared around her, none fully met her criteria until now. This junior Lin Xuan fulfills all her fantasies about wealthy families. The only thing missing now is his obsession with her. This guy still seems way too composed.
Yi Meisheng, favorability +1. Chapter 79, Yi Meisheng's favorability explodes.
Yi Meisheng found herself surrounded by people fawning over her for quite some time. Seeing Lin Xuan emerge from the restroom, she was about to approach him when the stylish middle-aged woman stopped her.
"Miss Yi, did you just say your name is Yi Meisheng?"
the trendy middle-aged woman asked with a smile. Yi Meisheng looked puzzled.
Yes, what about it?
The fashionable middle-aged woman continued. I thought you looked familiar.
Your father is Ji Hong, isn't he?
Hearing these words, Yi Meishing didn't feel the joy of meeting someone familiar in a foreign land. Instead, she instantly became extremely vigilant.
Her father was just a moderately capable programmer under normal circumstances. A boss wouldn't even remember him. What were the odds of running into someone who knew him all the way here in Hainan?
Bright as she was, she naturally understood that these women approaching her were all because of Lin Xuan. She was merely benefiting from his influence. So if this person brought up her father, there might be ulterior motives. She couldn't let herself become someone else's tool to manipulate Lin Xuan. That would just make her a burden to him.
Yi Meishing asked calmly, yes, that's right. How do you know my father?
The stylish middle-aged woman was clearly sharp-eyed and could instantly tell she had aroused Yi Meishing's suspicion. Quickly, she added, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Jiang Qi, the wife of the CEO of Zhichuan Technology. I met your father at a tech conference a few years ago and greatly admired his talent. When we talked about our children, he couldn't stop praising you. Jiang Qi's words were craftily delivered. She established her identity and possible professional connections with programmers while keeping it vague enough to be unverifiable. Jiang Qi continued, I actually invited him to join our company before, but he turned me down.
Is he still with his former employer?
Yi Meishing remained skeptical, but maintaining courtesy responded, no, he had a falling out with that company.
Jiang Qi was taken aback. What kind of falling out? Wait, didn't I hear something about Fuwei Tech suing an employee for stealing company secrets? That wouldn't be your father, would it? Yi Meishing couldn't help but frown. How did this person know so much? Yes, it's true. Her father did encounter a problem, one that has remained unresolved for 2 years. The trouble began when her father clashed with his supervisor at work and faced mistreatment. In a fit of anger, he resigned and joined another company. Not having signed a non-compete agreement, he assumed everything was fine. Soon after, however, his former employer sued him for leaking company secrets. Her father naturally denied the accusations. The dispute dragged on, ending up in court, yet neither side could produce substantial evidence. Thus, this case dragged on, with the opposing party occasionally producing new evidence, making it impossible to close. While the company could afford to prolong things, her father's situation worsened. With suspicions of leaking company secrets looming over him, who would dare hire him? Proud and stubborn to a fault, he refused to take up any other work. Unyielding as an ox, he wouldn't compromise either. Consequently, the family's circumstances steadily deteriorated. Had it not been for their previous savings, surviving would have been impossible. Seeing that he'd laid enough groundwork and fearing that beating around the bush might backfire, Jiang Qi quickly said, judging from your expression, it really is your father? Well, don't worry, this matter is actually quite simple to resolve. That company is still one of our contractors, just a phone call away. With that, Jiang Qi made the call. Truly just a single call, including the pleasantries. The whole thing took less than 5 minutes. Jiang Qi said, it's settled. The problem's resolved, they won't be pressing charges and will help clear your father's name. If your father's willing, he can come work at our company. Yi Meishing could hardly believe it. The thorny problem that had plagued her family for 2 whole years, resolved just like that? She didn't tell the fish in the pond about this matter, because in her eyes, complaining too much would only make others annoyed. Besides, most fish didn't have the ability to solve such problems. The one who had been ranked first before actually noticed it on his own and stepped in, but failed to resolve it. After all, Fuwei Tech was a major corporation, and he couldn't control it. As for lawsuits, well, that was up to the law. So now, when Jiang Qi called saying it was resolved, she couldn't believe it. Hastily, she took out her phone and called her father. Dad, quick, check if that lawsuit has been withdrawn. Yi Hong's voice on the other end sounded confused. It's late at night, they're not working yet, and the lawsuit hasn't been withdrawn. But just now, my former company's boss called me, and his tone was surprisingly nice. He said the lawsuit will be withdrawn tomorrow, and a statement clearing my name has already been posted. Meisheng, what's going on? Please, don't get involved with some older man just because of your dad. I just couldn't swallow this injustice. Even if I had to bear the charge of leaking secrets, at worst I'd quit this line of work. I could deliver takeout to support our family. No, I'll go deliver takeout starting tomorrow. Yi Hong's tone grew urgent as he evidently imagined something unpleasant. It's no wonder he'd think that way. After all, only someone truly important could make a big company back down like this. But as for Yi Meisheng being a woman, what right did she have to get such influential help? Listening to the sincerity in her father's words, Yi Meisheng felt her eyes grow slightly moist. Though her father was a simple, somewhat timid man, he had never let his daughter down in any way. Yi Meisheng replied, Dad, what nonsense are you saying? The one who helped us solve the problem was actually a classmate of mine. He just happened to find out about this and stepped in. Yi Meisheng attributed the whole thing to Lin Xuan. She wasn't naive enough to assume Jiang Qi had acted out of kindness. With that, she sent over a group photo with Lin Xuan. Seeing the photo, Yi Hong finally breathed a slight sigh of relief.
After all, even if it was dating, such a young and handsome guy wasn't unacceptable.
After Yi Meisheng hung up the phone, Jiang Qi smiled and said, "Well, wasn't I telling the truth?"
"Thank you," Yi Meisheng said sincerely, even if the other party's intention was to curry favor with Lin Xuan. Then her gaze turned to Lin Xuan, who was surrounded by other men not far away. She understood perfectly well that all of this was because of him. The previous top donor of the fish pond ranking couldn't resolve their issue despite endless effort and time spent, yet Lin Xuan didn't even need to show up in person. Just by virtue of his status and position, those eager to curry his favor solved it with a single phone call. The gap between them was as vast as an uncrossable chasm. This man was truly the perfect ideal she had envisioned. Gratitude, admiration, and infatuation surged in her heart all at once, and the way she looked at Lin Xuan was practically devouring him with her gaze.
At that moment, an electronic prompt sounded in Lin Xuan's mind, Yi Meisheng, favorability +5. Yi Meisheng's favorability has surpassed 80. Status bar updated.
Please check promptly.
Name, Yi Meisheng. Age, 22. Appearance rating, 8.3. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Favorability, 5384. Ex-boyfriend, none. STDs, none.
Lin Xuan was stunned. Judging from Yin Menglan's situation, the favorability rating would increase more slowly after exceeding 80. Yet, under the premise of having already surpassed 80, it had suddenly jumped to 84. Wait, what exactly did you two talk about over there? What astonished Lin Xuan even more was that Ji Meisheng actually had no ex-boyfriend.
Judging from Yin Menglan's situation, ex-boyfriend here carried that specific implication.
How could a green tea girl like her still be a virgin?
Lin Xuan was shocked, utterly shocked.
Chapter 80. Who was whose catch? After adding Jiang Qi on WeChat, Yi Meisheng came to stand beside Lin Xuan. Without a word, she gently slipped her arm through his. Unlike before when she kept a certain distance, this time she nestled her entire body against Lin Xuan. Feeling the softness against his arm, Lin Xuan glanced at Ji Meisheng with a smile. Truth be told, knowing she was still a virgin had instantly raised his affection for her by quite a bit. Even if she's a green tea bitch, at least she's one who preserves her purity. But a green tea bitch is still a green tea bitch. Lin Xuan remained clear-headed. As the saying goes, as long as he doesn't get carried away, she's still a good girl. After sitting down, Jiang Qi walked over with her husband, and Yi Meisheng naturally introduced Jiang Qi to Lin Xuan. Then she didn't say much more about it. Just because Jiang Qi had helped her didn't mean she could morally pressure Lin Xuan with it.
That would definitely cause resentment.
Besides, what Jiang Qi did was just a small favor, and the introduction could be considered returning the kindness.
Considering Yi Meisheng's face, Lin Xuan was much more polite to Jiang Qi when she made the introduction and even proactively added Jiang Qi on WeChat.
Just this little gesture made Jiang Qi and her husband beam with delight, and they even became more courteous towards Yi Meisheng. Sharp as she was, Yi Meisheng naturally recognized Lin Xuan was saving face for her. Like a delicate bird resting by its mate, she stayed quietly by Lin Xuan's side without interrupting his conversations, simply peeling shrimp shells in silence for him. Her slender, jade-like fingers moved deftly as she peeled the shrimp, arranging the shelled pieces neatly on Lin Xuan's plate. After Lin Xuan finished eating, she even took out a wet wipe and meticulously cleaned his fingers for him. Before tonight, she had already been providing high emotional value to others, and tonight was no exception. It was simply off the charts. After a while, dance music began to play, and the accomplished individuals present led their partners onto the dance floor. A tall and handsome mixed-race young man walked over and politely asked Yi Meisheng, "Beautiful lady, may I have this dance with you?" He was over 6 feet tall, with a well-proportioned figure, dressed in an expensive and perfectly tailored suit, wearing a V3 badge on his chest. To be honest, such a mixed-race man held considerable appeal for women. He wasn't here to pick a fight either, nodding politely and smiling courteously at Lin Xuan. Perhaps due to his Western upbringing, he considered it perfectly normal to invite another man's companion for a dance. Yet Yi Meisheng merely glanced calmly at the mixed-race young man and replied with a smile, "Sorry, I only dance with my man." The mixed-race youth showed slight disappointment but maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. "Very well, my apologies for disturbing you." As the young man walked away, Yi Meisheng didn't even spare him another glance. As if completely unfazed, she leaned quietly against Lin Xuan, listening to his conversation with others. To an outsider, she might very well be mistaken for Lin Xuan's mistress. If Zhang Yin saw this scene, she probably wouldn't understand. As an avid fish enthusiast, how could one not be tempted to keep such a high-grade hybrid? How could someone manage not to even spare it a second glance? After a while, when Lin Xuan finished talking, Yi Meisheng finally tugged at his sleeve and said, "Little Junior, how about dancing with me?" Lin Xuan chuckled. "I could, but I'm not much of a dancer. I'd be worried about stepping on your feet." "It's alright, I'll teach you." Yi Meisheng chuckled softly, taking Lin Xuan by the hand and leading him onto the dance floor. She placed his right hand on her waist. Though the standard position was below the shoulder blades, she guided it to rest at her hip instead. Then she took his left hand in her right, while her left hand came to rest lightly upon his shoulder. The next moment, she melted into his embrace, her body nestled perfectly against his. Yi Meisheng guided him through a few basic steps, and Lin Chuan quickly picked up the fundamentals. He was jumping around casually, not worrying about being too precise.
You're learning so fast. Has someone taught you before?
Yi Meisheng asked while still leading him. Nope, this is my first time, Lin Chuan replied. Yi Meisheng chuckled and asked, Qin Bingqing and Ling Wusa are so close to you, didn't they teach you?
Especially Ling Wusa, she's even from the dance department.
Undoubtedly, this was a lethal question, yet Lin Chuan merely replied casually, do I look like someone who's learned this before?
Seems I'm quite talented, huh? Yi Meisheng blinked and stared intently at Lin Chuan for several seconds.
However, Lin Chuan's expression remained calm, showing no intention of explaining his relationships with Qin Bingqing and Ling Wusa.
Yet Yi Meisheng didn't press for details.
Instead, she leaned close to Lin Chuan's ear, her breath sweet as orchids. Junior, you might just be the prince in my life. That day at Kingxiang restaurant, it was you who saved me from that awkward situation. And today, without even trying, you solved a problem that had troubled my father for 2 years.
Tell me, how should I thank you?
Lin Chuan smiled and said, no need to be so formal, just offering yourself would suffice. Yi Meisheng burst into laughter and leaned in so close their lips nearly touched. Oh, Junior. So you've been eyeing your senior this whole time.
You didn't invite me out on this trip alone with ulterior motives, did you? They say when a man and woman travel alone together, it's an unspoken agreement that something will happen. Is that what you're thinking too, Junior?
Lin Chuan chuckled, Senior, I was just joking.
Why are you overthinking it? Unless, that's what you're hoping for? If you'd like, I'd be happy to oblige.
I may not boast about much, but my stamina is top-notch. Yi Meisheng shot him a flirtatious glare. I wouldn't dare, I'd hate to incur the envy of all the other girls around you.
Lin Chuan said, what other girl around me? There's only you, Senior. Then, shall I offer myself to you? Yi Meisheng's lips drew closer, her breath brushing against Lin Chuan's lips.
Paired with those enchanting, gaze-deep as the ocean eyes that could make even a dog feel loved, she was like a bewitching fairy, utterly irresistible. Subconsciously, Lin Chuan leaned in, but just then, Yi Meisheng pressed a finger to his lips. Junior, this would be my first kiss. If you take it, you'd better be loyal.
Lin Chuan said, devotion is a must. Yi Meisheng's eyes lit up. Really?
Lin Chuan replied with utmost seriousness, I swear to heaven, absolute devotion. I'll only ever like girls.
Yi Meisheng froze momentarily, swiftly dodging Lin Chuan's approaching lips.
She burrowed into his embrace, pinching the soft flesh at his waist.
Little Junior, I didn't realize you could be so naughty, she teased. I gritted my teeth in frustration. Since when did exclusively liking girls count as loyalty? This Junior really seems hard to pin down. Despite how forward I've been, he still remains completely unflappable. Wait, she was already taking the initiative herself, yet Qin Bingqing and Ling Wusa were still by his side. Did that mean she had become just another fish in his pond? No, wait, who exactly was fishing for whom here? The next day, Yi Meisheng remained as gentle as ever. To be honest, it was the first time in Lin Chuan's life that he had experienced such tenderness from a young woman, so much so that it practically melted his bones. Yi Meisheng's behavior toward Lin Chuan grew increasingly intimate and ambiguous, yet whenever he tried to take things further, she would laugh and evade him. The message was clear, she wanted a commitment of his exclusivity. Lin Chuan could understand clearly, but he pretended not to. In truth, making promises to deceive Yi Meisheng into bed would have been an easy task for him. Yet, he didn't want to do that. Ever since obtaining the system, maintaining absolute loyalty had become impossible for him. From now on, his goal was to accumulate favorability points and pocket the simp money. He wouldn't halt his progress for any single woman. But even as a scoundrel, he refused to be one without principles. Using deceitful methods was beneath him. Either Yi Meisheng accepted his promiscuity, or they went their separate ways. He was truly struggling to resist Yi Meisheng's allure, and her favorability toward him had stopped increasing. This journey had pretty much run its course of entertainment. Lin Chuan decided to end the trip and had Old Ma arrange for the private jet to take them back. Chapter 81, Who the hell dares to bully a Supreme VIP's woman? After getting off the plane, the driver took Lin Chuan and Yi Meisheng back to the campus first. Upon arriving at the school gate, Yi Meisheng looked at Lin Chuan with a seductive gaze and said, Junior, how about a kiss after all? Lin Chuan was somewhat surprised. Had his senior finally lost her composure? Naturally delighted, he replied. Well, since senior insists, I'll reluctantly agree to a kiss. As he spoke, Lin Chuan leaned in close. But Yi Meisheng dodged slightly, her eyes brimming with amusement. Junior, what are you doing? I was talking about how messy our snack wrappers are. Let's clean those up. How is Qin? Kiss, the same as Qing, clean. What exactly is going through your mind? After speaking, seeing Lin Chuan's stunned expression, she burst into laughter again and gave him a fleeting peck on the cheek. Before Lin Chuan could react, she had already opened the car door and stepped out, waving at him with a carefree gesture before walking briskly into the school gate, leaving only her swaying silhouette behind. Alright, Alright, if this is how you want to play, senior? Lin Chuan had to admit he was somewhat charmed.
He briefly entertained the thought of abandoning all moral restraint and pinning her down right then. However, morality and reason ultimately prevailed, and he instructed the driver to start the car and head back to the villa. The frustration he'd built up needed an outlet, and he decided Manglan ought to help him let off some steam. But at that moment, his phone rang. Seeing it was Lu Junhui calling, he answered.
As soon as the call connected, Lu Junhui's anxious voice came through. Lin Chuan, Ling Wusa is being bullied.
Lu Junhui seemed to be speaking too urgently with too much force, as if he'd accidentally bitten his own tongue. Lin Chuan replied, "Don't panic.
What exactly happened? Lu Junhui, we had invited you to go off-roading in the mountains, but when you said you weren't at school, we went by ourselves.
Then on the mountain road, another off-road vehicle aggressively cut us off and scraped Ling Wusa's car. A minor scrape would have been fine, but the other driver was downright arrogant.
A woman from their group threw the first punch, and obviously Ling Wusa fought back.
Then several burly men from their side looked ready to jump in.
There was no way I could take those guys. I doubt I could even protect Ling Wusa."
Lu Junhui laid it out plainly. What started as a minor clash had escalated into something more serious. Earlier, Ling Wusa had indeed posted on her moments saying she was going off-roading. However, perhaps her encounter with Qin Bingqing and Yi Meisheng that day made her hesitant this time. She didn't send him a private message. Instead, Lu Junhui had privately messaged to invite him. But unfortunately, Lin Chuan was still in Hainan at the time, with no fixed return date, so he politely declined.
"Lin Chuan, how many are there on their side?"
Lu Junhui, 7 or 8 of them, in 4 off-road vehicles.
"Lin Chuan, send me your location, then try to stall for a while. I'll be right there."
After hanging up, Lin Chuan instructed the driver to park the Cullinan and switch to the Mercedes G63 that had been parked in the campus parking lot. At the same time, he opened the Haoyun Car Club group chat, sent the location, and asked, "Who's nearby with an off-road vehicle?
Need to borrow a few. A female classmate got bullied during an off-road trip, and we need to make a show of force."
If it were an ordinary group member asking to borrow a car, people might not respond. But when Lin Chuan made the request, the group instantly exploded with replies.
"Holy crap, who dares to bully the young Master Lin's female classmate?
Then we've got to back him up on this.
I'm nearby, got a tank 300 ready.
I'm not far either, got a Land Rover Defender.
Peng Jia, Mr. Lin, did you forget I'm nearby? I have a Jeep Wrangler. Lu Tao, how could this be complete without your partner? I have a Land Cruiser. Lu Wenhan, I've got a Lexus."
The reason Lin Chuan posted this in the Haoyun Car Club group rather than the newly joined Yonghua Club was, first, this club was originally about car enthusiasts. Second, most members of this club are based in Jianghai City, making them readily available to help in emergencies. Of course, Lin Chuan called them partly to strengthen connections, as previously mentioned. Asking for favors can foster relationships, provided the requests are small and effortless. After all, he had plenty of money but lacked networks.
He couldn't just chat online all the time, occasional face-to-face meetings were necessary.
This was simply an opportunity for a unique club gathering.
Old Ma sent a private message, "Young Master Lin, should we ask around at the Yonghua Club? Some of its members are also nearby."
Lin Chuan thought for a moment and then posted in the Yonghua Club group as well. Though he had just joined this club, holding the title of Supreme VIP ensured he'd be taken seriously. The previously quiet group instantly buzzed to life.
"Holy shit, a new Supreme VIP? Just joined and already a top-tier VIP. Who is this mysterious figure? It's Mr. Lin, we just met in Sanya. Female classmate? She must be Master Lin's woman, huh? Damn, who dares to bully the woman of the Supreme VIP? Too bad I'm too far away to be of any help. Jiang Qi, what a pity I'm in Hainan, otherwise I could contribute 2 off-road vehicles for you, young Master Lin. I happen to be nearby, and I've got a Hummer H1. I'm also nearby with a Mercedes Unimog." After all, the members of Yonghua Club are scattered across the country. Though many are quite powerful, they're truly too far away to help in an emergency. Only 2 members happened to be nearby at the time. The reason members of both clubs were so eager to help was simple. This was a perfect opportunity to get closer to Lin Chuan. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have gotten this chance to build connections. Now that it had appeared, how could they let it slip away? Take Peng Zhou as an example. By improving his relationship with Lin Chuan, he instantly sold a luxury mansion worth over 50 million yuan. Financial troubles that had plagued him were swiftly resolved. Lu Tao's New Horizon Media had bigger issues, but Lin Chuan's investment of over 100 million resolved everything instantly. Although they were considered wealthy compared to ordinary people, they were practically poor compared to Lin Chuan. Just a little surplus from Lin Chuan's resources could instantly solve their financial problems. Lin Chuan then made another call to Old Ma. "Old Ma, can you arrange a helicopter immediately?" Old Ma responded swiftly, "Absolutely. I'm still at the airport handling the return procedures for the Gulfstream G550. The aviation consultant is right here, we can arrange it right away."
Lin Chuan said, then prepare something more domineering. If the experience is good, I'll buy one later. A female aircraft consultant nearby seemed to have overheard and excitedly replied, don't worry, young Master Lin.
The Augusta AW-139 helicopter is ready and will fetch you immediately.
Old Ma said, I've contacted the driver and instructed him to drive to the nearest helipad to you. The helicopter should arrive at the helipad around the same time as you. Old Ma and the aircraft consultant worked with remarkable efficiency, swiftly reaching the helipad to pick up Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan took the helicopter, which was naturally the fastest option. The other off-road vehicles quickly assembled, with the drivers forming a convoy led by Lin Chuan's Mercedes-Benz G63, moving forward in an imposing procession. Chapter 82, Arriving on 7 Colored Clouds.
Mount Yunlu, the highest peak in Jianhai City.
The mountainside facing the sea has been well developed, with schools, parks, commercial districts, and villas built there, such as the luxurious Cloud Mountain retreat where Lin Chuan resides. However, the sides and back of the mountain remain largely undeveloped, where a few off-road vehicles are stuck on the bumpy mountain road. The conflict between Ling Wusa, Lin Yue, Lu Junhui, Zhang Yuan, and others against 7 or 8 burly men and several women is still ongoing. After finishing his call with Lin Chuan, Lu Junhui followed his advice to stall for time as much as possible. With no other options, he could only resort to offering polite apologies with sweet words. After some negotiation, the situation improved slightly, but just then, a slightly plump woman quickly walked toward Ling Wusa. This slightly plump woman had a red handprint on her face, and Ling Wusa's hair was somewhat disheveled. Clearly, the woman Lu Junhui mentioned on the phone, who struck first only to be struck back by Ling Wusa, was this very person. The slightly plump woman seized Ling Wusa's hair while she wasn't looking, forcing her head toward the ground.
Dressed like a damn slut with your zipper down, who are you trying to seduce? You're clearly trash. How dare you fight back, you bitch. Ling Wusa's outfit was admittedly a bit sexy, with the zipper pulled down a bit too low, revealing her sports bra. But honestly, it only stood out because she had such a good figure, there was nothing wrong with it otherwise. It was this slightly overweight woman who threw the first punch, and somehow the insults even escalated to mocking her outfit. Lin Yue and a few other girls tried to intervene.
But just then, several other women rushed forward. The situation, which had just begun to calm down, instantly descended into chaos again.
Smack! Smack! 2 sharp slaps sounded as Ling Wusa retaliated.
She dances and works out regularly, making her agility and strength far superior to most women. Paired with her naturally bold personality, she moved with defiant grace. These women were no match for her. With just a few slaps, she knocked them all to the ground. Seeing this, the burly men couldn't hold back.
Boys like Lu Junhui and Zhang Yuan tried to intervene, but they were completely outmatched.
One of the burly men stepped forward and slapped Ling Wusa on the head. Ling tried to block with her hand, but it was utterly ineffective. Ling Wusa was sent stumbling and fell. The strength disparity between a woman and a man was simply too great. The burly man was about to strike again when Lu Junhui quickly rushed forward to stop him. What kind of man bullies a woman? It was you who cut us off and caused the scrape in the first place. Don't push your luck. And let me tell you, this is Lin Chuan's girlfriend. Think twice before you start something you can't handle. In truth, Lu Junhui knew Ling Wusa and Lin Chuan had only met a few times and weren't actually dating. But as someone more experienced, he could tell there were mutual feelings between them. That's why when trouble arose, he had called Lin Chuan. Now, he was trying to use Lin Chuan's reputation to shield Ling Wusa.
The burly man sneered coldly. Who the hell is Lin Chuan? Some big shot? Tell him to come, I'll beat him up too.
The burly man shoved Lu Junhui aside with one hand. Lu, utterly overpowered, was sent sprawling to the ground. The brute grabbed Ling Wusa by the hair and tried to shove her face into a muddy ditch nearby. She struggled fiercely but couldn't break free. Just then, thud thud thud, the roar of rapidly spinning helicopter blades echoed from the distant sky. The chopper was clearly approaching at high speed, its noise growing rapidly louder. Everyone present looked up to see a helicopter appear in the distance as a small dot, rapidly growing larger until it hovered directly overhead within moments. All action ceased as the crowd stared at the helicopter, puzzled by its sudden appearance in this location. The helicopter swiftly descended as if targeting them, its rotor blades roaring deafeningly while the gale force downdraft kicked up swirling dust and sent leaves flying wildly below. It stabilized at a certain altitude, remaining suspended above since there was no clear landing space on the ground below. The cabin door swung open, and a handsome young man wearing sunglasses stepped out, grabbing onto a rope and descending swiftly. His physique was impeccable, his sharp features as though chiseled by a knife, every movement graceful, so devastatingly handsome it defied description.
Lin Chuan?
Lu Junhui, Lin Yue, Zhang Yuan, and the others stared at the figure, completely stunned. Lu Junhui did call Lin Chuan, and Lin Chuan did promise to come. But how could they have guessed that Lin Chuan would make his entrance in such an outrageously cool and show-stopping fashion? They had expected Lin Chuan to drive the Mercedes-Benz G-Class here. After all, the G-Class is an off-road vehicle and stylish enough. Who would have thought he'd actually arrive by helicopter, a scene one only sees on television? Ling Musa stared in awe at the figure descending from the sky. From her angle, Lin Chuan was backlit, his silhouette as if enveloped in radiance. She suddenly recalled a line from a Chinese odyssey. One day, he'll appear before a captivated crowd, clad in golden armor, treading upon clouds of 7 colors. Lin Chuan touched down, casually unfastened the harness, and walked over to Ling Musa and the burly man, grabbing the latter's wrist to pry it open. The burly man had been stunned into silence, but when shoved aside, his instincts made him resist only to realize in the next instant. He felt the other's grip clamp down like an iron vise, with such overwhelming force that resistance was futile. With just one twist, agonizing pain shot through him, as if his hand might snap, forcing him to his knees. Lin Chuan had boosted his stats 3 times and taken the body-tempering pill, pushing his strength to 17, far beyond ordinary limits. Even this seemingly strong man was no match for him. Lin Chuan pinned the burly man to the ground with his foot, rendering him immobile, then helped Ling Musa up without a word, simply brushing aside the strands of hair that had fallen over her face and tidying them up. Ling Musa wasn't a fragile girl, but ultimately, she was still a woman. She had been suppressing her grievances and fear all this time, but now she couldn't hold back any longer. Her eyes suddenly reddened, and tears began to fall uncontrollably. She threw herself into Lin Chuan's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Chuan instinctively held her, patting her back soothingly. The other burly men and women had just been intimidated by the helicopter. After all, not just anyone could afford to ride in one of that caliber. And Lin Chuan's demeanor and aura were anything but ordinary. Snapping back to reality, I was about to step forward to help when one of the burly men spotted the watch exposed on Lin Chuan's wrist, a Richard Mille Black Knight, as he patted Ling Musa's back. The burly man's face changed dramatically, and he stopped the others. Puzzled, the rest protested, "What's the matter, Lao Zhao? You just gonna watch Lao Biao get beaten without lifting a hand?" "That watch he's wearing, it's a Richard Mille Black Knight," the man who recognized it muttered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Seeing the others still didn't understand, he added in a low voice, "Official price tag, over 10 million. The other strong men and women gasped in shock. The man pinned to the ground beneath the foot widened his eyes, not daring to struggle for a moment. They understood the saying, poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. What did a luxury watch worth over 10 million yuan even signify? Just then, the roaring of engines sounded in the distance. Moments later, a Mercedes-Benz G63 appeared around the corner of the road. Following behind were a Mercedes-Benz Unimog, a Hummer H1, a Lexus, a Land Rover Defender, a Tank 300. Over a dozen luxury off-road vehicles arrived in an imposing lineup, stopping right in front of them. One by one, men dressed in designer clothes and wearing high-end watches stepped out, surrounding Lin Chuan and addressing him in unison, "Young Master Lin." Chapter 83. Nearly scared out of his wits. The burly men and women were already intimidated by Lin Chuan, but when they saw over a dozen luxury SUVs, they were utterly stunned. They also had 4 off-road vehicles, but the most expensive one was worth no more than 300 to 400,000. In contrast, the opposition's cheapest cost several hundred thousand. Jeep Wrangler, 500k, Land Rover Defender, 800k, Toyota Land Cruiser, 800k, Lexus LX 570, roughly 1.7 mil, Hummer H1, around 2.6 mil, Mercedes-Benz G63, approximately 3.2 mil, Mercedes Unimog, 4 mil. The prices mentioned above are merely the base vehicle costs, excluding additional taxes such as purchase tax, vehicle and vessel tax, and luxury car tax. They too were off-road enthusiasts, but it was their first time seeing such a comprehensive collection of top-tier off-road vehicles in one place. Any single one of these would be a dream come true. Yet here they were, lined up like a motor show right before their eyes. Stepping out of the vehicles were individuals dressed in designer clothes, sporting luxury watches, their imposing auras unmistakably marking them as accomplished figures. Surprisingly, this group of elites all respectfully addressed the young man as Young Master Lin. The strong men and women were all frozen in fear, not daring to move as cold sweat poured from their bodies. These rich and influential figures arriving by helicopter, wearing watches worth tens of millions, and bringing a dozen big shots for support, were now unable to comprehend what kind of person they had offended. The girl who had thrown herself into his arms crying was clearly his woman, and now they realized those fools had just struck her. Their minds buzzed with dread, unable to imagine the consequences. Logically, they should have immediately apologized, but their minds had gone blank, completely at a loss for what to do next. One of the burly men stared at Peng Jia for several moments, then suddenly his expression changed again. Lowering his voice in terror, he said, "Look at that man, isn't that Boss Peng?" Another burly man exclaimed in shock, "It does look like him. Boss Peng from Real Estate Investments. I saw him once when I accompanied our boss to a property auction." Hearing this, the group's faces grew 3 shades paler. "Wait, isn't that the real estate developer Lu Wonhan standing next to him? Even our boss has to suck up to that guy. Isn't that Lu Tao, the owner of New Vision Media? I heard his net worth exceeds 200 million.
And those other gentlemen look familiar too, definitely successful businessmen. I must have seen them featured somewhere before. But they're all wealthy people, why would they show such deference to that young man? Isn't it obvious? Clearly that young man's status and wealth far surpass theirs. You only see these as wealthy people, yet you still haven't truly grasped the concept of wearing a watch worth millions. Anyone wearing a 2 million watch must have a net worth of over 100 million. As for those sporting 10 million timepieces, their level is simply beyond imagination. What should we do? What do we do now? At that very moment, old Zhao suddenly let out a sharp gasp. As everyone turned to look, they saw his face had gone deathly pale. Following his gaze, I saw a balding middle-aged man politely greeting Lin Xuan and introducing himself. When it came to Pang Jia, Lu Wenhan, and Lu Tao, old Zhao didn't look too happy either. But none of them triggered fear as intense as this balding middle-aged man. Clearly, this man held a higher status and position. The other burly man had a bad feeling. Old Zhao, who is that man? Do you know him? Old Zhao muttered, that's Mao Cohen, chairman of the Speed Express International Freight Forwarding Corporation, worth about 500 million. Our boss tried sucking up to him multiple times, never succeeded. This Mao Cohen happened to be one of the 2 Manhwa club members nearby, the owner of the Mercedes-Benz Unimog. At these words, everyone's faces paled another 3 shades. Their complexions turned as white as if coated with plaster. The scene before them far exceeded their psychological preparedness. Every single person opposite them belonged to a social stratum far beyond their own, and with over a dozen such individuals showing such deference to that young man, one could imagine his status. While they stood there dumbstruck, Lin Xuan remained unfazed, keeping one foot planted on old Biao while comforting Ling Wuso in his arms. At the same time, he continued chatting with others nonchalantly, as if at some club meet and greet, completely disregarding their presence. Old Zhao was the first to react. Though reluctant, he had no choice but to face the situation, trembling as he stepped forward. He bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle and said, "Young Master Lin, we apologize for not realizing she was your woman. We deserve death. This young lady may beat us to vent her anger." The other thugs also stepped forward and bowed. Lin Xuan paid no attention. Only after exchanging pleasantries with everyone did he finally turn to the burly men. "You were so self-righteous earlier. Was it because our car was fully at fault?" Old Zhao broke into a cold sweat. No. Our car caused the scrape when overtaking. We're fully at fault. We'll compensate for your damages. It's entirely our mistake." Lin Xuan said, "If it's your full responsibility, how dare you have the audacity to resort to violence? Did you think my woman would be an easy target?" Old Zhao and the others turned deathly pale, with no explanation to offer. After all, they'd been in the wrong from the very beginning, plainly bullying someone they thought was vulnerable. Who could have imagined they'd picked a fight they couldn't win? Lin Xuan lifted his foot, releasing old Biao. Old Biao struggled to his knees but didn't dare stand up, kneeling before Lin Xuan instead. With a wretched expression, he said, "I apologize, young Master Lin. We were at fault. I deserve death. I deserve death." As he spoke, old Biao began slapping himself hard across the face, holding nothing back. The sharp cracks of each strike echoed through the air. It finally dawned on him, Lu Juanhui's earlier mention of Lin Xuan must have been referring to this very young Master Lin. Regret twisted like a knife in his gut. He should have thoroughly investigated who his opponent's boyfriend was right from the start. Lu Junhui, Li Yue, Zhang Yuan, and the others had all gathered behind Lin Xuan, watching with satisfaction as the previously arrogant bunch now groveled so humbly. Old Biao was still slapping his own face, much to their relief. Lin Xuan didn't stop old Biao, merely observing as he struck himself. In just moments, old Biao's face had swollen red. The slightly plump woman who had struck first couldn't bear it anymore. She rushed over and grabbed him. "We didn't do anything that bad. Enough with the slapping already. Young Master Lin, don't push people too far." Old Biao, old Zhao, and the others paled at her words. Old Biao immediately pulled her down to kneel. "Don't talk nonsense. If young Master Lin isn't satisfied, a few more slaps are what we deserve. Kneel down now and apologize to him and this young lady. This was all your fault, you were the one who laid hands first." The slightly plump woman curled her lips in defiance, her face full of resentment. "She hit me back too. Why should I apologize to her? Dressing so provocatively to seduce people, she was the one in the wrong from the start. Why should we be so afraid of him? So what if he's rich? It's not like he's our boss. What can he even do to us? We admit the car got scratched, and we'll pay for it. Even if this ends up at the police station or in court, at worst it'll just be ruled as a mutual fight." Old Zhao and the others turned ashen-faced upon hearing this. At this moment, they felt like killing this woman. Chapter 84, Crushing You Without Lifting a Finger. Lin Xuan nodded after hearing the plump woman's words and said no more. There was no need for him to speak. Peng Zhe, Lu Tao, Lu Wenhan, Mao Kuan, and the others immediately understood and pulled out their phones to make calls. Seeing this, Lao Biao and Lao Zhao quickly begged for mercy. "Young Master Lin, don't mind this foolish woman. Her words don't represent us. We beg for your great mercy, spare our lives." The slightly plump woman was still shouting, "Lao Biao, have you no backbone left? So what if he's rich? How could he possibly? With a loud slap, old Biao struck the chubby woman across the face, cutting her off mid-sentence as he roared, "Can you just shut the hell up? Do you think rich people are only about money?" The plump woman froze momentarily from the slap before howling, "You bastard, old Biao, how dare you hit me?" Yet even as their argument raged on, one of the burly men suddenly received a call. The moment the line connected, the voice on the other end delivered only a terse sentence, "You're fired," before hanging up. Calling back proved futile. No one picked up. Soon after, old Zhao and the others started receiving calls one by one. The outcome was identical. They'd all been terminated by the company. Before they could process what just happened, the second call came through. Lao Biao answered, only to be met with his father's roaring voice, "Biao, who the hell have you pissed off? Why have all our cement orders been cancelled?" When I called to ask, they all said they wouldn't dare work with us anymore, claiming you offended some big shot. Lao Biao's face went pale. He barely had time to explain to his father when another call came in, this time from his lawyer. Forced to hang up on his dad, Lao Biao answered the lawyer's call. No sooner had he picked up than an urgent voice demanded, "Lao Biao, what the hell have you done this time? Did you mess with Madame Zhang again? I haven't provoked her lately. Why do you ask?" Old Biao felt a surge of ominous foreboding. The lawyer said, "Ms. Zhang has changed her mind and wants to sue you again." Old Biao agitatedly replied, "Didn't she accept the 200,000 settlement? If she backs out now, can't we sue her for extortion?" The lawyer said, "She returned the 200,000 untouched. She's dead set on putting you behind bars. You absolutely must not stir up any more trouble during this period, otherwise I won't be able to protect you." Old Biao glanced at Lin Chuan, his face ashen. What if a fight has already happened? The lawyer remained silent for a long moment before speaking. "Can't you just restrain yourself for once? Could money settle it this time?" Old Biao looked at the Richard Mille watch worth millions on Lin Chuan's wrist. "I'm afraid not. He didn't say it was just impossible, the other party could probably toss out a few million casually just to sue him." The lawyer said, "Then the problem is serious. One case might get you probation, but with two you could really end up in prison." Over at old Zhao's side, after being fired, he received another phone call. The speaker had only said a few words before his pupils suddenly constricted. "She's gone mad. What good does this do her? Exposing our affairs, isn't she afraid her husband will leave her with nothing?" The person on the other end sighed helplessly. Apparently, someone has offered her enough benefits to remove any worries, letting her retaliate against you with full force. There's a legal team backing her, so she's not afraid of losing everything. And your wife already knows about this. Another legal team is assisting her. Get ready for a lawsuit. Though, given your situation, it's unlikely you'll win. The slightly plump woman was somewhat startled when her phone rang. As soon as she answered, an anxious voice came through. "Daughter, didn't you say this was legitimate tax avoidance? Why are there people investigating us, saying it's tax evasion?" Her family ran a small leather factory, mainly producing bags for foreign trade. It wasn't large in scale, but the profits were substantial. The slightly plump woman hurriedly replied, "I consulted Lawyer Wang, and he said it counted as legitimate tax avoidance. We tried calling Lawyer Wang, but we couldn't reach him no matter what. You need to call and ask him immediately. I heard the consequences could be very serious if they rule it as tax evasion." The slightly plump woman hurriedly called Attorney Wang, but no one answered. She tried again, only to get a message that the phone was turned off. In her panic, the slightly plump woman quickly called an uncle of hers. This uncle of hers still held some sway. Not long after, the same uncle made a call to the phone of a member from the Haoyun Car Club who was present at the scene. "Brother Kai, that's my niece. If she's offended you in any way, could you do me a favor and let it slide this time? I'll be in Jianghai City tomorrow. I'll treat you to the Yulan Hot Springs." The tall, portly middle-aged man standing at the relatively peripheral position shook his head and sighed. "She offended not me but someone of much higher status. I advise you not to get involved." "Might I ask, what sort of person exactly?" The tall, portly middle-aged man said. "Simply put, a supreme VIP member of the Manhwa Club at just 20 years old." "Do you have any idea what that means?" Pang Zhao, Lu Tao, Lu Wenhan, Mao Kuan and others were standing respectfully by his side at this moment. Among this crowd, I was just an insignificant nobody on the fringes. The slightly plump woman's uncle gasped in shock. He had heard of the Manhwa Club before. Its status was so high that he wasn't even qualified to enter. He also knew about the supreme VIPs. They were said to be all major power brokers. But a 20-year-old supreme VIP? That was a first. Just how terrifyingly vast must the financial power behind his family be? Understood. Thanks for the heads up. Next time I visit Jianghai City, I'll still invite you to the Magnolia Hot Springs. The slightly plump woman called again only to find her own uncle wouldn't answer anymore. She finally grasped the severity of the situation and slumped to the ground. The other burly men and women likewise kept receiving devastating news. A frenzied crackdown swept over them like a violent storm. Careers, businesses, connections, status, reputation, families, everything was obliterated instantly as if made of fragile paper.
Old Biao, Old Zhao, and the others collectively slumped in defeat, looking as if they had just lost their parents at this very moment. Lu Junhui, Li Yue, Zhang Yuan, and the others watched the scene unfold, utterly stunned to the point of their scalps tingling with shock. They had always known Lin Xuan was wealthy, so they believed his arrival would solve the problem. But they never imagined it would play out like this. He didn't even lift a finger, just a casual phone call from someone in his entourage, and these men suffered devastating blows to their reputations and finances. It was as effortless as crushing a few ants. I had long heard about the power of money and influence, but this was the first time I witnessed and felt its effects so vividly. Ling Wusa, nestled in Lin Xuan's arms, had already calmed down. However, his embrace was so comfortable and reassuring that she couldn't resist taking the opportunity to linger a little longer. Only now did she straighten up, sheepishly patting the damp spot on Lin Xuan's shoulder left by her tears. Then she turned her gaze toward old Biao, the middle-aged woman, and the others, who looked as if they had lost their parents. While feeling immensely satisfied, her admiration for Lin Xuan nearly soared to its peak. Perhaps it was because all the things she enjoyed were costly and carried some risk that she preferred powerful men. The counterexamples were Wang Chenyang and Zhang Yuan, men from modest backgrounds who were timid, unable to afford outings wherever they pleased, and incapable of commanding her respect. In a crisis, she'd likely have had to protect herself. But she didn't fully understand what a powerful man could offer. Unlike Yi Meisheng, her awareness was far from clear, she simply didn't think that deeply or plan ahead. However, at this moment, she was beginning to realize that a powerful man represented conquest and security. Ling Wusa, favorability plus 15. Chapter 85, Ling Wusa actually has such a delicate and vulnerable side. Lin Xuan didn't spare another glance at old Biao, the slightly plump woman, or the others. No matter how pitifully they pleaded, his heart remained unmoved. He said to Ling Wusa, "You went off-roading without even calling me? Had I been there, how could you have been bullied?" Ling Wusa gave Lin Xuan a coquettish glare and said, "I posted it on my moments, didn't you see it and leave a like? Last time I asked you out, can't you ask me out this time? Besides, how dare I send you a private message? Who knows if you're out with Yi Meisheng, Qin Bingqing, or some department belle?" The usually cool and composed her actually had a playful, almost clingy tone in her voice now. Combined with the remnants of her earlier tears, it gave her an added charm, making her appear even more feminine. The slight upward curve of her lips also revealed her current delight. Lin Xuan, without a trace of guilt, turned the tables. It was just a moment's post, who knows who it was really meant for. Ling Wusa raised an eyebrow and said, "Then next time I message you privately to meet, you're not allowed to stand me up." Lin Xuan replied, "If I'm free, of course I'll come. How could I refuse an invitation from the great beauty Ling Wu? Let's go, ride in my car. As for yours, let Lu Junhui and the others drive it." Earlier, Ling Wusa had cried in Lin Xuan's embrace. Even though she had gotten up afterward, her body language still leaned close to him. Perhaps subconsciously, she was still clinging to the sense of security he provided. Lin Xuan naturally took Ling Wusa's hand in his, and she blinked but didn't resist, surrendering to his touch without hesitation. Lin Xuan addressed Peng Zhe, Lu Tao, Lu Wenhan, Mao Kuan, and others, saying, "Thank you all for honoring us with your presence. I don't have much to offer for your trouble, so I can only treat everyone to a modest meal at Yushan Fu. Since we rarely get together, consider it a club gathering." Everyone quickly replied courteously, saying it was no trouble at all. They all knew about Yushan Fu hosting there was quite an honor, and aware of Lin Xuan's standing, they didn't hesitate to accept. Lin Xuan turned to Lu Junhui and said, "Junhui, you take the wheel of Wusa's car." Lu Junhui nodded blankly and said, "Alright, we weren't able to arrange one off-road vehicle per person anyway, so this works perfectly." Lin Xuan nodded, holding Ling Wusa's hand as they walked towards his Mercedes-Benz G63. He let the driver continue driving while the two of them sat in the back row. Lu Junhui, Li Yue, and the others watched as Ling Wusa was led away by Lin Xuan. The normally cool and unstoppable aura around her seemed to have softened, replaced by a hint of gentle dependence. They couldn't help but marvel even Ling Wusa had finally met her match. But they weren't surprised. After all, Lin Xuan had it all: wealth, good looks, emotional stability, and charisma, perfectly embodying Ling Wusa's ideal type. This time it was like heavenly troops descending from the skies to rescue Ling Wusa. Truly her knight in shining armor, how could she not be moved? Zhang Yuan was dumbstruck by the scene, his heart wrenched with indescribable pain. He had only ever admired Ling Wusa from afar, assuming her bold, unapproachable demeanor meant any man near her would have to defer to her will. Never had he imagined seeing her display such tender vulnerability. Though he dared not entertain hopes regarding Ling Wusa, the sight of her nestling into another man's embrace was more than he could bear. The last time Lin Xuan and Ling Wusa rode a jet ski together, it had already made him feel uneasy. This time, Lin Xuan holding Ling Wusa's hand was like a heavy blow to him. Zhang Yuan looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his face full of melancholy, sighing inwardly that his youth, naivety, and beautiful dreams of love might be gone forever from now on.
Suddenly, he thought of something. He took out his phone, snapped a photo of Lin Chuan holding Ling Wusa's hand, opened WeChat, and sent it to Wang Chenyang. Misery loves company. Wang Chenyang was walking on the road when he heard the message notification. He took out his phone and opened WeChat. Opening the chat window, the sight that met his eyes struck him like a hammer blow. Once again, he stood dumbfounded in the middle of the road. Clutching his chest to ease the discomfort, it took him a long while before he could take a deep breath and reassure himself. At least it's good that he's with Ling Wusa now. He won't be able to harass the campus belle anymore. So it seems he really was approaching her just to learn piano. Yet this consolation seemed utterly ineffective, since Lin Chuan was genuinely holding Ling Wusa's hand, and what did it matter to him whether the campus belle escaped Lin Chuan's advances? Moreover, Lin Chuan could still continue piano lessons with the campus belle, while he didn't even have a chance to get close to her. An hour later, they arrived at Yeshinfu Imperial Cuisine Mansion. Lin Chuan had already made the reservation, so they went straight up to the second floor. Peng Zhou, Lu Tao, Lu Wenhan, Mao Kuan, and others could easily afford dining at Yeshinfu. Some even frequented the place, so they remained perfectly composed. Li Yue, Lu Junhui, Zhang Yuan, and their group were extremely nervous. They had joined purely for the free meal, which naturally made them somewhat apprehensive. People without money often feel this way. After all, you'd worry about having to foot the bill if something unexpected happened. With quite a few people in attendance, they split into two tables. Lin Chuan sat with the club members, while Ling Wusa stayed with her classmates. But her attention didn't seem to be on the food at all. Even though the dishes were delicious, her gaze repeatedly drifted back to Lin Chuan, watching him converse eloquently with those successful individuals, a smile unconsciously playing at the corners of her lips. Stop staring, any more and your soul might get stolen away, Ling Yue teased, leaning close to Ling Wusa's ear with a laugh. Ling Wusa withdrew her gaze and protested, I only glanced a couple times. Was it that obvious? Lin Yue rolled her eyes dramatically. A couple glances? Your eyes were practically thickening the soup staring so intently. Ling Wusa belonged to the dashing and spirited type, not particularly shy about being seen through. What do you think of Lin Chuan? Why did you choose Lu Junhui back then? Lin Yue said, there wasn't any particular reason. We just got together because we liked each other. As for Lin Chuan, he's naturally outstanding, handsome, rich, charming, emotionally stable, and even capable of swooping in like a hero. From head to toe, he's practically flawless. Listening to this, Ling Wusa's smile grew even sweeter at the corners of her lips. Lin Yue watched Ling Wusa's changing expression with amusement and added, the only issue is that there are quite a few beauties around him. Of course, that's to be expected. When someone is that outstanding, beauties might even throw themselves at him. If you date him, you'd definitely have someone utterly presentable. Wherever you go, he'd be the center of attention. But at the same time, you'd probably struggle with insecurity emotionally. Wherever he goes, you'd worry about him being seduced. Of course, it's up to you how to weigh these things. My Junhui isn't liked by many, so we don't have these worries. Ha! Ling Wusa couldn't help but glance at Lin Chuan again as she listened to Lin Yue's words, and the more she looked, the handsomer he seemed. Ling Wusa, favorability +2. Zhang Yuan was secretly observing Ling Wusa, only to find that the object of his covert attention was herself stealthily watching Lin Chuan. Instantly, even the imperial cuisine at the royal kitchen became hard to swallow. You're the department beauty, the coolest one at that. Usually it's boys stealing glances at you while you couldn't care less. How could you possibly be sneaking looks at some other guy now? Chapter 86, Ling Wusa's favorability skyrockets. At the dinner table, Lu Wenhan, Mao Kuan, and others introduced themselves to each other. As Lin Chuan had suggested, they treated it like a club gathering. Then the conversation turned to business. Superficially, it appeared to be casual chatter, but in reality, everyone was trying to catch Lin Chuan's attention, hoping their ventures would pique his interest. After all, the financial power of a supreme VIP alone was enough to overshadow everyone else present. Not to mention a 20-year-old supreme VIP, who was most likely backed by a powerful family. For the time being, Lin Chuan wasn't particularly interested in investing, as his main goal was to boost favorability points and pocket the Simp funds. Investing purely for the sake of investment held little meaning to him. Still, he listened attentively and memorized silently, knowing that even if he wasn't interested now, it might prove useful later. What Peng Zhe discussed was, naturally, real estate investment. Lu Wenhan's topic was, naturally, property development. Meanwhile, Mao Kuan spoke about, what else, freight forwarding. When someone mentioned the Kawasaki 4S dealership, Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. Boss Tang, do you have a Kawasaki H2 in your shop? Most men have a motorcycle dream in their hearts, and Lin Chuan is no exception. The Kawasaki H2, known as the land aircraft, is the dream machine for countless men. Thus, when it came to Kawasaki, he couldn't resist the urge to buy one. And let's not forget, Ling Wusa loves motorcycles. The Kawasaki H2 would absolutely be a divine weapon for her, surely capable of boosting her affection points. Her affection points have already reached 77. Just 3 more points, and it will break through to 80.
However, Tang Yong shook his head. There aren't any in stock. Probably not a single one available in the entire Jianghai city. But if young Master Lin needs one, I'll do my best to get you a unit. Even at the fastest, though, we likely won't have stock until the end of the year. Lin Xuan was slightly disappointed and said, then put one on reserve for me. I'll send you the deposit later.
Tang Yong waved his hand dismissively. Young Master Lin, what sort of talk is this?
You wanting a car means no deposit is needed. This was the platinum VIP of Yanghua Club. He'd have to be out of his mind to think Lin Xuan might show up without the means to pay.
At that moment, Chen Lang said, Young Master Lin, how about a Suzuki Hayabusa? We just got new stock at the store, including one of the hottest new GSX 1300R models that wasn't pre-ordered by any customer. We can have it delivered to you immediately if you want. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. The Suzuki Hayabusa was indeed an excellent choice. Not only did it look stunning, but its speed was off the charts too. Of course, with speed limits in place domestically, the top speed of 300 km per hour didn't matter much anyway. The main appeal was its cool looks and performance, perfect for impressing girls when riding two up. Lin Xuan asked, does it have a rear seat? Chen Lang smiled. Indeed it does.
The Hayabusa appears to have no rear seat at first glance, but actually it's just covered by a fairing.
Simply remove the cover and you'll have a passenger seat ready. Lin Xuan didn't even wait to confirm the price before deciding. Fine then, I'll take one.
If it can be delivered now, just send it directly here.
How much is one? I'll transfer the money immediately. For young Master Lin, 380,000 all-inclusive, Chen Lang replied, then immediately made a phone call.
They continued dining while making casual conversation, their words casually discussing deals worth millions. Lin Xuan showed no interest in other matters, and no one pressed him. Simply being able to establish closer ties with Lin Xuan during this outing was already considered extremely worthwhile. After the meal, the bill was naturally deducted directly from Lin Xuan's card containing 1 million. Though everyone treated this as a gathering, the occasion had originally been intended to show support for Lin Xuan. In truth, no one had that much free time, so after eating, they dispersed and headed home. While going downstairs, Ling Wusa proactively took Lin Xuan's hand without the slightest hesitation, a gesture perfectly in character for her. When they reached the ground floor, they saw a crowd gathered in amazement around a brand new motorcycle that had just been unloaded from a truck. Its sleek, stylish silhouette was undeniably eye-catching. Ling Wusa, who loves motorcycles, instantly lit up with excitement. Lin Yue, Lu Junhui, Zhang Yuan, and the others were equally dazzled. Even if they didn't know much about bikes, they at least had an eye for aesthetics. At that moment, Chen Lang approached. Young Master Lin, the motorcycle has been delivered. Would you like to try it? Ling Wusa, Lin Yue, Lu Junhui, Zhang Yuan, and others stared at Lin Xuan in astonishment. Did you buy this motorcycle? A bike of this caliber must be extremely expensive. And you just purchased it while having a meal? But then it occurred to them, considering Lin Xuan's luxury cars and mansion, this was hardly a big deal for him. For them, this might be a luxury they could never afford in their lifetime. But for Lin Xuan, it was probably just pocket change. Lin Xuan got on and tested it, twisting the throttle as if awakening a beast, which emitted a deep, powerful growl. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow at Ling Wusa and said, hop on. Ling Wusa chuckled and gracefully swung onto the back seat, naturally wrapping his arms around Lin Xuan from behind. Both followed traffic rules diligently, wearing helmets. We'll head back to campus first. You guys take the car back, the driver will bring my Mercedes G-Class around, you can ride in that. Lin Xuan gave Lu Junhui and the others a quick instruction before revving up his Suzuki Hayabusa and speeding off. The group watched their departing figures with unconcealed envy. Damn, that's just too cool. Next life, I'm definitely being born rich. I looked it up. That seems to be a Suzuki Hayabusa, each one costs over 100 or even 200,000. You've got it wrong. That's no ordinary Suzuki Hayabusa, it's the latest GSX 1300R, with an out-the-door price close to 400 grand. A motorcycle costing 400,000 yuan? That's utterly ridiculous. Zhang Yuan watched the departing figures of Lin Xuan and Ling Wusa as they rode away, his heart growing increasingly melancholic. He could tell how sweet Ling Wusa's smile was when she got into the car, that kind of happiness came from deep within. Ling Wusa loved motorcycles, he knew that. The new GSX 1300R was her dream bike, but knowing was useless, he simply couldn't afford it. Yet what he couldn't achieve even with all his effort, Lin Xuan accomplished as casually as buying a stick of spicy tofu. Once again, he felt the vast gap between people. As for Ling Wusa, he had completely given up any hope. Just moments ago, though, he had snapped a photo of Ling Wusa hugging Lin Xuan. Opening WeChat, he sent it to Wang Chenyang. Lin Xuan sped down the riverside road with Ling Wusa riding alone, the wind howling past them. Ling Wusa held tightly to Lin Xuan, reveling in the thrill of their speed. Previously, she had always ridden on her own, but now she realized clinging to the man she liked made the ride far more enjoyable. By the time they'd ridden back to campus, her favorability score had climbed steadily throughout the journey. Favorability +1, favorability +1, favorability +1. Upon arriving at the school gates, it finally hit 80. Ling Wusa's favorability exceeds 80.
Status bar updated. Please view promptly. Name, Ling Wusa. Age, 21. Appearance rating, 8.4. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Favorability, 6080. Ex-boyfriend, none. STDs, none. Lin Chuan was taken aback. Ling Wusa was actually still a virgin? To be honest, it was a bit surprising. After all, Ling Wusa loved to have fun and often went out. But upon closer thought, Ling Wusa always went out in mixed groups with both men and women, always accompanied by Lin Yuwei. Never alone with any particular man. It wasn't like dating. Some might claim activities like biking or sightseeing were just excuses to pick up guys, but for Ling Wusa, it was genuinely about enjoying herself. Lin Chuan took off his helmet and turned his head to look at Ling Wusa with interest. Ling Wusa also removed her helmet, shaking out her full head of beautiful hair. Seeing Lin Chuan staring fixedly at her, she boldly stared back. Whether due to some misunderstanding or a sudden impulse, she leaned forward, bringing her crimson lips closer to him.